that story, but it seems like it's pretty straightforward. It's just some guy snapped and went crazy and killed his family. And I hope he's burning in hell. Okay, let's get to this is what we were just talking about. Okay, so we got the the 6 hours. So we have the story that came out that Trump was screaming at Netanyahu, and this whoever Brandon J. Weichart is, he's like, oh, I know. No, you don't. You don't know shit. And then 6 hours later, the tone shifts to it's significant even if it didn't happen. No, it isn't. It was never significant. It was a made-up story. So here's the original story. Right, Axios came out and said President Trump and Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu had a phone call, and in the phone call, the quote is, "You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you. Everybody hates Israel." It just sounds like so made up. When you have a quote from an anonymous source that sounds exactly like the left thinks Donald Trump talks, it's probably made up, right? So what did I say? Source, trust me, bro. And I want to go through this weird freaking conversation. It's like talking to a friggin' wall with these people, okay? If you had actually read the article, this is from Agent Self FBI, okay? If you, how many followers? 4,000. Okay, you've actually, either those are bots or I can't believe you had 4,000 people follow you. If you actually read the article, you'd have seen that it says the claim came from sources with direct knowledge, not from someone's imagination. And again, I write sources in quotations. And he goes, I think you might be retarded. I go, who are the sources? And then he comes back. Multiple news agencies are reported on it. Okay. I go, who are the sources? Okay. And again, okay, I forgot you're half retarded. Let me dumb it down. Journalists don't release the name of their sources. Ah, there it is. Right? He goes, go read the article. I go, I read it. There's no sources. No. No. Journalists don't name their sources. Okay. So the source is literally, trust me, bro. Like I said originally, you absolute clown. Look, sources is not a source. If it says source, this person said, that's a source, right? If it says sources, then it's not a source. Does that make sense? It's literally always, trust me, bro. It's like, hey, can you name your sources? Nope. Then they're not sources. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that anonymous sources can't be telling the truth. They absolutely can. Oh, somebody in the chat, nobody's disputing it. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Somebody in the chat. See, and this is why we need more. This is why you need me. This is why you need me here. Okay. Okay. Now, you want to take that back? You want to revise your statement that nobody's disputing it? I love you, Buckle Brush Jones. I'm not trying to be a dick. No, it actually already is being refuted. Exclusive, according to a very senior official, and by the way, this is also trust me, bro, but it's all trust me, bro. Okay? According to a very senior official on the PM's team, the Axios report is inaccurate. Trump did not make personal remarks about jail or claim Netanyahu is hated globally. Instead, these tense calls, now there probably was a tense call, okay? Focus on conflicting social media posts. Trump felt Netanyahu implied the war was continuing at full intensity, while Netanyahu felt Trump implied a total ceasefire. Trump did note that defending Israel's global position is difficult and breeds hatred. Ultimately, the call ended with an understanding. Israel will hold off on striking Beirut as long as it's not attacked within its own borders. So what I would assume is that they had a phone call. And in that phone call, it probably got heated like some phone calls do. Okay? That would probably be the source to Axios probably said something like, it was a heated phone call. And then I don't know why, but they were like, you know what would make this story a lot better? If Trump said, you'd be in prison if it wasn't for me, and you're effing crazy. That's the part that's not true. So it's quite, and you know what the wild thing is? It's like, who does this story help? Helps people like me, who are constantly saying that Trump is not controlled by Bibi Netanyahu. Even though this story helps my narrative, I'm still debunking it because that's called integrity. I don't care about your bullshit narrative over here or your bullshit narrative over here. I only care about delivering facts. And the facts are, this source is, trust me, bro. It always was. Right? And if you have TDS or IDS, you're going to have something called confirmation bias, and you're going to believe what Axios says because you're silly. Stop being silly people. All right? Now, look, by the way, speaking of being absolutely retarded, Nick Fuentes believed it. You know why? Confirmation bias. Right? Now, he's got confirmation bias that oh, yeah, Israel's just blah, blah, blah. Let's listen to a couple of seconds because we only have a few minutes left.
Trump called him up and he let him have it. Trump said, what the fuck are you doing? You're invading Lebanon. You're going to make everyone hate Israel. How could you do this? I got you out of jail. You owe me. This is literally the conversation.
Is it literally the conversation, Nick? Or are you just a moron who believed an Axios article from a guy who has a history of being fed false information? Because that's the guy who dropped that article. Nick's retarded. Don't be Nick. Don't be retarded. All right? Be me. Not retarded. Actually, technically retarded. All right? I have the SRS-2 score to prove it. That's why I have an R-word pass, because I am full fucking autistic. But, sorry.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
My point is, Bongino rule. 72 hours. Don't report on anything as fact, like that dumb little Mexican twink, until it's verified. I mean, if Trump came out and was like, those are my exact words, right? If Trump came out and was like, those are my exact words, I would go, all right, now it's verified. And you know what? It proves my point. Israel doesn't control America. Bibi doesn't control Trump. You guys lose. I win. Nana boo boo. All right. All right. Now, real quick before we get out of here. All right. Oh, actually, we have to get this in. There's only a few minutes left, but let's just really let's kick the speed up
year.
on this.
America exports more than $24 billion in goods and services to Israel annually. That's Israel spending $24 billion into our economy every year. Israel is one of America's largest trading partners in the world, despite having a population smaller than New York City. Second, jobs. Trade and business ties with Israel support more than 250,000 American jobs. That's 250,000 American paychecks that are connected to this relationship. Third, investment. Israeli investment in the United States exceeds $36 billion. More than 2,500 Israeli-founded companies operate in America. Those companies employ Americans, generate tax revenue, and contribute billions, tens of billions, to the U.S. economy. Fourth, technology. This one's important. Israel spends roughly 6% of its GDP on research and development. Now, why is it important? It's one of the highest rates on earth. It's higher than the United States. It's higher than China, which, by the way, in 2023, China skyrocketed how much they're spending on their research and development. And Israel, percentage-wise, beats them out. Higher than nearly every major economy, for that matter. That's why Intel, Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, largest company in the world, Apple, and dozens of other American companies maintain major research operations there.
Okay. Just because we're short for time. Earlier, we brought up this question. Is Israel an ally? I highly recommend you go and watch this video. It's pinned on Nick's page, and watch the total breakdown of why Israel is an ally. It's what I've been saying for years. I don't care about the Israeli government, but if you really look at it just objectively, they're not only an ally, they're one of our better allies. Real quick, finally, Trump derangement syndrome sank Uyghur, and Israel derangement syndrome sank Uyghur. We could have just made both of these guys sank Uyghur, right? If you go on Grok and you say, what percentage of Sank Uyghur's post mentioned Israel? 30 to 60%. And in his latest post, as of June 2nd, 2026, over 70% of his posts mention Israel. Do you see? Do you see how the derangement? Do you see? So, guys, I can't imagine it's a good life. I can't imagine it's a good life at all. Real quick before we get out of here, quick little promo from the Heartbeat brand. I am going to be putting together a ad for the Heartbeat brand. We are going to try to make them a sponsor. Right now, they are an affiliate. If you go to the Beacons link in my bio, which is right below the code Misfit25, the beacons.ai, you can find all of my affiliates. We have one sponsor, Patriot Pouch, but we are going to try to get Heartbeat brand in here as a sponsor, which means I need you to buy hats, okay? Go buy hats. They're the best hats. I'm wearing one right now. I'm wearing the Freedom hat. They just rolled out the USA 250 line. Use code MISFIT25 at theheartbeatbrand.com. And if we can sell 10 hats, they are going to be a sponsor. So I need you to go do that right now. You go buy hats and get us some sponsors, because we will never sell out. We will only promote products that we like and we use with fun, patriotic Americans who are behind them. All right. Sean Farish coming up next. I will see you tomorrow for Woke Wednesday. Everybody, have a good one. Peace.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not.
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
I guess that's happening today. You know, every now and again, the intro just decides it's going to stop. And I have no idea till I click back in and see that I'm just on the screen. Good morning to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroy Nation, coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to the show. I mean, and every morning I'm like, I wonder if it's going to do it this morning. And then, I'm bouncing around. I'm sharing the show in different spots. I'm making sure that, all the social media channels, have all the links up and all this. And I come over and all of a sudden, the live chat's on the screen. I'm just it's a good thing I'm not like doing something stupid, right? It's a good thing I'm not doing something stupid while that's happening. It's one of those rules, right? It's one of the golden rules of whether radio, streaming. When you're in front of one of these, you assume it's on at all times. And one of those, the camera, you assume it's on at all time. Anyway, I hope you liked the impromptu. I hope you liked the impromptu start to the show this morning, because I'd rather go through the intro and I'd rather go through the way it usually starts. But hey, what are you going to do? It's all right. It's all right. All right, it's primary day. Folks, you understand what we have to do. Remember, first of every month,
Google.
You go to the Google and you make sure.
Google what they said.
You make sure that that you are aware of elections in your state, in your county, in your town, wherever you might be. You make sure that you are always aware of elections where you live. So we did the Google exercise yesterday, right? We did that whole exercise yesterday where we go on and you go to Google, you ask, is there an election in my zip code this month? Right? You put your zip code in and you find out if there's an election. And if you don't get a good answer from the Google, you can go to any other search engine, any of your favorite AI chatbots, wherever it might be. Make sure you know about the elections in your area. Today is primary day. Today is primary. Tommy John McGryan says, does that make us Goo Goo Dolls? No, because the Goo Goo Dolls are a one-hit wonder, okay? It is primary day in, most importantly, I'm not going to say most importantly, because for those who are not in California, it's not more important than where the primary is, but all eyes are on California. That's the most high-profile race going on right now. But it is primary day in California. You have the gubernatorial primary there and the L.A. mayor's primary there. The gubernatorial primary in California we'll get into in a little bit, but, it's kind of going the way I thought it would go after Eric Swalwell dropped out. You have a lot of Democratic votes coalescing behind Tom Steyer and Javier Becerra. Now, I didn't think it was going to be Javier Becerra or as Joe Biden called him, Javier Baccaria. But I didn't think Becerra was going to make the push, but it looks like he may be the front runner for Cali governor right now, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully, Steve Hilton can finish in the top two. Sheriff Bianco is most likely not going to finish in the top two. For a while, it looked like Hilton and Bianco were going to finish 1-2, but I told you, I wouldn't be too optimistic about that, especially after Swalwell dropped out. The reason why Swalwell was forced out of the race was to make sure that Democrats weren't totally shut out from that race. But we'll get into more of that. We'll jump into a little bit of polling. Maybe we'll look at prediction markets and see where that is, because today is primary day for the California gubernatorial race. Also, L.A. mayor's race. Spencer Pratt in some polls has been up around 30%, finishing first. Has also been at around 22%, finishing third. Third would be no good. If Spencer Pratt finishes third today, he is not going to advance to the general election. If Spencer Pratt finishes first or second today, he will advance to the general election. Obviously, I'd like to see him advance to the general election. I think his campaign is in a good spot. And I've spoken to a few people over there. I think they have good strategy. We'll see what happens. Obviously, Los Angeles and California as a whole with election fraud. So all eyes will be on those. But if you're not in California and you are in a place like Iowa, New Jersey, New Mexico, South Dakota, and Montana, you also have primaries today. So if this is news to you because you refuse to do your homework and go on
Google,
all right, and make sure that you
Google what they said,
and you find out when your elections are, now you know, okay? As the great Biggie Smalls, I got along very well with Biggie Smalls. If you don't know, now you know. And we don't say the next word, right? Because this is not a nice word. If you don't know, now you know. New Jersey, South Dakota, Iowa, New Mexico, Montana, California, and South Dakota. New Jersey, New Mexico, Iowa, Montana, South Dakota, and California. You've got primaries today. If you live in one of those states, make sure that you vote in your primaries. Healthy habits, right? You vote in your primary. We were talking about this with, with our friends on Sunday night. We went to dinner. Chances are, if you're voting in a local sheriff's primary, you're forming that habit of voting in elections. If you can remember to vote in a sheriff's primary, you'll remember to vote in a congressional primary. You'll remember to vote in a gubernatorial primary. And often, sometimes they're on the same day, but sometimes they're not. You'll remember to vote in general elections. Healthy habits. It's the little things, these little habits that if we practice over and over and over again, we turn into a healthier movement, a well-oiled machine. And that's part of the reason why I really enjoy being involved in local politics, because of the long game. I'm thinking long game. I'm thinking long game. I'm thinking long game. Long. I'm thinking well into the future, years. Every voter that you get involved and get engaged in hyper local politics, sheriff, school board, mayor, library board, whatever it might be. Every person that you get engaged at that level, that person is far more likely to be engaged at the federal level, congressional, president, etc., at the state level, state rep, governor, etc. And so I'm thinking long game. So obviously, I want to see, our friend Kenneth Barrett be the next sheriff of Rutherford County, but it works. It's two-pronged, right? It's multifaceted. First and foremost, let's get our sheriff elected. But what are the downstream effects of door knocking? What are the downstream effects of getting people involved locally? It's those people forming those healthy habits, those immediate, in the immediate, forming those healthy habits that can translate downstream, that can translate in 4 years, 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, whatever down the road. Those people are still actively voting. The more active voters that we have on our side, the better and healthier our movement will be. So be a force multiplier. Do what we do. You don't have to go door knocking, but make sure that you enlist other people into the cause. Healthy habits. We call, there's that phrase out there, exercise snacks, where if you once every hour you do 10 air squats, you're going to increase your health. These are small little things. Voting in your local primary takes 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes every month, right? 24 minutes a year to do the goo-goo dance, right? Go on.
Goo-goo.
And you make sure that you know when your elections are, where to go vote, how to go vote, and that you cast your votes. Healthy habits does not take a lot. So, on that note, we will roll into the primaries today. The main race that we're going to be talking about is California. And I'm just going to show you, look, whether Spencer Pratt finishes first, second, third, whatever happens tonight, the utility, one things that you cannot take away from his campaign. One of the things that you cannot take away from his campaign is, and you can't take away the strategy, the use of social media, but not the over-reliance on social media. Who was over-reliant on social media who just got smoked in the primary 2 weeks ago? Thomas Massey.
Thomas Massey.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, look at me.
Thomas Massey was over-reliant on social media to the point where he was campaigning with idiots, morons. Bobby Sausalito, Ryan Maddow with his Nazi hoodie and necklace, and a bunch of other idiots in Kentucky for. But what were they doing when they were campaigning in Kentucky for? They were performing for an online audience that couldn't vote for them. A bot in Pakistan can't vote in Kentucky. Nor can a groyper in Minneapolis. They can't vote in Kentucky either. But they'll give you a like, they'll give you a share, they'll amplify your posts. But what does that do for you in the election? The answer is nothing. Nothing. You can use social media as a tool. You can use social media as a way of getting an ad out there, a message out there at the fraction of the cost that it would be to run that ad on television or radio. But you cannot over-rely. You cannot use social media as your main crutch when you campaign. Spencer Pratt's not doing that. Spencer Pratt used social media as a tool, as an amplifier, as a megaphone, as a supplemental piece of his campaign. But he's out there in the real world also breaking bread and talking to actual voters, and he's resonating with them. Now, again, you have a fraud machine that you have to overcome in Los Angeles, but one of the best things about the Spencer Pratt campaign is if there's anybody, young or old, experienced or brand new in politics that wants to get involved and wants to run a campaign and wants to run for office or wants to volunteer for a campaign, you look at the Spencer Pratt for mayor campaign in Los Angeles and you say, you know what, we're just going to copy and paste that. Because if Pratt can perform well in this primary, first or second, and advance to the runoff, who knows what he's going to do in November? Maybe he wins. It's possible. It's not likely, but it's possible. Maybe he wins. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he loses 55-45 in the general election. Say, oh, that's a 10-point loss. That's a blowout. Yeah, but not by Los Angeles' standards. Kind of like, think Zeldin in New York, lost by 6. Well, 6 is a lot. Yeah, but not by New York standards for a Republican. So the point that I'm trying to make here is copy and paste that formula, because if you're running like Spencer Pratt in an area that's not like Los Angeles, maybe it's more of a purple area, maybe it's a leans red area, maybe it slightly leans blue. You can flip that. You can win that race if you run a campaign the way he's been running his campaign. So learn from what he's doing. That's why we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how he's been resonating with voters in Los Angeles. Whether he wins or loses, who knows? But one of the most valuable things that will never be taken away from Spencer Pratt, the lessons that you can learn about how to run a campaign in this era, in this day and age. Okay. So we have that. Obviously, California is the main place where all of our eyes, a lot of our attention is going to be diverted tonight. But also, of course, New Mexico, Iowa, South Dakota, New Jersey, Montana as well. And did I say Idaho? No, Iowa, not Idaho. New Mexico, Iowa, Montana, South Dakota, New Jersey, California. Primary day. Happy primary day. A couple of new things about Graham Plattner. Guys, I don't know about you. I know Maine is one of these, it's a blue state, but is it really a blue state? Because they keep electing Collins, but it is a blue state because there's a bunch of nonsense up there. I'm sorry. I'm not telling you to take anything for granted. I don't see how Graham Plattner wins in Maine. I mean, fraud, sure, I get it. There's a Somali population up there too, so there could be some hijinks. This guy is now being called out by other Democrats and commentators. You almost wonder, is he going to make it through the primary? Even Janet Mills was like, I didn't drop out. I just suspended campaigning, but I'm still on the ballot. Like, you almost kind of wonder if the Democrats are trying to toss him overboard at the last second. To the point where, like, the Zoo is even criticizing Graham Plattner. And when the Zoo is criticizing Graham Plattner, what is the Zoo? The View. When they're criticizing the guy, that there may be trouble in paradise there. So we'll get to that as well. Andy Kim yesterday. The illegal aliens are our North Star. Yeah, stupid. Way to tell American constituents of yours that they come second. It's just such an insulting thing to say. But the Democrats are a vote blue no matter who cult. They're like, yes, we should absolutely put illegals first, okay? Stupid white liberal Democrat Karens. Speaking of Karens.
Oh. What?
You soccer fans out there are the weakest little bitches I have ever seen in my life.
You can't insult football!
I'm not insulting football. I'm insulting soccer. And I believe the World Cup should be canceled over Ebola. Not because I'm really scared of Ebola, but because soccer sucks. It is the worst sport in the history of sports. It's a dumb sport. It's a very hey kind of sport. Now, these athletes, there's no doubt about the fact that they're athletes. I take nothing away from the athleticism required to play soccer. But if you expect me to sit through 2 hours of 0-0, only for them to decide the winner on penalty kicks, I am ready to suggest to the President of the United States that playing soccer is an act of terror in the United States. Cancel the World Cup. It's a stupid tournament. We don't need all these third world African invaders coming into our country, sweating and spreading this Ebola. That's just the excuse. Dumb sport. Dumb. D-U-M. Okay? But I got the Europeans mad at me over the weekend because I said soccer's a stupid sport and the World Cup should be canceled. Oh, how dare you? You're talking about football. It's a beautiful game. Well, I know football's a beautiful game. Soccer's a stupid game. Oh, no, that got them all mad. Oh, no, this is real football. So there's that. And then Canada, because the Carolina Hurricanes eliminated the Montreal Canadiens in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I said Canada's not going to win the Stanley Cup. Oh, don't you know there's like a lot of Canadian teams and players on the hockey teams? Shut up. You're Canadian. Your opinion doesn't matter. So Europe and Canada are still very upset with me, which is fine. I like having, idiots upset with me. All right, let's take a quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms, OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. Your skincare products, if you're not using OFP Farms skincare products, your skincare products are awful. I mean, you're doing something wrong. Yeah, we can agree to disagree. This is America. It's a free country, but it shouldn't be a free country in this case. You should have to use OFP Farm skincare products. And the reason why? You can get 25% off. And the products don't suck. Their products are great. Father's Day, by the way, is approaching. Independence Day is also just about a month away. OFP Farms is excited to welcome new arrivals, which means they are clearing out their final inventory of premium men's beard products and the last remaining America 250 gift boxes. Now, these are not your typical gifts. They are rugged, stylish, farm-crafted items designed for dads, husbands, grandfathers, sons, and all the hardworking men who deserve something extraordinary. This is your last chance to secure these men's gift sets and beard products. Once they are sold out, they will not be restocked. Go to OFPFarms.com, Oscar, Foxtrot, Papa, OFPFarms.com. Use the code Sean, Sierra Hotel Alpha Whiskey November, to get 25% off of all men's beard products and America 250 items while the supplies last. Shop now before they're gone for good. OFPFarms.com. Use that promo code SHAWN. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 25% off men's beard products and America 250 items while supplies last. All right. Let's move on to the California gubernatorial primary and the California Los Angeles mayoral primary. Let's first start with RCP, Real Clear Politics, Cali governor.
Who
polls.
decided that it had to be gubernatorial?
Gubernatorial.
That one really makes me mad.
It's the gubernatorial. Goo. All right, here we go. Survey USA / KGTV latest polling May 28th to May 31st has Javier Becerra at 17%, Steve Hilton at 20, Tom Steyer at 20, Sheriff Bianco at 11, Katie Porterhouse at 7, and then the rest of them kind of falling off. Emerson, another reliable pollster, May 27th to May 28th, has Becerra in the lead, 28 points. Hilton at 21, Steyer at 22. That would be a no-go. You would have Republicans iced out of the gubernatorial race. And then, of course, PPP has, that's another one from May 27th to May 28th. Becerra at 18, Hilton at 20, Steyer at 21, Bianco at 14. A little bit of a closer race. So you can see the way things are shaping out. Look at the averages here on Real Clear Politics. Becerra leading, Hilton in second, which would get him into the general election. See that? Is that on your screen? No, it's not on your screen. Of course it's not. There it is. Bang. Right there. See that? Becerra leading, Hilton at second, Steyer in third, Bianco, Mahan, and the rest of them off falling by the wayside. You need Steve Hilton to finish in either first or second to advance to the runoff. What it no longer looks like is it no longer looks like two Republicans are going to advance to the runoff, icing out the Democrats. So if we look at the prediction markets here, this is Polymarket. You see Becerra right now. He seems to be get out of here. What are we doing? Go away. You see Becerra here, 92% chance to advance to the general. Hilton, a 76% chance to advance to the general. If this is right, you will have a Democrat in Javier Becerra and a Republican in Steve Hilton advancing to the general election in the California governor's race. At least you will have a Republican in the running. Now, if it does go If it does come down to Javier Becerra and Steve Hilton in a statewide election, Steve Hilton does not stand a chance. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. There's so many MAGA people in California. You don't know what you're talking about. Folks, this is a statewide election, and Steve Hilton, I'm sorry, is not an inspiring candidate. He just isn't. Okay? Well, do I want him to win? Yes. Is he going to win? Probably not. Okay? Probably not. Now, what I do want to focus on is the Los Angeles mayoral primary. Okay? So let's do this again. RCP LA mayor polls. Real Clear Politics, my go-to site when it comes to polling. 2026 Los Angeles mayor polls. Here we go. Now, again, I'm not telling you that this is what's going to happen. Okay, I'm not telling you this is what's going to happen. We're going to go through this now. The most recent poll was done by McLaughlin and Associates, May 26th to May 28th. I got to tell you a little footnote on McLaughlin and Associates. You see it on your screen, right? See that there? McLaughlin and Associates. This is the most recent poll. Has Spencer Pratt in the lead, 30 points to Bass 29, Nithya Ramen Noodles 26. Okay? 23. Jeez. Now, McLaughlin and Associates is a conservative-leaning pollster, all right? They had done a lot of polling for Lee Zeldin in 2022. They had done a lot of polling for Donald Trump as an internal pollster. They run, I believe, the CPAC polls. So they found Spencer Pratt leading. However, they're biased, most likely a little bit in that direction. Whether that bias bled into the polling, we don't know, but it's important to have context. What worries me is in every other poll, so you see on your screen again, it should be on your screen, yes. Signal, you see Bass 25, Pratt 22, only leading Ramen Noodles by 4 points. Emerson, Bass leading Ramen Noodles by 3 points. In the LA Times survey, Pratt trailing Ramen Noodles by 3 points. We can't have Spencer Pratt finish third. And the reason why I'm worried when it comes down to 2 or 3 points in terms of, the gap between Ramen Noodles and Spencer Pratt is fraud. Are they going to try and eliminate Spencer Pratt from the general election through voter fraud? I wouldn't put it past them.
They've already found burnt up ballots.
Well, but here's the thing. If you're burning up ballots in a drop box, those are most likely majority Democrat votes.
They all have to vote Dropbox. They all have to mail them in, from what I understand, don't they?
No. I think there's in-person voting in California. Now we got to double check this.
Yeah, 'cause maybe I'm wrong.
In Washington State, it's 100% mail-in. In California, I believe there's in-person voting. Let's go to, let's just search this. Is there in-person voting?
A lot of Democrats are going to be voting for Pratt, so even if those were Democrat votes,
I think most Democrats are voting for Bass or Ramen Noodles.
I've seen a lot of interviews that a lot of Democrats are saying they're Democrats and voting for Pratt, though, too.
Yeah, they're going to vote for him, but I think most of the people who are going to use those drop boxes are going to be Bass or Ramen Noodles. I don't think they're going to be. Is there in-person voting in California or Los Angeles for the mayors?
Okay, so they're saying there are in-person voting places, but everyone gets a mail-in ballot, and most people drop off or mail them.
Yes, everyone does get a mail-in ballot in California. Yes, but you can vote in person.
Mail-in voting is majority in California.
Yeah,
what the people from California in the chat are saying.
Right, and the majority of voters in California are Democrats. What I'm saying is, if you were to take a sample of ballots out of a drop box, the amount of Pratt votes in that ballot box, I would believe, is probably going to be lower than those in person. So when we talk about the ballot boxes getting lit on fire, or I think it was only one that had happened to, I would say disproportionately impacted the actual Democrats in the race and not Spencer Pratt. That's not to say that Spencer didn't lose votes from that incident, but it is to say that if you were to take that sample out of that drop box, it's most likely going to be heavily tilted towards the left-wing candidates versus the centrist, or if you want to call him right-wing candidate, Spencer Pratt. That's my hypothesis. I'm not saying they're not cheating. I'm saying I don't think that the boxes being, or that one box, it was one, being lit on fire is going to, I think it would negatively impact Bass more than it would negatively impact Pratt, although Pratt would still be negatively impacted. What I'm worried about is the ballot harvesting operation from the actual dyed-in-the-wool socialists like Karen Bass, like Ramen Noodles, and are they working together to ice out Spencer Pratt? Because this is politics and it's a dirty game. What I will say is I am optimistic about Pratt's chances because of what you just said. There are Democrats in the state of California who are going to vote for Spencer Pratt. And because of what I'm about to show you, Spencer Pratt has actually been out in the neighborhood talking to people, minority voting blocks. He was in the hood yesterday or a couple days ago, actually, making his final pitch to, you want to call them disenfranchised LA voters? Maybe. Remember, Spencer Pratt's a victim here. He lost his house. His parents lost his house. And he's tired of seeing the city that he spent the majority of his life in run into the ground. I mean, Karen Bass had a live stream the other day and a homeless guy died on it, right? I mean, this isn't like, oh, hyperbole, like, you're exaggerating it. People aren't actually dying. Like, it happened live on a live stream the other day. Spencer Pratt pointed it out. So I want to show you, this is what Spencer Pratt has been up to in Los Angeles. This is what Spencer Pratt has been up to in Los Angeles. And again, if you are somebody who is thinking about running for office, volunteering for a campaign, and you think that it's all online or the internet is the best way to reach a bunch of people, yes, you can reach a bunch of people fast, but it's not targeted. You can't just on X say, I only want to reach the people of Los Angeles. If you get 7 million views, well, some of those views might be in New York. They can't vote for you in California. They can go to California because they can't check the ID, but it's illegal. The point of the matter is, you can use social media as a tool, get your name out there, generate buzz, but you've got to walk the streets. You've got to play in the trenches. You've got to get down and dirty. You got to get your hands in the dirt. And that's exactly what Spencer Pratt's been doing. So take a look at what he was doing here in the hood in Los Angeles. And this is why I do believe that he is going to advance today. Watch.
The system is failing the whole city.
The city, I mean, it's been failing for years.
There you go.
There's nobody have never came in here and made it better.
Don't vote for the same. The same is just going to do the same. At least he's changed.
They say that. Everybody say that. They say that.
I actually.
But nothing ever changes.
We know what the existing thing is. It's terrible.
I see it every day. I'm a recovering addict. I see it every day, 8 years later. I just want to know what's going to change, what's going to be different, because it's still the same.
I'm not them, so that's already changed.
He's not a part. That's true.
So, first off, I'm not part of it.
The party is different. But Donald Trump. No. So hold on a second. What do you have a different party? It's different. Yeah, every party is different.
No, but you had the same people over and over and over. Why don't we have a change this time and see what happened? No, we didn't say that because we didn't say that before. Guess what? Because they didn't have no. Hold on. We didn't have that before because they didn't have that.
Let him answer.
Yeah, it's not.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
I'm not these people. I came here in this community, lots of communities, to hear all the problems so I can get the information.
Yes, sir.
I just met that one 10 seconds ago. So, to be clear. So I'm here just to get information, because without information I have no power or knowledge. So I can tell you 100% I am changed, because I'm not part of this system that's been, no matter who you vote for, it's all part of that system. So I'm just going around to hear all the failings across the city to get that information, so to do my best as a human being. So,
do you know he's homeless? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I watch him in the hills. I grew up with Spencer.
It takes somebody
I know exactly who he is.
From what we were going through to get in the office and make some corrective change, because he's not a politician, he's for the people.
Yeah, I appreciate your concern. I don't trust any of these people either. It's all talk. I'm not here to even talk. I'm here just to listen, hear what people's feelings are. I'm not actually here to, I haven't asked one of these people this one guy actually said he's voting for me, and he put that on to me. But I didn't come here to ask for one vote. I came here to get more information.
And that's fair. And it's fair. Everybody should be able to have questions and get answers, and that's fair. And I thank you for answering. And I thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And I feel
I watch you for years. I watch what happens. So it's nothing against you. I just want to answer.
You guys are both frustrated.
I appreciate you.
Good. Hello.
Oh, Spencer. My nephew. This is Spencer. That's my grandson Nathan. This is Mikkel, and that's Nathan. And this is Spencer.
Yes. So you can get my number and start giving me all these concerns. So I can't speak on your behalf.
Okay.
So I'll give it to you over here.
Okay.
Now, what did you see in that clip? What was the most important thing that you saw in that clip? Because I'll tell you what the most important. Let me see in the chat some feedback. What was the most important thing? What stood out to you in that exchange? It was 3 minutes long. I know some of the audio was kind of like, it wasn't professionally recorded, which I actually like because it wasn't staged. What stood out to you in that? She's 35 with the grandson. Okay, fine. She might not have been 35, but she was fairly young to be a grandmother. Okay, fine, whatever. Frustration is the norm. Respect, yes. An actual conversation, yes. Civility, yes. Good point. Listening, yes. Good point. Nobody died. Why do I not have the chat on the screen? Get this chat on the screen. Look at that. He honestly listened, yes. But do you know what else? You know what else I found? She appreciated him, yes. Everybody, by the way, these are all right answers. These aren't the answers that I'm thinking of. Connecting with the voters, yes. Communication and feedback, yes. He turned an argument around by listening and respecting, yes. No yelling, yes. Gave his phone number, yes, as did Kenneth Barrett. He's done that as well. Yep. We know that's great. Nobody cussing, nobody yelling, nobody screaming. All of these are correct answers. But you know what else I noticed? It wasn't just Spencer Pratt selling himself. Did you notice that? There were other members of the community respectfully selling Spencer Pratt to the woman who was asking questions. Did you notice that? Did you notice that? That's what stood out to me. It was other members of that community who believe in him enough to advocate on his behalf to the woman asking questions. And if that's happening in that crowd, that's happening in many other places of Los Angeles as well. And what did those other members of the community say? It's kind of like what Donald Trump had said when he pled his case to the black community, the Spanish community, minority voters in the country. What do you have to lose by voting for Spencer Pratt? Because for years, Los Angeles has voted for the same thing over and over and over and over again. Democrats, Karen Bass, Democrats, left-wingers, socialists, social justice, all this. And nothing has gotten better. So the worst thing that can happen is Spencer Pratt is incompetent. That's not a change from the norm in Los Angeles. And instead of dealing with Karen Bass, you're dealing with Spencer Pratt, and the city still remains dangerous and poop infested. But the best thing that can happen by voting for Spencer Pratt, an outsider, not a politician, is actual meaningful change that he is in the community listening to these voters to understand what he wants to see changed. Karen Bass doesn't do this. Ramen Noodles doesn't do this. They believe they're anointed. They believe they're entitled to the role of mayor because they're Democrats or socialists or left-wingers or entrenched political figures who have served in government for decades. They don't listen to the people. That right there. Guys, Spencer Pratt is not a politician. Yes, he's running for political office, but he is not a politician. But what is he doing? He is doing what Thomas Massey should have done in Kentucky, He's doing what John Cornyn should have done in Texas. He's doing what John Thune should be doing in South Dakota. He's doing what Lisa Murkowski should be doing in Alaska. He is out there with his potential constituents and voters and members of the community listening to the things that they want done. Why? Because Spencer Pratt is not running to be a ruler. He is running to be a public servant. And there is no better way to serve the public than to take the public's order. Ma'am, how do you want your meal cooked? What do you want to see changed in this city? You keep talking about change. I am change. I'm not them. Now, just saying I'm not them isn't a good enough argument. But the way he has framed it, he is a victim of the incompetence that has run Los Angeles into the ground over the last couple of decades. He's been the one running the city over the last couple of decades. That's been Bass and the Democrats. This guy is doing what every politician should do. Get out in your community, talk to the people, listen to the people, have conversations with your constituents. You're a public servant. You should be serving the public. Take the public's order. Ask the public how they want their meal cooked. Go back into the kitchen, cook the meal, bring it out and say, boom, results. If you are thinking of running for office anywhere across the country, listen, whether Spencer Pratt wins the primary, loses, and finishes third, doesn't advance, the way he has run his campaign is inspiring, and it is the right way to run a campaign, and it is the way more politicians should behave. Why don't politicians behave the way Spencer Pratt's behaving? Because they're politicians. Spencer Pratt's a normal person. He's using common sense. He's doing what he thinks should be done in the role of a public servant. Most politicians couldn't give a damn, and that's where the system is broken. But when you see members of the community in that clip I just played, actually advocating on behalf of the candidate to undecided voters like the woman who was asking questions, that is the sign of a very, very strong campaign. So I do think he's going to advance tonight. I do think he is going to advance tonight. Do I think he's going to win the general election? I have been very, very clear. It's going to be a tough battle. I don't think he's going to win. That's not to say I'm not rooting for him. That's not to say I don't want to help him. That's not to say I'm not watching him. I'm just, from a numbers standpoint, it's going to be difficult. But I again, the biggest utility we can learn is how he's running his campaign. Learn from it. All right. All right, to a quick break, a little way late on this one, but we got to get to a word from our friends over at Silent. It's slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Let's face it, folks, your phone is a tracking device. It's tracking you everywhere you go. It listens to you. Government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those crazy cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. The worst part about it is they don't ask. They just take it. That's why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same tech that's trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that technology is available to you so you can protect your family, your freedom, and your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves, their crossbody Silence patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just go to slnt.com/Sean to save 15% off and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence! Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. All right, let's move in. Next, we're talking about the issues that matter to real voters in the real world. Spencer Pratt's doing it right. I hope his hard work is rewarded tonight. I think he's going to advance. I do. I think he's going to advance. But it's going to be close, and we know they're already playing games in California. We know they're going to play games. Now, I want to play for you I want to play for you this. This is what's also going on in California. Then we'll go to Graham Plattner in a second. Watch this story. ICE is urging California's Governor Gavin Newsom, which, I mean, he's not going to give into this, but they're citing a very, very bizarre story. Drop your sanctuary policies because an illegal alien has just been arrested and charged with triple homicide, murdering an infant, his mother, and his grandmother. Let me guess. He's just looking for a better life. That's why he killed his grandma, his mom, and his baby. Right? Did I do it right, Andy Kim? Is this guy your North Star, you piece of garbage? No, the detainees are our North Star. This guy's your North Star? Okay. Here's a story, a little bit of a newscast about this gruesome illegal alien triple homicide. Watch.
My aunt and her daughter, my cousin, and her son passed away.
Family members of those 3 victims waited together outside of this crime scene as they learned what happened to their loved ones.
It hurt the whole family, It's 3 people, 3 loved ones.
Modesto police say 2 women, a 23-year-old and a 54-year-old, were found stabbed to death at a home near Thrasher and Monterey Avenues. A baby was also stabbed and taken to the hospital where they died.
The baby was about 3 weeks.
This is a tragedy, and there's words cannot express how terrible this incident is.
Modesto Police Lieutenant Eric Schuler says a 4-year-old was also found inside of the home. They were taken to the hospital to be checked out and have since been cleared and released. Exclusive views from Livecopter 3 show the scene just across the street from an elementary school. Orville Wright.
Triple homicide. A baby stabbed. Please tell me they're your North Star, right, Andy Kim? North Star? Joaquin Escoto Vasquez, a 28-year-old illegal alien from Mexico, was arrested by the Modesto Police Department and charged with homicide and cruelty towards a child after allegedly murdering an infant, the child's 23-year-old mother, Fabiola Gonzalez Nunez, and the child's 54-year-old grandmother, Maria Silvia Nunez Villalobos. According to police, Vasquez allegedly stabbed the 3 victims at a residence in Modesto. When police arrived on the scene, Vasquez was gone, but the infant, Gonzalez Nunez, and Nunez Villalobos were found with stab wounds. Gonzalez Nunez and Nunez Villalobos were pronounced dead at the scene, while the infant was rushed to a hospital and died. But tell me, why? Why? I should even for a split second consider giving amnesty or sanctuary to any of these people. Why? The answer is we shouldn't. And I don't know. I don't know the nuances of this. I maybe have to ask a lawyer, someone in immigration law and constitutional law. Maybe we'll ask Michael Patrick Leahy tomorrow because he's studying law now and he's a constitutional guy. How are sanctuary state policies legal? How? I don't understand how there hasn't been some sort of injunction or temporary restraining order on all sanctuary states. I don't get it. And again, I'm saying I don't get it because I don't actually understand it. Maybe there's a loophole somewhere that these states are getting away with. But in the Constitution, it gives the power to Congress, the power of the importation of peoples, right? Now, in those days, it meant slaves, but nevertheless, it gives Congress the power, the authority, the final say over immigration law. How can states make their own immigration law that is in violation or contradiction to federal immigration law when the federal government and Congress, and you look at the supremacy clause, they should have supremacy on this issue? How can states make their own immigration law that isn't in line with federal immigration law when the power of immigration rests with Congress and the federal government? I don't understand. I'll do a little more research on this. All right. Quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure, which you can apparently cook with.
Yes.
Brennan made mashed potatoes.
And a friend in the chat makes her oatmeal.
Oh, right. Oatmeal. That's right. Was that H.R. Shaw?
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at the memory. Where are my keys? No idea. But I know that H.R. Shaw makes the oatmeal with the Cove Pure. Folks, you know this fluoride in your water, right? It's unfortunate. You know, it's the one thing Alex Jones was right about. Fluoride is in your water. The government has been medicating your water with it for over 80 years. Not because you asked for it, not because you voted for it, but because they decided you needed it. Well, that's not a decision I want someone else, especially the government, making for us, which is why we filter every drop of water in our home with Cove Pure. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here's what the science actually shows. In September of 2024, a federal judge ruled that adding fluoride to water poses, and I'm quoting directly from the court, quote, an unreasonable risk, end quote, to neurological health. Not a fringe study, a federal court ordering the EPA to act. Then in January of 2025, a study published in JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world, confirmed a link between fluoride exposure and children's IQ scores. The higher the fluoride exposure, the lower the IQ. No good. Now, there are some states that are moving on it. Utah and Florida, to be specific, have banned it. But that process takes a long time. Your kids, your family, anybody who's in your home, you're drinking this fluoridated water today. You need something that works now. And that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Its Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, fluoride, PFAs, lead, pharmaceuticals, and heavy metals from your water. Anything that isn't water gets filtered out. I happen to like that it adds magnesium and potassium. Is that what it adds back into the water? The magnesium and the calcium.
Calcium.
And
H.R. Shaw is a guy.
H.R. Shaw is a guy. There you go.
Sorry about it.
You
Sorry.
misgendered. CovePure.com. Go to CovePure, CovePure.com, and you can find out how awesome the Cove Pure unit actually is and get it at a $250 discount. CovePure.com/Sean, SHAWN for $250 off. CovePure.com/SHAWN. Let me tell you something. Here's how I know Graham Plattner's in some trouble, and the Democrats are no longer confident. What did they do to Joe Biden once they were no longer confident in him? They started attacking, right? Wow, guys, breaking news. Joe Biden's old. Oh, my goodness.
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than
fly. Right? We had no idea he was old. What? This is the alarm, the breaking news alarm. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Biden's old. Attack! Attack!
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly.
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. But it was breaking news that Joe Biden's old. The zoo, The View, right? The pigs, the bickering bovine, moo, on the zoo.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
I just felt like playing Obama. That's not really Obama, cock-a-doodle-doo. Listen to the zoo criticizing Graham Plattner now. That's how you know things are starting to get a little shaky for Mr. Plattner up there in Maine.
Controversies keep coming for Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner. On the heels of apologizing for a tattoo associated with Nazis, an offensive post about a wounded U.S. soldier, now his wife, Amy Gertner, is responding to reports that she gave his campaign a heads up about her husband sending sexually explicit texts to several different women.
Horrible. There is no doubt that this guy, Plattner, is flawed in many ways. This is different than the Eric Swalwell thing so far, because no women have come forward that I know of or that have been reported. We haven't seen the sex like we did with Swalwell, but it is disturbing and it is horrible. And why can't we do better? Why can't we have
it's not
better
worth it.
candidates?
It's not
Why do
worth
we have
compromising your morals and values and integrity. To be honest, his sexting is the least of my concerns with this
That's
guy.
what I thought.
Graham Plattner trashed a Purple Heart recipient, said he didn't deserve to live, defamed fallen Navy SEAL Chris Kyle, downplayed how hard it is to report sexual assault in the military, repeatedly used anti-gay slurs and homophobic posts as recently as 2021, called himself an avowed communist, and has a Nazi tattoo for 20 years that he's since covered up. This guy just seems like a guy of not very good character. And there are a lot of options in this country. And by the way, there are other paths for Democrats to win. Just win a different state. You need 4 seats. Look at Alaska. Look at Iowa. Look at Texas. Don't die on the hill of a guy who is going to be a headache for you for years to come.
That's the zoo going after Graham Plattner. That's not The Five. That's not some show on Newsmax. That's the zoo. They're not supposed to do that. Here's another clip from that. Oh, why are you giving this? Because it's significant. This is what's called, it's called analysis, right? This is how you know a Democrat candidate for office is in trouble. Democrats never attack themselves. They don't do the circular firing squad until they realize someone's a problem. They did that with Biden. They're now doing it with Plattner. When the zoo comes out and is taking shots at Graham Plattner, using homophobic, racist, Nazi, that's the way they usually talk about Trump. They know this guy is a problem. Here's a little bit more.
This political, because I'm usually not the one that does that, but watching that video of the wife saying, don't spend energy on these ads. The problem with these ads is they
Tell it like
are
it is.
true.
This is a
These
character
flaw. This isn't, Plattner has said, he did it in form. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I've changed. This is a problem. The Purple Heart recipient, by the way, the video he insulted was a man who took fire to save his team. And he said, this stupid guy should have died. It's only because they didn't have good aim that he's here. If you were capable of saying that at any time in your life, you've shown me who you are, and I heard you. This man should be nowhere near Congress.
Because I think all
already
the
got
allegations are true. The sexting with other women while married is definitely true because his wife is the person that gave the messages to his campaign to give them a heads up. So the fact now that he's saying
I don't
that
think she
part
gave
is not
messages.
true.
I think she said that he had she told
them.
campaign
But
we haven't seen messages.
But she disclosed it.
Right. Yeah,
so why would she lie about that?
See, they are panicking about Graham Plattner. They're panicking about Graham Plattner. I don't think he's going to win in Maine. And I'll tell you what, I think Mike Collins, June 16th, 2 weeks from today, Georgia runoff. Georgia. Yeah, Georgia. Creed should sing that song. Well, I just heard Georgia. Creed and Ray Charles kind of sound alike anyway.
They're similar already, at least on that
If Democrats fail to flip Maine and Democrats fail to flip Georgia, now Georgia's going to be tougher, I think. Ossoff, better candidate than Plattner. Republicans aren't losing the Senate, okay? Texas is not going to flip, but get out and vote. Talafrico's not going to win there. North Carolina probably does flip. But they're worried about this guy. And you're not the only ones. Give me a second to get to word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, and then we'll leave you with Spartacus and Andy Kim. They want nothing to do. Both senators from New Jersey want nothing to do with Graham Plattner. It's an indicator. It's an indicator. First, a word from our friends at Golden Crest Metals.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. As Jeremy said 20 pounds ago. Congratulations on that weight loss journey. That's right. It's good. Take charge of your health. You will not be upset. Here's Cory Booker. He don't want to talk about Graham Plattner. He's of course I'm concerned. Yeah. Next.
Let me ask you, do you have concerns with the weight of all these controversies that it may jeopardize Democratic hopes to get that Senate seat in Maine?
Yeah, I have concerns. That guy has questions to answer, and that's what campaigns are for.
Oh, okay. You concerned, huh? Democrats don't usually do that. Here's Andy Kim. He's the one who said illegals are the party's North Star. That's great. It's just a great thing to say. I'm so happy he said this. The other senator from New Jersey, he don't want to talk about Graham Plattner. Let's move on. The tank is clean, right?
I want to ask you about the Senate race in Maine. And the Wall Street Journal and New York Times reporting that last August, Democrat Graham Plattner's wife told his campaign about sexual text messages she had found between her husband and other women early in their marriage, and they were married in 2023. The Times says Plattner exchanged messages with as many as a dozen women, and his campaign said, no, it was up to 6. In a statement, Plattner's wife said she feels betrayed by the ex-campaign aide who revealed the information and that the couple went to counseling. Do you have concerns about Graham Plattner?
Well, first I'll say is, I've been very much focused on the crisis in my home state, so I haven't been able to focus as much on this. But right now, this information's out there with any campaign in the country. The character.
Yeah, everyone does it, except no. I don't want to talk about that. Next.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Next. I don't want to talk about Graham Plattner.
Give me what you got for a pork chop.
Give me a pork chop. Would you give me a chop? Deflect. He's like a Jedi. Pew, pew, pew. All right. We got to go. Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. Rumble.com/LFATV. If you're listening on audio, head over to Rumble. Rumble.com/LFATV. Hit the subscribe button or follow button there. That's where you can get the video version of the stream every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Jeremy Herrell up next as President Trump says, we will never give up. We will never give in. We will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. California, Iowa, South Dakota, New Mexico, New Jersey, Montana, primary day today. Get out and vote. Don't forget. Don't miss it. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time, rumble.com/LFATV. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It is Tuesday, June 2nd, year of our Lord 2026. And you're locked and loaded right here on our home, rumble.com/LFATV. Thank you very much for giving us your time and attention today, but we need more than that. We need engagement. So reach down, smash that thumbs up, share on your social medias, and let's make a statement and take a stand. The fence is owned by the devil. Get off of it and make a declaration today. This is Live from America, and I am broadcasting from the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Please let me introduce to you our producer. Everything you see comes from him. Producer Eli. It's Tuesday, one day closer to Friday, but we got a lot of news to get to.
What's going on? Excuse me. What's going on, LFA TV family and Patriots? It's time to rock and roll. You need to hit that rumble button, hit that share button, because we're rocking and rolling like Kevin Smith would say, the great Kevin Smith, even though he was going to pick on me on his freaking show today. But hit that rumble button, hit that share button. Let's get to work.
It's not hard to do. You make it easy, Eli, sometimes. Like when you were just talking with your mouth full, I thought for sure I was listening to Kamala Harris on the other end, but I digress. Let me say hello to Tommy Lance, Timber in the live chat here on Rumble. We've got Sherry, Richard, Willie Rumble, Rockin' Rev Dean, Cat Lover, Fun Mom, B Hops. We've got Lecky Robert in the building. WB Patriot is here. Barb Naylor, Sky 04. We've got Miguel. We've got Erica. We've got, who else? Lisa, Aeropink. How you doing? Slam is in the building. TD Hodges is here. Liz Ellis is in the building. Purple Snowflake is here. Park 1957. C. Ward Tammy. Dana. Sherry. Great Guy Gary. Audrey. Wayne. J. Deeds. And so many more. But I would be remiss if I didn't go over to YouTube and say hello to another one bites McGrowan over there. We've got Generic Nickname in the building. Stephen Bryant is there. Shinjin is there. Bo Echo is in the building over there. Thank you very much for watching. That Lucky One is here. We've got Jambo and Brutal Facts. Can't wait to see what they're saying. We've got Cap'n Crunch, Monkey 17, and Rex D1W. Well, good morning, and welcome to Live from America. My name is Jeremy Herrell, and we've got a lot of news to get through. First of all, what I really wanted to do today is I wanted to make you throw up. Yeah, weird, right? What do you mean? What do you mean? How are you going to make me throw up? Well, there's one individual that every time I see, it makes me want to throw up.
By the way, whatever happened to Hunter? Where the hell is he? Where's Hunter?
Hey everybody, just a quick message to say thank you to everybody who has messaged me today on 7 years clean and sober. I'm more proud of that than anything I've ever done in my life, and I just want everybody to know that
more than
still
having a
out there
baby
sick and
and
suffering,
raising
there's
any
a way
kids
out, and that way out is together. I'm so proud to be a part of this community, and I'm just so grateful for all the love and support everybody has given me. So thank you again. Hey, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Hunter. Great job. Great job. George Floyd been sober for 6 years, and Hunter Biden claims, ready, that he's been sober for 7 years. Now, I don't know about you, but I remember watching him on the balcony of the terrace of the White House during 4th of July celebrations and more. And I remember watching that guy pace back and forth. As a matter of fact, Eli, if there was a blind, if there was a window somewhere, he probably would have been peeking out of it every couple seconds. I saw him sniffing. I saw him turning his back to the camera. I saw him huddling over in the corner. I'd see him walk back into the Oval Office and walk back out on the terrace, high as a frickin' kite. Almost, Eli, looking like how Hillary Clinton looked the day she saw the balloons coming down from the DNC roof. Whoa, whoa. If that guy's sober, I've got a bridge in New York to sell you, Eli. In Brooklyn, as a matter of fact.
I was going to say, it hasn't been 7 years since he dropped that little baggie of cocaine in the White House. That doesn't match up, so I'm going to have to call bullshit.
Hold on. That, according to Hunter and Candace Owens, was not his cocaine. He said, I wasn't even there that day.
Yeah, and we put astronauts on the moon.
We went to the moon? We went to the moon, everybody! But seriously, I wasn't even there that day? Okay, well, you know. I highly doubt that it was a Secret Service agent. I highly doubt that it was a visitor. Remember they always say, what they said after that? Well, there's a lot of visitors that come through that area of the White House. Really? That area? That specific area? Pretty sure visitors aren't walking through there. And by the way, Eli, I'm pretty sure a visitor walking into the White House with cocaine would have been flagged when they walked into the White House. I'm positive I seen dogs on the White House grounds when we were there, Eli. Hey, look, maybe there were cocaine sniffing dogs back then. I don't know. I mean, not they sniff out cocaine. I mean, maybe the Bidens were giving them cocaine. You know what I mean? It seems like it was abundant in the Biden family.
Maybe it was a Jedi that came and visited the White House that day. This is not the baggie of cocaine you're looking for. All right, go on.
Actually, Eli, I've cracked the case. It was none of those. I regret to inform you that it was the Jews. The Jews brought the cocaine to the White House, and hoy vey, left it there by accident.
It's not cocaine, it's powdered sugar. All right, go on.
It's just the sugar, you know. Hey, I'd like to thank Vita Rose in the Rumble Live chat for the $100 very, very kind and gracious donation. That is going to cover almost half of Patriot Pals this week. So you made a lot of kids happy. Thank you so very much. We appreciate that. Remember, $1 a day keeps the sponsors away, although we've got some good ones over the years. Here's his mom.
I've got to lift him up. So we go to the next event, and I'm thinking, what do I say that will lift him up? That is true. I want to say the things that are true. And so I said, you know, you answered every question. My mind's racing. You know,
that's a pretty low bar.
Well,
I mean,
you know what that is, Eli? She's on a tour right now, making excuses for her husband when he was president. Now, forgive me, but didn't they just come out right after his presidency and say he's literally riddled with cancer and like has all these, you know, physical ailments and problems? Why are you with him in his last moments? Why are you and your son doing social and mainstream media tours? There's no comeback for you. And if you're trying to apologize, Jill, for crying out loud, it's very easy. Say, I am sorry I lied. Don't come out now, post-presidency, after everything that happened to this country, on the day you stole the election and after that you ruled this country right into a depression that we're just getting out of, or a recession, I guess. 9.8% unemployment, $10 eggs, and you want to hear people complain today? Do you not remember? Don't come out and say you're sorry. Don't come out and say shit. Just go away. What are you trying to do? Hawk some books or Hunter's artwork? Thanks, everybody. I've been sober for 7 years. I'm gonna draw this crack pipe now and sell it. Just sick of the old dynasties, Eli. The Clintons, the Romneys, the Bushes, the Schumers, the Nadlers, all of them. Bye.
And I was just doing a clip for Will on this, actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I was hearing her say things like, you know, I couldn't come right out and say, Joe, you did a bad job in the debate. You did a bad job. You're saying it right now. You admit he was a shitty president.
Yes. Yeah. What was I supposed to do? Tell him, honey, you had a stroke on stage. No, I couldn't tell him that. So instead I said, didn't he do a good job, everybody? Joe, you answered every question. You stood up to that bully. You told the truth. Did you see Joe when she said that? He was like, I gotta get the ice cream now. It was like a toddler, Eli, that was, happy that you said and validated that he did a good job, so he's going to get his treat. You embarrass this country with that BS.
Yeah. And they trash on Trump daily still.
Yep.
They take 1 million pictures of the guy, and they find the one picture that makes it look like he's incapable of being president, and then they compare it to Joe tripping and stumbling down the beach the other day. Why are you making that? Don't get me wrong, I can't stand Joe Biden, but why are you making that poor man walk on the beach? He can't walk on the beach. He managed to get where he was going, but put him on a golf cart and drive him around, for God's sakes.
We know he can't ride a bike, that's for sure. I remember when he fell off the bike and literally people were going there and pinning the location, on putting it on Google and Pinterest. So people would go there. What's so special about this place? Oh, that's where the President of the United States couldn't ride a bike. Whoa. This is where the President of the United States couldn't walk upstairs. Whoa. This is where the President of the United States couldn't walk downstairs. Whoa. This is where the President of the United States fought corn pop. This is where the President of the United States learned about cockroaches. This is where the President of the United States showered with his daughter. And this is where the President of the United States shit his pants. Congratulations, America.
It's mind-boggling. It's a sad day in history, in America's history, when those are pinpoints on, like, Google Maps where you can go visit certain locations.
Yeah. And that's the other thing, too, Eli. What's funny is they claim he won that debate. You won the debate, Joe. After the stroke, he clinched it after the stroke. After he said, we're going to kill Medicare. It's not a joke, folks. We're going to kill Medicare. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. I no more think of myself as old as I am than fly. Alzheimer's, cancers, and cocaine, ladies and gentlemen. The dynasty's over. Let's move on. You know what I'm saying? Hey, LFATV.us. That is the official website. LFATV.us. That's where you can go and donate. That is where you can go and purchase from our store. That is where you can go and get updated news, sign up for the newsletter, and watch current, past shows and short clips. LFATV.us. And I can promise you that ice cream doesn't have bones. Also, if for any reason you want to go over on YouTube, we are simulcasting on our YouTube page right now. We got it back after years of it being gone. It's about 28,000 followers over there, and we probably have about 100 or so live viewers starting to build back over there. We'll see what happens. Probably be kicked off by the end of the month. Who knows? But that is another outlet that you can watch us on right now. And do not forget about the podcast, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. You get both Rise Up and Live from America for any of your audio listening sites, Apple, Spotify, and more. And then, of course, you don't want to see messages that people send me constantly on social media, but you do want to see Patriot Pals right here. There it is, Patriot Pals, ladies and gentlemen. The last episode that was this Saturday is now on Patriot Pals right here. Patriot Pals episode 8. We talked about the invention of the airplane, moving us all the way to, Elon Musk's rockets today. And now that was American ingenuity that brought us from there to here. So check that out, Patriot Pals. Follow that channel and share that with anybody in your family that might get a kick out of that, adult or child. I love the show. I watch them over and over again. And remember, too, folks, today is primary day in many states, including Iowa. So today we have Dylan Fillion, who lives in the same town that I live in, coming on today to talk about his candidacy here in Iowa. Let's go to the Lord in prayer, and let's get busy. And by the way, to all the people over on YouTube who hate every bit of all of this, I admire you. I really do. I have never in my life done that. I've never willingly went somewhere that I hate and spent a considerable amount of time there. So I'm not mad at you. I actually welcome very much your opinion, and tell your friends about LFA TV on YouTube. And we're going to pray for you as well. Ready? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Shannon says a church with gay flags is not a church. I could not agree more. It would be like if a church put a flag out that promoted murder, or promoted adultery, or promoted lying, cheating, and stealing. You cannot promote sin that the Bible clearly records is sin and expect to be looked at as an actual legitimate church. I said what I said as well. Moving on. It shouldn't be an issue. By the way, happy Pro-Life Month. Remember, Roe v. Wade was overturned in June. That is when June became Pro-Life Month. So happy Pro-Life Month. And all of you virtue signaling sports teams out there, including my very own Chicago Bears, whom I saw yesterday post the Chicago Bear in LGBTQ colors, in which I went into the thread and I seen a thread that said, or a comment that said, the comments in here is exactly why we need a Pride Month. Yeah. Done with that crap too. Happy Pro-Life Month, everybody. Here's to not killing babies. Amen? Let's have our first slurp. Put Pride Month back in the closet where it belongs. All right. First and foremost section of today. Now that Congress is, back to work, Senate Leader John Thune is facing massive pressure from the entire country to start fighting for the Save America Act now that recess is over. Pass the border reconciliation bill and bring back Save America to the floor and get rid of the filibuster in order to make it happen, Cap'n. Nobody wants to hear John Thune muttering along, fumbling and bumbling along like Lurch from, what was Lurch from the Adam's Apple? Who was Henry Munster from the Adam's Apple, the Adams Family, and who was the Herman Munster on the Munsters? Oh, that's what he reminds me of. Just some zombie, low-level, low IQ freak who doesn't have any inspiring quotes. He doesn't encourage anybody. He doesn't garner any kind of hope or cheerlead in any way to get people excited for any upcoming elections. As a matter of fact, the only time I hear John Thune speak about elections is when it's in the case of one of the ones that he wants to win, like John Cornyn or Bill Cassidy or Langford or Lindsey Graham. Well, we just got to get out there and we got to do this and we got to do that. Really? Is that what we got to do? Is that what we got to do, Lurch? We just got to get out there and just do it? You just got to, I don't know, kill the filibuster. Or guess what? President Trump signed no bills. But here we are.
Unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, June 2nd. That following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today. The morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the two leaders be reserved for the use later in the day. Morning business be closed and Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Lane nomination. Further, that at 11:15 a.m., the Senate execute the order in relation to the Lane nomination, and that following disposition of the cloture motion with respect to the Coleman nomination, the Senate recess for the weekly conference meetings until 2:15 p.m., and if cloture is invoked on the Kuhlman nomination, the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination at 2:15 p.m.
Oh, shut up.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned on the provisions of S.Res. 755.
Under the previous order and pursuant to S.Res. 755, the Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026, and does so as a further mark of respect to the late Donald W. Regal, Jr., former senator from Michigan.
All right, here's my problem with that. And Mr. President, if there's no other further matters for the Senate, I request that the Senate be adjourned. So you adjourned early on your first day back, only to come back today at 10 a.m.? At 10 a.m.? At 10 friggin' a.m.? You non-working, lazy, entitled piece of garbage? That's what you did? If there's no further matters for the U.S. Senate, then I respectfully request that we adjourn until 10 a.m. on Tuesday. Today, why? There are matters pressing to the Senate. As a matter of fact, it would have been nice if one senator with even one ball, let alone two, were to walk through any of the doors of those chambers and say, "Excuse me, Majority Leader, there are pressing matters that the U.S. Senate has been requested by the American people to look at." And one of those is the filibuster. The other is the Save America Act. The other is a reconciliation bill. The other is the multitude of executive orders that President Trump has put out there that we can, I don't know, codify into law. Take your freaking pick. Where are the balls of anybody in D.C.? You know what would have been nice, Eli, is if the president himself had opened the door to the Senate chamber as soon as he said, if there are no other pressing matters for the U.S., I'd like to defer until tomorrow. And all of a sudden the door opened. Excuse me, there are matters, and nobody's going anywhere until we figure this out. It's my party. I've been elected by the people. We're doing this, and we're doing it now. Oh, that would have been amazing if he went and scolded the Senate for not doing a damn thing ever.
Absolutely. Damn Skippy. Jeremy Field, excuse me, I have a birthday to sing in the chat. I'm just going to get that out of the way here real quick. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Terry. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Happy
Back
birthday to Terry. Thank you very much. Thanks for doing that. But that's what needs to happen. Because there's nobody in the Senate with balls, then somebody outside of the Senate, I don't know, with equal or greater power, like the president. Now, somebody will say, the idiot, he doesn't have greater powers. The three co-equal branches of government, they all have equal amount of power. Ugh. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Can the Senate unilaterally do anything? No. Can the president? Absolutely. I'll take the presidency over majority Senate leader any day. So, that's what needs to happen. Last night, I want to read to you a message that I got last night. Now, I'm not going to tell you who it's from, but there's a reason I'm reading it to you. I got a message last night that said, listening to your show today, your knowledge and your stats are incredible. What was this message about? This message was about how we were literally laying out facts and stats to prove people in the YouTube chat wrong, to see if there was any receipts that they could bring to match that, which they couldn't. She said, you need to be a congressman so you can tell this country what you know. I've listened to lots of podcasts over the years. Yours really is the best. You're a great debater, a master at that. Probably should have been a lawyer. Now, I'm telling you that because I told you when I moved to Iowa that part of that plan to move here was making it more of a reality that I could run in a place like this and win an election. I have, let's see, I think 13 or 14 events coming up here in Iowa with the Republican Party over the next 4 months. So I am going to meet and face-to-face have conversation with the Republican Party in this region, in this area. And as that goes on, I will make my decision on whether or not I am going to run in Iowa. If I do, it will be in the 2028 cycle. So, pray for that. Pray for whatever direction and whatever God wills that direction to go. It's something that I don't want to do, but I didn't want to do LFA TV and I didn't want to do Rise Up either. And God won from that. So, you know, I definitely don't want to be living any part of my life in Washington, D.C. I don't want to be spending any considerable amount of time in Washington, D.C., but very rarely are those called to do something excited about what they have to go do. So we'll see what happens. I'll pray on that and see what God says. But I have a feeling that 2028 might consist of me running for a U.S. Congress seat, which would be Marionette Miller Meek's current seat right now. And I've asked my wife, is this something that you want me to do? She's the same way. She doesn't want me to go live in D.C. She doesn't want me to have to do that and have that fight. But she also knows that, you know, there's very few people that should do it and many people that do and win. So I guess we'll see what happens. But that's, you know, that's just something I wanted to share with you. And there's a reason why. Because this Republican Party is weak. It's been weak for decades. It's still weak today. And there needs to be somebody who will speak out. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to go there and literally just, you know, destroy the place. I would truly go there with honor for the seat. I would truly go there with whatever respect was necessary or earned, I guess, to give to people. But I would go there speaking the way I speak today. In a respectful, you know I'm at work manner. So, Jeremy, you wouldn't be there much anyway. Look how many vacations you'd get. Eli, that's not wrong. Look how many times I'd be able to be home doing absolutely nothing for almost $200,000 a year. Probably not a bad gig. I'd bring producer Eli with me, and he would be my comms director and my editorial communications director. Eli, you wouldn't mind that, right? As well as producing the show from D.C. You said you wanted out of Vermont someday.
I love Vermont. Vermont is so between Vermont and D.C. I'm planting roots right here.
Fun Mom said Jeremy couldn't use the word retard. Do you want to bet? I might end up getting censured for that because I would be like, that's retarded to my own majority leader. But I do believe it's what's needed. We set out in 2016 to get rid of rhinos. We're still here today. At least we have the guts to do that. Republicans might not have a lot of balls, this Republican Party, but some have become... I didn't think Marco Rubio would ever be MAGA. Put it that way. I never thought Marco Rubio could disassociate himself from the establishment and be, you know, what the people want. And look at him. So there are people in here who are at least willing to purge this party. And that's what I would continue that journey for, is to stand up for the people of Iowa, but continue to purge this horrible, horrible party of all of its corrupt individuals. That would be my main reason. Like this guy right here.
You've heard about the president's $1.8 billion fund, the so-called anti-weaponization fund, to pay people who say they were unfairly investigated or prosecuted by the government. It's tied up in the courts right now. But, Mr. Vice President, should the government in any instance compensate people who attacked law enforcement officers on January 6th?
Well, look, I think that the weaponization fund is it's a bad idea from the start, and I would encourage the administration just to drop it. The Justice Department has the ability to settle cases like they did with that pro-life family who was put upon during the Biden administration, got us a well-deserved seven-figure settlement this week. But let's get rid of this fund. I mean, it's deeply offensive to me that you could have a fund.
Nobody cares.
That could even possibly compensate people who assaulted police officers or vandalized.
Stop. Actually, go ahead and finish. He's got about 5 seconds left of this trailer.
The Capitol on January 6th. And I think that's broadly held by most Republicans and most Americans.
Okay, good. Now that you're done, Pence. The weaponization fund wasn't just for January 6ers. It wasn't. The idea of the weaponization fund wasn't for January 6ers. The idea of the weaponization fund was anybody who had the government weaponized against them in an unconstitutional manner. Like the moms and dads who went to school board meetings. Like the people who had U.S. Marshals following them around on airplanes. Like the people who were jailed for standing outside of on public easement to protest killing babies at an abortion clinic. Yeah. The people that Merrick Garland and the Biden administration labeled as DVEs, domestic violent extremists, who've never been convicted of a record ever. You know, they always protect the illegal aliens. Well, they've not been convicted of a violent crime. Well, then why should they be on a list? But yet we have American citizens being put on DVE lists who've never even had a traffic ticket because they went to their school board meeting to say, I don't want transgenders or transvestites or anybody twerking on my kid, or vice versa. So the anti-weaponization fund was for people like that, and Tina Peters, and Rudy Giuliani, and Mike Lindell, and anybody else who was unfairly targeted and where the government used their authority to destroy their constitutional rights. You know, like when we lost all of our social media pages and we found out later on through the Twitter files, Matt Taibbi, and even later on Mark Zuckerberg, who said, yes, we allowed the federal government to pressure us to get rid of content and get rid of narratives on our platforms that did not fit the narrative of the election, of COVID. And even the people over on YouTube with a half a freaking brain that are watching right now probably agrees with me that people should be able to say what they want to say. No. Like, you have the ability right now over on YouTube to say, MAGA is a cult. Who's this MAGA cult leader? Who's this host who thinks he knows everything? Trump should be in jail. MAGA should be killed. Blah, 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 blah. Don't you think that you should have the right to say that now? If you lived in a nation where there was a king, you wouldn't be able to. Praise God that you live in a nation where the president of the United States, whom you think is a king, exercises his ability of self-control and doesn't take over the country to squash you low IQ, small-minded individuals. Eli, could I have said it better?
Absolutely perfectly said. Damn Skippy. I've been monitoring over there. Dude, the return people that we're having that stay here for 3 straight hours is blowing my mind. It's all derogatory, but they're sticking with us.
That's right. That's right. Now, Coral Reef, I respectfully disagree. Said, Jeremy, you'll never be able to speak your mind like you do now if you work in Congress. I like the way you can now. Well, here's the thing about being in Congress. People that are in Congress are allowed to continue to do podcasts. We've seen it over and over again. They're boring and lame and retarded. This would continue. What I do and what I say would continue. Now, if I was in session and I had respect for my seat, would I say it in a hearing or in a official capacity the way I say it now? Maybe not. But I would as soon as I was out of that official session and I was back on camera. If I was walking from one door to another, if I was eating lunch, if I was on my one of 10 different vacations that they get a year, yeah, I'd be still saying the same exact thing. But like any job, I would exercise some self-control over how I say it in an official capacity. I'm not that stupid. Like, I'm not a Democrat on YouTube right now eating this show up for breakfast. After that, Eli, they eat pieces of shit for breakfast. If this show isn't on the weekends, they go back to eating pieces of shit for breakfast.
Bunch of shooter McGavins. Shooter!
Kathy says you sound like a preacher, Jeremy, which is a great thing. All right, thank you. Now, GOP senators make more demands as DOJ signals the Trump administration may drop the weaponization fund. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's how I look at this weaponization fund. John Thune doesn't want this weaponization fund so badly that he is willing to talk with Donald Trump about the possibility of moving the Save America Act forward, not just on the House, or not just on the Senate floor for a sham vote that we know is going to fail because it won't get 60 votes. He's actually speaking with the administration right now and negotiating a way to drop the weaponization fund in turn to push the Save America Act forward. Now let's stop and talk about that for a minute, shall we? There's going to be a number of you that say, that's bullshit. The weaponization fund stays. There's going to be another group of you that says, if it's a trade for the Save America Act, I'm good with it. But then there's a third way to look at it here. Richard says, Jeremy, please answer. How can a Christian be a Democrat if they're lost? If they're lost. If they're not in their right mind. If they're off the narrow path. That's pretty much about it. Doesn't mean they don't want to be a Christian. Doesn't mean that they are not trying to seek the word of the Lord. It just means maybe that they're lost. Or maybe they're fake. I don't know. But you cannot align your moral compass with being a Christian and being a Democrat in 2026. Now, that's been different in other times. I would have said that about the Republican Party in other times. But in 2026, no, I don't believe you can. Now, let's get back to the third option, okay? And the third option here is President Donald J. Trump. What does he do in business? Does anybody want to take a stab at it? Anybody that actually knows him, the half-wits on YouTube are just going to say nonsensical stuff and and never, ever bring a receipt for anything. But for you people with a brain that are fighting for us on YouTube and the ones on Rumble here, the almost 4,000 live people that we have watching, what does President Trump do when he negotiates? When he wants something? When he wants to make a deal? What does he do? He goes for broke. Trump has even been known to completely say the most irrational stuff in order to use it as a means to negotiate something that he wants. There's a thing called the art of the deal, which is basically written after the art of war. Know your enemy, keep your enemy fooled at all time. Never let your enemy know what you're going to do. Show signs of weakness so your enemy gets overzealous and comes after you and thinks they're overconfident, thinks that they're going to win, but then you've caught them in a trap, right? President Trump does things in this manner all the time. He will go so far as to say, we're going to make Mexico a state, Canada too. We're going to have 2 more states, Mexico and Canada. And he'll use that, just something that he says, he'll literally use that as a negotiating tool to not make them a state in order to get something that he wants. Now, I'm not saying that that's what President Trump is doing here. But it is a third way to look at it because everybody's got an opinion. And there is a way to look at it where Donald Trump says, I'm going to give everybody who was affected by this government in some kind of a weaponization, attempt to lock them up or silence them or whatever. I'm going to give them money if it's deemed that they suffered at the hands of the federal government. Whether that's January 6ers, whether that's moms and dads at school board meetings, whether that's grandmas and grandpas standing outside of Planned Parenthood buildings, no matter who it is, people on social media. And then I might be able to use that. Or maybe he had the idea of doing that and then quickly realized how against it that the GOP establishment actually was, how the Uniparty was completely against it. And he probably goes, there's a little bit of meat on those bones right there. Well, since there's a little bit of meat on those bones, let me leave that meat on those bones for a minute before I eat it off. How about that? Let me use that meat for a little bit. Maybe I'll get something else. Maybe I can trade that meat on that bones for, I don't know, a gourmet meal, such as the Save America Act. What we do know is that President Trump has agreed, at least in a preliminary statement, the DOJ released a statement yesterday on a district court judge's ruling on the weaponization fund. The DOJ said it will abide by the judge's ruling and drop the fund. They could have fought this and gone to an appellate court, Supreme Court, but they're saying they're going to drop it. President Trump is reportedly going to drop the $1.77 billion weaponization fund created to pay people targeted by the Biden regime. Now, at first glance, Deborah says, only 34 people watching Pete and Deb. Nobody in the chat either. Question mark. Yeah, I don't know. I wish them all the best luck in the world. I don't have a problem with Pete and Deb whatsoever. I love them. Great people. At least they were always great to me anyway. I can't speak for anybody else's experience, but they were always great to me. At first glance, I don't like it. But when have you ever known Trump to back down from a lawsuit that he absolutely wants to win? And 9.5 times out of 10, he always wins, either in a federal appellate court or in Supreme Court. So why is he dropping it? What reason would he have for dropping it, knowing that he could get it through? Because you can easily prove that people's constitutional rights were destroyed, trampled on, like his in Mar-a-Lago. So why do you think he'd be dropping it? Now, Cool Truck says, here we go again, folding to the Democrats and rhinos. I don't think, does Trump, not the Republican Party, does Trump ever fold to the Democrats? At least now, to the Republicans, to the rhinos. I know he did in 2016, but I did a video yesterday where I said this presidency is far better this term than he was in his first. I think he's doing a way better job at having a handle of being in control of his administration and the government. I think he's doing a far better job. I think he learned so much. I don't think Trump caved. I really don't. And look, if when he does, I say, I believe that he made a mistake, like, with Lindsey Graham and all that stuff. I don't think he caved here. I think he's using diplomatic negotiation. And the reason I use it that way, it's because it's like two countries facing each other. MAGA and GOP, we are two opposing forces, folks. The GOP, the grand old party, is not us. That's not us. The way we looked at the GOP is the GOP was a sleeping, lazy, fat, bloated, weak party. What we did is we jabbed it with some adrenaline, gave it a defibrillator, woke it up, got it on the treadmill, and said, now let's go fight. That's the new Republican Party. So we've got the GOP and we've got MAGA still, after 10 years, showdown. I don't think President Trump caved that quickly to the Republican Party, or to the establishment, I should say. Because the new Republican Party belongs to him. Look at his endorsement record. Look at the people. two incumbent senators gone, first time in history ever happening. The guy is literally in control. You think he's going to cave to John Thune after he just kicked out two of his closest confidants in the Rhino establishment? Look deeper than the headlines. You got John Cornyn and Bill Cassidy both gone. They were GOP powerhouses, folks. Let the man cook. Okay? What comes out on the other side is going to be a masterpiece. Now, before we get to Bibi Netanyahu and President Trump, reportedly by far-left media, and then picked up by Fox, having a major blowout where Trump said, "How dare you make the United States look so bad?" Before we get to that, let's talk about Rise Up Coffee.
In the long history of the world, struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Rise Up Coffee. If you are a liberal, or if you're a Democrat over on YouTube and you want to buy Rise Up Coffee, you can't. Because as soon as you go to buy it, it asks you, do you love President Trump? And if you say no, it will not let you buy the coffee. Don't believe me? Go try to buy it. See what happens. Just go try to buy it. That's all. See what happens. Now, that's an American commercial, right? That is a beautiful American commercial. You want to know what else is American, folks? Grilling out for the summer. If you're from Massachusetts, that's what you say. Hey, we're grilling out for the summer. We're going to throw some steaks on the barbie. Come on down. Okay? Come on down. Stop at the Packy on your way. Grab some vodka. Grab some beer. Come down. We'll grill out for the summer. Right there on the Cape. Chicago Steak Company, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody out there who's a steak snob, and look, folks, not all of us can afford to eat gourmet steak all the time, but for special occasions and for big, beautiful cookouts, maybe Father's Day. As a matter of fact, if you order right now, you get free shipping plus 4 gifts right now at Chicago Steak Company, including this apron right here that says Best Grillin' Dad. Who's going to fight you on that one, right? If somebody in your family gives you that, you are truly the best grillin' dad. Send dad the very best, this Father's Day with the artisan-aged steaks that are crafted for bold flavor, exceptional quality, and an unforgettable dining experience, making them a meaningful way to show your appreciation. For a limited time only, when you order $179 or more purchase, you'll receive a Best Grillin' Dad's apron, 16 free 6-ounce premium Angus steak burgers, 1 bottle of the signature steak seasoning plus free shipping and handling. Are you kidding me? And a $25 account credit for your next purchase. And you get it in this beautiful styrofoam box, which keeps it nice and cold and frozen. Now, you have 3 opportunities here. The signature cut combo, the best value combo, or the most popular combo. And you get all of those things listed with each combo. It's beautiful. And let me tell you this. My wife and I will tell you, hands down, the best steak we've ever had in our lives. Aged up to 6 weeks. How do you get this incredible deal? Well, first of all, you got to love LFA TV. You can't get it without that. You've got to pledge your undying loyalty to LFA TV. After that, you do this. Chicago Steak Company at www.mychicagosteak.com/LFA. That's www.mychicagosteak.com/LFA. If you need a promo code, if it asks you for one, just put in LFA and you'll get all that free stuff. How can you go wrong? What a great Father's Day present. What a great present for anybody, for any time, especially if you love steaks and grilling in the summer. You know what I mean? Eli, when's your birthday? September, right? September, let me guess. September 20... I think the 4th is your birthday and the 9th is your anniversary. Is that right?
Pretty good.
Look at that. I even remember producer Eli's birthday. So all you people that say I give producer Eli a hard time, he's one of my best friends ever. Okay? I know his birthday. Eli, I'm going to send you the top combo there for your birthday, for some of the last grilling days of the summer up in Vermont. That's what your birthday present's going to be. I mean, and you're going to get one of those best grilling dad aprons, too.
Nice. Kick ass. I've been getting into some grilling lately. I just killed some burgers the other night.
How dare you kill the animals that you eat? How dare you? Pretty soon you're not going to be allowed to be able to do that in Oregon. Or was it Idaho? I don't know. One of those Northwest states we talked about the other day. They want to stop you from being able to kill any livestock, which would kill farming, hunting, or anything like that. Can't even kill a bunny. Nor chickens. How are you supposed to eat? You're not. You're supposed to rely on the 15-minute cities.
By the way, I'm going to be dressing like a warrior and going out into the woods and killing any tick that I come across. I don't know if there's much validity to this. Have you heard about the ticks now that are, I don't know, apparently falling from the skies and Ryan Matta's eyes that are, when they bite you, they make you allergic to red meat? Oh, I swear I'll deliver one of these right to these frickin' ticks.
Ain't no tick going to stop me from eating red meat, especially not the bioengineered ones that are falling out of Ryan Matta's sky. Okay? I don't drink ethanol, and I don't get ticks. Real Americans don't get ticks. Okay? Real Americans can smoke cigarettes until they're 120 and not get lung cancer either. That's a proven fact. Science proves it.
You're damn right about that, baby.
Well, I mean, except for a few people in my family who died of cancer because of smoking cigarettes, but that's neither here nor there. Okay? Let's get to some news. Far-left media claims that Trump unloaded on Bibi Netanyahu during a heated call over the Lebanon conflict. Okay. Do I think this is true? Really? I don't care. But for the Jew haters who think the Jew runs the world, and for the ones that want to prove that Donald Trump is not puppeted by the Jews that say, yes, this happened, consider the source. Number one. Consider the source of where it's coming from. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, can you do us a big favor? Can you reach down, hit that thumbs up or the thumbs down, either one is fine with us, and share to your social medias? We'd appreciate that. So, did Donald Trump blow up at Bibi Netanyahu? Who knows? What I do know is this. 9 times out of 10 when somebody says, 2 people familiar with the matter said, that's called hearsay. And if there's no proof, I don't want to hear it. What I will tell you is this. If Donald Trump was upset with Bibi Netanyahu, he's done it before, I'm sure he'll do it again, on camera, he would say that he's upset with Bibi Netanyahu. He's done it before. As a matter of fact, some of his language before to Bibi Netanyahu was, well, it would be in his best interest not to. It would be in his best interest not to. Right now, we're having a negotiation with them, and that would only mess up our negotiations. And it would be in his best interest not to do that. I'm telling you, it would not be good if he's done something like that, and I would let him know. He said those things. So if he blew up at Bibi Netanyahu, which he could have or could not have, I could care less, I am almost positive that he would either A, offer that information up freely as he's constantly talking and weaving and telling you this war would have never happened if it was for me. If I was there, this war in Ukraine would have never happened, right? He would throw it into one of those conversations somewhere. And number two, I will guarantee you he's going to be asked about this. Guaranteed that he's going to be asked about this today, tomorrow, sometime this week. Why? Because this, ladies and gentlemen, is what everybody wants to read. Nobody cares about the great things that are happening or the things that need to be addressed or things that we need to be doing better at. No, they want to hear the Us Weekly or the View or the soap opera, details of, did President Trump really yell at Bibi Netanyahu? Because you have the people that say he is puppeted by the Jews, who are just, that's all the meat that they have today. That's all they're chewing on, right? And you have the people that want to prove that he's not. That's all they're chewing on. Here's what I'll say. It was reported by mainstream media, even Fox News, Jesse Waters, the same thing he did last week when he took statements, from Anna Paulina Luna and then reported them just to find out he was absolutely wrong the next day. Fox News, I've been telling you for quite some time. Fox, CNN, MS Now, all of them, they all do the same thing these days. They get their information from all of us. Now, I'm not saying LFA TV. I'm just part of that new media sphere. There are people much larger than LFA TV that they're looking at. But in this new media ecosystem, we're all reporting on news when it happens because we have social media and we have verifiable sources for that social info as it comes out in real time. So by the time Jesse Waters comes on at 8 or 9 or whenever he's on in prime time, you've already heard the story reported by 5 different people. So, and I know what they're doing is just going and grabbing social media headlines because that is not verified. And now Fox may have to print a retracting statement. I don't know. But here's how they get away with it. Here's how all news gets away with it. Apparently, they'll use words like that. Apparently, being reported on, there's no actual verification. And I'm not saying that everything that we talk about here on LFA TV is verified information. And when it's not, we say, well, this is floating around. This is a big rumor. This was passed around on social media. It's pretty interesting. Here you go. Watch it. But I'm never going to tell you yes or no unless I have a verifiable way of telling you that this is fact or fiction. Hey, by the way, Door Slam McGraw and Eli said, hey, Jeremy, we have been Chicago Steaks customers for 20 years. Well, now you got some good promo codes to use to get things cheaper. Shannon says Fox is so irrelevant. Oh, they really are. They really are. And you know what's funny? Is that when the left wants to insult, like, say, us, they'll go Fox News propagandists. And I'm like, I hate Fox News. And they're, oh, yeah, right. You're saying everything that they're saying, and they're saying everything that we're saying. Got it? That's the difference, Joe. They're saying everything that we're saying. The only reason you're not hearing us say it is because, like the other idiots, Democrats that are watching on YouTube right now, they just not heard of us yet. But Eli, I told a guy yesterday who called to talk about kind of partnering with LFA TV to get us into different markets and outside of our normal streaming platforms. I spoke with him yesterday, and I told him, I said, LFA TV is one of the most sticky political news channels that there is online. And he said, what do you mean by that? And I said, well, back in the day, Rumble used to have this feature, like they do now, where they would feature someone on the front page, right? And those who would click in it and watch whatever was featured had the ability or the opportunity to stay and watch it or to be removed from that. what happened is that when they would feature LFA TV, everybody would get an opportunity to watch and they wouldn't leave. So that these other contracted people, like, you know, these big name people who have contracts like Crowder and others who have contracts with Rumble, they weren't seeing this major, you know, new eyes and new ears because they were already stuck on the previous show. So then Rumble had to change their algorithm and said whoever started watching the show because it was featured on the front page, people who didn't go directly to our channel to watch it would be swept away for the next show that was featured. So they had literally to change the algorithm because people were watching LFA TV so much. And Eli, it's proving to be correct over on YouTube right now because people who hate our guts and want us to die can't stop watching. So clearly everybody here is saying what you all are thinking.
It's tempting. It's so tempting to get into that conversation over there, if that's what you can call it. But I actually have to distance myself because there are certain people who keep showing up every day, by the way. You need more integrity. You need to have integrity. You need to have integrity when you just try to hit them with facts. It's hard.
I know. It really is. Now, if President Trump had a blow-up with Bibi Netanyahu, don't you think he would Truth Social that out? Don't you think that he would say that? Don't you think he would say as a warning to Bibi through social media, which he does all the time? Trump speaks to people through Truth Social and previously on X. But that's how he speaks. When he wants somebody to know something, he puts it out like that because he knows the world is going to hang on every word he says. So here's what Trump actually said yesterday. I had a conversation with Bibi Netanyahu today, asking him not to go into a major raid of Beirut, Lebanon. He turned his troops around. Thank you, Bibi. I also had a conversation with the representatives of the leaders of Hezbollah, and they agreed to stop shooting at Israel and its soldiers. Likewise, Israel agreed to stop shooting at them. Let's see how long that lasts. Hopefully it will be for eternity. President Donald J. Trump. Now, we know it never lasts long, but again, if President Trump is going to truth something yesterday about Bibi, what happened from that until mainstream media said, oh, we had a huge blowout and screamed at him? Like, there's a disconnect there somewhere. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, Marco Rubio is testifying on Capitol Hill. We saw that this morning. I was going to break in periodically to that. We do have Dylan Fillion coming up at top of the hour. So for just a few seconds here, while we're in this conversation of geopolitical strategies and operations and warfare, let's go to the Secretary of State, Mr. Marco Rubio.
In the Caribbean and in Venezuela. And now we're seeing threats of it in Cuba while we're still engaged in the Middle East, where President Trump is blowing a shocking amount of money and failing to uphold his solemn duty to put our service members at risk only for the most serious and imminent national security threats to American people. Mr. Secretary, you also wear the hat of a national security advisor. So with both that hat and as Secretary of State, do you agree that this administration has spent more on Trump's war in Iran than you are requesting today for this entire State Department budget request?
Yeah, I can't speak to the Department of War. Would have to speak to you about the money and what they calculate are the costs.
Yeah,
I
they
can't
cut
give you an
$5
accurate
billion
answer on that because that's not the thing that I look at.
I would think you would have some
what?
Over some.
It's not his department.
Because you are on national security.
Well, I've seen the
also.
Testimony that Secretary Hegseth and others have conducted in front of their oversight committees, but I just can't. I don't want to give you an answer that's not accurate.
Okay.
So.
Well, this week, let me put out some numbers that I have. This week, the cost of President Trump's illegal war choice against Iran are likely to balloon past $35 billion by the rate from DOD's own May calculations, and surpass your FY 2027 budget request of $35.1 billion for the State Department and related programs. That's an astonishing figure, worth repeating. In just 14 weeks, President Trump will have blown through as much, if not more money in Iran than he thinks Congress should spend on U.S. diplomacy for the entirety of the next fiscal year.
And remember, it's not an illegal war of choice. Is it a war of choice? Is it a conflict of choice? Yes. Is it illegal? Absolutely not. He's within his 100% legal frame to do exactly what he's doing for 90 days. Then he gets another 30 days to withdraw troops down. That's 120 days before he needs to go to Congress for any type of approval. So when they say illegal war of choice, they're wrong. Also, she is right about the money that's spent. We looked it up yesterday. But what she's not telling you is that that $35 billion is completely offset by a lot of things. Tariffs, which are upwards of $180 billion that President Trump brought in, and the $5 billion cut from the Pentagon with Doge just yesterday being announced. So trust me, I'd much rather have those numbers than sending $200 billion to Ukraine for absolutely nothing.
Iran has spent, despite sanctions, Iran found the money to build drones and rockets. Okay. And luckily we've taken a lot of them out, but they still have some and they still have the ability to
My question is about our allies in the region expressing concerns because, you see, public reporting in early May revealed that Saudi Arabia denied U.S. basing and overflight related to Trump's ill-conceived plan to escort ships through the Straits of Hormuz, and they're still not supportive of this risky tanker escort plan, and the Strait is still worse off today than it was before Trump initiated this war. And that doesn't even touch on the wider global lessons being learned by our allies and partners.
Yeah, we don't face
any. From the Shangri-La dialogue, where I heard from folks across the Indo-Pacific and especially in Southeast Asia, who are being hit hard by the same rising energy costs that are devastating American communities.
$200 billion.
And frankly, this administration insists on using military force as a first resort instead of a last resort, no matter the deadly cost of self-defeating impacts. Your budget request here would sadly perpetuate that trend and undermine the roles and responsibilities that you should be fulfilling as Secretary of State.
Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay, I didn't get to answer any of that.
I didn't ask you a question.
Well, she didn't answer the question. You want me to
Ukraine.
answer? Can I answer anyway?
You may.
Okay. Well, but she made a bunch of points. I get to answer them, right? First of all, I don't understand this thing about that. Let me tell you. We were just here. Maybe you weren't here. We were just talking about it. We did a peace deal with Azerbaijan and Armenia. We just signed the TRIP agreement yesterday, actually, or last week we signed it. Last night I officialized it. That was diplomacy.
That's great, but the Trump administration is still blown through more money in 14 weeks.
Do I get to talk?
Her time is over.
Senator Duckworth.
Yep, your time is over.
Senator Duckworth, I'm going to let Senator Rubio reply to the statements that you made at his request.
Yeah, that's.
But we've got a hard stop at 12:30.
Okay, but I know, but you said a lot of stuff. I get to answer some of it. All right. So the first is the second is India-Pakistan. We ended that war. We were involved in helping broker that. Thailand, Cambodia. That's diplomacy. We've been very engaged in fact, as I sit here now speaking to you, I've got the Lebanese government and the Israeli government meeting at the State Department starting at 8:30 this morning for the fourth time after engaging last week at the military level. So we're carrying out now, we're carrying out diplomacy all over the world constantly and very successfully in many cases. Now let me make one more point that you raised about the budget request. Guys, we understand how this process works, okay? You guys understand. I know because I've been involved all the time. We OMB produces sort of timelines for every agency. We put forward a budget. We say, this is the money we've been allocated. This is how we would spend it. There is a congressional process, which I'm sure you're aware of. And in my time here, 16 years that I was here, I don't ever recall us once ever taking the president's budget and passing it into law. I'm not walking away from the budget. We can make it work if that's the budget you give us. But I have a sense, I have a suspicion, right, Senator Schatz, that we're going to have to work with you guys, that we're going to have to, well, you know, that we're going to have to, that we're going to have to work with you guys on a budget request that meets your priorities and ours. That's how it works. You guys are the appropriators. We have to work within we will tell you what we care about. We will tell you how we're going to spend the money. But ultimately, you will provide us a spending bill.
Right. Give it to us
and we will work through those parameters. But we have given you what we can live with. We can make it work. But if you wanted, you know, if you're obviously going to have changes here in the Congress. But this stuff about diplomacy and the money spent on the war, diplomacy's always cost less money. We don't buy missiles. We don't buy rockets. We don't buy large airplanes and aircraft carriers. But we've been very effective. And I can give you list after list of places where we have had an impact in either de-escalating crisis before it started or ending active wars. And I'm very proud of the work that we've done in that regard, some of which haven't even been publicly discussed in some cases because they weren't high profile. And my last point. We remain heavily engaged in areas that maybe not at the core of our national interests, but nonetheless are related to our national interests. You think about Sudan for a moment and the Quad. This has been a very frustrating situation to put together, but we helped convene a donor conference that got pledges for when that is resolved. We've put a lot of time and energy in a situation that right now, unfortunately, has turned into a proxy in the Middle East because of the UAE and the Saudis on opposite sides of it. In Libya, where our work in Libya now it's still divided, but they, for the first time ever, have a joint budget. For the first time ever, are cooperating on energy deals that are going to be beneficial to the people of Libya. So I just don't think it's fair to say we're not actively involved in diplomacy on last year's budget and spending, because we are, and we have been, and to great success.
Thank you. Senator Curtis.
Do you know what just happened right there? She didn't think that he was going to be given any time to respond. She just said a bunch of nonsense, 90% of which wasn't true, and built this case to get sound bites. She tried to run the clock out, and then he got a chance to respond. And when he responded, and rightfully so that he should get a chance to respond, he's the Secretary of State. You have him there for questions and answer segments to figure out what's going on and why this budget needs to be approved, okay? So, rightfully so, he gets time to rebut the things that she said, the claims that she made, the statements that came out of her dirty, disgusting Democrat dipshit mouth, and he made her look like a retard with facts, just like we do to the people over on YouTube, just like we did yesterday. You can't say, prove it, then we prove it, and you say, that's not true, you're a liar. You can't say, show me proof and evidence. We show you proof, evidence, receipts, and you say, where did you get that? Oh, a government website? Who's the government run by again? Trump. There's no place of sanity when you're talking to people who just hate your guts. I can have a conversation with somebody who hates my guts. And if they make a point, I could say, you know what? I want to smash your teeth in, but I think that's a good point. Good point. Sun even shines on a dog's ass someday, I guess. But they can't do that. They don't want to do that. They hate compromise. They hate discussion. They hate freedom of speech. That's why they silenced us on social media. They do nothing but hate. That's who they are. They remind me of Muslims. To be honest with you, Islam and the Democrat Party are very aligned with how they do things. Very aligned. And it's sickening. Here's President Trump. Fox finally reporting something that wasn't just social media. Well, actually it was, because they were reporting on President Trump's True Social post. But this pertains to the True Social post that I just read to you.
At Israel and its soldiers. Likewise, Israel agreed to stop shooting at them. Let's see how long that lasts. Hopefully it will be for eternity. Axios reports the call between Trump and Netanyahu was tense. This is a piece of the outlet posting yesterday, quote, summarizing Trump's remarks to Netanyahu. The U.S. official said, "You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm
Here
saving your
see
A.
what, see,
Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this." A second source briefed on the call said Trump was, quote, pissed, and at one point yelled at Netanyahu, "What the F are you doing?" Now, at this moment, Israeli troops remain in southern Lebanon. Overnight, there were a few sirens across northern Israel from Hezbollah rocket and drone attacks, as well as a small number of Israeli strikes in Lebanon. Civilians in the Lebanese capital of Beirut are breathing a sigh of relief following evacuation orders that were issued by the Israeli military on Monday.
We were certainly happy about U.S. President Trump's intervention. We were glad that a ceasefire was reached and that people got some relief from the displacement, suffering, and difficult conditions they have been living through. It's truly heartbreaking. We are a people. We are human beings. We are not enemies of anyone, and we do not want war. We were very happy when we heard that Trump had become involved in the issue.
More than 3,400 people have been killed in Lebanon since the war restarted again earlier this year. We do know talks are taking place this week between the Lebanese and Israeli governments aimed at reaching a deal to normalize ties and disarm Hezbollah.
Something to watch. Thank you, Trey. Trey Yingster.
So this should be pretty simple, right? Who had access to the call? It's not like the whole White House was listening. It's not like it was on speakerphone for everybody in the world to hear. It's a classified conversation between two world leaders, supposedly. So who's on the call? Who was it? Should be able to easily find out who was on the call, right? I bet you there was only 5 different people, tops, that would have access to that kind of conversation. And if President Trump thought for any reason whatsoever that any of them might be a leaker, you think they'd still be there right now after all this administration has done to find leakers? But on top of all that, do I care if President Trump called Bibi an idiot or called him effing stupid? No. Do I care if the conversation was cordial and none of that happened? No. What I will say is, who was the boss of the conversation? And how did the conversation end? With Bibi Netanyahu doing exactly as President Trump said, Iran doing exactly as President Trump said, and everybody is still having peace talks. So in the end, whether he said it or whether he didn't, what was the outcome? I don't care about the juicy Us Weekly stuff in the middle at all. I hope he did say it. I hope he did tell Bibi, you're an idiot and you're effing crazy and we're going to do it my way. But I doubt it happened. And if it did, should only be a few people on that call. You know what I mean? You know what I think this is? Laser pointer time. That's what this is. This is laser pointer time. And the mainstream media eats it up. Fox News, I don't know how much longer you guys have to be the dominant news source in cable TV, but I hope it isn't long. I hope it isn't long. And this is something, Eli, I would be honest with you. I haven't gone over to YouTube yet, but if I'm here saying F Fox News and I hope they go underwater and go bankrupt sooner rather than later, I'm wondering if that's making the people on YouTube go, ugh, I love Fox now.
More than likely. No matter how many times I try to tell those guys over there, I'm like, we don't get our news from Fox. We just don't, but
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. And long story short, none of this really matters. I'm only talking about this stupid mainstream media statement today because they don't care about the outcome of the conversation, which is bombing has stopped, negotiations resume. They care about who said what in a conversation to make the bombing stop and to make negotiations resume. You see how crazy the world is and what they're focused on? Makes me sick. Here's something that we should be more focused on. The domestic extreme terrorists that are here under the Democratic Party today. Specifically in this segment, the Delaney detention
that
hall.
came in from Portland, not from New Jersey, came from Portland to lead. We've seen that they've been well supplied. We've seen Antifa flags being flown. And once the state police came out, and which, by the way, awesome group of guys, they understand crowd control very well. And they started pushing the individuals back after they warned them, started making arrests. You saw that the situation quickly got under control. And for us, when we first started calling, they were simply saying they didn't have the resources. And it's interesting to me that they finally found the resources and started clearing their streets. We can control our building. We can provide security for our own building. But if the city and state streets, that is their job to do. However, we will do it if we have to protect our employees, and individuals that came in.
I love that. I love what he's saying there. See, I also love crushing skull, right? I love to see these Antifa people get their skulls crushed when they try to fight. I love seeing people like Alex Pretty and Renee Good get justice and accountability in real time. I do love that. Not going to sit here and lie. It makes me feel good to know that people are getting what they deserve. Should I feel that way? I don't know. But you're not me, so who cares what you think? And I'm not you, so I don't care how you feel about it. But what I will tell you is this. I actually love that Mark Wayne Mullen says, fine, we'll protect our building and we'll protect the people that we have in detention center here. We can do that. But your streets, they belong to you. Have fun. Own them. Forcing the governor over the state police, forcing the mayor over the city police to get involved and do their damn jobs. Again, they can send all the military they need to protect a building. But if you want your streets burned down and you want the smell of burnt tires to float throughout the city streets so that the mayor or so that the governor's wife in Minnesota can smell it, by all means, Eli, destroy your streets, retards. Allow it to happen, dumbasses. It's not our street. It's not our state. Enjoy.
Damn Skippy. Go to town, baby. Go to town.
Yep. You want to burn that city down? Go ahead, because two people are going to stop you. Sooner or later, the citizens will stop you. I can't speak to the police, but sooner or later, the citizens of any city will stop you. Maybe that's what needs to happen. I don't know. But I like the new position of the DHS. Go ahead, burn your streets down. Take your resources, not the federal government's. It's your job. It's your state. It's your city. Here's a Minnesotan right here, fresh with the smell of burnt tires still on her clothes from years ago, in New Jersey, at the Delaney Detention Hall, in New Jersey.
Part of the protest since January, since Renee Good got killed, and I've just been slowly getting more active. So what brought me out here today is I heard that it's basically another type of Whipple thing. We have a detention center that we protest at in Minneapolis called the Whipple Federal Building, and we heard about this going on, and then we were like, we need to take a road trip and go out there. So that's why I'm out here, because this is where the action is right now, and I'm trying to help by filming stuff and posting it too. So been part of the protest since January, since Renee Good got killed.
So if you go through that whole chat, you'll see people say, so you're a paid protester now? Oh, so you're paid to be there? Oh, so you're getting money to be there? Way to go. Way to admit why you're there and what you're doing. Way to go. Shannon says, the video smells like cat piss. Slam said, so she admitted to paid travel and protest. Exactly. None of this is grassroots. Now, you guys have heard of the Jolly Good Ginger, right? This guy that's he's all over everywhere, right? This guy who's, I fought in the Iraq War. I'm this toothless fat loser. Eli, I know you're raring to say something about this guy.
You got his name wrong. It's the Jolly Gingivitis, and you can smell the friggin' video through the screen.
Yep. The Jolly Good Gingivitis says it is time to go to war. Real war. Sylvia Fletcher, thank you for the $20 donation. Use where needed. Both of y'all are appreciated. Well, thank you.
So I'm done. Cancel me when I'm done with this video.
Okay.
I don't care.
All right.
Do what you want. I don't care. I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm finished. I'm done. I'm going to say the thing.
The thing.
And when I'm done saying the thing, I'm going to tell you the truth. And when I'm done telling you the truth, do with it what you will.
Tell us, Candace Owens. Keep us on
if you want to cancel
on
me
that
and,
cliff.
Never hear another video from me again. Cool. I'm cool. I don't care.
Okay, cool.
Here's the thing. I'm going to say the thing.
Say the thing.
And what I'm about to say is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help you God.
And I actually don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about it.
Well, you do.
Whether you're on the left, whether you're a liberal, whether you're a moderate conservative or far right, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
He doesn't.
If you're a leftist
Eli,
watching this and you want to leave a fucking paragraph in my comment section about how you feel, just know I'm not reading the comments. I don't give a fuck. I'm about to say the thing that needs to be said.
Here we go.
That I've been avoiding saying for a long time and that nobody else is saying on the internet.
Today, Junior.
It could end poorly for you. But I don't care. I'm going to say it anyway.
Okay, here's the thing.
And here's the thing.
Yeah, there we go.
What's happening right now in this country is already past the line. We've already passed what should have been the line for revolution. Okay. What's happening right now with ICE and with everything else is our Boston Tea Party, right? Like our Boston Tea Party moment. Like taxation without representation. Well, we are at the point where we don't have rights. We've sacrificed all of our rights so that corporations can be rich. We've sacrificed all of our rights so that billionaires can exist. And I don't give a fuck how you feel about that. That's the fact. I don't care, by the way. I'm not speaking to just blue voters. I'm talking to everybody. If you're a conservative or whatever, listen to me. I'm talking to you too. This is a class war that we're losing, and we fail to acknowledge it because we're so divided upon these fucking blue-red lines that we've lost our fucking way. Listen, go look at what's happening in Delaney right now.
Mm-hmm.
Go look at what's happening. The police are literally arresting everybody just for protest.
You were there.
The First Amendment, there's a reason it's
You didn't
number
get
one.
arrested,
The First
Fatty.
Amendment is dead. It died.
Oh.
It died,
Hold on.
motherfucker. It
Hold
died
on.
this...
Hold on. Yes, I have the Always Sunny music on because I think this is hilarious. Eli, the First Amendment is dead, while the toothless, jolly, green gingivitis here is utilizing the First Amendment. The irony is dripping off of his beard. The irony is just gushing out of his very cat piss smelling mouth. So it's weird that he says the First Amendment is dead while he's literally engaging in it right now. He was at the Delaney Detention Hall. Literally did not get arrested at all. Wow.
Here. With everything that happened in Chicago and D.C. and Minneapolis and L.A. and now in New Jersey and every place in between, the First Amendment's dead. If you think our First Amendment rights still exist, you're a fucking lunatic. I'm posting this. When I get done recording this, I'm going to post it on the internet.
You're in it.
And there's a chance that I could face DOJ federal charges and indictments for me saying this out loud. And that thing is that we need a revolution.
Okay. Saying we need a revolution is not against the law. If you're so tough, fat girl, if you're so bold, Tubby, Lunchbox, Tubby McGee, Fatty McFatterson, Large and in Charge, whatever it is that you want to be called, Jolly Green Gingivitis, if you're so tough, then say the thing the way you want to say the thing. Don't hide behind clever wording. Don't skate the protection of the First Amendment, which you are clearly under. Don't say we need a revolution. We all say that. Ooh. We said more than that when we said we're coming for you and we're going to remove you one way or the other. And we did. We said more than that then. So saying we need a revolution is not tough. It's not the thing. You know, the thing. Now, saying we are going to kill you in the streets. We are going to cause blood to run down the gutters of every city from sea to shining sea. If you're wearing a MAGA hat, then we're going to kill the person wearing it. And then we're going to come after the person who lives in the White. Now, if you go that far, then I would say, man has balls big enough to come in a dump truck. But at this moment, Eli, he doesn't even have balls big enough to come in a Tonka truck.
He kind of looks like the fat sidekick in a Disney movie, and with that phallically shaped hair, it's painfully obvious that you idolize Conan O'Brien. We get it, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. He looks like he's LeFou, Eli, from The Beauty and the Beast. He's the LeFou that wants to have some kind of weird relationship with Gaston. That's the character that he is in this movie.
Yep. And I gotta tell you, he must be probably one of the, if not the biggest shit talkers out there right now. He shows up to these events. I've seen his videos. He just stands around and he lists because he needs to get that tooth fixed. But he sure has a lot to say about stuff. I bet he'd be best friends with Hakeem Jeffries.
Suffering succotash, right? Let's see what else this know-nothing, low IQ loser has to say about, I might get a DOJ charge after this, but we need to start a revolution. Oh, mon Dieu, don't say no.
We need people to take to the streets and say, fuck it all. That's it. We're done, dude. If we don't have our 1776 moment right now, we're about to pass the point of no return. And people are going to say, oh, Johnny, you shouldn't do that. There's still hope. We can still win the midterms and take back the House, and we can still fucking hold them all accountable. You're a delusional motherfucker.
Yes, you are.
I don't give a fuck. Cancel me. Cancel me.
Who are you talking to?
The governor of New Jersey is a Democrat governor that everybody was happy that she won the seat. Yay, Mikey Sherrill won the governorship. And she's the one that's sticking the state thugs on you right now. The governor of my state, Virginia, where I live, everybody was happy Spanberger won. I mean, even I voted for her. I was happy Spanberger won because fuck having a Republican governor. She vetoed
the rights
for unions to fucking have collective bargaining. She vetoed regulations against ICE. She had a massive veto against a bunch of things that are
and let's not forget lost the congressional redistricting
to her, because at the end of the fucking day, the Democrats are nothing more than moderate conservatives. We don't have a left-wing party. We don't have it, motherfuckers.
You used to.
And if you think
You're
the
communist.
fucking Democrats winning the majority in November is going to save us from this shit, then we're just going to be back here in a couple years any goddamn way. The status quo is what got us here. The Democrats uphold the status quo. If you're a staffer on Capitol Hill and you're watching this video and you never want to let me talk to your fucking congressperson again, I don't give a fuck. I'm done, dude. I'm done. I'm punching my fucking card. I'm punching my fucking card. Not enough people are fucking angry. Not enough people are in the fucking streets. A revolution is not happening yet. It needs to. It's still not too late, but god damn it, it's almost too late. And if motherfuckers don't get involved, right, go look at what's happening in Delaney Hall right now. Yeah. Go look at what's happening in Delaney Hall tonight. Go look. Go look.
Go up.
Tell me about your constitutional rights. Tell me how much they really exist. They don't. We don't have rights anymore. If you're not rich and wealthy, if you're not Elon Musk, if you're not Donald Trump, if you're not part
then you're a loser. Well, you had your First Amendment right to go to Delaney Hall and protest. You had your First Amendment right to freedom of the press by publishing that information that you saw at the Delaney Hall. You screamed and shouted, you got in people's faces, and you made them smell a litter box as you stood in front of them with your gingivitis mouth, spewing stupidity and retarded propaganda. Then, Eli, you left, and you're in a hotel room. You beat up nobody. You revolutioned nothing. You didn't gain any army. You inspired no one. You encouraged nobody. And you still have the freedom of speech to say all that on social media. Tell me what rights you have lost, dipshit. As a matter of fact, let's zoom in on this comment right here. That was my comment 3 hours ago. What rights has this fat lost, or any of you dipshits, in this bread? Please enlighten us. You know, the low IQ goyim of the world. We're not as enlightened, Eli, as the jolly green shithead.
I guess not. There's another one, too, that I can't find right now. She just seems to have come on the scene. Meg something or other, I think. She's actually got this tooth that's jacked right out of the bottom of her teeth. And I figure if you take that one out, you could jam it in that hole of the Jolly Green Ginger there, and everything would be whole again. But she's about just as unhinged as he is.
I don't know. He's pretty unhinged. He's pretty unhinged. But, Eli, you compared him to Hakeem Jeffries.
You tell me specifically what did you see and witness during your visit that convinced you that Delaney Hall has to be shut down?
Ready?
Listen, Donald Trump promised that immigration enforcement in this country was...
Shut up! Shut up! No! 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 What? Eli, some clips that we bring up together before the show, I don't actually watch all of them as we're getting them ready. I read what it's about, and I go, okay, he's talking to this person about this. We'll just throw it on there. Eli, you go, immediately. It wasn't even a second. Not even 1 second.
Mr. Jeffries, what did you think about the 1989 Care Bears movie that came out that children loved and is just beloved to this day? Listen, Donald Trump is a horrible man.
Dude, hold on. Let's do it again.
You tell me specifically what did you see and witness during your visit that convinced you that Delaney Hall has to be shut down?
Listen, Donald Trump promised that immigration enforcement in this country was going to target violent felons and the worst of the worst. That's not what has happened.
No.
Taxpayer dollars are being used to brutalize or kill American citizens, which is what we horrifically saw happen in Minneapolis, or to violently target law-abiding immigrant families. Not a single person who we spoke with at Delaney Hall yesterday was a violent felon, someone who had been convicted of a crime or presented a danger, as far as we can tell, to the community. In fact, we spent a good amount of time with an 18-year-old girl who was a month away from finishing her high school graduation.
Now.
And has been detained now in Delaney Hall 4 months.
Well, hold on, Eli. I seem to remember children that wanted to attend graduation but were told to stay home like they were some kind of infected freaks during a COVID that was really the flu. So cry me a friggin' river, Eli, if some illegal alien doesn't get her graduation. Like I give a shit about some illegal alien.
I never hear this scumbag talk about either is probably in California alone. All the families that have been made. Oh, and Maui also. I imagine there's so many of those families that are still struggling for even just to find a friggin' place to live, let alone worrying about finishing school. But they don't get to finish school. But he's worried about this illegal finishing an education paid for by us. Screw you, Jeffries.
There was a 18-year-old girl who didn't even get to her graduation because and this illegal MAGA radical extremist. Look at the look of his face right here. That's Hakeem Jeffries in a nutshell right there. Hakeem Jeffries, tell us, what did you see in the detention hall up in Delaney, the Delaney detention hall up in New Jersey? Well, Donald Trump, what? Whoa! Hold up. Wait. What?
Who also appears to be here on a U visa, which is available for juveniles, and has been ripped away from her family, including her 2 children, siblings, who are here as American citizens. We also spent some time, talking to a whole lot of folks with serious medical conditions who clearly have not gotten basic medical care. Now, immigration enforcement in this country, it should be fair, just, and humane. And nothing that we saw at Delaney Hall or that people have previously experienced at Delaney Hall suggests that that is what is taking place. And that's why we believe it should be shut down.
Yeah. What about the fact that they were feeding them, but they were denying the food? Was that humane? Was it humane when they brought them 3 meals a day and gave them an actual place to sleep that wasn't a shithole, an actual shithole in a shithole third world country? Yeah, tell me, what kind of inhumane conditions could they possibly be enduring inside the Delaney detention hall when they're refusing the very food that is given to them, Eli? And I would bet you, just knowing how this government works, that food is better than children's lunches in public school.
Oh, abso-freaking-lutely. It's like I was halfway joking about the other day. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is the caviar one day past its serving date?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Again, we have our own homeless and our own vets dying in the streets, and you scumbag virtue-signaling leftists, you assholes, excuse me, on the left, you don't care about them. You might if you were told to by your overlords because you're the actual cult, but you won't go down the street and help someone just sitting on the road. We try to do it here at LFA, but you won't do it. You just care about what you're told to care about, and that's illegals. Yeah. And that's just disgusting.
Yeah. You got the people in there, like the Muslim ones in there. We want halal. We deserve halal meat. How about a halal boot to the side of the face? How about a halal that? How about a halal knee to the front of your nose? How about that? How about a halal baton beating to the back of your illegal alien head? How about that? Shut up and eat. Or die. Whatever. Yeah, so inhumane. Nobody gives a shit. The general public doesn't care. They also don't care about Queen Kong, LaMonica McIver. talking about what happened to her last year.
In May 2025 at Delaney Hall became a model for how the Trump administration treats oversight. They tried to skirt the law by requiring a waiting period for oversight. They tried to block all oversight when they shut down the government. They handcuffed a United States senator for asking questions. And they're trying to put me in prison for doing oversight.
Over 20 armed ICE and HSI officers tried to intimidate us.
They're detaining people who shouldn't be there. Citizens, innocent people.
Immigrants are suffering in inhumane conditions. People are having their dignity taken away each and every day.
We've seen American citizens shot in broad daylight because of this administration. In broad daylight.
Yeah, let it be
so
a lesson.
Imagine what's happening inside these privately run detention centers. That is why they've worked so hard to prevent us from going in.
The reason that these facilities are staying filled up and people are being detained longer is because the people that actually own the facilities are donors to Donald Trump.
We're not backing down. What happened in May 2025 at Delaney?
Eli, we're not backing down. And climb this Empire State Building and grab this blonde-haired, blue-eyed American cracker, carry up the Empire State Building and fight off planes.
They're partially right. They're partially right. There are American citizens out there losing dignity, but those are the legal American citizens. I am so sick and tired of talking about illegals. That's all you ever hear from the left. Can anyone, even in the YouTube chat, tell me the last time a Democrat or a liberal mentioned anything about doing something for a legal citizen? Go on. Go on.
Yeah, they don't. It's always illegal aliens. Eli, when we report on another illegal alien killing another American citizen, the idiots over on YouTube, and we're not talking about the brave MAGA people over there, the few of you that are there, we're talking about the majority of the other idiots. They couldn't even have any, like, there was no sympathy coming from them whatsoever. There was nothing of caring. They were just like, oh, you just want illegal aliens gone. Yeah. So did a majority of the country. It was one of the number one reasons they voted for Donald Trump, dipshit. If you don't want to be here with the majority of us who don't want them illegally here, then go live with them in their third world shithole countries and prove us wrong. Immigrants are wanted in the United States of America. Immigrants are needed in the United States of America. But bring us the ones that are willing to work for the American dream and come in legally. How about that? Anything other than that, we don't care if they live or if they die. Honestly, we don't. Now, spare me the virtue signaling Christians out there too. Well, you should care if every one of God's creatures die. Tell that to the spider you stepped on yesterday. And leave me alone.
What really pisses me off, too, is when you bring up the illegals who are killing. It's usually one of three excuses they use to get out of it, and every single one of them are absolutely pathetic. Either they think it didn't happen at all, and we're lying, though it's on the news.
Yeah.
That person shouldn't have been there in the first place to begin with. That's just horrible, you scumbag. Or, well, that person from that country didn't really understand our laws, or that's normal back where they come from, so it's okay for them to do it here.
Absolutely. Cory Booker, isn't he from New Jersey? Cross-eyed Cory. Look, I think this MAGA agenda is wrong. The over-dramatizer, right? When asked about the Delaney detention, see, I think Cory Booker, even though he's cross-eyed, is smart enough to know when he's on a losing side of the argument or not. See what he says here.
Senator Booker, any comment on the violence in New Jersey?
I need to get to my seat real quick for the opening.
Senator Booker, any comment on the violence in New Jersey?
I need to get to my seat real quick for the opening.
Gosh, I got to get to my seat real quick for the opening. Opening what? Opening what? The only reason you didn't answer that question was because it was a Lindell TV reporter there. That's the only reason. Had that been, CNN or whatever, he would have stopped and said, Look, all I know is that people should get, you know, a humane place for them to stay while they wait deportation. As a matter of fact, they don't even really need to be in the hall while they're waiting on deportation. And you know, we want to hold this administration accountable for when they do break laws, and we also want to hold the people that are breaking laws, regardless of their immigration status here in America. You would have heard that BS, right? Now, if I ever become a congressman, which you better hope I don't, DC, and you Democrats over on YouTube, better hope I don't. But if I do, I don't care who you are. If you stop and even ask me a gotcha question, I'm going to answer it in the way that you want it answered. Do you believe that all immigrants should be rounded up like cattle and shipped off to wherever they came from? Abso-freaking-lutely. Well, that's inhumane. Don't care. You don't care that it's inhumane? No, I'm not. I don't care that you're calling it inhumane. But do you agree that it's inhumane? I don't agree with anything you say. So you're okay with them rounding up people like cattle? Sure. Whatever it takes to get them out of here. Are you okay if they die? Yes. Because they made the conscious decision to come here, and everything that you choose has a consequence. Yes. I'm okay if they die. 100%. Why? Because I don't know who they are. They're not of my people. They're not of my country. They don't do anything but hurt this country coming here the way they did. Now, they may not be hurting people physically, but they're hurting the system. So, yes, I don't care, and neither do you. What's his name? Well, whose name? Whose name? Any of them. Any of them that you're talking about. What are their names? Name me one person in the Delaney Detention Center. Just one. Oh, you don't know shit? That's what I thought. Shut up.
And arguably, the way they came here was probably the most inhumane thing ever. And you can thank Biden and Obama for that, for sending their scumbag organizations, their coyotes down there to take them through the most dangerous areas imaginable. Little girls and women got raped, people died. So please, spare me us sending them back on clean, nice buses with meals and on friggin' jets back to their homeland.
Yeah, Eli, remember the video where Ben Bergquist was on the trail coming from South America to America, and he ran into that family whose the daughter and wife were being raped while the other family was held at gunpoint to watch it happen. And Ben caught up with them with the camera crew. He was with the Senegal security forces, and so that's why he was protected. Remember the gunfight that ended up ensuing with cartel members later on, where one of them got shot? But he ran up, or they walked up on a whole family of whose daughter and wife were just raped while the rest of the family was made to watch. Yeah, the journey was pretty horrific itself. But Eli, nobody cares about that either, apparently, on the left.
Yeah, and maybe if some of the little scumbags over on YouTube, not the supporters, but the scumbags, were to ever go back and watch those shows where we actually showed the proof, you might be whistling a different tune, but somehow I doubt it.
Yeah.
Somehow you'd probably still find a way. No, that's they're not getting raped. They're just screaming because they're having fun. You'd have some way to back it up.
Exactly. Or they say that's not real news. That never happened. They were paid actors or whatever. You know, half the reason I opened up the YouTube page for streaming again was to combat you retards over there and to tell you that you can't cancel me anymore. How does it feel? You cannot cry for help enough to cancel us anymore. And we're coming back to destroy the rest of you. That's why we opened up the YouTube page again. That's why. And we're mentally dominating you daily. And it's so easy. And nothing that you say hurts us anymore either. Racist, bigot, homophobe, Trump's a felon, Trump's a pedo, Epstein lovers. None of it lands. Missed me, bro. Remember that old statement? Missed me with that one. We're here to literally just beat you into submission. And we're doing it because you can't get enough of the show. And you're watching it. Thank you. How about this headline? An illegal alien broke into a family's ranch, stole their horses, butchered the horses for meat. The horses were found slaughtered a mile away after the barn break-in. This is what happens when you have open borders and zero respect for American families with private property. They weren't stray animals. They were horses stolen and slaughtered. Family now has to deal with the trauma of their own animals being violently killed and consumed. These aren't cattle raised for eating. These are literally parts of people's families. It would be like taking someone's dog and eating it. I know the Haitians know a lot about that, but we don't here in America. That's another thing. So not only do we have to deal with the illegal aliens that are coming in and raping and killing people, they're now, or Eli, how about that man? Where was it? Arizona? I can't remember the old man who the illegal alien was on his property, shot the illegal alien because the illegal alien was posing a threat to him and his wife, like a real legitimate threat, shot him, and then he went to jail. He got out, thank God, but he went to jail for shooting the illegal alien on his property.
Yep, I would absolutely love to know. I'd love to know how you leftists out there would feel if that was you, if you were in that situation. And don't tell me you would have let them into your house and welcomed them in and made some tortillas, because you wouldn't have. You would have done the exact same thing. No,
yeah, actually, I wouldn't have done the exact same thing, Eli. I would have shot the illegal alien, buried him far enough for nobody to ever find him, and I would have reported a damn thing. Nobody knows who Jorge is.
Yeah, it's true. Probably dumped his BS ID at the border anyway, so.
Jorge, Ching Wong, Abdullah, Muhammad. I don't care which country you come from. You're a legal alien. You're on my property. You're threatening me and my family. My wife will shoot you. I won't have to. Sophie says, no, Mayor Jeremy, please. I have mute on. I'm sorry. Don't know what you're talking about. A legal alien from a Muslim country says he's gay to claim asylum in America. Then he makes this stunningly dumb move after getting a job. The Daily Mail reported that on Monday, this was the report, Salah Dine Habib, a native of Mauritania in West Africa, entered the U.S. illegally around 2023, who was president, and arrested on May 21st by federal authorities. After invading America, Habib claimed asylum by claiming he was gay. Couldn't be gay where he was from, so that's why he claimed asylum, right? Because where he lives, being gay is punishable by death. How about that, leftists? How about that, Tucker? Muslims are so great. The official religion of Mauritania is Islam, with over 99% of the country following the Sunni branch of the faith. Habib later got a job as a taxpayer-funded corrections officer at a county jail in Portland, Indiana. He was hired by Jay County Sheriff Larry Ray Newton Jr. Then, you won't believe what happened next. After Habib started the job, he got married to the stepdaughter of his very own boss. As a matter of fact, we have a nice picture of the lovely Islamic couple right there. I'm gay, but I am gay. Why am I gay? But he actually wasn't. So, we should be deporting this guy, right? Right? Exposed as a fraud after he married Newton's stepdaughter, Chelsea, in November of 2025, Habib entered the country illegally near Lukeville, Arizona. He will now remain in ICE custody pending removal proceedings. His pending asylum application is believed to be fraudulent, and he is now in the care of ICE. 3 hots and a cot. Damn, karma really is a bitch sometimes. Eli, you know that show, that superhero show, what's his name, Homelander, on that show, The Boys? I've never seen it, but I've seen billions of clips about it. If you haven't seen it, then you're probably living under a rock. I've heard some negative things about the show. I've heard that they tried to portray Homelander as Trump, as like a Trump type guy. So they're constantly referring to MAGA and Trump within the show. Now, I know you watched the show or some of it. Is that how they portray Homelander? Is that how they do it? I haven't seen enough of it to know. I've just seen clips.
I haven't actually caught up on it in quite a while, but yeah, the more I watched, the more I started seeing how it's basically like a slap in the face to Republicans, conservatives, the whole way. The over patriotic, themes, and
Yeah.
it is what it is. But yeah, that's what they do.
Well, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you this, Eli. If this is what the show consists of, I might end up watching it because I actually like this part. Here is a Muslim superhero saying that she wanted to be part of their group, which is like the equivalent of the Justice League, the Seven, I believe they call it. But it's funny.
To wearing a hijab, aren't I? So if I can get myself into the Seven, lit man.
So, do you really think I'm gonna let a fucking Muslim in the Seven? Captain Al Qaeda, we're Americans.
I'm the first to wearing a hijab, aren't I? So if I can get myself into the Seven, lit man.
So, do you really think I'm gonna let a fucking Muslim in the Seven? Captain Al Qaeda, we're Americans.
Eli, I haven't seen it, and I probably won't watch it because I know what it's actually about, but I gotta say, I'm not too far off from that right there. Don't tell me I align with this guy.
I like that, Captain Al-Qaeda. I was thinking maybe Major Muslim.
Oh, that's a good one too. How about Inspector Islam? How about Guardian of the Goats? How about that one?
That's even better.
Yeah. How about Lieutenant Loser? How about that? Either way, Eli, there's a link in the chat. You might want to get rid of that. I believe that Eli, was that Ilhan Omar? Yes, I believe that I have superpowers. Okay, I got those superpowers to fight back fascists like Donald Trump. Even in my country, we do not allow fascists in the country. So I am now going to join the Justice League, or the Seven, as its first Somali superhero. You can call me Pirate Patty, because that's exactly what I am. I am a pirate from Somalia. Super Somalia.
My superpower is draining the enemy of all their funds through fraud.
Yes, exactly. I will drain you from your funds and your finances. I will ship them back to my country, and you won't be able to fight me financially. Would you like a glass of wine?
They call me Fatima, the fraudster.
That's right. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I actually thought that was funny. I'm not going to lie. I thought that was funny. Hey, before we get our guest on today, which we respect very highly because of the fact that he's putting it out there to be picked apart and run for office in Iowa. But, ladies and gentlemen, before we get there, let's quickly talk about Rumble Wallet. Now, Rumble Wallet is called disruptive technology. You know what disruptive technology is? Disruptive technology is things that go against the status quo. Technology that benefits the people over the status quo, and that is Rumble Wallet. Now, Rumble itself was disruptive technology. It came and allowed people freedom of speech, which is why the dipshits over at YouTube right now can't cancel us. And why they're watching, cutting themselves and whatever else they're doing, pulling their hair, they're so angry. Rumble Wallet empowers voices. Rumble Wallet empowers transactions, and it gives you the opportunity to bring all of your digital currency in one beautiful spot. And the great thing about it is you can trade, give, send, you can gift, you can do anything you want with this money, and nobody can have any say-so in it. They can't have their little hand in the cookie jar. And it aligns with this app called MoonPay, where you can actually convert it into real dollars and spend it. What is it? Rumble Wallet. Go to your Play Store today and download Rumble Wallet on your Android or Apple Play stores, or just click that QR code if you're watching on your TV screen today. Now, if you're watching over on YouTube, you can also get Rumble Wallet, but you have to come over and be part of Rumble first. You have to make that pledge. You have to love Rumble over YouTube. That's the only thing. Okay? No, you can have it too. We're just kidding. All right, today is Election Day in, 6 states, I think it is, Eli? 6 or 7 states. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's 6 states. But we know that my state, the state that I live in right now, the state that I reside in right now, the state of Iowa, we do have elections today. And part of that election experience for this next guest is going to be a new one. And it's going to be one where he's not just voting, but where people can actually elect this young man to office. His name is Dylan Philly, and you've seen him here before. Dylan, how are we doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, Jeremy. Thank you for having me on.
You're very welcome. You're looking dapper today with your nice yellow tie and your American pin. I don't see a Ukraine pin on there. Am I mistaken? No Ukraine pin?
No. We don't wear that. We only wear the American flag pin, in which represents all the fallen warriors who have gave all for this country.
That's right. And same thing with that red, white, and blue behind you. So remind the audience. Now, I know the audience knows who you are. You're an LFA family member anyway. You've been on Sean's show multiple times. You've been on the Misfit Patriots show. You've been here. What are you running for? And what is your status of that campaign right now?
Sure, Jeremy. So I am running to represent the people of the 81st House District here in Northwest Davenport, Iowa. I am running in a swing district in which is currently represented by a Democrat. And currently right now we're running a grassroots campaign. I've door knocked a little over 2,000 doors already and plan to go more as we go on. And I've almost door knocked every single Republican in the district. And we will be going after the independents very shortly after June 2nd is over. And that's realistically the lookout on my campaign so far. We are not a establishment funded campaign. We're funded by the great hardworking people of Iowa. And I proudly say that because I'm representing the hardworking people of Iowa. So, and I'm out on the ground every day and I'm trying to earn every cent, every dollar I can to try and beat the establishment machine in which has poured $60,000 behind my Democrat opponent.
Is the RNC here, whom I've only met a few of, and some of them because of you introducing me, have they pledged any financial help towards you? Or do they do that at this level here in Iowa? Do they, I know they're doing it on the Democrat side. How does the RNC work here, at least as far as your experience running for office?
Sure. So the RNC mostly works with national campaigns, like you'll see with Congresswoman Mariannette Miller-Meeks's campaign. You see that with Ashley Hinson's campaign. The RNC doesn't get involved in state house races. It's mostly the state party that will get involved, of which basically how they get involved, Jeremy, is they'll basically take a poll in my district and they'll do several polls. I won't get any of the polling, but basically how you know that you're getting help is basically they're setting up mailers or possibly doing digital ads for you. It all depends on how you're polling, but you would think that a person like me running in a swing district, you should absolutely get help because this is a winnable seat. I mean, Democrats only outnumber Republicans by about 300 to 400, and you have a huge independent base here.
Yeah.
So I'm not relying on RPI because there's been too many instances, not only here in Iowa but across the country, of which RPI has kind of betrayed Republican candidates.
Well, you have some people. I was just going to say, you have some people in here that are Davenport residents that are watching right now that are 100% behind you. So this primary today isn't a hurdle to you, right? Because you're in a seat that's running unopposed on the Republican side, right? So your goal is to fight the Democrats, which is why you and I talked about holding a rally, whatever it turns out to be, for you in July, is to get you set up and get you ready. We've pledged to give you $1,000 on that date from LFA TV and to help out any way we can. Today is a primary day, so this is not a hurdle for you today. But the Democrat that's got the $60,000 put behind him, that's the hurdle.
Sure. And Jeremy, my Democrat opponent, I just want to mention, has already started running ads against me already. Not targeting me, but getting his name out there on social media, which that already tells me a sign that he's possibly losing.
Yeah.
So, and I'm out on the ground every day, and I'm not stopping.
Yeah, unfortunately, Davenport is the state as a whole is a red state. But Davenport, like any larger, city in a state, which Davenport's got, what, 100 and some odd thousand people in it? Somewhere
That's
around
about
there?
150,000.
150,000. So a pretty good size area. And I got to tell you, when I went to that No Kings rally, I was actually shocked about how many thousands of people were there. I didn't expect it to be that big, which let me know what I was dealing with as far as Davenport's concerned, which is an area that you're going to want to get as much support as you can out of because it's so populated,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely. And not to mention, too, my President Trump lost my district by 7 points.
Right.
Mind you, this is a district that went to Barack Obama and Joe Biden by over 10 to 15 points.
Wow.
Like this area right here.
Wow.
So Democrats are kind of losing ground in Davenport. And just to tell you even more, Jeremy, we won 15 out of 16 of our local elections in 2025, which we got a mayoral seat out of that in Davenport for the first time in 30 years.
So
that's very important.
Yeah, it's been going the right direction. What do you attribute that to? I mean, obviously, you've got, the state is obviously red. I can't go anywhere without seeing a Trump sign, from 1 mile to 100 miles from my house. Do you attribute that to more people moving in that are Republican? Because I was looking at some of the numbers, and Davenport has grown fast, really fast over the last 5 years, 10 years. Bettendorf has exploded, right? Is it Republican voters coming in?
I personally think it's a little bit of people moving out and people moving in. I would say there's a lot of people from Illinois moving in because
I noticed
our
that.
great taxation policies that
Yeah.
we have here in Iowa. We still have some work to do.
Yeah.
But it's definitely better than Illinois. I think we can all agree.
100%. Yeah.
And also too, I think Iowa's been attracting a lot of great people. But also, unfortunately, some people moved to Florida over the winter.
Yeah.
And, Iowa's not their main resident, but I would say it's a little bit of both.
Yeah. A lot of people coming from Illinois to Iowa, a lot of people from Iowa going to Florida. It's just like, it's this constant revolving door. I hear people all the time talk about, I moved over here from Illinois because during COVID, we'd have to spend all our time over here in Iowa because we were masked up and locked down across the river. And we'd come over to Iowa for everything else. Now they come here to shop and to hang out. I think a lot of people from Illinois are definitely moving into Iowa. So my question is, what do you need to beat this guy in Davenport? Obviously, money. That's obvious. The more money you have, the more campaigns you can do, the more campaign ads you can run, TV spots you can run, things like that. But wouldn't it be more beneficial if you were to have, like, say, once every month, like you and your guy that works on your team, your scheduling guy, and your guy that works with your campaign, wouldn't it be beneficial for you guys to have, like, an open air, come and meet me, with myself being there and with other prominent voices in the area, and even people from Illinois and patriots that are from Wisconsin that watch the show? Wouldn't it be beneficial to have maybe not once a month, but maybe 3 or 4 of these from now until then in Davenport? And I think the more hate you get from it, the bigger it gets, to be honest with you. Because here's what I say. You're a young guy. A lot of people in this chat have said it. You're a baby face, right? For any grown-ass older adult who's got $60,000 behind them, to make you look like sugar honey iced tea is going to be looked at as disrespectful. Anyway, you kind of got that going for you. I don't think he's young and doesn't understand. I think those days are over since Charlie Kirk. You know what I mean? I think the country is looking for youth. I think the Republican Party's looking for youth. What do you think you need to do to beat this guy?
Well, the biggest thing, Jeremy, is interacting with the voters at the door. The biggest thing is we need door knockers. We need more. We obviously more financial funding, like you talked about, but at the same time, it's mostly the grassroots, Jeremy. Door knocking is what wins elections. Door knocking. If I can get 4 people to come door knock with me every single day, we will cover this whole entire district in probably less than 2 months.
Do you do do you do open weekends where you're like, hey, this weekend we're going to meet here and we're going to go from here and we're going to go door knock?
If people want to come door knock with me, I am more than willing to have them come along with me. I would love for them to come along with me. We can figure out routes, and we'll do that all. We'll do that all.
So why don't we do this? Because you and I are working to figure out a date and a place to do this, open air kind of like town hall, thing for you to kind of gain you some traction. Let's figure out a day, maybe the day before that, where we invite people, or the weekend before that, whenever we decide the date for July, and you can have, I'll go and I'll bring my kids with me, and we'll knock doors with you. And I think you should put out, whatever day that is, I think you should put out an open invitation to everybody in this chat. Because there's a lot of people who live in Illinois who would drive up. There's a lot of people who live in Wisconsin who would drive down. And there's a lot of people who live in Iowa who watch. And I think if you got about 50 people out on a day, invite them to the rally the following weekend, and then have an open air town hall style question where I'll be there with the truck and the trailer, and we'll do it live. I think it would be, look, that's as much as I could do for you. I've already got all the parades for the GOP, for the Iowa Republican Party. I'm going to be in every one of their parades with the truck. They asked for the truck to be in there. So
I can't wait.
So I'm doing, I know I can't do a lot for you, but I'm willing to definitely do that at least, because I'm going to be looking for you to help me when I run in 28, if I do.
Absolutely, Jeremy. Well, let's do it. I would like to sit down with you and talk about this stuff, but also too, Jeremy, I wanted to offer up another thing as well. That's right across the river in Illinois. We got a great Republican running whose name is Darren Bailey. I think he has a very great shot at beating J.B. Pritzker. I would love to have him on your show sometime soon.
Anytime, man.
I can get you in contact.
Anytime. Hey, even if he wants to sit down and we all have a lunch and we record it and then we play it on air afterwards, I'm down for that as well. And he can come on live too. Anything to help out the locals. Jeremy, are you going to be in Muscatine's parades? Yes, I am. All the parades in the area. For the next 6 months or 5 months, whatever it is, till we get to the election. Dylan, how can people help you financially, or how can they reach out to you to help you on the ground?
Sure, absolutely, Jeremy. So they can go to dylanfilion.com. There will be a contribute button. If you click on that contribute button, it will take you right where you need to go. If you want to reach out to me, there's a contact tab on my website. Go to that, put all your information there. Send a message, send what you want to send what you want me to receive, and then I will get back to you. I receive everything, and I would love to talk to anybody. So
there you go, man. Look, I think you have a good chance of winning. I know that Davenport isn't Republican friendly as some of the other surrounding towns, but like you said, people are engaged, and hate voting. Just to vote for a candidate because you hate Trump isn't going to last very long. That trend is going to run out.
I also want to mention too, Jeremy, this area of Davenport, it hasn't been represented properly since 2022 to 2024.
Because of unopposed, right?
Yes, exactly. But not only that, Jeremy, this area has been Democrat for a long time. You got to also understand too. Like, I have door knocked some doors, Jeremy, where some of these people, this is the first time they've ever had a Republican candidate come to their door.
Jeez.
And that's very important to me. So like, that's when I can preach our message of lower taxes, cutting regulation, obviously election integrity, getting a lot of these things in front of the voters. And also, I found that a lot of independents relate to the Republican message. They just don't know they're Republicans yet.
That's true.
So that's the most important part, Jeremy, is meeting them where they're at and telling them not telling them, but asking them what their concerns are, and then aligning that with our message.
Yes.
I think that's very important. We know that as Republicans.
Yeah, just like you said, just talking to them.
We go out there and talk to anybody.
Yeah, like you said, just talking to them is going to be all the difference in the world. I was actually looking up while I had you on, I was looking up the schedule that I have and where I'm going to be at what places, just so you know, Dylan. And all you people on the left, this is your chance to come out and tell me you hate me or try to assassinate me or whatever you guys do these days. June 6th West Loretta Street will be doing, it's a Saturday. North side of town, we'll be doing, I'll be in a parade there. June 14th in Long Grove, I'll be there if you're in Iowa. July 4th, Bettendorf. For
the biggest day.
The biggest day, July 4th, right? July 5th, I'll be in Buffalo, Iowa at 12 p.m. At July 11th, I'll be in Eldridge. So for people that were asking about Eldridge. In July 18th, I'll be in Walcott. On August 9th, I'll be at the Mississippi Valley Fair. That'll be a big one too, Dylan. August 14th, I'll be in LeClaire for Tug Fest. Love Tug Fest in LeClaire. If you've never been there, go to it. It's literally a tug of war across the Mississippi River, Iowa versus Illinois. And unfortunately, Illinois has more wins than Iowa. September 6th, I'll be in Donahue. September 7th, I'll be in McCausland. And there's a date to be determined for the Bettendorf Halloween parade. So, Dylan, we've definitely got our work ahead of us.
Cut out for you.
Cut out for you, too. So we're going to do what we can do. And then after that, we'll see where that takes you, and we'll see where that takes me. I have a feeling that you and I will be working together for both of our interests in the near future.
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. And Jeremy, this is off topic from the campaign stuff, but I think we should really look at having an LFA fest or whatever, having all the people from LFA TV come around, do interviews, maybe invite some big speakers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that would be very great. I got a few venues in mind for that, but we'll let's talk more in depth about that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Illinois is a good place to do it, actually, because you're in the belly of the beast, and Illinois is a state that so many states can come to, from surrounding states. And I think it would be a good place to do that.
I have some great places in Davenport to do that, too.
Okay.
There's some really great places, like the Adler Theater. There's, oh my goodness, there's so much great places.
Yeah, and you can fly right into Moline, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to come to it. So, God bless you, Dylan, and keep doing what you're doing, man. We need more of you out there. Charlie Kirk inspired a generation. I think you're one of those people. And we'll just keep plugging away, and we'll do what we can do. Let's figure out that date. I'll talk to you later, okay?
All right. Thank you, Jeremy. God bless
Appreciate
you all.
it.
Thank you, LFA family.
Yep. DylanFillion.com, ladies and gentlemen. Reach out to him today. God bless you, buddy. See you later. That's DylanFillion.com. All right? DylanFillion.com. Go there and see how you can help him today. Eli, what an inspiring young man. You know the first time I met him, he showed up at my house with my wife. Now, I know that sounds weird, but my wife went to the Hy-Vee to get something for my birthday party. He saw my truck and thought it was me. Ended up it was Sabrina. She said, well, we're having a birthday party for him right now. We knew him from the LFA family anyway. We knew who he was from the LFA family. She invited him over. And Eli, last year, he came to my house for my birthday, and that's how I first met him.
He pulled a real Parker, huh? From Major League. Has your kids and my wife.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Where are we at here? Spencer Pratt, in a new poll, overtakes Karen Bass for L.A. mayor. Now, the likelihood of Spencer Pratt beating Karen Bass for mayor of L.A. is real and is huge. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I don't think that Spencer Pratt can beat her. I think he can. Not only do I think he can, I think he will. I think this is going to be the new upset in the Republican Party. This is going to be the new norm where you see outsiders coming in like Trump, regardless of their prior profession, and coming in and sparking interest, sparking some kind of inspiration with left, right, and center. And I believe that's Spencer Pratt. Now, if you were to say, would you put money on it? I wouldn't bet the farm on it, but I'd bet the car on it, if we could put it that way. I really, truly believe the same way I believed in my heart, looking at the numbers, looking at the stats, looking at the polls, looking at the likelihood, looking at the way people were responding to a certain candidate. You put all that together. That's what made me understand Trump was going to win in 2016. He definitely won in 2020, and he was coming back in 2024. That same feeling I get with Spencer Pratt. That same kind of, I don't know if it's discernment or the Holy Spirit coming alive when he sees somebody else who's speaking for the truth. I don't know what it is, but I do believe that not only can he win, I believe he's going to win. Spencer Pratt has jumped to a 1-point lead over incumbent Mayor Karen Bass, according to some new polling. Now, that may seem like not much, but in this case, in this situation, it's huge. Bass is not only the incumbent mayor, she has the backing of the entire establishment in a blue city, in a blue sanctuary state. No one even knew who Spencer Pratt was a month ago outside of that guy who was on reality TV. For him to overtake her in a new poll, any poll, by any amount, even if it's 0.1%, is nothing short of a miracle. Things like that just don't happen, especially to incumbent Democrats. All of this has to do with Spencer Pratt's viral video ad campaign, which, by the way, his own supporters started making. It wasn't even him who started it. But then he leaned into it. And when he leaned into it, more came. And as more came, his campaign started doing their own creativity, like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and others. The guy literally has been painted or painted himself as the savior to a city. Not theologically or biblically, but politically, a savior to the city. And people are eating it up. But not only that, his willingness to speak hard truths, even if they're not popular, his willingness to be a real person rather than a politician who dances around every question and answer. You ask Spencer Pratt a question, you're going to get a Spencer Pratt answer. Okay? The mayoral race between Los Angeles. Oh, by the way, Eli, I think somebody donated, it was Clee Sully, donated enough money to cover all for the week of Patriot Pals. And I just want to thank Clee Sully very much. I was sorry that I didn't get a chance to do that when you did it, but God bless you, and we appreciate that. And remember, Rumble Rants is how that man right there gets paid. Okay? Just remember that. Mayoral race between Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt is tightened, according to a poll from the California Post. The poll conducted with McLaughlin and Associates shows Pratt leading with a 30.1% support, while Bass had, in this poll, a 29.5% support. Literally, ladies and gentlemen, right before this election. This guy's pulled that far close and ahead when nobody ever thought that was going to be possible. The poll itself shows that the country is starting to respond to people like Trump. Look at, he got in, he won the Electoral College vote, popular vote, all three branches of government, and more counties ever than any other president ever. They responded to truth. They responded from somebody to tell you what they actually thought rather than what they're reading off a teleprompter. Same thing's happening to Spencer Pratt. Real people can be identified a billion miles away. And that's what's happening. The poll surveyed 400 likely LA voters between May 26 and 28. Now, while that's not a lot, percentage is percentage. That's how we knew there was no way that Biden, going throughout the whole evening with all these votes being represented as a trend, all of a sudden Trump's stopped and Biden's went through the roof when nobody was looking. Give me a break. Trends and math don't lie. You understand? Numbers don't lie. Analytics don't lie. Unless you're the Biden administration and you fudge those numbers, or the Obama administration trying to get everybody to believe that you were the deporter in chief. Pratt is a registered Republican, but is running as an independent, according to Breitbart News. He's even posted himself, I'm not going to make this about right or left. I'm going to make this about the people whose houses burned down. I'm going to make this about the people who no longer have a good time when they're walking down the streets of LA because of drug addiction and pee and poop in the streets. Now, this Democratic strategist torched LA Mayor Karen Bass. People are turning on Karen Bass. The left is turning on its own in many states because they're not on a winning side anymore. And people with common sense are calling it out.
Incumbent Democrat with all of the establishment behind her. She's got the unions. She's got the governor. She's got Kamala Harris. But she can't crack 26, 27%. So that is not about Spencer Pratt. That is about her. When you've got a ceiling that low and you're the incumbent mayor, that is your constituents telling you you're fired.
Yep.
So Spencer Pratt, it's fascinating to watch. A Republican hasn't been mayor in Los Angeles since 2001. So it's been 25 years. And I think if he gets elected, he's going to get elected, yes, because people are angry, because they feel like the government has failed them.
What is your sense? Who's going? Do you think it's a runoff?
I think it's going to be a runoff.
Between the two.
I think Bass and Pratt. And then I think in a runoff, head to head, I actually think he can consolidate the anti-establishment vote, and he could come over the top because she's got a terrible record that she's got to defend for the next 5 months.
Remember, a lot of people on the left in LA take what happened personal. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Now, Hog Brown said, let's not get too excited. You know, California is the most corrupt system in the world, not just the country. You're right about that. But again, when you get to these major moments like Trump, these polarizing moments, it seems to be like evil loses. It seems to me like when you get into these polarizing major worldwide headline moments, evil loses. At least in recent history, from my point of view, evil's been losing for quite some time. They couldn't even kill Trump 4 times, ladies and gentlemen. When you get to these major moments, these decisive moments in your history of your country, evil never wins. Right? Evil did not beat Abraham Lincoln when the first Republican, Eli, freed the slaves. Did it? Evil didn't win when the first president of the United States decided to go on a suicide mission against the largest military on earth with some ragtag, wore-down, underfed, sick individuals who were losing. Evil doesn't win in big moments. And I don't think it's going to win here either. Now, what I love about Spencer Pratt is he's pulling the Donald Trump. He's going on every podcast he possibly can to make his statement. And here he went on with Bill Maher. I have not watched this. Let's see how it goes.
This is a state that is constantly overthinking everything and overregulating everything. Trust me, I know. I did whole bits about how it took me 3 years to get the solar turned on. Solar, something they want you to have.
But now they're taxing you, I think, for having it.
They are?
I think so.
Man, he sounds like
what
Ben
do you mean
Berkwell.
you think so? You
I
have
think,
to know,
I don't need to know about solar,
Okay,
I need to focus on making sure the moms are safe and the animals are not being abused. That's my party.
I know, but if you're the mayor...
the solar panels, that's going to be somebody I'm hiring. That's my deputy mayor is going to worry about the solar panels.
No, Spencer, I got bad news. If you're the mayor, you are going to have to learn some of these issues more.
Solar panels. We're about 3 years from worrying about solar panels. We need to get all the naked drug addicts off of the sidewalks, and then I can worry about solar panels.
We can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
With the state of LA right now, solar panels, you can spit that gum out. I love the idea of getting the drug addicts treatment and giving them job opportunities. And if we need more solar panels, personally, I think we got to investigate the LADWP, why you even need a solar panel. You pay so much money for regular electricity that we got to check why our rates are going up 10% plus every month and we're not getting better electricity. Alkaline water is not coming out of our tap. So I'll get back to you on the solar panels, but it's a little, my totem pole is make sure people don't have home invasions every single night.
Right.
Make sure you're not losing your whole suspension because we haven't fixed a road. I'm basic. That's why I'm resonating. Common sense, basic stuff. People that are struggling to live in LA right now because it's so expensive and they're stepping in human poop, they don't care about your problem with the solar panel right now. But they may, once I get rid of the poop and I make it more affordable to live, then they may want solar panels.
Boom! Eli. Boom. Have you ever seen Bill Maher get silenced without a spirited debate? Have you ever seen Bill Maher shut his mouth just based on common sense rhetoric coming back from an argument? What are you going to say to that? That solar power is more of a priority than the safety and the health of the people living in the city, Eli? He shut Bill Maher right up with that. He humbled him real quick. Solar panels are not on my totem pole, bro. So you could take that and stick it up your totem pole ass.
He handled that so much better than I would have. That's why I can't be a politician. I would have looked at Bill and said, are you effing kidding me right now? Solar panels? We have people starving on the street, suffering on the streets, addicted to drugs. They lost their homes. They lost their entire lives. You want to talk about solar panels? Do you want to talk about smelt too? Shut the F up about solar panels. I'm talking about saving people's lives here, numbnuts.
Think about this, dude, with the water with California, remember? Remember, Eli? You were right. They were talking about a fish, a little endangered fish. Meanwhile, people didn't have water. But we got to protect the little fish. Yeah, it sounds like to me like California and LA's priorities are ass upside down compared to where they need to be. And somebody like this is right-siding it. That's what it looks like to me, the everyday average person.
That's why I tell you, dude, time and time again, it absolutely fascinates me how they have stripped, the left has stripped their followers, I guess if that's what you want to call them, of absolute common sense. They turned the water off during a wildfire that ruined people's homes and entire areas to save a fish. Just take a step back and think about that for 10 seconds.
By the way, can any of the dipshits over on YouTube name the fish? You don't get 30 seconds to answer. You literally get 10 from the time I start counting. Because you are behind on the stream, I'm going to start counting backwards from 10. I know that's hard for you on YouTube. I get it. But once I reach 0, tell me the fish. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, dos, uno, cero. For the illegal alien lovers out there, you should know exactly what I'm saying. Eli, I don't see the name of the fish. By the way, Eli, since you're monitoring the YouTube page, can you tell me if the dipshits over there actually answer the question sooner or later? Does anybody know the name of the aquatic animal that was trying to be saved by LA? Not the Republicans. I know you know because Donald Trump said it. I was wondering if the dipshits on YouTube knew. They didn't know. They didn't know. Have they named it yet, Eli?
Actually, the Trump supporters over there have
of course
named it.
They did.
I mean, they've said smelt.
Yes.
I don't know if it had a specific name. I don't really care about the friggin' fish.
It's Delta smelt. It's called Delta smelt. You know, at least he's not called Beta smelt, right?
They dealt it. They smelt it.
Yep. But again, to the illegal alien-loving Democrats on YouTube, you don't know the names of the people that you supposedly are saying getting their rights taken and deported, and you don't know the names of the stupid fish that California claimed that they were trying to save by hurting humans. The World Cup. Sean doesn't like it. We know. Sean, if you're watching, we get it. You don't like soccer. You don't understand the game. The reason why soccer has such a low score to it is because as large as that goal is, you would think, unlike hockey, that it would be very easy to kick a ball through the net. Go try to make a goal on a high school level goalie. Not even talking about a college or a professional level goalie. Enjoy. Soccer is one of the hardest sports there is to score. It is a chess game of field position, much like football, our football, which is superior to that football, obviously. But I grew up coaching soccer. We're a soccer family. We love it. We love the fact that the World Cup is coming to the United States of America. The MLS, the Major League Soccer, will get better and better, and the United States will contend for a World Cup title someday. But it's not our sport. It's clearly not our sport. But the World Cup coming to the United States is a big deal. It brings billions and billions of dollars, and it's good for the brand of America. So here's Mark Wayne Mullen talking about the World Cup coming to places like L.A.
Now, what a lot of people don't think about when they start talking about World Cup is what about the counterfeit products that come in or the human trafficking? When you have crowds this big, criminal activities follow. Well, ICE and HSI are going to be out there every day fighting against the counterfeit tickets, human trafficking, drug smuggling, counterfeit products. They're going to be working hand in hand with CBP along the way. Now, I know there's a lot of acronyms there. So on the bottom of the screen, we're going to tell you what each one of them meant.
So, CBP, ICE, Border Patrol, they're going to be at these, not at all of them, not in a presence in which it's going to scare people, but they will be present. So what does Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass think of that? Well, let's find out.
He will resist again, regardless of the World Cup. And I will be there standing in support of Angelenos, regardless of who they are, why they're here, when they came here. It doesn't matter to me. You're an Angeleno. Our community resisted before.
So there she goes. She said, our community resisted before, Eli. Our community will resist again, regardless of the World Cup coming here or not. We don't care about embarrassing America. Look at my hairdo, for crying out loud. And we are going to stand in solidarity with our fellow Angelenos. She's talking about illegal aliens. The largest base of illegal aliens voting in this country is in California. The entire state wins because of illegal alien voting. You take illegal alien voting out of any market, Republicans win 10 times out of 10. Why? Because the entire voting base of the Democratic Party is made up of illegal aliens, ladies and gentlemen. Period. Eli?
You know, it's like I said, Jeremy, with the day one dictator thing that Trump never did. I personally think Trump, day one, and right now, through his whole presidency, should have come out with something. And I don't care, you have to go through a Supreme Court or laws or bills or all that crap. As the President of the United States, I want to hear out of his mouth, you know what, from now on, any of you scumbags throughout the entire country who help or harbor illegal aliens, you're going to jail.
No, I agree.
We're going to come find you, we're going to stick you in prison, and you're going to sit there. I'm to a point where I'm so sick and tired. How are they still wandering all around California, and they're going to be voting, and they're going to be...
No, I agree. Sean Farish said it on his show today. Sean Farish said, I'll never understand how a state or a city can be a sanctuary anything. It's literally against the Constitution of the United States. You are in violation of the law. So how a state is able to do that and how these states are able to continue to be as strong to resist anybody trying to stop it is beyond me. I want day one dictator when it comes to the sanctuary cities and the sanctuary laws. Here's an LA liberal who has money voting for Pratt. Here's what he says.
I want to win as mayor of LA.
I want Spencer Pratt to win. I voted Democrat all my life, but I'm sick of all the stupidity going on here in LA. So.
And what stupidity?
Homelessness is ramping. The city is dirty. They mishandled the fires. Lots of things. Yeah.
Were you affected by the fires?
Not personally, but people I know lost their homes in Malibu and other zones of the city. Yeah.
And what's happened, like, with your friends? How have they gotten back into it? Have they gotten help?
My friends are fine because they had money, but it's not because of the government.
Yeah, sure.
That's a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you voted Democrat all your life. What is the specific thing that made you say, I'm going to vote for Pratt?
It's a lot of things. It's been a process, but it's just seeing what's going on in the city, right? It's just, I guess the whole woke, extreme ideology, I just don't like it. I consider myself a liberal, but it's just too extreme going on right now. I just don't like it, so I'm gonna go for something different.
Was there a specific cause, like you mentioned homelessness, but did you see something that made you snap?
No, not one particular thing. It's just everything. I just see, for example, we had $1 trillion in surplus budget when Gavin Newsom took in, And now we have a deficit of $500 billion. So I think that's a great reason to question what's going on. All the fraud going on with healthcare and lots of things.
So being as someone who's voted Democrat for much of your life, why do we see Karen Bass have a 69% chance of winning this election? Why are people still voting for her?
I suppose because many people don't, question. They just say I'm a Democrat and they go Democrat, even if the candidate is shitty.
Love it.
Who do you want to win as mayor of LA?
Love it. Love the truth coming out more than anything. Love to hear people on the streets not getting their word and not getting silenced in any way. Mainstream media would never show that. Eli, if that guy who conducted the interview, if he sent that interview to say, let's say, CNN, they'd never play it. They would never play that because they don't want anybody going, that guy's got a point. They would never play it. Just like Fox would probably never play anything well, actually, they didn't they? They said Arizona was won by Joe Biden when not 1% of the 2020 electoral votes were in. Isn't that weird?
It's exploded with interest as former reality TV star Spencer Pratt has gained popularity and millions in donations. Democratic Mayor Karen Bass fighting to keep her job. The third top-tier candidate is Progressive Councilwoman Nithya Raman.
I think we know how reality stars make it when they are in government. And what's going on is not the best picture.
No matter how much I am attacked with these lies that have nothing to do with my heart and my spirit, I just want people to feel safe.
I'm used to being underestimated, but I know that the message that we're running on resonates with people.
And we are heading to polling locations. We will keep you guys updated throughout the day. Back to you, New York.
All right, thanks so much, Matt. And
race here now.
So I don't know. I guess it's up in the air what's going to happen. We're going to go down to Texas, to Talarico here in a minute. I want to show you, hey, YouTubers. By the way, Eli, what a stupid name, huh? I'm a YouTuber. Give me a super chat. Follow me on YouTube, bro. Rumbler. I'm a rumbler. Give me a rumble rant, right? Find me on Rumble. I'm on YouTube. I'm a YouTuber. Lame. Anyway, all you YouTubers over there, I hope you can explain what I'm going to show you next. But first, are you done with Democrats? Are you done with debt? They're the same thing. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Democrats put you into debt, and this new Republican Party's trying to figure a way to get you out. There's a thing called good debt, and there's a thing called bad debt. Done with debt, I wish there was a site called Done with Democrats. That would be really good. But Done with Debt finds and locates your bad debt, debt that isn't doing anything for you but raping and robbing your bank account, and it finds you a plan to get out of that bad debt immediately so that the only debt you have is good debt. Now you might say, what is good debt? Well, good debt is, your home, because you're getting equity into that good debt. Now, depending on where you have your home, it might be good debt or bad debt. A car, you need it. That's good debt, even though the car depreciates. But high interest credit card loans, things like that, not good debt. DoneWithDebt.com. Speak to a trained debt professional today at 888-322-1054. You see it on your screen. Get out of that bad debt today and stop being a Democrat, or stop thinking like a Democrat, I guess you say. Stop thinking like a Democrat. Also, Fatty 15, live long enough to see the current Democrat Party get to its knees and want to come back to the center, which is where everybody should be. Unmatched quality, Fatty 15. What is Fatty 15? Fatty 15, the reason why it's called that is not because I started promoting it when I was 15. No, it's called that because it's a fatty acid, an essential fatty acid, that's called C15. Put the two names together, boom, live longer. That's exactly what happens. Backed by 100 plus peer-reviewed studies, pure and patented, only ingredient is C15. If you don't know what C15 is, look it up. Don't take it from me. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on TV. Every batch is independently tested, and it takes one pill a day to keep you living longer. That's what it does. It changes the way your cells age and reverses that. And fixes your damaged cells. You don't believe me? Do your own research. Fatty 15, ladies and gentlemen, at fatty15.com/LFA. That's fatty15.com/LFA. Get a 90-day starter kit for only $101.96. fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA. Now, James Talafrico, this loser. If anybody votes for James Talarico, you're gay. Did you vote for James Talarico? You're gay. You really want to be gay? I wouldn't want to be. But let's see. This is how the Democrats rehearse and win, funded by George Soros.
Well, you know, I've gone to every corner of Texas over the course of this campaign, from Beaumont to El Paso, from Amarillo to Brownsville, and everywhere in between. And I can't tell you the number of people who come up to me at the end of these events and whisper, "I'm not a Democrat," like they're in the witness protection program.
Wow. The walls are closing in. The walls are closing in. The walls are closing in. This is the beginning of the end. The beginning of the end. This is the beginning of the end. Trump whistleblower. Trump whistleblower. Russia. 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 Oh, and did I mention Russia? Those were 2 separate days. Those were 2 separate interviews on 2 different and separate mainstream media outlets. They have nothing. They are nothing. They won't win a damn thing. You think Texas will vote for James Talafrico? Seriously? The guy said he was a vegan, but I've seen pictures of him with more meat in his mouth than Lindsey Graham. You kidding me? Talking about a turkey leg, you freaks.
Just keep coming for Democratic Senate candidate Graham Planter. On the heels of apologizing for a tattoo associated with Nazis, an offensive post about a wounded U.S. soldier, now his wife, Amy Gertner, is responding to reports that she gave his campaign a heads up about her husband sending sexually explicit texts to several different women.
Horrible. There is no doubt that this guy, Plattner, is flawed in many ways. This is different than the Eric Swalwell thing so far, because no women have come forward that I know of or that have been reported. We haven't seen the sex like we did with Swalwell, but it is disturbing and it is horrible. And why can't we do better? Why can't we have? Tell you it's not.
Eli, why can't we do better? Why can't we do better? They just want to date all of us. I'm going to go on from this after I get what you want to say here, Eli. But what they're talking about is Plattner, the guy up in Maine, right? The guy who had the Nazi tattoo for 20 years, is an anti-Semite, hates black people, and Eli was sexting women while married. His wife went on CNN yesterday and said how completely distraught and disappointed she was. Go.
Sorry, man. It's kind of hard to concentrate on anything other than my question, which is why is Ana Navarro sitting there half-dressed, looking like a drunk whore with her friggin' shoulder all... Oh, she looks like a prostitute.
Yeah. And if she had a daughter, she'd be a prostitute. All right, let's see them defend the Nazi, anti-Semite, womanizing scumbag and still want him elected, because that's what they're about to do. Come on, play the video. Come on already.
Better
It's
candidates.
not
Why do
worth
we have
compromising your morals and values and integrity. To be honest, his sexting is the least of my concerns with this
that's
guy.
what I thought.
Graham Plattner trashed a Purple Heart recipient, said he didn't deserve to live, defamed fallen Navy SEAL Chris Kyle, downplayed how hard it is to report sexual assault in the military, repeatedly used anti-gay slurs and homophobic posts as recently as 2021, called himself an avowed communist, and has a Nazi tattoo for 20 years that he's since covered up. This guy just seems like a guy of not very
Another
good character.
Democrat.
And there are a lot of options in this country. And by the way, there are other paths for Democrats to win. Just win a different state. You need 4 seats. Look at Alaska. Look at Iowa. Look at Texas. Don't die on the hill of a guy who is going to be a headache for you for years to come.
And not to make this political, because I'm usually not the one that does that, but watching that video of the wife saying, you know, don't spend energy on these ads. The problem with these ads is they
like
are
it is.
true. These is a character flaw. This isn't, Plattner has said, you know, he did it in form. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I've changed. This is a problem. The Purple Heart recipient, by the way, the video he insulted, was a man who took fire to save his team. And he said, this stupid guy should have died. It's only because they didn't have good aim that he's here. If you were capable of saying that at any time in your life, you've shown me who you are, and I heard you. This man should be nowhere near Congress.
All the allegations are true. The sexting with other women while married is definitely true because his wife is the person that gave the messages to his campaign to give them a heads up. So the fact now that he's saying that part is not true.
I think she said that he had she told them campaign but we haven't seen messages.
But she disclosed it.
Right.
So why would she lie about that? So that part is true. He's also made racist remarks about against African Americans. So he's a cheater. Watch this. An anti-Semite because the fact that he had that tattoo for 20 years and didn't know what it was is a lie. So he's a liar, a racist, an anti-Semite.
Homophobe.
He's a homophobe. So he's all the things.
But,
and character does matter. I need to add that he said that he sent the racist things because he was suffering from PTSD from his tour in Afghanistan. I know a lot of soldiers that have PTSD that aren't racist.
Listen, who knows what is what, but I'd like the quality of the people we are dealing with to be better. And again, we can ask for better. And you're right about Tyreek. I was shocked to see what they were trying to pin on him because they couldn't get.
Hold up. Wait. I have another clip of Sonny Hostin. They cut that video cut her off. What you don't see is Sonny Hostin saying he is an anti-Semite. He is this. He is that. But
he's also
the guy in the White House is worse, and we need to win this election. Basically, endorsing it. Ready?
Made racist remarks about against African Americans. So he's a cheater. He's an anti-Semite because the fact that he had that tattoo for 20 years and didn't know what it was is a lie. So he's a liar, a racist, an anti-Semite.
Homophobe.
He's a homophobe. So he's all the things. And character does matter. But we have someone that has almost unbridled power in the White House at this point. There are no checks and balances. And the only way that we can maybe bring a bit of our democracy back is by having a Congress that functions and that has the checks and balances. And I do think one of the only ways is to win that seat in Maine.
Ooh! Eli, Sonny Hostin said that he's a anti-Semite, a homophobe, a xenophobe, a womanizer, a liar, a cheater, and all of this stuff, and hates the military. But even though that racist, Sonny Hostin says, even though all that, we need that seat because the guy in the White House is worse. Yeah. That's your Democrats, retarded YouTubers.
I would really hope, I pray that they don't have a huge fan base anymore. But I've said it before and I'll say it again. There's almost nothing more dangerous than this panel of retards who's been on TV for far too long. Do you notice how they do things? They're this. But who really knows? Well, you've already stated what you think, and now that's gotten into the minds of all the weak numbnuts over there, like the ones on YouTube, not the supporters, but the idiots over there who have just been clamoring and arguing with everything we've been saying for 3 straight hours. Thanks for the view, by the way.
Yeah.
The view. But you see what I'm saying, Jeremy? They have a way of getting it out and then completely and totally taking themselves out of the equation. It's genius and it's dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because people actually listen to that and go, well, Sonny Hostin had a pretty good career. She was a prosecutor and she worked in the DA's office. And if she's saying that Trump is worse than Plattner, well, congratulations. You've just moved one step closer to communism while calling us fascists. And by the way, fascism and communism, 2 different things. Here was some good news yesterday. President Trump signing that executive order over mail-in ballots in the post office, just like I reported on a week ago.
Cheating that's gone on. And so we're going to be signing an executive order. It's, I believe it's foolproof. And maybe it'll be tested, maybe it won't. I think it's very obvious what's said. And I'll ask Will Scharf to start off, attorney, a great talent, a very brilliant young man, and if you could discuss it, and then I'm going to ask Howard Lutnick to say a few words, and then I'm going to sign it, and we'll take a couple of questions. Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, as you said, you have in front of you an executive order that deals with a number of issues relating to election integrity. As you've consistently identified, two of the biggest problems we have with election integrity in this country are, one, inaccurate voter rolls that allow ineligible people to vote in various federal and state elections all over the country. And then secondarily, you've consistently identified that vote by mail in this country has become rife with fraud. People returning ballots who aren't eligible to return ballots, ballots being sent to people who aren't confirmed to be eligible voters. So what this executive order is going to do is, one, we're going to take federal data. We're going to ensure that each state's election officials are provided with a comprehensive view of who the eligible voters in their jurisdiction actually are, allowing them to properly verify that everybody voting in their elections is legally able to vote. And then it orders the Postmaster General, the U.S. Postal Service, to take bold new measures to verify that ballots both being sent to people are being sent to people who are eligible to vote, and then that ballots being returned are being properly returned by eligible voters only. And we believe that combined, the measures in this executive order will help secure elections in the future and ensure that the many abuses of our election system in the past aren't repeated in future elections.
Right. Massive cheating that's gone on.
Now, yesterday, Eli, coupled with that, I put out a video that said that TSA, now this started in December, but it really started ramping up lately. It started in December under Kristi Noem. It is now advancing under Mark Wayne Mullen, is that the TSA, Eli, is now sharing all data with anybody who comes and puts their license underneath that thing or their passport. All of that data now goes to ICE. And ICE gets all the data of anybody flying in the entire country, so that if any name matches up with a name on the ICE or Border Patrol or CBP list of illegal aliens or people who have overstayed visas or whatnot, that automatically gets pinged with ICE, and they either show up at that airport or the airport that these people are flying to. Hopefully they stop them before they get on the plane. That's the goal, so that they're detained right then and there. I put that video out yesterday, which is great news, by the way, both for election integrity and for illegal aliens bouncing across the country. I had a guy come on my thread and say, you know, I'm a conservative. I actually voted for Trump. But this guy, he's talking about me. Every time this guy does a video, it is unverifiable, and nothing he says is true. So I went for the two things that I reported on, which was that and Ilhan Omar's funds that her and Tim Mynett were involved in with a dispensary in a different state were frozen. And I found the links to both of those stories and put them in there. And he said, anybody can find a story to support what they want. You can't even win with conservative ignorance in this country.
I gave up on that a long time ago, dude. Even on YouTube over there earlier, I was stating some facts that they could go look up themselves. Why don't you prove it? Why don't you prove it? Why don't you prove it? And I tell them the same thing I tell everybody now. No, I'm not going to put anything in there where you're just going to say, oh, you got it from that specific area, which is known to lie, or you're just making that up, or that's still, you're never going to believe it. Just like if Trump puts out the friggin' Epstein files today. That's what you're clamoring for. And okay, here they are, here they are. Those aren't all of them. You're hiding. They've probably been redacted. You're never going to believe it. So what's the point? Shut up.
Yep, absolutely. One more quick thing before Will Johnson comes on. Check this out. Posted by my friend And We Know. It's actually President Trump talking about the FBI agents on January 6th. Ready for this, YouTube retards?
Placed against all rules, regulations, protocols, and standards 274 FBI agents into the crowd just prior to and during the January 6th hoax. This is different from what Director Christopher Wray stated over and over again. That's right. As it is now turns out, FBI agents were at and in the January 6th protest, probably acting as agitators and insurrectionists, but certainly not as law enforcement officials. I want to know who each and every one of these so-called agents are and what they were up to on that now historic day.
Look at that. 274 FBI agents. 274 in that crowd that Christopher Wray said, I don't know how many of them were in there. Do you want to know why the number matters? because 300 people basically driving the ship of the riot on January 6th, which I will call a Fedsurrection. One person can cause riot-like atmospheres. 274 with immunity. I wonder what they're capable of. There are right ways, and there are wrong ways. But there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. To the great and beautiful, wonderful people on Rumble, and to the low IQ, half-dead, half-brain retards over on YouTube, we will see you tomorrow. And remember, keep your families and friends close. Keep your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. Never stop fighting for this country. Never stop spreading the gospel. Ladies and gentlemen, long live this constitutional republic. Peace.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to talk about the radical liberals. They're in turmoil right now. There's an internal civil war happening in the Democrat Party, and they're losing their minds about it. We're going to talk about that and so much more in the Culture Wars.
I've been thinking a lot about Democrats and how they've reacted so far to the latest scandal up in Maine with Graham Plattner, and how much of an example this is of the kind of lesson they've been trying to take from Donald Trump and the way he's operated for the last 10 years. Just look at how Democratic Senator Andy Kim reacted when I asked him about it. First, he said that it's up to the voters of Maine. And then he did something very telling. He focused on taking back control of the Senate. What do you think?
Well, look, right now, for me, I have not met him. I've never talked to him yet. But what I do hear from people in New Jersey around the country is that they don't trust this U.S. Senate right now, led by the Republicans, as we are about to go back into session this coming week. And what they are pushing on is, $60 to $70 billion more for ICE, for CBP, for immigration. They want that stopped.
So do what it takes to elect Democrats, regardless of
From my
questions like
standpoint,
this?
I will work with whoever the people of Maine elect, but I hope that they elect somebody that is going to stand up to this president, work with me to be able to fight back against all these dangers.
Would this have been the way Democrats reacted 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Hard no. They would have been hand-wringing. They would have been publicly questioning whether or not this is really the guy who represents democratic values. And now they're making a concerted, strategic, political effort to keep their eye on the ball and focus on what they need to do to win back the Senate, regardless of questions about flaws in their candidate.
Nazi tattoo.
Because that has not gotten them far in a lot of races. It's made them lose a lot of races. And you can ask the questions about morality and ethics and everything else, but to see the evolution of Democrats on a leadership level, certainly those who are already in the Senate and want to be back in control, to be more forgiving of things that they wouldn't have a few years ago was fascinating.
The reason why I wanted to play this is because of Dana Bash here. She's one of the biggest lunatic liberals in the mainstream media. And for the fact that she's talking about how the Democrats, how she's starting to see how the Democrats have changed. Now, me personally, I say that the Democrats have always been this way. There's nothing new under the sun. It's just now more people are starting to recognize it and more people are starting to see it. That's the biggest thing here. And now she's out here calling out the Democrats for actually openly supporting, mind you, a Nazi. You know, they constantly say that President Trump is a white supremacist, neo-Nazi. They say this constantly every single day. There's not a day that goes by that the radical left lunatics don't call or refer to President Trump as a fascist. There's not a single day. Every single day. You can find it all over social media that they refer to President Trump. Even after the political violence happens, give it a day or 2 days later, sometimes not even 24 hours later, they go right back to the hateful political rhetoric that they've been pushing onto our country. But to hear her actually talk about the Democrats, and again, the only reason why she's saying anything like this is because she's wanting them to recognize what they're doing. Look, she is saying you can't do this. You have to get someone who's not as flawed as this dude, Graham Plattner. You can't do it. The Nazi tattoo, racist remarks. He doesn't like black people. He's homophobic. They constantly say this all the time about him, right? And he talked about veterans. How are you going to put someone in the Senate that you want them to believe, you want everybody to believe that he is for them? See, the Democrats come across, or they want to come across, like they're extremely inclusive. Like we welcome everybody. Apparently they do, Nazis included, except for when it comes to MAGA Republicans or President Trump. When it comes to those of us who actually love the country, we get rejected no matter where you are or who you are. The Democrats have an agenda to remove MAGA Republicans from the country. And I'm going to show you a clip of that very thing. And see, Graham Plattner has this Nazi tattoo on his chest. When I talked about it yesterday, and it's been in the news, even Jeremy's talking about it. This Nazi tattoo that he has on his chest was a tattoo that the Nazis got that worked at the concentration camps. They were all proud to have it on there. And they made sure that the Jewish people that they were imprisoning and killing could see these tattoos, because they wanted to instill fear into the people that they were tormenting. And he go and gets this tattoo for 18 years. 18 years he's had this tattoo on his chest. 18 years. And was it past year 2025? I think it was October or November of 2025. That's when he got the tattoo changed, after it started coming out. So all of these years, you mean to tell me he didn't know what it meant? When I go to the gym and I'm in the gym and I see a whole bunch of women and a whole bunch of men, and they have tattoos all throughout their body, and it's such a permanent thing. It's not something like, well, okay, I'm going to change it today. You know, I'll put it this today and change it tomorrow. I guess you can get stuff added to it, but once you get the tattoo, for the most part, it's a permanent thing. I mean, they do have the laser thing where they can remove it now, but still. And I'm looking at it, it's not like a picture that you can just change. Like I can draw a picture, erase it, click Command C, undo it, whatever you can't do that. But he's had this tattoo, and then he started running for political office, and then all of a sudden it became a problem with the tattoo. That's when it became a problem, when people started questioning it. Dudes even put out homophobic posts, and he is their front runner. Now, the left, they advocate for homosexuals, the trans, and all of that. They advocate for them like no tomorrow. But yet they're going with this dude. They're completely split about Graham Plattner. Completely split about him. They don't know whether they should keep him or boot him. Keep him or boot him. There's a clip with Cory Booker where he's actually asked a question about Graham Plattner. And he says, well, I don't know enough about him. And besides, I'm going to go with the people in Maine, whatever they decide, kind of like, don't ask me any questions about this. But if they select him, they believe that a Nazi with an actual Nazi tattoo on his chest that hates his country is a better option than someone that just might vote for something that President Trump is doing. Just might. Susan Collins, she's a total rhino. She might as well be a Democrat, but simply because she has an R next to her name is the reason why they want to get rid of her, because she just might flip. She just might flip. But anyways, listen to him asking about Plattner to Cory Booker.
Let me ask you, do you have concerns with the weight of all these controversies that it may jeopardize Democratic hopes to get that Senate seat in Maine?
Yeah, I have concerns. That guy has questions to answer, and that's what campaigns are for.
He has questions to answer, and that's what campaigns are for. But there's another clip with Cory Booker saying, I don't know anything about it. And if the people in Maine support him, then, that's what we're going to do. That's how we're going to roll with this. That's just the way it is. And then you have another one that was on ABC. And I want to show you this one on the Communist News Network. It's not looking good for him. I'm going to make a prediction here and say that the Democrats are going to keep him because they say that there's enough time for them to bring somebody else up to go up against Susan Collins. But I think they feel that they probably have run out of time to pour money into the next person to try to convince people, nope, this candidate was wrong, but this one is good. And what's probably going to end up happening is he's not going to back out. It's going to be like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris all over again. He's not going to back out. He's going to stay in there. I don't care that I have the Nazi tattoo. I don't care that I'm homophobic. I don't care that I don't like black people. I don't care that I talk bad about our vets. I don't care that I talk bad about the United States of America. He doesn't care about any of that. And some of these Democrats are going to vote for him, but there's a lot of them, a great deal, that are asking him to get out, but he's not going to get out. I'm making a prediction. I could be wrong. We shall see.
Democrats, though, now are trying to backpedal a little bit because they realize it's this constant drip, drip, drip. It wasn't just the Totenkopf tattoo. It wasn't just the basically making fun of veterans for getting shot at. It wasn't the sexual acts and porta potty. It's continuing to drip, drip, drip. And so I think they're kind of aware that maybe they've made this Faustian bargain. And bear in mind, I think for so long they tried to say, we have the moral high ground because Donald Trump. That was their argument for everything. And so now they've somehow embraced somebody with a Nazi tattoo. I mean, it's kind of beyond the pale. Yeah. And I would also note too, but this is all in the name of getting out Susan Collins, who is the most moderate Republican in the Senate. It's a really tough situation for them to say, elect this guy with the Nazi tattoo to beat out Susan Collins. Right. Okay.
Yes, to beat out Susan Collins. You got to do what you can to beat out Susan Collins. When she, again, sides with the Democrats more often than not. I'm telling you, it's simply because she has the R next to her name. And they actually like the idea of the communist version of the Democrat with Graham Platt that they're trying to bring in. They like the communist version of it. They'd rather have that version than Susan Collins, right? For example, they're hating John Fetterman. They can't stand John Fetterman because John Fetterman is talking common sense. I think they will take Susan Collins over John Fetterman right about now. But this dude, Graham Plattner, he is in the news when I brought it up yesterday and talked about it. And it's actually interesting. Some people hadn't heard about it. But he brought up and saying that they're focusing on gossip. This is his wife as well. They're focusing on gossip rather than the actual issues. Isn't that what the Democrats do all the time? They focus on gossip. They focus on how to just discredit President Trump instead of actually focusing in on the good thing and the positive things that President Trump has done. Isn't that the MO of the Democrat Party? And besides, no one was talking about his sexting until his wife dropped it on him. His wife dropped it. And of course, the reason why his wife dropped it, for those of you that don't know, is when you're running political office, they ask, is there anything in the closet? Is there anything that's dirt that can be used against you. The Democrats were all fine with the Nazi tattoo. They were all fine with him talking bad about military personnel. They were fine. They were even slightly fine with him talking about the homosexuals, that the way he was talking about them. And they most definitely were fine with him being hateful towards black people. They were completely fine with that. But when they found out that he was sexting multiple women while he was while he was married, just in 2023, years ago, that becomes the problem. That becomes a problem because in their minds, they said, well, we just got rid of Eric Swalwell for similar activity. So what is that going to make us look like if we can't get rid of him because of same thing with women? So you can't talk dirty to women being a man. Obviously, he's a straight man because these aren't trans women. He's Texas. Because put it this way, if he was sexting trans women, they would be like, oh, my goodness, he's exactly what we want. If he was sexting biological men that's pretending to be women, trans women, they would love him. Oh, my goodness, they'd be like, he's the best thing ever. But because he was actually sexting biological women, it's a problem. You're a straight man and you're showing the world and you're telling us that you're actually still really attracted to biological women. That's a problem. Look, I don't care who you are. There's only one man that ever walked this planet that was able to control himself when it came to women. Now, there's been some that's probably done some extra things that, but still, they probably did extra things just because of the fact. But by and large, the way God created is so men will be attracted to women. Biological men attracted to biological women. That's the way God created, because if that wasn't the case, you and I wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here. Now, with all of that said, the Democrats in Maine are still going with Plattner. They're still going with for him. And I'm like, who in their right mind would do it? But then again, we're talking about Democrats supporting Plattner. Democrats. These are the same people that are confused about what a man and a woman is. Same people. So of course they would. You can't tell me that the Democrat Party put Madami as mayor in New York City wouldn't vote for this dude. Both of them have communist tactics. Both of them on the opposite side coming together for the same goal, for destruction of the United States of America. Prove me wrong. Let me show you this. Here are some liberals that MSDNC went and talked to in Maine. Here's a white feminist liberal talking about Plattner. What do you think she's going to say?
Graham Plattner has been honestly very disappointing. Every time I've gotten behind him, I used to have his sign in my front yard.
She used to have his sign in her front yard. Used to. So in every indication, she's not going to vote for him, right?
And every time I get behind him, he disappoints Democrats again and again. But I'm at the point where there's no one else left to vote for. So really, I'm going to be voting for Graham Plattner.
Dude, you can't make this up. This is the very reason why I'm constantly saying that the Antichrist comes on the scene and the Antichrist makes himself known to the world. Yes, I'm the Antichrist. Rah, 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 rah. And what are they going to say? Well, we don't have any other choice. I have to vote for the Antichrist. She knows this dude is bad. It goes against everything that they complain they have no rights. Black people, gay people, illegal immigration. He's for all of that, communist tactics, but she's going to go for him. She's still going to vote for him because the R on the other side. And she's not the only one. Here's another one MSDNC was interviewing.
It's not going to change my vote. Actually, I feel like it's his personal life and it doesn't impact the change he's looking to make in Portland and beyond.
Oh, it's his personal life. But he's looking for the impact that he's going to make in Portland or in Maine and beyond. That's what she's looking for. Because they actually want communism in the United States of America. This is the whole agenda here. And they don't care who it is or how they get there, just long as they get there. Because they believe that communism needs to come into play. You know what the main reason why I believe that they want communism is because they want to be lazy. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to go to work. They want to sit on the couch and watch The View, the Witches of the View, all day long. That's what they want to do. They want to sit down and just watch that all day long and not have to want for anything, get up and do anything, everything just be handed to them. Bring in more illegals to serve them, spoon feed them even. This is the communists that they're wanting to look for. This is what they want. They don't want people to work hard. They don't, unless they want everybody else to work hard but them. What it comes down to, that's what they want. They want everybody else to work hard but them. Because if you're working hard, you become successful, you become a millionaire, billionaire, then they just want to take it from you from all of the hard work that you've done because they feel that they should just be able to sit down and do nothing. Here's another one I want to share with you, talking about this from these lunatic liberals.
I think we have lost the plot on authenticity. I think Graham Plattner is cosplaying working class. He wears it like a Halloween costume, and that has been placed on him by the same people who have run a lot of progressive candidates across the nation. In this pursuit of getting to know the everyman, we keep picking these people who I think show the worst parts of society. If I am to believe that Graham Plattner can relate to everyday Americans, then that means I am to believe that everyday Americans are okay with Nazi tattoos because they get them accidentally when they're drunk, or because they served in the military. They have very regressive views on race and on gender. I just cannot accept the fact that to gain the working class, we have to dress up people who show the lowest of our values.
Do y'all see the conflict? Do you see the conflict that they're having right now? I mean, they're at odds with one another. And again, at the end of the day, the main reason why they're going with Plattner is because they feel that they have somebody in him that will fight against President Trump. When President Trump wants to implement something that's going to benefit all of Americans, that Plattner would be there to push against it. That's originally the reason why I bring him up again. John Fetterman. John Fetterman was the stuff that he was saying, the drugs, the uses of drugs, and the pornography, and the sex workers. He was like all in the open about it, supporting it, and the Democrats loved him. And we were saying, you've got to be out of your mind putting this dude as a senator. You can't do it. You can't do it. And then John Fetterman went in there, and everything just kind of flipped after he had his medical emergency. And just for disclaimer, I'm not a doctor, don't claim to be a doctor. But after he had, I believe it was a stroke, he came back and he started talking common sense, and then they started rejecting him. As long as you were talking insane, stupid stuff, the left will support you. That's what it all comes down to. It doesn't matter how articulate you are. It doesn't matter how well you dress. It doesn't matter how you carry yourself. Just hate the country, hate President Trump, hate God, and the Democrats will love you. And of course, go against reality and everything else. I mean, hating God means you're going against reality. But as long as you got all of those prerequisites, the Democrats will love you. They will love you. Let me share this one with you, because this is I don't know who this guy is. I've never seen this guy before. And he's asked a question about Graham Plattner, and I believe he's running for governor in some state or something like that. And he's a Jewish American. He's a Jewish American, which tells me he's a Democrat. Because when he's asked this question about Graham Plattner, if you are a true American, you're going to say, you know what? If it was me and I had that type of stain on my life, they would be calling for me to step down. If they want the party to win, he probably would step down. But listen to this interaction. I thought it was really interesting. Is the reason why I want to share it with you.
As a Jewish American, do you have a problem with the main Senate Democrat having a Nazi tattoo?
I think that these are questions that should be put before the electorate. I think he has to answer those questions. He has to answer those questions to the satisfaction of his electorate. I think those are the fundamental issues that are put before folks before they vote. But
Do you think he should drop out? No. Sir, do you think he should drop out? No comment.
I'm not sure what are you after exactly.
Well, I just want to know your thoughts as a Jewish American.
Yeah, I am a Jewish American.
Right. He has a Nazi tattoo. Does that bother you?
We're gonna take a photo. Are you a Jewish American?
No, but you're running for Senate.
So what's your point?
Do you think he should drop out?
Are you here to stir something up? What are you after?
No, I just want to know your opinion.
Yeah.
Drop out of what? You sound like a disturber to me.
You seem very, very nervous.
Drop out of what?
You seem very, very nervous.
do you
Like
think-
you're on the spot trying to pick a fight.
Oh, well, I'm asking you a question, sir.
All right.
You don't think he's drop out?
Okay, he's not. I see that all the time. I see it all the time. When you start asking questions that's getting them worked up and they started getting irritated and they started feeling violent themselves, they try to redirect it, or they try to say that you're the one. You seem like you're a little nervous. You're shaking over there. Are you angry or something? Are you trying to start a fight? What? He's just asking a question. Do you think he should drop out? Yes or no? Obviously, the answer is no, because he's a Jewish American, and this dude has a Nazi tattoo that represented the Nazi camps that Jewish people were locked in, and this dude can't say yes, he should drop out. Please. I mean, really. See, the Democrat Party right now, they don't know which way is up or which way is down. They don't know which way they're going. They have no idea. They're just right now going with the flow in hopes that the American people don't recognize how much they hate this country and how much they have embraced evilness. They're hoping that the majority of the American people don't recognize it. And the reason why they're doing that is because majority of the American people that support these idiots have not recognized it. Even the ones that's presented with the information, they still reject the truth of it all. They're still rejecting the truth of it all. Well, so let me ask you, do you think Graham Plattner is going to drop out? Do you think, me personally, I don't think he's going to. I think, like I said, I think what he's going to end up doing is same thing Joe Biden did. He's going to probably wait until the last minute. Something else will probably come out on him. Because they're probably asking, okay, is there anything else? Because they're probably in his camp. They're probably saying, look, we can get past this. We can get past this. But I don't know if he can. Especially when you have the witches of the View going after this dude now. I mean, Jeremy played something. I was going to play the clip for you. It's like 3 minutes or something like that with the witches of the View going back and forth, talking about, no, he did all this stuff and like he needs to go. When you have the witches of the View, pure evil, when they're going against this dude, he's probably not going to make it. But again, with that said, I don't think he's going to drop out. I think he's going to stay there. Very last minute, something else comes out, he's going to be forced out. And then when they lose, what are they going to do? They're going to blame him and Trump, of course. Right? Just like they're blaming Joe Biden because he didn't drop out soon enough for Kamala Harris. It didn't matter when Joe Biden dropped out. No one wanted that idiot Kamala Harris. No one wanted her. But do you think that the Democrats are going to get wind of what they need to do? Even on the Communist News Network, they're talking about the polls where Graham and Susan Collins were at. This was just, not too long ago. But as of right now, today, with all these scandals coming out with Graham Plattner, it's not looking good for him. So if it's not looking good for him, it's not looking good for the Democrats, because the Democrats have it in their mind that Maine is the one state that they can get that will tip the Senate for their favor.
Really,
any path to taking the Senate goes through Maine.
Yeah.
So what are we seeing about the chances of taking the Senate right now?
Yeah, if you take a look, the chance of getting the Senate right now, you go back 2 months ago, it was about a 50-50 split, right? Now Republicans, again, it's close, but Republicans are now slightly favored to take back the Senate, no doubt in part because of what is going on in Maine, which just makes that path, which was already difficult, a little bit more treacherous.
This feels like a Plattner tax right now in those overall stances to take the Senate.
Look at that. 43 to 57%. And they're losing their minds. They're losing their minds. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you're going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
These are serious times with serious challenges, and this is not a moment for career politicians desperately seeking another job. We have a fascist in the White House pulling strings with the secret police abducting our neighbors and a system rigged by his billionaire buddies.
There it is again. There it is again. Referring to President Trump as a fascist. If President Trump was a fascist, then he would just straight up lock up people that were his political enemies without due process. That's what he would do. Goldman wouldn't be able to go on national television during his debate and call President Trump a fascist. Goldman replaced Adam Pencilneck Schiff in the House because Pencilneck went over to the Senate to lie because he couldn't lie any longer in the House because he got censored so much. So Goldman picked up the mantle and started running with it, just lie after lie. But this is the MO of the Democrat Party. This is the straight up MO. And they're upset because law enforcement is dealing with these people. Law enforcement is finally cracking down on the illegal protests. This is not the First Amendment. You can peacefully assemble. The left, they don't know how to do that.
We spent a good amount of time with an 18-year-old girl who was a month away from finishing her high school graduation and has been detained now in Delaney Hall 4 months.
Let me ask you a question, everybody. Laken Riley, wasn't she in med school? Wasn't she in school to be I think like a nurse or a doctor, what have you? I mean, to my understanding, if I remember correctly. Let's just say not even that. She still had her entire life ahead of her. That got ended abruptly. Now, he doesn't have any issues about American lives being ended abruptly with death, mind you. He doesn't have any issues with Americans dying at the hands of illegal criminals in the United States of America. But he has a big concern about people that came into the United States of America illegally, taking up resources from Americans even people that came from these other countries the right way, taking resources from them as well. He has a problem with them getting stopped from taking up resources.
Who also appears to be here on a U visa, which is available for juveniles, and has been ripped away from her family, including her 2 children, siblings, who are here as American citizens.
What about all the other Americans that have been ripped away from their siblings, from their families, from their loved ones? Why is it that these people, these Democrats, don't care about America? Why? And I saw a comment earlier. Yes, the witches of the view, they are Satan's children, 100%. That was on YouTube. So there's actual people on YouTube that have common sense. Thank you so much for being there. There's some lunatic liberals on YouTube, but thank you so much. I guess the lunatic liberals refuse to go on Rumble because Rumble is 100% free speech, along with X. Whereas on YouTube, they will still block certain things. You know, if you go against them, they'll block certain things. So thank you so much for the comments. I do go through your comments and I do look at them here. I want to change it up here just a little bit, if I can. I want to talk a little bit more again about what happened with Joe Biden and Joe Biden, if I can. And then I'm gonna go back again to some of the others, to some different things here. But Jill Biden, she's making her rounds on these different talk shows. She's making her rounds, trying to convince people that Joe Biden was still strong. Joe Biden today is strong. How come Joe's not sitting there with her? Where's Joe at? They probably have Joe in the basement somewhere. Keep him away from the cameras. Give him a a Tonka toy or something to play with. All right, probably give him a porn magazine, something he can relate to. But she's still making a round simply because she wanted to sell her books. She used Joe Biden to get where she wanted. That's all that this was about. And it wouldn't surprise me if she's the one in control of the auto pen. Wouldn't surprise me at all. So, of course, she goes on MSDNC. And while she's on MSDNC, she's asked a question. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the one where he was asking her, do you think Joe Biden could have continued? Do you think Joe Biden could have, gone on? If it's not this one, it's the next one. I just only got 2 of these I want to share with you, but I got one that you most definitely want to stick around and see because they're actually calling for MAGA Republicans to be rounded up. They want to eliminate us. But listen to this, okay? It's a short clip. It's a short clip.
The diagnosis came in May of 2025, and considering what the president's health is now, had he continued his reelection bid, had he been elected again, would he have been able to serve as president? Would he have had to resign?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know? You don't know? This is one thing that I've learned as a kid. Not because I did it, because a lot of people, this is one of the things that's brought up. And you probably have had this conversation too. They always said when I was a kid that if you tell one lie, then you have to tell another lie because of the other lie that you told. See, if you tell the truth, you just have to keep repeating the truth. That's it. This is the truth. My name is Will Johnson. I'll tell you again, it's Will Johnson. I don't know what else to tell you. But now, and the reason why I say that, and the reason why I bring that up is because remember, she said that Joe Biden, when he was on the debate stage, was going through, oh my goodness, what's happening? He's having a stroke. And a medical emergency. Again, she said that Joe Biden is having a medical emergency. She never seen Joe Biden like that before the debate, and she never saw him like that after the debate. And now she's saying that, I don't know. Now she's saying, I don't know. I don't think she remembers the lies that she's been telling. I don't think she remembers. Something is truly wrong with her. And I've noticed, one thing I've noticed is that, you know, some of my family members and stuff like that, that love the Democrats, hate Trump, they're not saying anything about her. They're like really tight-lipped about it because they all knew something was wrong with Joe. Everybody knew something was wrong with Joe. It wasn't no secret. Like, here's another one.
I would never want to put our family through that again.
But does he believe to this day that he would have defeated Donald Trump in that election?
I believe he would have beat Donald Trump in that election.
Hey, come on, man. And did she have on the same thing here? Look, she got on the same uniform, same outfit. Wait a minute, is that the same one? Yeah. Look, he's asking the question. She got on the same, I don't even know if that's a pantsuit, dress, what have you, right? Same thing. So in the same conversation I just showed that she lied. She says, I don't know. And now she's saying, yeah. Which is it? I mean, this woman can't remember one lie from the next from 2.3 seconds later. Dude, this is what you call a reprobate mind to the fullest. She don't even know that she don't even remember that she just lied. And this is the same interview. Same interview. Listen.
The diagnosis came in May of 2025, and considering what the president's health is now, had he continued his reelection bid, had he been elected again, would he have been able to serve as president? Would he have had to resign?
I don't know.
She says, I don't know. But in this one,
I would never want to put our family through that again.
But does he believe to this day that he would have defeated Donald Trump in that election?
I believe he would have beat Donald Trump.
So the question there, too, he says, does Joe Biden believe that he would have beat Trump today? Then she says, I believe that he would have beat Trump. But just a second ago, she says, I don't know. I don't know. Dude, I mean, hide it just a little bit. Just a little. I mean, just a little bit. She can't even hide it a little bit. And this reminds me of Kamala Harris all day long. Kamala Harris and the rest of the Democrats, they're the same way. These people lie, and then they expect us not to remember that they just lied to us. Oh, you don't remember that? That didn't happen. They expect us not to remember it. Now, I've told y'all since the beginning of the show that they're actually calling for MAGA Republicans to be removed from the United States of America. Right? Y'all heard me say that, right? I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about right after this.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
We need to defang Trump as much as possible and make sure that neither he nor anybody who follows in his footsteps has power after the next two elections. But beyond that, we really need to do a thorough purging of the United States. We need a demogrification.
You hear what he just said? We need to purge MAGA Republicans from the United States of America. What does that mean? Maybe I got it wrong. What does that mean that he wants to purge MAGA Republicans from the United States of America? Now, looking at this dude, I'm not sure he will be doing anything himself. Of course, this is the liberal tactic. Get everybody else to do your dirty work for you. I'm not going to be the one to do it. We'll get somebody else to do it. Let's bring back General Milley to do it, right? Because look at this dude. Look at him. Soy boy liberal. He's not going to do much of anything. So who's going to do the purging?
On that, we really need to do a thorough purging of the United States. We need a demogrification, and that is, I'm not going over the top by using a word that's very similar to the denazification that we pursued successfully after World War II in Germany.
You hear that? So he doesn't have a problem. Let me go on a limb here. I don't even know who this dude is. I thought it was interesting. But let me go on a limb here. Let me guess that he's probably in Maine. And he's all for Graham Plattner. He's all for him. Because they want to purge. See, Madami in New York, Plattner, that's the northern East Coast. They actually have the same ideology as the Nazis did, except for during that time, it was Jewish people. Today, it will be Jewish people and MAGA Republicans. And I say MAGA Republicans because MAGA Republicans come in all colors, shapes, and sizes and shapes. Seriously. So they want to remove us from the United States of America. Sometimes, and look, I don't ever advocate for violence. Let me make sure I'm clear about that. But it's been a couple of times I'm thinking to myself, and y'all tell me, am I wrong for saying this? Can we just go ahead and let's just go ahead and make a designated place, radical leftist lunatic liberals, demonic democrats show up in one location and we'll show up there. We'll have the demonic Democrats on one side and we'll have the Americans on the other side. And let's just dance. Let's just dance. Now, not because I want people to be utterly harmed, let's get everybody that's the MAGA Republicans and we'll put on red gloves because we'll get all the lunatic liberals and we'll get them to put on blue gloves. And let's just show up in the field, okay, with gloves. Not the ones where you put the strap on here and they're really tight, even though we want to implement that kind of pain. Fluffy, big, fluffy, fat gloves. I wonder how many people would be down for that. They got to check the gloves because the lunatic liberals, they'll put razor blades and stuff in there like that to try to hurt MAGA Republicans. But I like that idea. I mean, because I'm pretty sure Trans-Tifa, BLM, all the different cults that they have on the left, Indivisible, MoveOn.org, et cetera, SPLC, all of them would show up on the left. And then it'd be MAGA Republicans, those that love America, on the other side. Is that too violent? Am I being violent here? What do y'all think? Y'all like that idea? You like that idea? Right? And we'll be chanting USA, USA. And on this other side, they'll be chanting F the police, F ICE, F Trump. They'll be saying all the hateful things you can think about. But they want to remove us because we don't want to go along with their perversions. They want to remove us for those reasons. They're really working on it. Listen to this one. This is lunatic liberals talking about trans. Listen to this dude. And this black dude, I'm pretty sure he's a flaming gay dude. Watch.
Trans is the acceptable racism, that we can say whatever, we can call cis people trans, and that's okay. And neither of you are upset about that. That is completely ridiculous.
All right. What?
Yeah, what? What? What are you talking about? Cis people are trans? There's no such thing as cis people. That's just another term just so they can try to get us to go along with it. You're either straight or you're not. You're either confused or you're not. You're either sick or you're not. You're either demented or you're not. You're either a lunatic or you're not. Right? And he's talking about trans. They advocate and fight for transgenderism like it's the end of the world for them. Listen to him really quick again. It's a short
Trans
clip.
is the acceptable racism, that we can say whatever, we can call cis people trans, and that's okay. And neither of you are upset about that. That is completely ridiculous.
All right. What?
That's what Stephen Miller said, and neither of you care.
Neither one of us are defending Steve. Like, we're not.
Yeah, because you zoomed past
that,
into a whole other issue.
We're talking
that
about
was the most offensive thing that Stephen Miller said.
Stephen
But no, we were
Miller's
talking
not
about
Ken
Stephen
Paxton.
Miller, and the
talking
most
about the
offensive
campaign?
thing that was said was that calling a cis person trans, so that is a horrible thing to be. That is disgusting. That is completely unacceptable in 2026. And why he would say that on television and it's okay is mind-boggling.
Dude is like a $3 bill. Dude's gay a $3 bill. Really? I like Stephen Miller. I mean, Stephen Miller has a bright future. I mean, really. He doesn't beat around the bush. He tells you how it is. He speaks with complete common sense. And he's not playing along with the sickness of these Democrats. Not playing along with it. The whole cis thing and all of that crap, no one participates in that unless you're a lunatic liberal. That's the only people participating in that crap. The only people. Now, I do have that clip that Jeremy started playing some of it, but he ran out of time to play all of it. If y'all want me to play it, it's like 3 minutes of the Witches of the View talking about Plattner, how he is done. If y'all want me to play it, and I won't stop it because I have enough time here. Y'all want me to play it? Y'all want me to play it? Just tell me in the chat. Yeah, we'll play it. Or not, because I do have other stuff I can share with you. So just say, yeah, we'll play it if you want me to play it for you. And I most definitely will play it for you. You identify as your own gender. They call us. Yeah, we're not cisgender. I mean, that's the term that they came up with trying to get us to comply with it. And they go, oh, yes, you're cisgender. You have to go along with it. No. And no, I'm not going to. Not going to. The answer is no, no, and no. Right? Okay, some people, okay, you want me to play it? Okay. You know what? I said I was going to play it for you, and I don't even have it in the queue here. That's on me. And I thought, I'm pretty sure, did I not put it over there? I'm sure. Oh, yeah, I did. Here, I got it. I did. I just got to click a button. Look at that. I do know how to operate a computer. Hokum. All right, here it is. Witches of the View on popular demand.
Controversies keep coming for Democratic Senate candidate Graham Planter on the heels of apologizing for a tattoo associated with Nazis, an offensive post about a wounded U.S. soldier. Now his wife, Amy Gertner, is responding to reports that she gave his campaign a heads up about her husband sending sexually explicit texts to several different women.
Horrible. There is no doubt that this guy, Plattner, is flawed in many ways. this is different than the Eric Swalwell thing so far, because no women have come forward that I know of or that have been reported. We haven't seen the sex like we did with Swalwell, but it is disturbing and it is horrible. And why can't we do better? Why can't we have
tell you it's not
better
worth it.
candidates?
It's not
Why do
worth
we have
compromising your morals and values and integrity. To be honest, his sexting is the least of my concerns with this
that's
guy.
what I thought.
Graham Plattner trashed a Purple Heart recipient, said he didn't deserve to live, defamed fallen Navy SEAL Chris Kyle, downplayed how hard it is to report sexual assault in the military, repeatedly used anti-gay slurs and homophobic posts as recently as 2021, called himself an avowed communist, and has a Nazi tattoo for 20 years that he's since covered up. This guy just seems like a guy of not very good character. And there are a lot of options in this country. And by the way, there are other paths for Democrats to win. Just win a different state. You need 4 seats. Look at...
Oh, my goodness. I love these comments. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I love all of you. Oh, my goodness. I love these comments.
Alaska, look at Iowa, look at Texas. Don't die on the hill of a guy who is going to be a headache for you for years to
and
come.
not to make this political, because I'm usually not the one that does that, but watching that video of the wife saying, you know, don't spend energy on these ads. The problem with these ads is they
it like
are
it is.
true.
This is
These character flaw. This isn't, Plattner has said, you know, he did it in form. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I've changed. This is a problem. The Purple Heart recipient, by the way, the video he insulted was a man who took fire to save his team. And he said, this stupid guy should have died. It's only because they didn't have good aim that he's here. If you were capable of saying that at any time in your life, you've shown me who you are, and I heard you. This man should be nowhere near Congress.
Because I think all the allegations are true. The sexting with other women while married is definitely true, because his wife is the person that gave the messages to his campaign to give them a heads up. So the fact now that he's saying
I don't
that
think she gave messages.
True,
I think she said that he had she told them campaign but we haven't seen messages.
But she disclosed it.
Right. Yeah.
So why would she lie about that? So that part is true. He's also made racist remarks about against African Americans. So he's a cheater. He's an anti-Semite, because the fact that he had that tattoo for 20 years and didn't know what it was is a lie. So he's a liar, a racist, an anti-Semite.
Homophobe.
He's a homophobe. So he's all the things. And character does matter. I need to add that he said that he sent the racist things because he was suffering from PTSD from his tour in Afghanistan. I know a lot of soldiers that have PTSD that aren't racist.
Listen, who knows what is what, but I'd like the quality of the people we are dealing with to be better.
Yes.
And again, we can ask for better. And you're right about Tyreek. I was shocked to see what they were trying to pin on him, because they can't get it. You know, I mean, he's a good kid.
They got to make up.
He's like making stuff.
When you're when your worst accusation is that the man's a vegan, which he's not, you really can't make most stuff up.
James Tallarico. Because James Tallarico is telling people to stop eating beef, and then they make these videos show him eating some beef. Doesn't it make him a hypocrite? They don't bring that up. They don't mention that part. Oh, you're such a hypocrite. You're telling us not to eat meat so you can have it. That is the liberal way. Remember, it's the same thing. They told people stop using gas stoves. And guess what was happening? The liberals on their liberal utopia, if I can't even say it, they were burning stuff with gas. They were cooking with gas, but the rest of us, nope, you have to do all electric. Utopia. Liberal utopia. I don't know why I couldn't say it. Liberal utopia. But the rest of us, you're just SOL. They're not calling him a hypocrite. And someone put a comment there and saying, Greg Plattner, I'm surprised they didn't say that he wasn't MAGA. I mean, I'm surprised by that too. That's a very good point. All of the stuff that they're saying about this dude, and now they're not saying that he's MAGA. They're not saying that about him. I mean, come on. You can't make it up. All right, everybody, that is it for me. Kevin Smith, Loud Majority, is coming up next right here on LFA TV. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to go anywhere. Stay right there. Kevin's going to bring it. He's going to bring the pain to these radical leftist lunatic liberals right here on LFA TV. God bless you all. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the comments. And I see you there on YouTube as well. Thank you so much. Like I said, not everybody on YouTube are leftist lunatics. We have people that are very respectable here. Very respectable. Star Wars. I'm going to talk a little bit about Star Wars tomorrow, if I can. Okay? We're going to talk about the dark side versus the good side of the Force. Which one do you think is which? I know Kevin, he doesn't like Star Wars for some reason, but I'm a huge Star Wars fan. Huge Star Wars fan. Maybe I'm going to have to have a conversation with him, say, what's going on, dude? What's going on? All right, everybody, I see him right there. And I will see you all tomorrow right here in the Culture Wars. Oh, rise up as well tomorrow morning. It's Wednesday. God bless. See you in the morning.
What's happening, everybody? Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you all so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Things are heating up with the Iran war, as multiple reports have come out that apparently Trump is not happy with his partner on the other side of the pond. We're gonna get to the report on that one. Look. I'm just here to report to you what I'm seeing. Take it however the hell you may want. Take it however you want. Also, LA mayor race today, baby. Giddy up, let's go. Polls close 6 + 3 in 9 hours. Out in California, we will see if Spencer Pratt's final message is able to jar some of the radical left-wing Democrats in California. Hopefully, they all come out and do the right thing today, because it turns out they don't want to live in squalor as well. Also, a quick update from the New Jersey ICE kerfuffle that is going on out there. It turns out, as usual, Democrats are protecting some very, 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 very awful people. But before we get started, you guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Of course, here on Loud Majority Live, we have to make sure that we celebrate the second day of Pride Month, producer Eli's favorite month of the year. Some of you may not know this or not, but Eli and I actually went to the beach. And I snapped a photo of him at the beach with me, and here's a photo of producer Eli at the beach when we went. So once again, Eli, congratulations, favorite month of the year. Day number 2. I told you I was going to get you. I told you I was going to get you. You know. Goodbye. I told you I was going to get you. Gotta have a little bit of fun. But before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. Also, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's Loud Majority USA. He's going to make my thumbnail look so bad tomorrow. Yeah, I'm only doing it to myself. What are you going to do? Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. He finally got in the chat. Took him a minute to come back in, but you know what? Here you go. Let's throw that up there so you all can see how rude he is to me in the chat. It's not nice. Not nice. I do appreciate the fact that you use the right your, though. Once again, guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com and use promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website. That's promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website. Oh, hold on. Somebody said, so hold on. Buckle Brush Jones. I have a house sitting empty in New York because we won't go there in Breezy Point. Well, can I borrow it? Can I borrow it? That's about an hour from my house. I'll take it. Got to have ourselves a little bit of fun. Giddy up. Let's go. Let's hey, who knows what joke I'll come up with for the third day of Pride Month. I'm pretty creative. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? So let's dive right on in because there are reports out there that things are not going great with the Iran war. And now this is the third, some people are going to say, it's propaganda. No, it's now the third report of an incident going on between President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, this time from Axios. This comes as Israel was attacking Lebanon, or in the south of Lebanon, and planning to attack Beirut. Apparently, him and Trump got into a war of words yesterday on the phone. As I said, this is now the third report of some kind of a kerfuffle going on. At some point, this has to be taken seriously. One report, I'll give you fake news. 2 reports, all right. 3, now we have to start talking about it. There was a report from Jonathan Swain a while ago. Apparently, Trump has had enough of this war, which I'm very happy to hear about because I know I certainly have as well. The report is that Trump unloaded on Bibi Netanyahu on the phone yesterday after the military campaign in Lebanon apparently took off. This is what some people are considering a stall in whatever sort of negotiations are happening. This phone call apparently came 45 minutes. The phone call came 45 minutes after Iran said it had cut off all diplomatic ties with any American negotiators. This also comes on the heels of many beginning to speculate that Iran will sit out the World Cup in America over the strikes in Iran. Now, I don't really care. It's not going to have any impact on the World Cup, whether or not Iran does or does not sit out. But that is a gigantic step. To sit out a sporting, whether it's the Olympics, whether it's the World Cup, the World Baseball Classic, anything that happens on a sort of global stage like that. Because, look, you may hate soccer because you're an American, and most Americans do. I'm pretty sure me and Jeremy are the only ones who like it, judging by the amount of people who go to the games. Whatever. But for Iran, one of their national sports, for them to sit out the World Cup over this sort of thing, many are speculating this is going to happen. And we will see. The report the report originally came from Axios, where Trump freaked out on Benjamin Netanyahu, saying, "What the F are you doing? If it wasn't for me, you'd be in jail. You're the reason everyone hates Israel right now," which is pretty strong words coming from the President of the United States. Now, take this however you want. As I said, this is now the third report over the course of 5 weeks that there has been some sort of turmoil privately. Obviously, publicly, the United States continues to remain a strong ally of Israel, and as we should. I absolutely believe we should. However, it seems as though, and I went over it the other day on the show, and everybody yelled at me in the chat, which is why I'm not looking at it right now because it's just going to bother me. But apparently, pretty much everybody under the age of 50 in the administration was against this war to begin with, as is the general public when it comes to how they feel about this war in Iran. Many of the neocons over the age of 50, the sort of cold warriors, seem to be very for it. But it seems like President Trump is looking for that sort of off-ramp to get this thing done and over with, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and begin to get oil prices back down to something manageable, somewhere between $60 and $80 a barrel. Oil prices shot up again today following the cutoff in diplomatic ties. Look, people are complaining about gas prices right now. But as we get into the summer months when gas naturally goes up, it's only going to get significantly worse when it comes to the price of oil. As that gets into the summer, then it takes time for it to come down. Now we're at the midterms. So this is a very real concern that I know President Trump has, because God forbid we lose the midterms over this sort of thing. It's going to spell disaster for the president. It's going to be nonstop impeachment. The agenda in Congress, not that the agenda in Congress is going anywhere substantial at the moment anyway, because John Thune is utterly useless. But whatever was getting passed will, by all accounts, pretty much be stopped. The ceasefire between Iran and the United States is unequivocally a ceasefire on all fronts, including Lebanon. The Iranian foreign minister said on Twitter, this seems to be the big sticking point right now in this negotiation, is what is happening in Lebanon. Lebanon is a strong ally of Iran. They don't like that they're being attacked. They don't like that there was an announcement being made that ground troops were going to go into Beirut. This seems to be that gigantic sticking point for them. And as I've said, they've cut off all diplomatic ties with the United States. They will not be sitting down so long as Lebanon is being attacked. Now, Israel has come out and said that it would cease operations in southern Lebanon, which I can only hope they'd stick to. I don't care what war it is. I'm anti-war. I'm anti-interventionist. I don't care who the president is. I don't care what the circumstances. War should be the last possible option. I would never advocate for a war that I wouldn't die in myself. And I don't think it's brave to do so. I don't think it's brave to advocate for a war where other people are dying because you have strong feelings. I'm talking to you, Mark Levin. And Lindsey Graham and Brian Kilmeade and Jack Keane and the rest of the neocons on Fox News. I just won't advocate for a war that I wouldn't be willing to sign up for. Obviously, I'm a little bit over the age at this point and the weight limit. But, you know, in my heyday, I would never do that. After the phone call with Netanyahu, Trump touted as productive. He said no Israeli troops will be headed to Beirut. He said, I had a conversation with Bibi Netanyahu today asking him not to go into a major raid in Beirut, Lebanon. The president wrote on social media. He said he turned his troops around. I also had a conversation with the representative leaders of Hezbollah, and they agreed to stop shooting at Israel and its soldiers. Likewise, Israel agreed to stop shooting at them. Let's see how long that lasts. Hopefully, it will last for an eternity. Later on Monday, Netanyahu wrote on X that he told Trump that if Hezbollah does not cease attacking our cities and our civilians, Israel will attack terror targets in Beirut. Netanyahu added that the IDF will continue to operate as planned in southern Lebanon. So it seems as though Bibi Netanyahu and Trump, in their own words, are contradicting each other. So if you want to be mad at me for believing fake news, for believing the propaganda, I'm looking at what Trump said, and then I'm looking at what Bibi said, and they both don't match up. Trump said there would be no ground invasion. Bibi said there would. Take the news out of it. So, you know, yell at me in the chat all you want. Yell at me in the chat all you want. Whatever. I will live. Here's me living. Here we go. Am I getting yelled at in the chat? Let's see. Am I getting yelled at? All right. Chat's not yelling at me too bad. Not bad. I even got some World Cup fans in here. As the World Cup is 10 days away, I'm excited about it. If you're not excited about it, prepare for your World Cup updates on this show. If you guys don't like my World Cup updates, that would be the time of the show. You can go get something to drink. But let's get on to the real news of the day. The big news, L.A. mayor race today. California primary today as well. There also are primaries all over America today. Let me pull up the list of those just so you know where you live to get off your butts and get out and vote. That would, of course, be California, New Jersey, Iowa, New Mexico, South Dakota, and Montana. So if you or any of your elk, are registered to vote, go register your elk to vote. If you live in Montana and South Dakota, because I think that's all that lives there, go get them out to the polls. Vote for who you need to vote for. I'm not sure of every particular candidate in every particular spot. However, I will say for California, baby, it's Steve Hilton and Spencer Pratt all the way. All the way, giddy up, let's go. I'm jacked about it. And Spencer Pratt made his final pitch to voters over the course of the last several hours. Here it was.
One of the most pernicious challenges for Los Angeles is affordability. From housing to food to basic services, everything is too expensive, and it's getting worse. Furthermore, it feels like there's a breakaway civilization forming where the G-Wagon Brigade is living a life that is completely divorced from the permanent reality of 90% of all Angelenos, and that gap has never been wider.
They don't have a good bathroom to do coke in.
There are two ways to make something more affordable. You either lower the price or you increase your income. When you're making minimum wage, filling your gas tank takes years off your life. When people are making $100,000 a month, they're not even looking at the price of gas. All my opponents ever do is focus on one way of making these things more affordable. The one thing they can't do, lower the price of goods. So instead, they have government seize everything and promise you free stuff.
This is how socialism always starts, and this is how socialism always ends.
I want to focus on getting more money in your pocket. Just last year, because of Karen Bass and Nithya Raman chasing business away with insane taxes and regulations and allowing rampant drug use throughout the city, we had over 100 restaurants shut down in LA City.
Whoa, careful now. These are dangerous streets for us upper lower middle class types.
That's thousands of jobs that have just vanished into thin air. This does two things, and both of them are terrible for you. With less restaurants, you now have more customers packing into less restaurants. With less choices, the restaurants can raise the prices as much as they want, because where are you going to go? That's supply and demand. But not only does that hurt your wallet as a consumer, it also hurts you as an employee. With thousands of waiters and cooks now laid off, you have a massive supply of labor fighting over a vanishingly smaller number of jobs. So now employees have to compete for these jobs. And how do you do that? Taking lower pay. Restaurant owners can pay anything they want, and people will take it because they have to. To all you independent film workers, the cinematographers out there, raise your hand if you've been taking crap jobs for half your rate lately, bringing your camera gear without a kit fee. Why? Because you have to. There's not enough work.
The first one was gratis. That's my treat. Now we're moving on to the elite package, 7 commercials for the heavily discounted price of $6,500.
Yeah, the station just quoted me $450 per.
My plan to tackle this 1-2 punch of higher prices and lower wages is simple. Increase commerce. We need more business. You've seen all the for lease signs on storefronts throughout the city. We need to bring back business to LA. With more businesses, we have more competition. They have to lower prices to win your business. With more commerce, we have more jobs. Now the employers have to woo you to work for them with high pay, benefits, better conditions. This isn't trickle-down economics. It's a rising tide that lifts all boats.
Robert Lipkin owns 2 warehouses on 14th Street and leases them out to produce distributors. But the situation with the encampments, Robert says, has gotten so bad it's affecting business. Robert says one of his tenants is leaving, and now he's worried about the building staying vacant. And if this happens, he says he won't be able to financially stay afloat.
I tried to sell the property. I couldn't handle it any longer. I almost went broke when this was vacant for 2 years. I couldn't even find anybody that would want to even buy it. My broker brought people over and they would just leave. Even right now, he's bringing people to try to take this space here And he's had several people that are very interested. And as soon as they come around the corner, they go, no, I don't want to do this.
As mayor, I will clean the streets. I will make customers want to be out and about, patronizing local businesses, and I will cut regulations and support commerce in this city. This is LA. This is paradise. We should have money shooting out of the ATMs. We have no excuse to be this destitute and broken down. Karen Bass has failed us, and too many have simply accepted that this is all we can expect from LA. That ends when I'm mayor. There are so many business leaders champing at the bit to invest in the city. They just need a leader who doesn't want to destroy the place. When I'm mayor, LA is back in business.
God, I hope he wins. I really hope he does. I hope he wins not only for the city of Los Angeles, but I hope he wins just because he's been able to change the idea of the way you campaign. He was at cookouts with gang members the other day on Crenshaw Boulevard. He was going to places where Republicans do not go, where they refuse to go, where every Republican over the age of 45 refuses to go. And then they wonder why they lose. But the last segment there is what I want to focus on. That random warehouse owner. We went over the other day on the show about how Blackstone was getting ready to sell one of their skyscrapers in Seattle at a 54% loss. Now, giant financial firms like that can afford to take a 50% loss on their buildings. But some random warehouse owner like that in Los Angeles County, he can't afford to do that. So when his tenants leave, he can't make the mortgage on the building that he owns. He can't make the mortgage, so he has to sell it. The problem is that there's no one to sell it to because no one is buying commercial real estate in a place where there's a guy taking a dump on the corner. So what happens? He can't pay the mortgage on the property. He can't sell off the property. So what happens? The bank forecloses on the property. And then you have a guy out there who did nothing wrong, tried to do the right thing, but loses all of his momentum, loses all of his mojo, and then loses his building. All because Karen Bass refuses to do the basics. To do the basics in her own city. Because she allows rampant fraud to go on with, I mean, you know, what's so frustrating is places like New York and California and LA and Chicago and many of these major metropolitans, they are fixable. This isn't like some problem that you can't come up with a solution for. This is fixable if people want to fix it. We've been highlighting the fraud in California over the course of the last several weeks, but on the eve of the on the eve of the mayoral race in Los Angeles, CBS Morning, of all mainstream network news, runs this piece about the rampant fraud in Los Angeles.
LA's top federal prosecutor, Bill O'Salley, showed us around this U.S. Marshal's warehouse.
It should offend every American taxpayer that these people are taking advantage of the system and enriching themselves.
These items had been owned by Paul Randall, who pleaded guilty this year in one of the largest Medi-Cal fraud cases in California history.
He submitted above $270 million worth of claims to the state of California.
Authorities say that money paid for Kobe Bryant game-worn sneakers, baseball cards of Jackie Robinson and Mickey Mantle, and this home, one of 7 properties Randall owned.
Let me tell you what a piece of work this Randall guy was. He's got 6 prior convictions for fraudulent conduct.
Who's responsible for the breakdown of the system?
Obviously, there's a breakdown in the criminal justice system. If this guy was able to have 6 convictions and never did any real prison time.
We turned up a private driveway.
He was living like a king off of us.
Climbing into an exclusive corner of Orange County.
It's 8 bedrooms, 10 bathrooms.
In other cases, prosecutors believe some of the money not spent on luxury goods is sent overseas.
It's much more difficult, if not impossible, for us to trace it or recover it.
Investigating government fraud is a priority for Haywood Talcove. He's been warning officials about scams for 2 decades.
U.S. taxpayers lose $1 trillion a year to these criminal groups.
Where's it going?
It goes to Russia, it goes to China, It goes to Nigeria. It goes to Romania.
By his estimate, of that $1 trillion, roughly 70% ends up in the hands of transnational criminal gangs.
Taxpayers are funding transnational criminals who are using this money for horrible things.
Cars, cards, compounds. This is what fraud looks like after it's already happened. Iseli and Talkov agree.
That is why it is so important that the money never goes out in the first place.
Exactly. It's one thing to claw it back, but you're never going to be able to get 100% of the recoup after guys go out and buy Mickey. First off, I have a Mickey Mantle rookie card. Like, they're not worth that much. You know, property, okay, I'll give you maybe that 1950s card, but, like, you know, Mickey Mantle baseball card, it's not, I mean, I have one. So, I don't really know. I don't know, maybe it was a passion project for him. I'm not really sure. But look, it's not going to come as a shock to anybody that Spencer Pratt is gaining momentum in Los Angeles. Now, it's difficult to say what's going to happen tonight. Obviously, the best outcome imaginable would be Spencer Pratt gets 50% of the vote. We're done. We don't go to a runoff. That seems unlikely. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. That seems unlikely just based on the simple number of Democrats that are in the race. All of the polling that has come out over the last several weeks has all three of the candidates pretty much running neck and neck in the low to mid 20s. So whoever comes out on top in that jungle primary will go to a runoff in November. If that happens, I think Spencer Pratt might be in real trouble simply because of the number of Democrats that are in Los Angeles County. But here's the updated polling numbers.
Greeting voters at a diner today and using her signature attack against opponent Spencer Pratt.
It's not just that he has no experience in city government. I don't know that he's ever held a job in his life other than to be a reality TV star.
On Sunday, Fox was there as mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt greeted Latino supporters at a campaign event.
I just want people to feel safe. I want families to be able to thrive in the city.
He is exposing a different view as to what our city is facing right now, and nobody has ever come out like he has.
The latest UC Berkeley poll shows the mayor's race at a statistical tie between Bass, Pratt, and Democratic Progressive Councilwoman Nithya Raman, who held an event over the weekend where she proposed restoring entertainment jobs by lifting the cap on California's $750 million Hollywood tax credit. In the governor's race, President Biden's former Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra has recently surged in the polls.
We are not going to let a billionaire or Trump's hand-picked candidate take over this state.
Polls show billionaire Tom Steyer, who posted a video over the weekend in support of transgender athlete A.B. Hernandez, is neck and neck with Becerra and former Fox host Republican Steve Hilton.
There are three people left in this race for two spots. I don't think anybody knows what the hell's going to happen.
Trump-endorsed Hilton says Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco's presence in the race is splitting the Republican vote.
Chad, the best time to have dropped out would have been a couple of weeks ago, but the second best time is right now.
And Sheriff Bianco tells Fox News he is not stepping aside and that Steve Hilton's supporters should unite around him. John.
All right, it's going to be a big day tomorrow. Matt Finn for us. Thank you, sir.
Look, the governor's race in California is a little bit different. Obviously, there's two Republicans running for a long time. People thought that the 1 and 2 were going to be Steve Bianco and Chad Bianco and Steve Hilton. So we're going to see what all will happen with that race. It looks like it's going to be Hilton and Becerra in the runoff coming up, but we'll see. We'll see. What does that do for the runoff? Well, I think it's going to be the same sort of issue that Spencer Pratt would have in that kind of a runoff. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm excited about it, baby. I am excited about it. Guys, if you're watching, wherever it is you may be watching, you will see a petition in the chat Do me a favor, guys. Judicial Watch is putting together a team to investigate Ilhan Omar for her many financial frauds. If you guys wouldn't mind doing me a favor and just signing that petition with Judicial Watch, it really does help me out in a very serious way. I'll drop it in the chats one more time. Just add your name and your email. I really do appreciate it. Just drop that in there and then come right on back into the show. I will say that whatever happens tonight, the people out there, my friend Gene Parmesan, I think it's Parmesan, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly, and his team have been putting out just incredible videos, incredible AI videos for Spencer Pratt. I don't think they're associated with the campaign at all. I think they're just Los Angelinos that are really, really pissed off. Really pissed off. So, and look, we've been putting them out here. If you guys follow me on X, you guys can see I posted all of them. They're absolutely spectacular. But check out the new one. I think the new one is absolutely great. It's an L.A. Carol. An L.A. Carol. Check it out.
Mr. Scrooge, elections tomorrow, no? Who are you voting for?
Karen Bass, of course. She's in my pocket, Maria. I'm her biggest donor.
What about Spencer Pratt? I hear he's good.
A reality star? Bah, humbug.
By the way, Mr. Scrooge, do you mind getting me an Uber home? The bus is full of homeless drug addicts who smoke fentanyl and inject heroin.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Jacob Marley? My former business partner? But you're dead!
I supported California Democrats when I was alive, and now I've been condemned to walk the earth in chains. You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
I'm the ghost of LA past. Come with me.
This is downtown LA in 2013. Wonderful, right? No hordes of homeless people pissing and shitting everywhere. Look, there's Bob Cratchit, the clerk at your store. He bought a condo and started a family. That's his son, Tiny Tim.
This is MacArthur Park. Families having fun? Not worried about stepping on heroin needles?
The Palisades. The neighborhood isn't burnt down. And the reservoirs are full, not empty.
I must leave you now.
I am the ghost of L.A. present. Look at the Palisades under Karen Bass. Still burnt down after all this time. And just look at downtown. A tent city. MacArthur Park is an open-air drug market. I must leave you now. I am the ghost of L.A. future. This is the city after 4 more years of Karen Bass. MacArthur Park is a lost cause. Downtown has somehow gotten worse.
Is that Mr. and Mrs. Cratchit?
Yes, they're homeless now.
Where's Tiny Tim?
Tiny Tim is dead, stabbed to death by a homeless man.
No. No. No.
I'm the ghost of LA Pratt. This is LA after 8 years of Mayor Spencer Pratt.
Kids can actually play at the park.
The Palisades. Rebuilt.
What about Tiny Tim? Is he alive?
Yes. He goes to UCLA.
What day is it?
It's Tuesday. Election day.
There's still time? There's still time.
Time for what, Mr. Scrooge?
There's still time. Time to vote for Spencer Pratt. Take the rest of the day off. Let's go vote for Spencer Pratt.
I mean, look, whatever ends up happening, I hope he keeps making these. Hell, I hope he starts making it for Bruce Blakeman. I can tell you that one. I mean, they're just great. Look, they're incredibly well done. Incredibly well done. But B, they're funny as hell. And they're creative. I like creativity. So we will see what all happens with Spencer Pratt tonight. Obviously, keep it locked in here tomorrow for all the analyses of the mayor and the governor race. But, of course, Democrats have problems of their own up in the state of Maine, where Graham Plattner, look, you know, the problem with party politics is sometimes you got to dance with the girl you came with. And so maybe somebody should tell that to Graham Plattner, considering he's trying to dance with every girl because he's a freak, because he's an absolute freak. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD. So Maine Democrats continue, or Democrats in general, Democrats in the Senate are very concerned about Graham Plattner. Now, was it the Nazi tattoo? No, that didn't bother them. Was it the fact that he hoped that a Purple Heart veteran died in war because he didn't agree with him? No, that wasn't it. It was, like always, a sex scandal. Because for some reason, in a world full of OnlyFans models, sex scandals are still the thing that tries to, that takes everyone down. It's very odd how that ends up happening. A good way to avoid sex scandals while married is maybe just have sex with your wife. It's kind of the whole point of marriage. But apparently Graham Plattner, nope, that wasn't for him. So much so that now he had to travel on down to D.C. to reassure House Democrats that he's not a complete and utter psychopath. I'm sure that's going to go over well. I'm sure there'll be nothing more exciting than listening to Graham Plattner, who apparently was on an app called Kik, K-I-K, whatever the hell it's called, however you pronounce it, where apparently that is a sexting message board website of some kind. I really want to be a fly on the wall when he sits down with Mazie Hirono, the senator from Maine, the senator from Hawaii, who insists on asking everyone about their sex lives. That ought to be awkward.
Anti-Jewish, racist hate. Where are you going to go today? Capitol Hill. Far-left Maine Democrat Senate candidate Graham Plattner is in D.C. today, just 1 week before the state primary. Reportedly, he's going to meet with Senate Democrats who have growing concerns now over Plattner's awful behavior. They're wondering, could it cost them a Senate seat, prevent them perhaps even in the long run from retaking the Senate from Republicans? They want to see this guy. The latest controversy for him, Plattner used a sketchy app called Kik to send sexually graphic messages to multiple women when he was married. He still is. We checked. As of last night, he is still on that app. Here's his profile picture. You're seeing it there. Plattner finally addressed the issue yesterday, blew it off as gossip.
These people are going to try to make this race about anything but what it's supposed to be about, which is policy. They never want to talk about policy. Amy and I have a very loving and very happy marriage. They would very much like to try to rip that apart.
Wow, we just don't want to have to go to Kik for the policy. Most Democrats are still standing behind their Maine man. Get it? State of Maine.
Are you at all rethinking your endorsement?
Oh, certainly. Graham Plattner is somebody that served our country. He served his community. He's also made mistakes.
Given Plattner's past controversies,
Is this revelation disqualifying in your mind?
Let's talk a little bit more about Trump's controversies.
He certainly has many good attributes, but like most everybody, there are stumbles along the way.
Stumbles. The list of problems is epic and disgusting. There's his Nazi tattoo that he had covered up after backlash. A laundry list of social media comments, including praise for Hamas terrorists, saying a wounded U.S. military veteran deserved to die, and blaming victims for their own sexual assaults. It's even too much for some in the liberal media to take.
The problem is his judgment, which he clearly has been lacking in as an adult. It's one thing to have foolish, youthful indiscretions, but I'm sorry, you cannot get past. It is not a Nazi-style tattoo. It is the tattoo of concentration camp guards. It is the very worst tattoo you can get if you are getting anything Nazi, and that's a pretty high bar there. So this has been a slow-motion train wreck.
Maine's Governor Janet Mills responding. She reminded voters that she's still on the ballot and only suspended her active campaigning. In other words, don't listen to this guy. I could come back. Power panel, Mahek Cook, a Republican strategist, Jose Aristimuño, Democrat strategist and former DNC deputy press secretary. All right, Jose, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, you know things aren't going well for your candidate when your current governor, who suspended her campaign, lets everybody know, hey, guys, still here. Just in case you wanted me again, I'm here. I'm here still. You can still vote for me. Odd. Very odd. Maybe Janet Mills shouldn't have suspended her campaign, and she should have saw this thing out until the end, considering she's currently the governor of Maine. And look, let's be clear. If Graham Plattner, and Maine's a weird state, they go back and forth. They have Susan Collins, the senator, the Republican senator, and they have Janet Mills, a Democratic governor. So they really are like the purplest of purple states up there in southern Canada. But look, there's a very real possibility that Graham Plattner, even with all of his little sexual Nazi picadillos, we'll call them that, wins. It's very possible he wins. I'm sure he'll be another person that goes into the Senate wearing pajamas. Apparently he hasn't learned how to shave yet, so we'll see. We will see all of what happens with that one. But we got more news that I want to make sure that I get to. We've got an update from the New Jersey ICE facility. We've got jury selection underway in the Carmelo Anthony killing of Austin Metcalf, and things are not going well. Things are not going well. And that's going to segue into a story that I'm going to do quite extensively tomorrow about a person you may not be familiar with, a person by the name of Henry Nowak in the UK. But before we get to that, guys, here is Jeremy.
Hey, everybody, if you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmor.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. So you guys will remember a while back, the Austin Metcalf got murdered by someone named Carmelo Anthony at a high school track meet. Now, an incredibly sad story, one way or the other. But the races of the people involved are not convenient for the radical left in America, and jury selection has begun in that case. Quick background on her. Carmelo Anthony, now 18, the Texas teen accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf during a high school track meet in Fresco last year, will be claiming he acted in self-defense during the April 2nd, 2025 stabbing as jury selection begins on Monday. The case took place at the school in Frisco during a track meet. Prosecutors alleged the altercation began when Metcalf asked Anthony to move beneath their team tent. According to police, Anthony responded by reaching into his bag and warning Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens," end quote. Investigators allege Metcalf then grabbed Anthony, who pulled out a knife and stabbed him once in the chest before fleeing. Police have said that Metcalf was unarmed. Metcalf died at the scene in the arms of his twin brother. Following the incident, Anthony allegedly told police he was protecting himself and that Metcalf had put his hands on him, according to reports. Anthony also asked officers after the arrest whether his actions could be considered self-defense. A grand jury indicted Anthony on first-degree murder charges in June of 2025. He was held on a $1 million bond, which was reduced to $250,000. Speaking on the incident, Austin's father, Jeff Metcalf, say, "I fully believe that justice will be served in this case." Now, with jury selection beginning, we're going to see some spiciness out of this case. The alleged killer, of course, is black. The victim is white, which doesn't really fit well with the media narrative. And according to Savannah Hernandez, who was on the scene and in the courtroom for part of the jury selection, apparently someone had to be removed from the courtroom for allegedly filming the jury, which you cannot do in a clear case of jury intimidation.
This is Savannah Hernandez in front of the Collin County Courthouse in McKinney, Texas for day one of the Carmelo Anthony trial. Now, today and tomorrow is jury selection, and opening arguments for this trial are not until Thursday if the jury can be selected on time. Now, to give you guys an idea of what has already happened so far, this morning you had somebody who was kicked out of the courthouse for trying to film potential jurors, and you already had protesters here on behalf of both Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, with the protesters for Carmelo Anthony coming out in greater numbers. Now, some quick pointers on this trial. What is not being discussed is whether or not Carmelo Anthony actually murdered Austin Metcalf. He has already admitted to that, stating that he acted in self-defense. But what is being debated is whether or not Carmelo Anthony acted in self-defense or whether he committed murder. Now, interesting caveat as well, because Carmelo Anthony was only 17 years old when the killing occurred, he is ineligible for the death penalty. So even if he is found guilty, the maximum sentence that he's going to get is life in prison. Now, Carmelo Anthony is already facing a first-degree murder charge and was initially held on a $1 million bond that he did petition to get reduced to $250,000. He cited financial difficulties, and a Collin County judge ended up reducing that for him. So he has since been on house arrest and out on bond after being issued that. Now, a lot of the controversy in this case did surround the GoFundMe that was created by Carmelo Anthony's family. Now, the family raised over $500,000, and it was found out that they were living in a home that was almost $1 million. A neighbor alleged that they had bought a new vehicle, and a family spokesperson stated that they were going to be utilizing these funds for security, legal defense, and also for the fight against white supremacy, stating that the criticism, the harassment, and threats that Carmelo Anthony were receiving after the stabbing incident were a direct result of white supremacy and racism in the nation. Now, simultaneously, the Metcalf family was also dealing with quite a bit of harassment and threats as well, and they were swatted 3 separate times, just to give you guys a reminder of what happened in the lead up to this case. Now, again, there have been extremely strict rules imposed on the media for this trial, and just to give you guys an idea of how secure they are trying to keep the courthouse grounds, the entire road behind me has been blocked off. They have specific places for protesters. There's also a strict curfew, and nobody can be on courthouse grounds from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. And law enforcement has also secured a separate entrance for Carmelo Anthony and his family to exit and enter the courtroom. So an idea of, again, not only the strict gag order that has been put in place by this judge, the strict media rules, but also the other levels of precaution that are being taken to ensure that everybody in the courthouse and around the courthouse is safe and protected. So keep following along all week because I will be on the ground covering this trial. Keep following me for more updates.
Great to see Savannah Hernandez back out in the street after being knocked to the ground by Shrek and his ugly daughter in Minneapolis. Is that upsetting for anybody? Don't care. Yeah, no, pretty wild. Somebody had to be removed from the courthouse due to jury intimidation. This is going to get bad. This is going to get bad. Hey, look, do I think that we should be putting 17-year-olds to death for murder? That's just, no, I don't think we should be doing that. I don't think we as a nation should do that. Some people may disagree. But obviously, yeah, even if, I got to tell you, I think what troubles me so much about this case, obviously a young man's life was taken, another young man's life is destroyed, 2 families are never going to be the same again. There's no good out there. The best outcome would have been that this never happened. But, I mean, look, I'm only 36. So I was these kids' age 20 years ago. Not that long ago. Not that long ago. If the exact, and I'm sure many of the guys in this chat, maybe some of the girls, if you're savages, let's be honest, I'm sure many of the guys in the chat will agree with me that if this altercation at a track meet had happened when you were growing up, maybe there would have been a fist fight. Boys will be boys. One guy wins, one guy loses, both people go home. The idea of pulling a knife out would have never... I mean, it wouldn't have dawned on me. And look, I've said it on the show before. Some people disagree with me. I don't really have a problem with 2 teenage boys settling their problems with a little fisticuffs. It's healthy. I think it's something that's been happening since, the beginning of time until, everyone in the world got soft, very soft, aggressively soft. If we lived in a world where that I grew up in only 20 years ago, who knows? One guy gets an ass whooping, the other guy wins, equal fight, friends break it up, teachers break it up, everybody goes home. We've seen like a real, I don't want to say escalation, but like a disintegration in cult where if 2 teenagers get into an argument, one immediately pulls out a blade. What are we doing here? When did that sort of mentality start? A tragic situation all around, if you ask me. Something that really, really just did not need to happen. But, it's where we are, unfortunately. It's where we are. I wish it wasn't, but, it is what it is. Sad story nonetheless. Sad story. Guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We've got an ICE update in New Jersey as Tom Homan has come out basically to refute everything Democrats are saying about the nonsense that's going on at this ICE facility. Before we get to that, guys, head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFA-TV related. Check out the LFA-TV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA-TV. That is the best way to keep the lights on over here. That's the best way to keep the big guy fat and happy. Go ahead on over to LFATV.us. It's LFATV.us. Obviously, over the course of the last several days, we've been showing you guys radical left-wingers burning things, setting things on fire. One guy got shot in the ribs with a non-lethal projectile and then cried like a little baby bitch boy. Well, Tom Homan has come out with a statement following this that apparently Democrats are making the entire thing up. Go figure.
But we got to remember what started all this. You got Democratic lawmakers on Memorial Day making false allegations about the facility, about the food, the medical care, hunger strikes. I went into that facility. I went to the medical. I went to outdoor recreation, indoor recreation. I even made a surprise visit this weekend and walked into the cafeteria and ate the same meal that the detainees around me were eating. And I made sure my tray equaled their tray. I had spaghetti and meat sauce. I had beans. I had green beans. I had bread and rolls. I had drinks. I had dessert. The food was good. It's all a false premise. There was never a hunger strike. The congressman said, oh, people are on hunger strike. No, they weren't. They may not be eating in the cafeteria, but what I found out, they're ordering food from the commissary and eating in their cells. So there wasn't any abuse. It's not inhumane conditions. I went to the entire facility. I ate the same meal they ate. That facility is well run, and the governor keeps saying she's going to keep raising hell if that facility shuts down. Well, I got news for the governor. That facility isn't going anywhere. We're going to enforce the law. We're going to detain people, and we're going to remove people. Matter of fact, a lot of the people in that facility we couldn't release because they're mandatorily detained by federal statute. So we couldn't release them if we even wanted to. But we're not going to release any of them. Everybody in that facility I have ascertained is legally being detained. Legally being detained. Many of them, again, mandatory detention, many of them criminals.
And it's not like we don't know that Democrats are going to routinely make things up, but the question is, how do we know they're making them up? Well, I got to ask a question, and my friend Cam Higbee decided to interrupt some liberal reporter while he was mentioning this on the street. This is why I love Cam, because he's absolutely great.
Prisoners call their loved ones frantically that they're being fed maggots.
They call their loved ones? How'd they get access to a phone? If the conditions are so bad, how'd they get a phone, bro?
Oh, my God.
Holy shit! Oh, my God. Fogged again! Fogged again, dude!
How'd they get phones? Stupid.
How'd they get phones in there, bro? The conditions are so bad. How are they calling their loved ones? You're a fucking schmuck! We got some real, we got some real things. You guys are retards!
Of course, that begs the question, if things are so bad there, then exactly how is it that everyone's getting this? I mean, look, if you were being tortured in a North Korean prison or in a concentration camp like Democrats like to pretend is happening right now, I don't think you'd have phone privileges to call home and let everybody know about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not. But I could be, but I'm not. Let's be honest here. But of course, this begs the question, yet again, who are Democrats actually defending here?
The detention center is currently home to an estimated 300 detainees, including accused killers, rapists, and dangerous drug traffickers. A new opinion piece says multiple Democrat politicians have visited to check on the well-being of the violent, criminal, illegal immigrants at that detention center. None of these Democrats planned a trip to visit the families of the slain women who were victims of the Democrats' radical illegal immigration policies. Well, that says it all.
Of course, Democrats will never visit any of the victims of the illegal immigrants who were led into this country for absolutely no reason and ought to be sent home. I know many people think that we should keep them here so they can make our pizza or something, but I'm not a fan of that. I'm just not. What are you going to do? Maybe that makes me a bad person. One more story, guys, because we're going to end the day with a little bit of fun. We're going to end the day with a little bit of fun here because tomorrow's show will not be fun. Tomorrow's show will not be, well, if Spencer Pratt wins tonight, the first half will be a lot of fun. The second half of tomorrow's show will not be fun at all as things are getting hot over across the pond to our friends who can't pronounce the word water correctly in the United Kingdom. So what do you say we finish the show today with a little bit of fun? Well, Democrats have taken to the airwaves yet again, everyone. I had to listen to it, so now you do too. They are back out there singing. Yep, I had to hear it, so you guys do too. Boston's a little bit different than it used to be. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I will catch you guys all back live tomorrow. If you have anyone you know who lives in Los Angeles, right after the show, get on the phone, call them, ask them, did they vote for Spencer Pratt? If not, ask them why. I'll catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
This is the impression. Forgive me.
All right, we gonna do maximum warfare against Republicans, Florida Republicans. You F around, you gonna find out all this stuff. And you know what I said was, listen. And he's like, oh, if you do the redistricting, we're gonna take out all your members. We're gonna do all this stuff. And what I said was, go ahead, make my day.
We made the point last week.
Maximum warfare.
Yeah, I'm gonna do maximum. He was real close. I'm gonna do maximum warfare. It was real close to that.
T-move.
Yeah. But we did say what a great country it is compared to what it used to be 10 years ago. If Ron DeSantis or any Republican had impersonated like that, his political career
he'd been
would be
racist.
over.
He's racist.
But now you can just say things.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
Ask Kamala. Yeah. You can say retard again.
Apparently you can.
Well, they want to try to say it's bad and all that stuff.
Well, you can say it. You have the freedom to say it, but then you made some Indiana senator who's now a former senator mad, and then you didn't get it.
Now listen,
if
you're talking about someone with mental handicaps or whatever, then yeah, that's pretty damn bad. But when you're just talking about like, look, you're being a retard, on all this stuff, like that's retarded. What are you doing here? That's retarded. Now listen, this is not in my daily vocabulary. I'm just saying.
Whatever, guys.
Retard.
He calls me retard every day. Help me, somebody. No, I mean, it's just.
I'm just saying, like, quit being so damn sensitive, man.
I know. This is America, lighten up. It's a new day. You can say the R word again.
I hope my
you
wife's
don't have to
not watching. She doesn't
word.
like me when I say stuff like. She doesn't like when I say stuff like that.
You just can't say. You just can't say the R word with a hard R. Then it's really bad.
What?
I'm just joking.
Retard.
Okay, so here is.
Is that right? Is that what you're talking about? What's the hard word?
Hard
R.
Hard R.
I don't make the rules.
I
get it.
N-word.
I get it.
Okay,
It doesn't work with retard.
I don't make the rules. All right, so ICE has just announced a jaw-dropping fraud bust, saying 10,000 foreign students are involved in the federal government's operational practice training. Empty buildings where hundreds of students should be working as part of their ability to be in America, run by foreign-linked groups that send money out of the country. Listen to this.
Information provided to DHS. Under the Biden administration, the fraud escalated even further. Today, we are announcing that we have identified over 10,000 foreign students who claim to be working for highly suspect employers. And that's just among the top 25 OPT employers. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Over the past year, we've dramatically expanded our oversight of OPT and can report that we've found fraud nationwide. HSI agents have visited problematic OPT employer work sites in Virginia, Texas, Georgia, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, and Florida. Many of these employers include NGOs engaged in suspicious activity. We've discovered empty buildings, and locked doors at addresses where hundreds of foreign students are allegedly employed. In many cases, multiple OPT employers claim to operate from the same address, but none actually lease the facility. We found small residential addresses listed as work sites for hundreds of foreign students, yet no employees were present. When someone does answer the door, their statements are inconsistent, or they claim no knowledge of the business.
So, as I'm sitting here watching this, you know, the first thought that comes into my mind is that if the Democrats take back power, every one of the men up on that stage is going to be charged with something.
Yeah, they're
I
gone.
mean, seriously, and they're going to be charged with something unless you get rid of the communists in the DOJ and everywhere else, and in the intel oligarchy, and you start making not just these people, these people in the midst of visa fraud or H-1B fraud, all that stuff's got to be taken care of. But the people at the top that did this in the first place have to go to jail, or people like this, they're going to jail.
Yeah.
This is where we're at now.
Can you play just 10 more seconds of him?
We're also seeing financial red flags. Many alleged employers display clear fraud indicators, including tax liens, civil lawsuits, collections, and breaches of contract.
Okay.
And we are seeing
two things. Number one, can you imagine if you were driving and that guy was reading the audio book that you were listening to? It would be challenging. It would be challenging to stay awake. Okay. But,
Yes, it would.
But on the positive side, this guy is spitting facts. He is spitting all of this stuff that is based off of his investigation and his department's investigation.
Would you rather have Pam Bondi up there giving that speech?
We will not. This would never happen. This would never happen. B-word, you hadn't had a single solitary arrest. You can shut up with all your bravado.
But I'll also add,
glad you're gone.
To your comparison, I wouldn't want her reading my books on tape either.
No, I wouldn't want it. She's emphasizing random words here, But anyway.
Welcome to my true crime podcast. So they found him dead in the snow. Was he hit by a car? Well, we'll never know.
I wouldn't have prosecuted him. That's what she'd be thinking, not saying. Here's the thing, but about this guy though, Paul, you're spot on with this because his entire team is gone. They are just completely destroyed. Their livelihood, all of these things will be completely destroyed for doing their job.
Yep.
For doing their job because they Nick Shirley'd. Let's use that as a term. You've been Nick Shirley'd here because the grift was found out, and the grift is you'll never siphon out all the fraud, but my God, man, like when you look at what Doge was on the cusp of doing here. It just breaks my heart that Trump and Elon couldn't get along for longer than what they did. But
we have an update on that.
Oh, we do. Okay, great.
Let me throw out this story right here. Now, again, this is just a little bit of movement on that. The divorce may be off, or maybe there's going to be some sort of reconciliation. I think there's clearly some reconciliation. Fox News
there was
reporting,
already they already sort of reconciled.
Elon Musk will be joining President Trump on his trip to Beijing this week, signaling a notable shift after the pair's well-documented falling out in 2025. The Tesla CEO will be traveling alongside other corporate heavyweights like Apple's Tim Cook and BlackRock's Larry Fink as part of the U.S. delegation, as more than a dozen business leaders from Wall Street and Silicon Valley join the trip. So it's not just Elon, but he is going on the trip. And it is my contention, and I've said this on the show, the first 5 months of the Trump administration were rolling. Mm-hmm. And when they kicked Musk out, when Musk actually wanted to not just expose the fraud, but then act on it and make sure it never happens again, they kicked him out of Washington, D.C.
Yeah, he said the big beautiful bill was an abomination.
He did.
Yeah. Say that 10 times fast.
He did say that. And that was the beginning of everything that started to kind of, the division that started. Because you can say what you want about Elon Musk. Maybe, you've got a billionaire, and a billionaire, you've got type A personalities. It's just naturally that they're not going to get along. There's going to be friction. But the things that Elon Musk was exposing, it made for great TV. You had the whole big balls thing, but it needed to be, we needed permanent fixes to this. You needed to literally not just expose the magic money machines, but take them away, gut it, and prosecute the people that were doing this. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
How I think if you would have actually gone after what Doge exposed, people talk about, well, if you go after the Epstein clients, Washington, D.C. will fall. I think that's true. But I also think if you went after the people that were involved in all of the Doge fraud, D.C. would fall as well. I think it would lead back to politicians on both sides of the aisle en masse. And that's why he got ran out. He got ran out of Washington, D.C. because of it. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but
well, he was trying to steal Grandma's Social Security check, which we all know that was the case.
That's right. I remember that. Yeah,
because these stupid ass liberals were saying that stuff. Like you think about that, you're like, okay, wait a minute. This guy's the richest man in the world. There's no one richer in the world. The guy that makes, I don't know, $1 million a minute.
Everybody's like, that dog's not gonna hunt.
Yeah, but he's taking Grandma's Social Security because that's why he's in there. He's just trying to get even more money.
Maxine Waters was the one. She was the one pushing that one.
Good.
He doesn't need our access to this.
And Vice President Musk.
Remember they were saying all that crap. They showed up at that place where.
Well, they were wrong with him.
Well, that was a strategy there too, with calling him the president or the vice president, trying to get Trump to,
President Musk.
Saul has slain his thousands and David his 10,000s. The media was trying to use.
Yeah.
That's how much of a threat Musk was, and I know there are people that disagree with me on that. But it's really not a question of. And then the left was obviously like, well, he's a billionaire, and then they pulled out this word oligarchy. But honestly, it's not a question of whether or not you have oligarchies calling the shots. It's which ones are going to be calling the shots. And
don't ever try to tell me you cannot give me an example of Donald Trump slaying someone just because they were a bigger fish. He's not going to just chop you. He respected Elon Musk because of what Elon Musk had done. He's not sitting there trying to throw stones at him. Who does Donald Trump throw stones at? People who are disloyal.
That's right.
And with very few exceptions, does Donald Trump, when you are disloyal to him, he is going to go at you extremely hard. He didn't go after Elon Musk extremely hard.
Yeah, I mean, there was the back and forth. There was the government. I think some things about government.
He just
contracts.
said he's lost his way. He's lost his way about it or whatever. Versus he's terrible, he's awful, he's trash. And all this stuff. Right? He didn't go into all that stuff. He threw a few jabs in there, but it just wasn't as bad. And what I want to try to say is that's because I think it hurt Donald Trump what Elon Musk did. But to Elon Musk's credit, I think it hurt him of what Donald Trump was signing up for with the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah.
And ultimately, both of them had the best interest of the country at heart. Donald Trump was looking at it through a politician's eyes and saying, I still have to govern. I have to do certain things. We can trim some stuff here, but I can't just get rid of all of this fraud in one fell swoop. I can't do it. And if not, because the people who are initiating that fraud are the ones that I have to go to and ask for their vote.
That's exactly right.
Right?
You're exactly right.
And so how
the ones benefiting from it as well.
Donald Trump may have been more receptive to Elon Musk's approach in the first term. In the second term, he's trying to govern. He's trying to accomplish all of these things. And in my opinion, I don't even know in the first term that he would have been more receptive to it because he was trying to get reelected, right? So there's a caveat there. But suffice it to say that I think they both hurt each other. They were both trying to do the right thing, and it was a business owner saying, cut the fat, cut the loss, cut off the dead portion of this. And a politician, let's just be honest, Donald Trump's a politician now, a politician saying, I still have to govern.
Yeah.
I can do as much as I can do, but I can't do it all.
I thought it was great when Musk was like, hey, let's just quit paying these people. And if they call and they ask where their money's at, then we'll have a conversation and maybe pay them. But if it's fraud, if it's fraud and you're committing a crime, how many people, if your check doesn't show up, is going to be like, hey, where's my check? I thought that was genius. Let's just quit paying our debts.
Let's just quit paying them.
See who calls about it.
Yeah.
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 That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, it reminds me of Office Space when it's like, through this error, he was continuing to get paid. So we fixed that error. So Milton's gone. No. We just stopped paying him. We fixed the glitch. We fixed the glitch here. Yeah.
I did not receive a paycheck this week.
Excuse me. I believe you have my
Need to
stapler.
move your desk.
Fantastic.
Looking for that
I could
stapler.
For my stapler.
going.
Excuse me. I believe you have my stapler.
Excuse me.
I believe you have my stapler.
All right, you sent me this, Eric. This is related to the fraud.
The safe.
Well, so this is Michael Knowles' show, and he interviewed a guy about. The reason we're playing this is because you said in your line of work you're hearing that some of this stuff is actually happening, right?
Yeah, part of what everyone needs to understand about the Medicare fraud is, in addition to basically stealing Medicare numbers from senior citizens and then using that for fake hospice care, they've also used states that have waivers, and this will explain this a little bit better.
Well, let's play it first.
Let's play that video, and you'll understand exactly what we're talking
Listen
about.
to
here
this.
as far
What
as
specifically
waivers are.
have you uncovered? Who is perpetrating it, and what is the scale?
What I want to focus on with this story is Medicaid waivers, and that was really at the root of why we keep seeing Minnesota in the news. Is they got these special waivers to do stuff that Medicaid was never intended to do. DOJ deserves a lot of credit for releasing this database that actually shows what Medicaid is spent on. And what they released is the corporations that are getting paid by Medicaid. And basically what happens is you get paid to hang out with your own family members, and sitting in the middle is this company that will bill Medicaid and then pay you as an employee. So what we're talking about is Ohio has Medicaid waivers, just like Minnesota does, and they spend $1 billion a year paying people, almost all of which are foreigners, it seems to me, to hang out with their own family and provide what they call companionship and conversation. But this is what, basically immigrants from Somalia have figured.
Companionship and conversation.
Just remember,
what
when
the
you're
heck is that?
Just remember, everyone, when you're at a doctor's office, when you're at a hospital, everything that's being documented is being documented based on codes. CPT codes, DRG codes, codes associated with different types of care, and each of those codes are negotiated with the insurance companies and with Medicare and with Medicaid for a certain amount of reimbursement. So every time that doctor is sitting across from you with your file, they're circling things, and all they're basically circling is codes. Because I did this, I checked your heart. Because I did this, I checked your lungs. I did this. They're circling codes. Companionship, in this instance, is literally a code that these fraudsters are using to bill Medicare and Medicaid for companionship and care for these senior citizens that they're taking care of. When really all it boils down to is just sitting in a room with their own dadgum family members. There is no big care facility with all types of activities and things like you would see at a nursing care facility or a hospice situation. It's not. It's just literally foreigners that have figured out a way to get around the system and bill codes. And I think that there's more to it, to where it's not just that they've rigged the system, but that they've paid off people to look the other way.
Wow. I will just say the companionship code sounds really gay.
Yeah.
Just the, like, what are we coding this? Well, companionship.
Companionship.
Like we need to, But can you flesh out for me a little bit, like, what is the code ideally? I know it's not what it's being used for, but ideally, is it literally there's a code to pay somebody to go be a friend to somebody is it like a hospital, like, hey, or like a chaplain? Like, what's the code exactly supposed to be there for if there wasn't the fraud.
The best way to describe it is that these CPT codes or DRG codes can be either very, very specific or they can be very, very generalized and generic. And so what you typically find is that, in surgical care, for instance, those codes can be extremely specific. I used these instruments to do this, and I took out this. That's one code. But on a bigger scale, on a more generic scale, you have these companionship codes or other types of generalized care related codes. So that's what it all boils down to. And they're finding these loopholes, and they're just completely frauding the system.
Good.
It's all about the billable hours,
Yeah,
right? Like
that's
it's
right.
all, and let me just say this. Did anybody just notice the shift of Eric Haynes when he went into
Yes, I did.
like
dude. Just like spitting
he's
facts.
like, boom, here it is. Boom, boom. It'd be like me talking about real estate or something, right? It'd be like, boom, here it is. Boom, boom. Good job, Eric. But I've always wondered, like, how can that fraud be so easy to do? And it's because of these generalized codes, right? You've got these I hit this point. I boom, 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 and it's one visit, and it's the same crap that we saw with Planned Parenthood, right? And so they would say, well, the majority of services that are provided by this Planned Parenthood is, all of this care, and it's because one pregnant girl goes into the clinic in the Planned Parenthood, and she receives 15 services.
And those are each codes. So
Yes,
going to be codes.
it's one of these codes. Da, 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 da. And the 15th is we killed the baby. Okay? We sucked it out, right? And this is one of those things. But, you got this, you got this, you got this, you got this. And so you just say, well, it's such a minority. But all of it, her purpose for walking in that day
is murder.
Was to end this pregnancy in her body, right? And so fraudsters think, okay, cool. If I can provide this stuff, and especially in these blue states, and these Democrat politicians get their pockets greased, they're not going to allow a spotlight to be put on me. Here we go. Let's just charge all of this stuff, and that's why you have these 67 IQ Somalians coming in, but they got enough IQ that they can read, and they realize,
Well, and that's the thing, though.
companionship, I can provide that.
But this is obviously, they're not actually doing that, I don't think.
No, they're never provided, but how are you going to disprove it, Paul?
What I'm saying is they're not actually reading it. These are just like when we had Jacob Holloway in, and he was talking about these headhunting organizations with H-1Bs. There are companies, and that's what he even said. There are companies. So basically, you just go and recruit, and who knows if the person that's providing the companionship is even getting all of that money. They're not. It's getting siphoned, it's getting sucked out, or it's getting just doled out to that person. This is now part of a giant RICO scam where you go and recruit immigrants, and they literally do think this is the greatest country in the world because they're able to come here and get all the money they need to do nothing.
It's the land of milk and honey.
And this is what I've talked about. This is generational wealth to pay people to stay at home, have babies, and hang out with their families all day. We were just talking about the birthing crisis. Yeah. One of the reasons why, native-born Americans are having a birthing crisis is because, newsflash, the less that you're at home, the less time you're going to have opportunity to make a baby. Well, and if you're paying people to stay at home with their wives, guess what? There's going to be more babies of these third worlders.
School districts had to expand in 2024, 2025 there. I'm sorry. So there were COVID babies, right? That we all saw that, right? And so that would have been so COVID was 2020, so it would have been 2024, it would have been 2025. And all these they had a boom, and all the kindergartners, like, we don't have enough kindergarten space for all these kindergartners. And we here locally, I remember this when I was a school teacher, we had an ice storm in 2009.
Yeah.
You guys remember that?
Yeah, dude, yeah.
Okay.
No power.
Right. And so we went back to the dark ages, folks, in 2009, where there were some places that were without power for almost 2 months. I mean, it was bad. Okay. Do you know what happened about 4.5 years later? There was a surge of kindergartners in these schools, right? Because what are you doing if you're sitting around in an ice storm? You can't drive down the street. You don't have any power. You're sitting around and it's just candlelight.
Old school entertainment.
There you go.
You're going to entertain.
You're like, well, hoping we got some wine bottles over here, but not needed because I don't have anything else to do. And so that's what's happening. Yeah. We saw all of that took place. But the fraud is too damn easy.
That makes me so mad.
It's too damn easy because think about this, Paul, Eric. You got a dude that's worked all of his life, a bricklayer, right? And he's a bricker, and he's bricking this house, and he's just worked all of his life. He's paid his taxes. He's got Social Security and all this stuff. He's doing all of the stuff that he's supposed to do. One day, he falls off. He falls off the ladder. Breaks his back, can't work again, can barely walk again. He has to wait 2 years before he can, and 2 years is probably a minimum, before he could possibly get approved for disability. And I'm like, this guy paid in all of his life. And we are giving fraudulent money to this Somalian who's been in the country for 3 years, right? Because they've come in and they've figured this out, and now they're a millionaire, and a bricklayer who's worked his tail off every single day gets injured. He can't work again, and he's having to fight just to get $1,000 a month.
Revolutions have been fought over way less.
Yeah.
And it just blows my mind. It blows my mind because we're sitting here saying, and Brandon Gill is a freaking superstar in the Republican Party, member of the House, from Florida. He's 32. I did the math. He will not be 35 by the 28 election. So I thought, man, that'd be a great vice presidential candidate if I was wanted, but he's too valuable in the House. But he's sitting there saying, like, what value does this Somalian community or this Ugandan community, like, if they're coming in and 81% of you are on welfare, what value are you providing to the United States taxpayer? All three gentlemen sitting at this table pay taxes. My shirt tells you how I feel about that. And we have all of these people that are coming into the country and are taking. And then we have people who are in this country, and I've said this on the program, and this is where I'm closer to the center. We have people who are coming into this country. They're here illegally, but they are contributing to the country, and they are being lumped in with these Somalians. They're being lumped in with all of these people. Like I would have a conversation about those individuals if we will first get rid of all the fraudsters. If we will first get rid of all the leeches, okay? A roofer that came from Honduras who is working every day, not on food stamps, not on government housing, dude's working his tail off every day. I'm willing to have a conversation about that guy having some sort of path, but don't have a conversation with me at all about people who are coming in leeching off of the American taxpayer.
You know, the thing is they set up these waivers, too, as a way of saying, wouldn't it be nice if we could just provide care, in-home related care with these folks' families instead of them feeling like they have to send them to a nursing home to die, and we'll reimburse them for a lot of the care that they're giving in-home. So think about that. Like, that idea in and of itself sounds right. And so Minnesota and Ohio said, yeah, we would rather at least give a little bit of an incentive and some money to families to take care of their elderly, chronic conditioned relatives in their homes. Well, then
there we go.
Then somebody says, well, hey, Somali community or whoever, because like I said, most of this fraud is being done by
immigrant communities, very least.
Hey, Here's a way to make a bunch of free money off of the saps in the U.S. economy who are paying taxes. This wouldn't fly in our country, but you can get away with it here, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, so the United Nations, they tried to have this migration, meeting or whatever, and our government said we're not going to do it because we think, they even used the word replacement. Replacement migration, it hurts the West, hurts our country. I guess, I just connected those dots live on the air about the making babies thing. And I'm just infuriated by it because that is the point.
Yeah.
The point isn't just to pay them. The point is to allow them the best chances to replace Native Americans.
Yeah.
And that's the real strategy here. Like
they're replacing themselves in a lot of cases too.
But it's just absolutely maddening because we say we're paying them. This guy says on Michael Knowles' show, we're paying them just to hang out with their families, but you're actually paying them to just totally, reproduce and have a million kids. And I'm struck by that. I'm kind of speechless on how angry that makes me.
From the same perspective, these white liberals that are saying that, oh yeah, diversity is our strength, and it's like, no, it's not. It's really not. It is. What makes us strong is, as Arkansans, is that we're all Arkansans, right? Or that we're Arkansas Razorback fans, or whatever it makes us, it is that we're all the same.
What we have in common
Correct.
is our greatest strength.
Versus people who are going to come here and just not assimilate to our country. And you're just like, well, then why are we allowing you here? Why are you allowed to come to this country? If you're not going to try to be an American, why do you want to come here? To mooch off the services? To, build a better life for yourself because you were living in a damn tent, wherever you just came from? Okay, I can get behind that. But as long as you are here, are you waving the country that you just left?
They absolutely are.
Why are you waving that flag? Why are you waving that flag? Mm-hmm. You just came here for a better life. You got out of a tent. You actually have food in your belly, and you're waving a Mexican flag. What the hell is wrong with you? Wave an American flag. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, America.
It's a sanctioned invasion, but we can't, if it was, some sort of movement by Mexico or some sort of confederation of Central and South American countries that passed a resolution to say we're going to go invade, and they actually had their flags, we would amass an army and we would defeat them, right? So they get around that by just coming here as refugees. But it is the exact same practical thing of an invading army. They just and we've allowed it to happen, and more importantly, our feckless politicians have allowed it to happen.
Yes, they have.
I want to give a little bit of an update on Tulsi Gabbard, who is a bright spot in the Trump administration. New York Post writing yesterday, headline, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard probes U.S. funding to more than 120 biolabs abroad. Did you guys ever follow the biolab story at the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine invasion by any chance?
No, the only thing I ever thought about with the biolabs was the Fauci.
Right, so there was that. Okay. Well, so there's a guy named Clandestine over on X who was cutting edge over this. And he posited a theory when Putin invaded that one of the reasons Putin invaded, aside from, the natural one that NATO provoked him by not, honoring previous agreements, is that there were U.S.-funded biolabs in Ukraine similar to the ones that were in Wuhan. There was even a conspiracy floated that they wanted to do another pandemic, but they wanted to blame it on Russia this time. First time, blame it on China. This next time, blame it on Russia. And with the bioweapons labs in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin was kind of hit, the idea was Vladimir Putin knew this was a possibility and was trying to stop it. Now, of course, that had to be shut down immediately because that would somehow make Vladimir Putin's intentions not as black and white, not as evil. It would be more gray. So it was immediately shut down and claimed as a conspiracy theory. As a matter of fact, this was clandestine. He got banned So what he did was all he did was publish a map saying these are U.S.-funded biolabs in Ukraine. This is where Russia is. I think this is what's going on. Clandestine celebrating Tulsi Gabbard investigating this, saying, after I got banned in 2022 for biolabs in Ukraine story, I reached out to my congressmen, media outlets, prominent politicians, etc., looking for help. Only one person responded to me, that person, Tulsi Gabbard, who coincidentally is now the head of all U.S. intelligence and the most vocal individual about the U.S.-funded biolabs in Ukraine. Tulsi helped me get in contact with a specific lawyer that you would all recognize and also now works for the Trump administration. I told the legal team my story, looking for options to sue the media companies who defamed me for writing about accurate information. Ultimately, I was informed that no one would be willing to take my case pro bono due to the volatility of the situation and the controversy surrounding the story, despite the fact that the media were just blatantly lying about incontrovertible facts. Now, 4+ years later, as the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi is formally investigating the U.S.-funded biolabs in Ukraine. You know, the biolabs in Ukraine that the media said didn't exist.
This was gain-of-function testing ones?
Oh, it was all, it was gain-of-function,
Yeah.
but it was, I mean, that's what New York Post says. Listen to the New York Post. They say, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is investigating more than 120 biological laboratories abroad that were funded by U.S. taxpayers for decades as part of an effort to end potentially risky experiments with viruses pursuant to President Trump's executive order on so-called gain-of-function research.
So-called.
Even the New York Post can't help themselves. So-called gain-of-function research. It's like the media is happy to admit, you know, the U.S. may not be smell like roses on all these other issues, but why on this issue is the media like, no, we can't admit that the U.S. You know why you can't admit it? Because it would directly hurt Big Pharma and the military-industrial complex or DARPA or whoever is responsible for all of this. And you'd also have to kind of admit to yourself, like, we're the one. I mean, if you look at how the rest of the world, if it is true that, yes, it came from China, but we're the ones that funded it, or we started the gain-of-function research here illegally and then exported it, what does that make the United States when it comes to COVID? What does that make the United States to the rest of the world?
Guilty.
It makes us the bad guys. It makes us historic bad guys. We are now up there with, you know, we're now up there with Nazi Germany or Mao or Stalin. That's what that means.
Right.
And so I'm perfectly comfortable saying it because the truth is the truth. Like, we're responsible for COVID. Our own government is responsible for what happened. And so to kind of go down this rabbit hole real quick, I want to refresh your memory. So after Clandestine came out and exposed the story and got shut down, got banned, and everything else, weirdly enough, Senator Marco Rubio questioned Victoria Nuland. Victoria Nuland is responsible for the Maidan Revolution, responsible for the coup in 2014 where we ousted the Ukrainian president that was elected and friendly to Russia and put in our own guy. Like, she is the Ukraine czar who got us into the situation where Vladimir Putin felt like he had to invade. So Marco Rubio here, in my opinion, was trying to debunk this idea of bioweapons labs in Ukraine, and for whatever reason, Victoria Nuland answered honestly. And by the way, they still banned this guy, even though this came out in committee. Clandestine was still banned for posting this.
Well, I only have a minute left. Let me ask you.
I know.
Does Ukraine have chemical or biological weapons?
Ukraine has biological research facilities, which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of. So we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach.
So, and that clip goes on, but this happened, again, back in 2022, and, Clandestine was like, I mean, what do you do with that? Literally, all he did was report something that was factual.
Sure.
Got banned from it. Then they admitted in a committee room that it is true, still gets banned. I don't think it was until, I don't know when he got unbanned, but certainly when Musk took over from Dorsey. But it just goes to show you that, kind of like what we're talking about with the data centers too, when you are over the target, they censor when they don't want the information to get out. And for whatever reason, they did not want it to be advertised that there were U.S.-funded bioweapons labs similar to the ones in Wuhan, China, in Ukraine, and that maybe that was one of the reasons Putin was trying to invade.
Well,
Pretty crazy, right?
It's hard to get inside the mind of any world leader, I don't know. Donald Trump's pretty much an open book. Like, he's going to tell you what he's thinking. But Vladimir Putin, to me, what was his primary motivation? And I just think that this might have been a secondary thing.
I'm so sorry. I'm so glad you guys are here to witness this. This happened. You guys may not be able to hear it. I have no idea. But the office above us, apparently somebody's either in an office chair or maybe on roller. Maybe it is actual roller skates.
Has to be.
It's just going around.
It sounds
and
like
around
roller skates.
and around.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red 5 works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. So we've been talking a lot this week about the domestic state of America, how our country still is falling apart. There may be some good things that are happening, but we still need more mass deportations. We need actually remigration. We've covered this Tyler Oliveira story about the H-1Bs and how we're seeing the same fraud from Indian H-1B visas that we see with the Somali Muslims, in Minnesota. While we're all distracted, or the headlines certainly are, there's this obsession with everything that's going on in the Middle East right now, and obviously this is a quagmire. It's become a quagmire, the Strait of Hormuz, all of this stuff. Our country here is still suffering, and there's still so much work to be done, and I have Middle East fatigue, as I told you yesterday. So to talk more about this, I thought it would be good to check in with Jeff Younger. He was on the program about a month ago, where, Jeff, you actually had this great point about the middle class and how the Republican donors don't want to do things like ban child genital mutilation for kids like Donald Trump's executive order does. They don't want to actually codify it because the donors don't actually want it. You also went in to talk about how the American middle class, this subsection of America, are the only people in the world that believe in the freedom of speech or believe in the right to privacy, and how the very, very rich don't care, the very, very poor don't care, first world Europe doesn't care. It is only the American people or the middle class that actually cares. So I thought it would be a great opportunity to have you back on and talk, and I appreciate your time this afternoon.
It's great to be here and see you again.
Absolutely. So what are your thoughts on this? for people that are my age, I'm 41, and I think the polling shows this. 40 and below are very sick of this same Lindsey Graham foreign policy that sees us obsessed with the Middle East. We're here yet again, and we still have a lot of work to do here in our country. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, let's talk about who's responsible for what. The president is primarily responsible for foreign policy. That's their job. That's his job. The Congress is primarily responsible for domestic policy. And in the modern system, the non-constitutional system that was overthrown in the early part of the 20th century, this non-constitutional system, Congress directs the agencies to do things, okay? So domestically, we have a failure where the Congress has refused to do its job and, in fact, has chosen to go with transnational oligarchs and go out, support their interests. People who have no loyalty to America, people who would outsource labor to any country if it was cheaper. Those are the interests that Congress serves. And the presidency serves the interests of a foreign country, namely Israel. And so there is no advocate in the United States government for the interests of United States citizens.
Say that again. There's no advocate within our current system that actually advocates for United States citizens.
That's correct.
That is a profound statement, but I don't really know how you would argue against that statement at this point, because look at the results.
Yes.
Look where we are. The results speak for themselves.
There's an old cybernetics principle. Cybernetics was an early version of systems theory. And they coined a phrase that the purpose of a system is what it does, not what it says it does. So you just have to look at the system. The system acts to dispossess American citizens. For example, we give protection to industries like SpaceX, to industries like Palantir. They're protected from foreign competition. SpaceX can't even hire foreigners, right? So it's one of the companies where U.S. labor is an advantage. But the U.S. labor market, we're open to the predations of global labor competition. So basically what we have is protectionism for multinational corporations who don't have any investment in this country and no loyalty to this country. And we have no protection for labor in this country. You can also just look at the tax code, for example. Capital assets are taxed at half the rate that labor is taxed. And that tells you everything about what the country, prioritizes.
Okay. So expand on that, because I saw a post that you gave about this the other day, because the traditional, free market, right-wing position on this, would be, hey, you don't need to, capital gains taxes need to be lower. And the reason that is because that money's already been taxed. Presumably it's like, hey, this money's already been taxed because I made it, and now I'm reinvesting it. And so capital gains are a double tax. That's what we've been told. And I saw a post that you made the other day, and I'd never thought about it before. That's not necessarily the case, is it?
No, it's actually not true for most capital investments in the country. Most capital investments in the country are done by sovereign funds out of the states in America. So like Texas has a sovereign fund and it invests. None of that is subject to an income tax or anything like that. Corporations issue through bonds and other mechanisms ways of getting investment in capital infrastructure that isn't income. Right. So if you look at it, the vast majority, we're talking 80+% of monies that goes into capital investments didn't come from income that's subject to the income tax. And that should not surprise anyone, right? I mean, the tax code was written by and for transnational corporations. Let me give you an example of kind of one that always comes up. People talk about how Amazon pays zero tax, basically. How does that work? Here's how transnational corporations make this kind of stuff work. So Amazon has a company in the Caribbean that owns all of its intellectual property. So the intellectual property is not owned by the U.S. company, right? So the company that's in the Caribbean charges the American company a fee to use its intellectual property, okay? And magically, that fee always gets very close to the total revenue of the US company, Amazon. So Amazon always shows close to zero net income and pays no tax, okay? This is how they play this game. And so, you know, and then just the concept of what taxes actually are, right? The government is not funded on taxes. And this is another thing that American middle class people have a real hard time getting their head around. The modern monetary system doesn't work that way. The purpose of taxation is mainly to reduce inflation.
Wow.
It doesn't fund investments in the government. It doesn't go. So all of that stuff is completely false. So the way the entire money system works, people don't understand. And the main source of inflation, for example, has been the quantitative easing from 2008, but the second largest has been from private lending. Because when you take out a private loan with a bank, and these corporations take out massive private loans, that's actually how all of this quantitative easing money makes it out. It's done through low interest or zero interest loans from banks. When banks loan privately, they actually create money in the economy. So private lending is actually inflationary. So there's like a whole thing around what taxes actually are. Their taxes don't fund the government. That money just comes out of circulation and it serves to reduce inflation. That's why, you know, if you've ever been through any of these busts in the past, the 90s bust, the bust in 2004, the 2008, if you go further back, all the way back to the 80s, why does the government always raise taxes during recessions? That doesn't make sense, right? It seems like you'd want to stimulate economic activity, right? The reason they don't do that is because inflation is a big threat in recessions, and taxes are a way to remove money from the M1 money supply and reduce inflation, right? So there's like a whole system that has been developed here to mislead middle-class people and to get them to act in the wrong way, right? So just if you look in the future and you're talking to your children right now, you have to tell them that there is no future in being a laborer. There's no future in acquiring skills and getting a job. You need to become an owner of assets. And you need to take advantage of the lower rates of taxation, the privileged status that asset ownership has at law. And that's the future that you have in America. And here's the problem with that. Not everybody can do this. Like, we're in total denial in America about the reality of human differences. So you and I'm just going to guess we're above 120 IQs, you and I. You know, most of the people I talk to are above 130. Many of the people that I work with, have worked with in the past, are really in the fifth standard deviation.
People that actually know me are laughing their heads off right now, by the way. So.
But you got to understand that 100 is the median IQ. IQ is actually indexed to the American median. So that means that you have a substantial population between 85 and 100 IQ. Those folks are not going to be able to participate in an investment economy. They're not going to be able to direct their investments in the way that you and I might be able to be able to do it. So the problem is that we have, by getting rid of labor as a viable way to make a living in this country, we're going to be cutting out lots of people who are simply going to go onto welfare and UBI in the future. And so you see that the system is designed to produce the opposite of what it says. This so-called free market system is producing welfare dependence, not reducing it. You see? And so again, the purpose of a system is what it does, not what it says it does. The free market system in the United States is not here to provide a meritocracy. It's here to allow the oligarchs that run this country to select winners, protect their industries at your expense, and make you pay for it all.
I mean, I think you're right. Again, I think that's a self-evident truth now that we can all see in a lot of ways. And you know, when you mentioned the taxes, why do we actually pay taxes? Because It is essentially monopoly money. I got into radio in 2009 when everybody was, freaking out on the right with the emergence of the Tea Party because we were $12 trillion in debt, and now we're almost $40 trillion in debt. And while we may have suffered, nothing bad has happened to their power structure, the financial, and nothing bad at all. The president of El Salvador last year or a couple years ago actually got to speak at CPAC. And he told the audience, he said, you don't pay taxes to fund the government. He said, you pay taxes to support the illusion that you fund the government. And then you look at Elon Musk, who was run out after his massive investment that he gave President Trump, hundreds of millions of dollars, massive investment that only bought him 5 months in the administration, where he was uncovering all kinds of corruption, and he was uncovering these magic money machines that could just create money out of thin air and put it in any account that they wanted to. There was real corruption there. So if you have magic money machines, the idea that we're paying tax, it really is to reinforce this idea. I mean, I think I agree with what you say, but I think it's both. It's also to fund this idea. It's an illusion that we actually, have sound, basic economic fundamentals. The same ways that we have to budget in our own household. We think, well, no. Those rules don't apply to them at all.
No.
And so what we're really talking about here, Jeff, is slavery. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I call it techno-feudalism. I got that from Yanis Varoufakis, former finance minister of Greece. But yeah, the system is, they lie to you about the system, right? I mean, here's how it works, and anybody can just go verify this. When we need to fund the government, they don't go and look at tax receipts and see how much money they have to spend. They go to the Treasury Department, and the Treasury, they say, hey, this is what we're going to need to fund the government. The Treasury then goes to the Fed and says, we need a loan from you for this amount to fund the government. And the Fed loans the money to the Treasury at 3%. So we're the only country in the world where our central government charges us interest on our own money. Like no other central bank does that, okay? So our central bank is a predatory lender on us through the federal funding system. So what happens to all this tax money? Where does it go? Well, some of it might be credited into agency budgets and things like that, where it just sort of it disappears. But most of it is simply zeroed out in the electronic system when you pay taxes. So it just reduces the M1 money supply. That's its main purpose. And it's the main check on inflation. Like everybody wonders, why are there all these regulations on, house lending for homes, and all these regulations on how you can buy a home and when you can buy a home and what kind of home you can buy? Why are we so regulated on that? I thought we had a free market, right? Well, the reason is, as I said, private debt is the main way that inflation is, second largest way that inflation is created in an economy. So they have to regulate the largest forms of private debt, and that's home lending. Home lending is one of the main sources of inflation in the economy. When they want to inflate the economy, they release the regulations on home buying and let people buy homes, which puts more M1 into the system. You see how it works? All of your purchasing decisions and everything that you do is being manipulated in this way. This is why I tell people, you can talk about laws the Congress passes, and you can talk about enforcement in the states and all that. But the entity that most controls your life is the Federal Reserve policies. And the problem here is that the Federal Reserve is a twilight entity. Okay, it's not a public entity that belongs to the government, and it's not a private entity that's subject to the law. And we know this. I used to watch these hilarious question sessions between Ron Paul and Ben Bernanke when he was running the Fed. And Ron Paul once asked Ben Bernanke, cornered him, and said, is the Federal Reserve a public bank? And Bernanke thought about it, and his quandary is this: if it was a public banking institution, it would be subject to the Inspector General audits of public banks. So he said, no, it's not a public bank. We're not subject to Inspector General audits. So then Ron Paul asked him, is the Federal Reserve a private bank? And he thought about that for a minute. He said, well, no, if we're a private bank, then we're going to be subject to Officer of the Comptroller of the Currency audits and SEC audits. But we're not subject to those either. So no, we're not a private bank. It's neither private nor public. It's a twilight entity that's basically not subject to standard US laws. So this is the fundamental problem. Most normie Republicans have a completely false understanding of how the government works, how the money system works, and how the government funds its activities. And therefore, they can't reason very well about what the motivations of the people in the system are, because they have a mistaken idea of what the system actually does.
That's fascinating, because I want to kind of take it back to the beginning. You know, the beginning premise is our country here domestically is suffering on all of these different fronts. You know, the last 30 days, everything's focused on the Middle East. I've tried this week to kind of bring back up what's going on with the H-1B crisis, that incredible video. I've tried different things to say, hey, look, we still have real problems here. So when I present you with that you know, quandary, that issue, you say that the agencies, there's really no agency, there's no institution that is actually there to represent the interests of the people anymore. And then you immediately go to our monetary system. So are you saying that the monetary system is the main problem here? Is that also, just kind of, you know, hash that out for me. Is that the main issue that's preventing us from actually fixing what's going on, the practical, you know, fixing the practical reality of everyday life?
Yeah. So I get a lot of people who approach me to do political activism and things. You know, they want me to go on the campaign trail. They want me to do speeches. And I used to do, you know, I spent 10 years doing a lot of that.
Yes.
Right? And I went all over the country. I even went out of the country doing this stuff. So, but I don't do that anymore. And the reason is, and this is what Doge uncovered, and it was your comment on Doge that got me onto this. What Doge uncovered, I did the calculations for first of all, there was money that was leaving the Department of the Treasury that never went to the government, that was being paid to entities, and the entities that it was paid to were not recorded. So we don't know where the money went, okay? I did the calculations over a 20-year period. It's over $30 trillion. That's the size of the entire world economy today. Over 20 years, $30 trillion was paid out to some unknown entities. Now, my basic conclusion from that is somebody with those kinds of resources, somebody, first of all, that can get that done in the US government, you can't beat them by political mechanisms.
Absolutely not.
You will not be able to beat them. They will be able to purchase propaganda that will lead the electorate any which way they want, right? You're not going to be able to defeat that. So what I have begun telling all of my friends on my YouTube channel, I tell it to my sons because I can only communicate with my sons through my YouTube channel. As I tell them, you know, you need to completely ignore politics, because politics are going to go the way the oligarchs want it to go. That's how it's going to be. So don't worry about that. What instead you should try to do is become an oligarch. You should become a billionaire. And that should be your main goal. The goal of people who really, conservative right-wing people, Christian right-wing people, nationalists, people that see that there's still maybe a sliver of hope to preserve this country from the multicultural destruction that's heading our way. The best hope we have is for you guys to become billionaires and become oligarchs. And we need to establish what amounts to a Christian nationalist oligarchy to compete against the tech oligarchs, to compete against the Wall Street oligarchs. As you know, my interpretation of current political events in America is that we have a rival oligarchy, a West Coast tech oligarchy, that is trying to take over the country from the Wall Street oligarchy that's ruled the country since I've been alive. And if you think about the turmoil that goes on when one oligarchy tries to take over from another in a quasi-peaceful way through economic warfare, lawfare, and all these techniques that are used to gain control, everything makes sense. Everything domestically makes sense. All the decisions that you see government making make total sense. You have different parts of the government right now that are still controlled by the finance oligarchy, and you have different parts of the government right now that are controlled by the tech oligarchy. I believe the tech oligarchs made a decision about 10 years ago that they came to the same conclusion I have, that you can't influence political processes, that the rival oligarchs control it. So what they did is they created companies that embedded themselves into the military-industrial complex. So SpaceX controls 80% of the space launches for the American defense institutions, for example. It now controls the largest communication net for defense purposes, for surveillance purposes, and for commercial use. It controls all of that. You have Palantir, which was, you could basically rename the CIA to Palantir. It's just
the
president.
The president actually this morning did a Truth Social post praising Palantir, and even included the stock symbol in his post.
Isn't that hilarious? You could literally just rename the CIA Palantir. They have correctly determined that in order to wrench control from the finance oligarchs, who are trying to kill their cryptocurrency and AI initiatives, by the way. That's why this happened. Mark Andreessen has done a number of podcasts. You can just go look those up.
Well, yeah. Can you hash that out real quick? Just give us a brief overview. So you're saying obviously the cryptocurrency was also a kind of a weapon against the old money, the Wall Street money, and they're going after that. There's this Clarity Act right now in Washington that's supposed to bring clarity, and some people are thinking, no, it's just going to give you the CBDC. Everybody keeps using Bitcoin or whatever but if all of a sudden it's all tracked and knowable, well, then they know where to find you if you don't report your profits.
It's all tracked and knowable already. That's just the thing that people just have to get their head around.
Well, I figured that too. I said that the other day. I said, if it is available to consumers, then your privacy's gone. I mean, they don't. We learned this with Edward Snowden, and there are documents that Edward Snowden, revealed. Essentially, if MSN wanted a new product, this is in the documents. If they put out a new product, they could not release it without giving a backdoor to the government.
Yeah, let me just tell you how the government looks at the creation of private currencies. Years ago, we're in like 1996, something like that. I was doing consulting at the Ford Motor Company. And one of the recommendations I made to them was that they should create a private currency between them and their subsidiaries. And it should be based on aluminum, because that was the largest component in the cars that they were building. And it would track to aluminum prices. It would be a commodity-based pricing system, and it would be treated as barter by the IRS, and it had massive tax advantages. And I was literally visited by people in federal law enforcement and told to take that report off the table.
Wow.
Okay, they're not going to allow you to put private currencies in place. So if you see Bitcoin or Solana and all this, these are not going to be private currencies. They're not going to allow that. What Mark Andreessen talks about is being in meetings with agency heads from the Defense Department, and with people in the executive department under Biden, where they were just straight up told that they were not going to be allowed to fund cryptocurrency initiatives or even blockchain initiatives. And in fact, most of Mark Andreessen's founders that were doing blockchain technology were all debanked, and they're still debanked. Like, they had to keep money in their mattresses, purchase gold, and do barter. They were basically taken out of the banking system. They were also told that there would be 5 foundational AI models, and those are the only models that will be allowed to be used. You're not going to be able to have your own AI models that are of any consequence. And that's essentially what we are seeing. We're seeing the government essentially monopolizing the foundation model space in AI. We see the government creating alternative platforms for to Bitcoin, which are tracked to the U.S. dollar. I mean, honestly, in a certain way, if you think about it, cryptocurrencies are a perfect asset for inflation control for a central bank. So all a central bank digital currency is, it's just a cryptocurrency run by the Fed. Okay, it just means a dollar would function in that way. What it lets them do that they can't really do now is they could instantly remove currency. They can instantly add currency. They don't have to go through these laborious processes through regional banks, and there would be no time lag. One of the big problems is the time lag between Fed policies reaching through the central bank, so that wouldn't exist anymore.
What do you think that does? Go ahead. Finish your thought.
Yeah, but it also allows them to do things like, look at your personal spending habits and decide that those spending habits look like a threat to national security. And curtail your spending. It would essentially be the ability for the government to enact sanctions like they did on Iran and Russia on private U.S. citizens.
Exactly. And eventually, I mean, they're never going to admit this now, but I mean, maybe they have, but I mean, eventually they want no cash transactions at all.
It's already pretty much disallowed. You almost basically can't do cash now.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. I want to backtrack on something you said, that with the Doge revelations, you calculated that there was essentially $30 trillion over the course of how many years?
20 years.
20 years?
20 years.
Okay, so $30 trillion. Now, we've tried to let this audience know, educate the audience, because that's a gargantuan sum of money. It's almost impossible to comprehend. So what we do is our exercise here is we try to envision different, like a field full of piles, and each pile is $1 trillion. And each pile of $1 trillion represents $27 million a day for 100 years. Okay, so that's and there's still a little money left over at the end of the 100 years. That's the best way I can conceptualize it. Like each pile is a lifetime of money, generational money. It's just insane. And so the idea is that we owe 40 trillion of that. The idea that 30 trillion is missing and is gone somewhere we don't know. And I think that's honestly when you said that, my conspiratorial mind immediately went to infrastructure. It went to what kind of infrastructure has been built with this money, not just the propaganda, the political, but physical infrastructure. You know, you hear about tunnels, you hear about underground facilities, throughout America or throughout, the world. You also, you wonder about that. That's immediately where my mind went, but maybe I'm, too, I don't know, maybe that's just stupid idea. But that is, you're right though, the conclusion that you've reached, if you're talking about that amount of money, everything really is controlled, and you're able to tweak the outcomes of our individual lives the way we would control the thermostats in our home. It really, you could get it down to a science, especially with the rise of AI. So my question with all of that is, why do they have any use for us at this point? I mean, we hear the World Economic Forum openly talking about that problem with the rise of transhumanism. What are we going to do with the people with no jobs? Well, we'll give them drugs and we'll give them virtual reality video games. But what do they have any use for us other than I guess to put people on a path to hell, because there's also spiritual demonic forces at play here as well.
Well, so one way to think about this is, and one thing I like about Peter Thiel is he's very honest about how the oligarchs approach things. And he says basically, look, you have to always remember that when these people are talking, they're telling you something that will get you to behave in a way that's advantageous for them. Okay, that doesn't mean it's the truth. It means that if you believe it's true, you'll behave in a way that's advantageous for them. So the whole message out from the tech oligarchs is, you need to go into the trades. You need to go into AI safe occupations and these sorts of things, right? But you're not going to be safe from AI in those occupations. Elon Musk has an entire humanoid robot division which is devoted to replacing blue collar labor.
Mm-hmm.
He just shut down production at an entire Tesla plant and got rid of a Tesla model. I believe it's the S model. And they're going to build these humanoid robots there to do blue collar labor. So you're not going to be safe there. So they want you to behave in a certain way that will serve their ends. And what they don't want you to do is to compete with them. They don't want you to create systems which can create enough money to buy votes in the Congress. They don't want you to be able to successfully lobby for laws that will advantage you the way they have. And so they want to push you into career fields that are going to bankrupt you and put you on public assistance. Ultimately, I think they want everyone on public assistance. And I think what the vision is...
universal basic income, right? Which in the traditional camps of free market versus, no welfare or whatever, if the robots take all the jobs, if AI takes all the jobs, there is no free market argument against universal basic income. I've told a lot of normies this, that you get ready. There's no way to argue against it.
Yeah, I mean, look, essentially what they're talking about is the elimination of markets. So under this techno-feudalist system, there's one part that makes it feudal and another part that makes it techno. What makes it feudal is that, these AI companies and these tech companies are eventually going to, I think, and this is just based on like back of the envelope calculations, they're going to take somewhere between 70 and 80% of total economic value out of the economy. So these foundation models are going to do work in across all industries, and they're going to be able to charge, money for all of that. And then all of that money that's been going to labor is going to go to them. Okay. And it's going to be on the order of 70 to 80%. So that's going to mean a lot of people are dispossessed of employment opportunities, and people say, well, go learn to code, or, you've got to go start your own AI company or whatever. Again, let's be real here. The IQ distribution is meaned out. It's normed at 100. The average IQ in America is 100, right? There are not many people with IQs above 115, 120. There aren't many people that can do this kind of stuff. So we're talking about creating a kind of intellectual elite that will run things, a technocratic intellectual elite. The rest of the people will have to go on. Now, Elon Musk is trying to sell it. He's not using the phrase universal basic income. He's saying universal high income.
Yeah, I mean, he's essentially saying, look, we're going to eliminate poverty. If you give us the reins, we're going to eliminate poverty.
Yeah, not only that, but we'll give you six figures.
Yeah.
We'll give you six figures. And the idea is that, if the AI companies are going to take all of this value, how do we, the traditional distribution system for profits from companies was through labor. That's how we redistributed profits to people. What happens when that kind of goes away, right? Well, it seems like you need some form of redistribution from those companies somehow. Some free market people, free market fundamentalists will say, well, that's just socialism or whatever. I'm like, well, what exactly do you think we have now?
Exactly.
Right? All of these companies were started with government money. Google was started with government money. Like all of these companies Amazon was created with government. Amazon was given, incredible contract deals with the Department of Defense in order to make it profitable early on. Like the government has picked these winners. The system is completely and totally socialist, what free market guys would call socialist already. Okay. So that it's really not an argument. Like there's no status quo and there's no future where we don't have some kind of redistribution system. We already live in it, right? So that's the argument. What I think is going to happen is the oligarchs are going to do what's good for them. So what they're going to do is they're going to give you a universal high income because they're going to need to sell it that way, right? But they want that money back. So how are they going to do that? Well, look at like how Amazon works, right? Amazon takes 30 to 40% of every sale. Think about that for a second. That's what feudal lords actually took from their serfs, 30%. That's what they took. Amazon takes the same amount as, and I don't think that's an accident. There's something human about giving up a third that you can live with, but not much more than that.
Wow.
So Amazon doesn't produce anything, right? It just sort of owns the digital land on which you can grow a company and plant a company, right? So you want to sell something, you got to go through Amazon, you got to pay 30%. But here's what's new. Okay, that sounds very feudal, but here's what makes it techno-feudal. There's a feed mechanism that's been built into companies like Amazon, into X, into Facebook, into Google. Over time, they learn more and more about you through their AI algorithms. And those AI algorithms learn how to present choices and information to you to nudge you in a particular direction in order to get you to spend money on things that are more profitable for them and maybe less valuable to you. Maybe even to shift your ideas about what ought to be valuable to yourself. And so these feedback mechanisms get ever better, always getting better, okay? Learning how to manipulate you. And eventually it will just reach a point where, yeah, they'll give you $100,000 in universal high income. And what you're going to do is you're going to give it all back to Amazon and buy it back from Amazon, and Amazon still has your $100,000.
Wow. Good grief. So when you say that we need our own oligarchy, and the goal is to become, billionaires. I mean, most people hear that and they're like, well, that ain't me, man. Like that sounds like a daunting task to a lot of people who are, right now either in school or living paycheck to paycheck, or, they can't even afford a house right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I totally get it. It's like saying, go be a Delta Force operator, right?
Yeah.
Let's break it down and to make it something that you can understand. And my father told me this back in the 80s when he was really stupid. And then by the time I turned 40, he had gotten super smart. Yeah. I don't know how that happens. But he told me, he said, your government has given away your job. So you need to form a company. You don't need to be an employee. Don't be an employee anywhere. And the problem was at that time, I mean, we're talking the 1980s, I was making $350 a year in salary. Okay, so that was a hard sell for me. And so I didn't buy it. Mm-hmm. But here's the argument he made, and I think it's very simple and easy for people to understand. How many sources of income do you have if you work for an employer? How many customers do you have? You have one, exactly one customer. And what happens when you lose that customer? You have 0 customers, okay? What happens if you run a business and you have 10 customers and you lose 1 customer? You know what you do? You just go out and get another customer.
That's right.
Right? You're actually more stable in self-employment than you are working for a company. That's why I was very pleased with the rise of the gig economy. But did you notice how the states began to penalize gig workers with taxation and to even outlaw the gig economy in some ways? The companies don't like the gig economy. They want you in the office under their control where you have only one customer and you depend on them, right? So if you can take that first step and say, look, I'm better off with 10 customers than I am with 1, and you can take that first step, then you can ask yourself, well, what stops me from getting those 10 companies? And this is where most people have trouble. You have to go sell those 10 customers. And people think selling is, like telesales or something or whatever. But all sellers is they facilitate transactions. There's 2 people. One person needs a service. One person offers the service, but they can't find each other. And a seller just connects them so they can find each other. Sellers provide efficiencies in markets, right? So if you think about selling as something like that rather than as persuasion, I don't believe selling is persuasion. I've done it all my life. I've done it at major software companies. Selling to me is not persuasion. It's finding people with matched needs and matched offerings. And if you think of it that way, it becomes pretty easy to think of yourself as a little business, right? And here's the brutal truth. It doesn't matter if you start a business or not. The United States tax code is going to treat you like a business. There's no way around it. We don't have a tax code built for people. The American tax code is built for businesses.
Yeah.
Okay. I just filed my taxes and I showed a loss this year. Why did I show a loss? Well, how can you do that? Because I filed Schedule C, man. And everybody should be filing Schedule Cs. You know, you should be a business and you should run yourself like a business. And you should make investments in the future like a business, because America is not made for people. America is a business economy. So it's not like Europe. Europe actually has a separate economy for people. We don't have that here, okay? So you have to think of it that way. But if you can get your head around the idea that you're better off with 10 customers than one, and all selling is facilitating transactions by matching up wants with services, you know, I think most people can handle that.
Yeah, so that's a good first step. You said something that reminded me of our mutual friend Noel Fritch said on the program last week that America has become a strip mall labor colony. And I think that really kind of sums up perfectly what's going on, especially when you look across, these American towns now, and they all look the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They all have the same fast food or the same chains, and then it's also just kind of ugly in a lot of respects, especially when this chain that came here eventually goes out of business, and now you have this husk of a building that's only supposed to be a Whataburger or whatever,
right.
and it's just, man, it's just gross how what we've allowed to happen to this country. So that is the path forward, is to just recognize. I mean, when you talk about the AI situation and these models that they've built capturing our data, this happens to me. I know it's happened. It probably happened to you, or happened to the people out there listening. But the times that I see an ad for something that I haven't even mentioned, I haven't even verbally articulated to my family or anything, and it pops up, but I have thought about it. I've often wondered,
Correct.
What exactly is going on here? Either there's some AI model of me out there that is trying to predict what I'm going to think, or they've got like nanobots in my body reading my brain. Like one or the other.
No, it's much simpler than that. So there's all these people that try to explain what these AI systems do, right? If you look down into the mathematics inside of them, they're all using like hyperbolic trigonometry functions and things like that. These are the things that are used in something called a Fourier transform. And a Fourier transform is a curve fitting algorithm. And most of the work I've done in my life, I couldn't do without a Fourier transform. It's just a foundational mathematical concept. And so what they have is essentially a Fourier model of you. And it has you could think of it, it's vastly oversimplified, but they have curve fitting models. Will he have a high interest in motorcycles today? Okay. Think of that as a curve. Higher the curve, the more interest you will have. Well, it has developed an understanding of you, and it can make reasonable predictions about what your interests in motorcycles will be today. And so it doesn't know what you're thinking, but it knows from your past actions what you're likely to do next. How do the LLM AI models work? They work exactly the same way. You give it some input text, and it determines statistically what would be the most likely text to go right after that. And then it writes a sentence, and it says, well, what would be statistically the most likely sentence to go after that one? And what you get back are fairly intelligible sentences, right? So it turns out you can get stuff that's good enough for government work just by doing this kind of Fourier style curve fitting. And that's being done on everybody, right? It's being done on everyone. What's going to happen when they start doing that on, well, when you're going to have a baby?
Wow.
When you're likely to have a job injury? When you're likely to quit your job? What should they do? Shouldn't they fire you so they don't have to pay unemployment? These kinds of things are real now. They're not like science fiction, okay? These models are being run on people right now, and people can buy this information from Google and Amazon.
It's incredible. So I feel like
by the way, I'm sorry. One thing I should say, I can't believe I didn't say this initially, because this is probably the worst application of this technology. You know, we did some shows, I think last year, where we talked about social and emotional learning in the schools and stuff.
Yes.
And I think a lot, I don't think I need to give any background. I think your audience probably knows about it. Is that correct?
You might want to give us a brief refresher.
Would you like to go ahead, and then I'll talk about how these algorithms work with it.
You're talking about versus social and emotional learning?
Yeah, the SEL stuff that's in public schools.
Yeah, you're gonna have to refresh my memory as well. I apologize.
Sure. Okay, good. So that means that I'll probably do for the audience as well. Social and emotional learning is a redefinition of the academic curriculum for K through 12. It was initiated by the Department of Education, and it has permeated all 50 states now. All the states have passed laws about it, and all the governors have signed the bills. So social and emotional learning reframes academic achievement away from knowledge about subjects to attitudes, dispositions, and beliefs about things in the world. Let me say that again.
No, that makes sense.
It completely redefines what education is, which you and I were raised in a system in which it was knowledge of subjects. But now education is more like disposition training. How do you feel about other races? How do you feel about other cultures? How disposed are you to cooperate with people who are not like you? Those are the things that education focuses on now. So in all the 50 states, I know mostly in Texas, so I'm going to speak about Texas, but it's in all 50 states. In all 50 states, tests are administered twice a semester, sometimes once a semester. In Texas, it's once a semester, but a lot of states, it's twice a semester, on SEL learning objectives. And what these actually are, I've taken some of these tests. You can go out and take they put out little tests for parents to see what their kids are taking. What they actually are psychological tests. And they're testing your children's psychological dispositions toward various facts in the world. And those are then given to Google. Texas actually sells this data to Google. And then Google sends back predictive, from its predictive algorithm, sends back information about each student. And it's stuff like, how likely is this student to be racist? How likely is this student to be a radical nationalist or a radical right-winger? That kind of thing. This information is going to follow these children into everything they do. So you think the models are good for you right now. Wait till you see how good the models are for your children.
Wow.
They'll be able to predict what candidate they're going to vote for, and then be able to target them with specific messages on social media, on advertising, actually promote specific products to them, promote social projects going on in their community that will change their disposition towards that candidate. Okay, that's where we're headed.
So, I mean, one of the things I said, Jeff, for a while now, especially, as President Trump was reelected, and we want all this accountability, right? We want COVID accountability, deep state oligarchy accountability, all this stuff. And, I've theorized, hey, if we get down the road here and none of that happens, which based on this interview, it's probably not going to, I've said, wow, this is going to be a very it's going to be looked at as a psychological operation of demoralization. And that.
What do you mean by that? Tell me what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, look, it comes down to what I mean by that is the test is if you get down the road and we've voted for this change and it doesn't happen, well, then we're slaves. I mean, that, and you mentioned, you say feudalism, but to me, what we're really talking about here with what you just talked about with social emotional learning, the future AI models, we're literally talking about enslaving humanity, enslaving our will to this new feudal technocracy.
Yeah. Enslaving the will is the right term. Yeah. The reason I asked you about demoralization is it's very important. Most people hear that word and they think demoralization means feeling bad about something. You know, I'm demoralized about the economy basically means I'm depressed about the economy, right? That is not what the propagandists mean by demoralization. What they mean by demoralization is literally demoralization, the removal of morals from human cognition and human dispositions and human social relations. Why is that? Why would they want to remove morals as a cognitive tool for people? The reason is it turns out that without a moral theory, you cannot understand the world. You cannot understand the physical world. You can't understand the social world, okay? Especially the social world. Without a moral theory, you can't understand what motivates people. And you have no way to understand how to motivate people or negotiate with people or cooperate with people. Moral theories are required for that. By demoralizing society and removing morals from the intellectual calculus of the people and the citizenry, you now have prevented people from cooperating and from understanding what's propaganda and what's not. So when you encounter normie conservatives who simply can't detect this propaganda, it's because they've been demoralized. Now, they may be people that go to churches and they advocate for a, quote, strong morality, right? But this is not what we mean by a moral theory. What we mean by a moral theory is something more akin, I mean, that most people would say that is more morality, but the propagandists would say that's ethics.
Yes.
Right? It's rules about how you should behave. A moral theory is a claim about how the world is and how it treats people who behave in certain ways. Once you remove that, you can't understand things. I think I've talked about this experiment before, but the Russians did this experiment when they did the overthrow of the Namibian government. They brought in the leaders of the coup, the communist coup. And the experiment was, can we persuade them that we propagandize them? Can we persuade them? Let's see how our propaganda works, right? They brought them to the Kremlin and showed them the plans that all they wanted was the gold, diamonds, and uranium. That's why they overthrew the government. And they used propaganda to do it. None of the communist coup leaders would believe it. They're literally at the Kremlin being shown this by the KGB, and they still don't believe it. So they experimented with all kinds of different persuasion mechanisms, evidence, none of it worked. Finally, they held them down on the ground and had soldiers stomp their shin bones until they broke. And then they believed it. So the Russians concluded that the only way to break the propaganda conditioning of a demoralized population is through physical torture.
Wow.
So that's the aim of demoralization. It's to reduce the ability of the population to cooperate, and it is to reduce the ability of the population to understand what's happening to them.
Okay, so this is a timely conversation, and the reason this is such a timely conversation, and I know it may sound like a black pill, or it may feel like a black pill, but let me prove how I think this kind of proves the point. Right now, the headlines are all about the Middle East, or in this instance, also like the podcasting reaction to the Middle East. right?
Yes.
Like we're all seriously, if you go on X right now, it's now who do I have to denounce? Every day I get up, Jeff, and there's somebody else that I'm supposed to denounce if I am truly MAGA, right? Benny Johnson just criticized the war and cited this New York Times piece where basically this idea that Israel dragged us into the war, and he's now essentially saying that. And he's now the latest person. Yesterday it was Tucker and Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly because President Trump called them out, and now it's Benny Johnson's the next guy. And after listening to everything you just said, this all feels very silly, and it really is if you truly understand what it is we're facing, the battle we're engaged in. Because I think we all agree what we want. We want our country back, and we want to be able to leave a country and a good society to our kids, right? That's the goal of any parent. And yet we're getting bogged down in, well, you must denounce this person because we can't walk and chew gum at the same time, or if he says one thing that we disagree with, and by the way, that one thing just happens to be about no wars versus more wars. Then we can't listen to anything they said. This whole conversation makes what was going on right now on the right look so silly and juvenile.
Yeah, there's one characteristic of 21st century rhetoric that I find just very interesting. And Paul, you can remember back, you don't have to go very far back, when people sort of evaluated arguments. And people would say, well, does that actually match the evidence that I know? Okay, well, maybe I don't know all the evidence, so let me go see what I can do about acquiring more evidence to see about this. You understand? You know what I'm saying? People used to think sort of that way.
Yes.
But now people make all their decisions based on the character of the person that's speaking to them, at least the perceived character of the person that's speaking to them. And so it makes sense in a demoralized society where the lack of agreement about moral issues prevents people from cooperating and arguing with each other. And the only way you can argue with someone is if you share a common moral terminology. Without a shared moral terminology, you can't even really argue with someone. That's why it's like kind of interesting to watch some of these like Christian versus Muslim debates. You sort of listen to them and you go, you're pretty sure that both sides are using words in completely different ways that don't mean the same thing, right? They're not talking about the same thing.
Different definitions, right?
Yeah. So it's because they have completely different moral theories. They can't really communicate or cooperate in the way you would think, right? And so in a society where that's not possible anymore, where it's become so decadent, so decadent, so out of step, everyone's out of step with everyone else. In a society like that, what do you really have to go by? You just have the perceived character of the person in front of you. And so all of the propaganda efforts go into building people up in terms of their perceived ethos. Do other people perceive them as a person? Good father, smart, whatever it might be, right? And that's how people make decisions. I've actually had groypers tell me, well, I'm going to wait until I hear what Nick Fuentes tells me to think about that.
Wow.
Okay. I've had MAGA people tell me the same thing about Trump. I don't know about that. I got to see what Trump thinks about that. And we live in a time when basically information's never been more available.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, everything is completely available to you in near real time now. But people, it's an interesting artifact of the 21st century, and I think it's a product of demoralization. That in the three elements of rhetoric, the three elements of persuasion, which are logic and reason, emotional appeals, and appeals to the character of the speaker. The appeals to the character of the speaker are the most persuasive to modern people. And that's just a huge difference from my time, and I don't think it's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's fascinating, but I think you're spot on. And we're descending. We're very much descending into the tribal mentality that we were able to, I think, correctly identify in the left. It's now here, and so where do you think this goes? And let me ask you another question, because I know this is a loaded question. I know you got to go, because I know we've had you on now for an hour, but I'm
good, man.
I'm fascinated with because we're always told there's a lesser of two evils, right? Because everybody's flawed, right? So you got to pick the lesser of two evils. I just think I don't think there's any way. There's no perfect candidate. There's no perfect solution. I get it.
No.
Do you see, though, the tech oligarchy challenging the old Wall Street, Bank of International Settlements, International Monetary Fund, this whole corrupt? Like, do you see the tech bros as the lesser of two evils right now, or is the Wall Street the lesser of two evils, the old system? Like, what are your thoughts on that, and how do you see this playing out? I know that's a loaded question. You may not have an answer for that, but
I think they're both equally evil.
Okay.
But what happens in a changeover like this is it presents opportunities for things to change where we didn't have any opportunity for change before, right? So it presents opportunities. Are the risks any less with the tech oligarchs? No, they maybe even be higher. Let me shock your audience here with a little tidbit here. The tech oligarchs are in an intellectual lineage of globalism that goes back into the 70s, the late 60s, early 70s. And that globalist movement was not created by socialists. It was created by free market capitalists. And if you want to sort of see what it would look like, you should read The Constitution of Liberty by Friedrich von Hayek. One of the most revered free market economists of all time was a globalist. And you can read the Montpellier Society publications. What their concept is that you should have many governments. We don't have enough governments in the world. That what you want to have is you want to have 40, 50, 60, 100,000 governments on the planet. And businesses can decide what jurisdictions to locate in based on, what benefits them. And they've kind of done that. I mean, that's what these free trade zones are everywhere around the world, right? One of the largest ones is along the Mississippi River. Those free trade zones operate under their own legal authority. It's a treaty authority by foreign law. So there's a whole sort of legal and philosophical framework that's been laid by these people and what they want to achieve that's completely at odds with a nationalist understanding of America. And if you want nationalist America to survive, you have to achieve power to rival them. And the only way you can do that is to create your own oligarchy. That won't happen by participating in political processes. That will happen by taking control of crucial industries. It could mean in your tri-state area in the United States, you gain control of all the metal foundries. It could mean in your county, you gain control of the commissioner's court and or the school districts. It can mean a lot of different, school districts are usually the largest employers in most counties. So, it can mean a lot of different things, but it doesn't mean politics, and the opportunities won't be political.
So, yeah, you're not the opportunities aren't political until you have the influence to influence politics. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, the reality is in America and the Western world, you buy the votes that you need to get the policy you want. So if you're not capable of buying votes, you're not going to get any change. You have to be able to buy it.
Wow.
Democracy is a commodity and it's for sale.
That's obviously true. That is obviously a true statement, and it it is what it is.
Get rich enough to go buy it.
Yeah, you look
that's my point.
No, I get that, and Just as an example of kind of how futile, some of this stuff is, and this is a tangent, but, everybody's trying to get these politicians to quit doing insider trading and they're that we want to pass a law to stop this. And I'm like, there's literally no way to control. Like, the only way that you could ever, stop that is to have people with actual morals in office, which we clearly don't have. Like, that's the answer,
No.
because you're never going to stop somebody from, let's say, telling their son or their nephew or their uncle, what the good trade is at Thanksgiving dinner. This is to your point, is everything's for sale, and that's where we're at right now. And
that's a terrible black pill for a lot of people, but you could think of it as a white pill.
Yeah, in a way it is. Well,
it actually means you can go buy it.
Well, in the in the younger generation, I keep putting this out there. The younger generation is seeing all this, especially the ones that lived through COVID, and they are angry, they're mad, and I'm looking right now. I've got this Constitution over here rolled up on the corner. We the people, and I look at that, and I'm just like, this document. As much as I say I love our Constitution. At this point, it is clearly not working. The social contract is completely not working. You have stuff like the silent filibuster, which totally robs. I mean, I was saying this the other day. It totally robs us.
It's a classic example.
It's so funny. It's unconstitutional on its face. But literally, when they were talking about doing a standing filibuster, it dawned on me, oh my gosh, some of these people are so old, they would die if they had to stay up for 24 or 48 hours to actually do their job. Yeah, they literally would put them in the ground to do the job that they're supposed to do.
Correct.
And they've just made it this husk of a process, and it's like we're being robbed.
Yeah,
anyway,
I'll throw one out there for your audience that is going to be red meat for them. But I believe the Constitution is an impediment to our objectives at this point. Let me give you just some simple proofs of that. If you took right now, if we had a direct democracy, not a constitutional republic, but we were a direct democracy, and they took a national vote on whether to expel illegal aliens and to expel people who had received citizenship over the last 5 years, it would receive a majority vote. It would be done.
You're right.
There would be no question about it. If you took a majority vote in the country to outlaw transing kids, you'd have a 70% vote on it. Okay? It would pass immediately. Right? And these are things that the Congress and the government are not doing. They won't do these things. What is preventing them from doing these things? It's because the indirect representation of a republic allows lobbyists, rich money lobbyists, to influence the representatives. If you take the representatives out, they have to bribe everybody, and they're not rich enough to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This was actually a principle in Athenian democracy. When they would have trials, they required at least 601 jurors on the theory that 600 and then one to be like the jury spokesman. So 601 jurors on the theory that nobody in Athens was rich enough to bribe all the jurors.
Oh, wow.
So the direct democracy, and let me tell you something, in Texas, if we had direct democracy in Texas right now, we would have landmined the southern border. We'd have death penalty for transing kids. We'd have the death penalty for it. We would have work camps. We would get rid of prisons. They would all be work camps. There would be every illegal alien here would be put into a work camp for 25 years and then forced to walk home. All of the social problems that beset conservatives would be solved if we had a direct democracy and not a constitutional republic. And everybody here kind of knows that's true. They know that the majority of the country is with us on these issues. But they still, for some reason, can't get over this fixation on the Constitution. The Constitution at this point has been made an impediment for us. It is not helping us.
Wow. And, the counter argument, I think the allergy to even talking about something like that is, well, it could go out of control. Then the direct democracy could one day vote to take away your kids if you want to raise them in a Christian household, right? Like that's the immediate. But to your point, I mean, because obviously I'd be worried about that, or could vote to take away our guns. But to your point, it is an interesting thought exercise to think about these big issues that are plaguing our country.
We would win all of them.
We would win every one of them. I've never thought about that. And so it really just
it's
goes
only
to show
the
you.
indirect representation that allows the lobbyists to do that. They can't bribe all of us.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right. And you just think, okay, this younger generation sees all that, especially the young men. I mean, I know it's not all the Zoomers. The liberal mind virus, it is still infecting a lot of young people. But you do have a lot of these guys that are now polling more conservative than 65-year-old men today. And they're looking at this and they're saying, I mean, what like the classic age-old thing, like conserve what? What have conservatives actually conserved in this current system?
Absolutely nothing. And listen, I'm not making an argument for direct democracy. I don't support the idea of direct democracy. But what I'm pointing out is the Constitution is not helping us.
Mm-hmm.
It has not done what it said it would do. It did not limit government. It is not protecting the citizenry. It is not allowing the will of the people to be expressed in an orderly way. It's just not doing that. And again, the purpose of a system is what it does. So what's the purpose of the constitutional system? It's to empower an oligarchy and allow them to set the laws. That's what the purpose of the system is. With regard to young people, I think young people are rationally just checking out of politics. There's no reason to do politics, right? Because there's no prospect to make a change. Like look, if I've been doing this since the late 80s, I got involved with Reagan. I got really active in the late 80s. I've been doing this for a long time. Republicans have been in charge of all three branches of government, I think 3 times in my lifetime, and they haven't done anything. In fact, they legalized illegal aliens and gave them amnesty and made them citizens.
They did.
So I'm just like, the reality is you're not going to be able to make any change. The future is not politics. The future is becoming an oligarch. And that may be an oligarch in your county. It may mean in your state. It may mean in your tri-state area. It may mean in your region. Who knows? But it's going to be something like that. And that's how power is exercised. And if we don't get real about that and we keep thinking that, gosh, if we just vote the right guy in, he's going to be the guy to resist the most powerful oligarchies in the world, an oligarchy that just, almost destroyed Iran and bombing. And we're going to expect some guy with good character to go resist people like that? Are you kidding me? Like, that's not going to happen. So you just need to get rich, and you can't do that these days by working. You have to become an asset owner. And so you have to start thinking more like a capitalist rather than like a laborer.
Wow.
And so how can the free market people get on me for this? I'm just saying, become an owner of capital.
Yeah. How can you? Yeah, that's a good point.
That's all I'm saying.
That's a good point. Yeah, Jeff, I really appreciate your perspective. It's a very welcomed, honest conversation, and I can't wait to do it again sometime. And I do want to remind the audience, you are the most patient father in America, suffering through what your ex-wife, did, abducting your child to take him to California to trans him. Is there any update on that? Do you want to provide us an update on where we are? Is it still in the courts?
They just filed to legally change my son to a girl, and to California will issue something called a new original birth certificate with him as a girl. So.
Okay. All right. Well, we're continue to pray for you, and I just would encourage this audience, when you come to mind, to pray for you, pray for your sons, pray for this whole situation still. So thank you for your perspective, and can't wait to do it again soon.
Thanks, Paul. Great to be here.
Yes, sir. Folks, we're going to take a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs and the near infrared bulbs have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose. Right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light-emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
I always like to say there's there's two groups of people.
Yeah.
So much so my daughter gave me a joke. She goes, there are two groups of people. There's people who divide people into two groups of people and those who don't.
That's true.
But there's two kinds of people. There's winners and losers, and everybody wants to be a winner.
Oh, yeah.
And then sometimes, though, when you talk to a legit, real, winner, somebody who's been a winner, every level, winner, chicken dinner, their whole life, looked at as being one of the scariest, biggest winners of all time. And then he talks about not want to be surrounded by winners and losers. You're like, I'm nervous watching this. If you want to know the intensity of a real winner, I got a clip for you right now. Check this out.
I would rather play with 10 people rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it. I want winners.
Man.
You don't know, that's Hall of Famer Mike Singletary. He was a winner. He's a winner as a Baylor Bear. Winner, 85 Chicago Bears. He stuck with the Bears all the way through. He
likes the Bears.
The 85 Bears were so good, they made a music video about winning the Super Bowl before they won the Super Bowl, and then went out and won the Super Bowl. It's just
That's calling your shot.
Unbelievable. So you think a guy like that, you're like, oh man, I don't know if I could even get the door for him, because he'd be like, you're a loser, man. what are you doing? Like, what kind of a person does he surround himself with, and he wants to accomplish something? Who does he go to for advice? Who does he associate with in business? They'd have to be a winner, or they're going to get that speech.
That's true.
I'd be. Look at those eyes. He's famous for the eyes. He would scare quarterbacks before the ball was even snapped, calling out the play, saying what they were going to do before they even did it. Well, he met somebody that he said, "Hey, this is somebody I want to work
is
with."
a winner.
He also happens to be one of our great friends and one of my most favorite guests, and the guest we've had over the last 4 years that I know is personally responsible for saving the most lives of anybody we've ever talked to and met. The one, the only, Dr. Brian Artis.
Welcome.
I'm so honored to be with you two today. Flyover Conservative family. You guys are amazing. We love you.
Well, we follow you on every social media platform possible. And when I saw on your YouTube channel, you sitting down and having a conversation with Mike Singletary, it's kind of funny because you're talking about when you met him, I guess you're wearing like a baseball cap and a T-shirt. And another one of his friends said, you need to talk to Doc. And he kind of looked at you and like,
Are you a doctor?
are you serious? I was going to ask you for directions or give you my bag and tell you to put it up. So tell me about this connection with you and Mike Singletary. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, it was quite fun. About 2.5 years ago, I was at an event in New Jersey. It actually was a week before Watch the Water had dropped. Or actually, sorry, this was 2 years ago, so it's about 2 years after that. That's a different story. Okay, there was another Hall of Famer the same week of Watch the Water from the NFL that was very moved when he saw me, and actually to this day claims that I saved his dad's life and he would not be out of a hospital, would not have his complete family if it wasn't for me. So anyway, sorry, I got that confused, but Mike Singletary, I got to meet at an event 2 years ago in New Jersey, and he was there for a celebrity autograph session, and my dear best friend at the time, he passed away actually this year is why I say this. At the time, his name is Walt, and he's a photographer and has been tied to the NFL for 35 years. Since he was 18 years old, He was first the Denver Broncos team photographer, then became licensed with the NFL to actually go to every Super Bowl for like 30 years straight and be the photographer for the referees union. So I'm with him, and he was a patient of mine here in Dallas. I'm with him at an event in New Jersey, and Mike Singletary comes into the booth to take pictures with his fans. And there's just a break in that meeting, and I just happened to ask him, "Hi, Mike, what are you doing for your retirement?" Now, I had a baseball hat on and T-shirt and shorts because I didn't really want people knowing who I was. And there are people at these events that are like, Dr. Artis, oh my God. And I'm like, nope, you're here for other people. Get in the booth, go hang out with them. I'm just here with a friend. And so I'm talking to Mike and I'm asking him, what are you doing in your retirement? And he starts talking about, and we talk about it in this long form interview that you guys were just highlighting there.
It's a great interview.
I asked him, what are you doing in your retirement after football? And he goes, this is the only time I ever met him at this time. And he goes, well, actually, I'm collaborating with several medical device companies. And I asked the names, and he gave me the names. And I said, oh, those sound like heart diagnostic tool companies. And he goes, yes. And I said, why would a NFL Super Bowl champion and Hall of Famer care about heart disease? And he said, I don't know you. This is what he said. He looks me up and down. I don't know you, but I'm the youngest of 10 children. And I've already buried 6 of my siblings, and most of them to heart disease. And I just looked at him and said, well, if you're passionate about heart disease, you and I should visit. And my buddy Walt looks at him. He's holding the camera. And he just looks at him, puts his camera down. And he goes, hey, Mike, I need to say something to you. You've known me for 30 plus years. If you are passionate about heart disease, you need to get to know Doc. And that's when I make fun of it in that interview.
Yeah.
He literally looks me up and down and goes, you're a doctor? And I said, I am. Give me your phone. I'll put in my contact information. You ever need me or have questions, just call me. And we just chatted for a few minutes. And then I learned that he lived about 30 minutes from me here in Dallas.
Wow.
Well, we tell the story in the long form interview. He actually left the ER a year ago. And I had never talked to him since that event. But he had the impression to call me leaving that ER after seeing a cardiologist and them telling him they needed a heart surgery. And he tells the story that after 2 weeks of me, he called me. I said, come to the house. I'll explain to you what they just told you needed. I'm going to tell you what I would do if I was you, and you get to choose what you want to do. This is informed consent. I'm just going to give it to you. And he decided to follow my recommendations, took 3 mineral supplements that I provided to him from the Dr. Artis show. And 2 weeks later, all of his heart issues disappeared, and he's never needed the surgery, has never, which he was told was the reason he was there. So
wow.
As he's continued to come to my home almost weekly for months, doing follow-ups and wanting to learn more about how the human body works. He is a student of the game of football. He's a student of the game of life. He's the student of the Bible every day. And now he's become an avid student of health, nutrition, and how God designed the human body and nutrition. And as a result, He's already combined himself with a lot of other companies as a brand ambassador, but as I was educating him on basic principles of health that have motivated me throughout my life to try to help and save as many lives as possible, he really gravitated to the message about this product I had been developing for like 7 years and just released 6 months ago. He knew it was coming. He knew what I was working on, and he knew my why. And he actually began asking me about 6 months ago if he could work with me and come on board with my company and help me with our supplement brand and help be an ambassador for it. You know, kind of like the Dan Marino of Isotoner Gloves back in the days. Like, I want to help Doc with his Nature Wins platform, help get his products to the world. Because he actually says this. Many people ask him to go to events. He's a public speaker, gets paid to speak around the country because of his celebrityism and his success in leadership. And he actually says if there's a shared stage with a medical doctor, he doesn't want to get on it. He only wants to stand where Dr. Artis stands, because no doctor on earth has ever explained to me what was wrong with me, told me they could fix it, and then did it and prevented me from having a heart procedure. So for him, he's very passionate about what we do. He's learned a lot, kind of like what you guys have experienced as we've shared information, real basic information of how to protect, prevent, improve your life at home with real simple nutritional measures like magnesium for heart disease, magnesium for headaches, migraines. You remember those conversations years ago in the middle of COVID. He's learning those things, and he's very excited about it. And anyway, so there's been a lot of meetings, a lot of collaborations, and we're very excited to tell you that the product he was most passionate about, which is this new Hydrate product, it's only been out about 6 months. We already have, this is not a joke, we've already gotten confirmation of over 3,500 national chain stores will be carrying our Hydrate Complete product by April of 2027. So, and Mike is a part of all those meetings and helping me go meet with all the CEOs of these companies. And we're talking Walmart, Target, CVS, Walgreens. We've already met with all the CEOs, their chief pharmacists, and all of these companies meeting with me and Mike are wanting me to bring our education to their consumers. So very, very excited to see God's mission move forward in my own life. It's been pretty miraculous to watch and very humbling to collaborate with people and see their lives transform.
No doubt about it. Can you talk, because I know you were working on this product for quite a while. What makes this product so special? Because there's a lot of people that maybe, you know, they understand dehydration, they understand all of that, and they've tried different things. What makes Hydrate so different?
Yeah, so before ever COVID happened, that's a great question, and thanks for asking that. So in 2018, I was watching ESPN. I had retired from practice that same year. I'm watching SportsCenter in the morning like a normal dude does in America who's retired. I'm just watching ESPN, and this story, breaking news, comes on that a 19-year-old named Jordan Nash has died while running sprints at football practice at the University of Maryland. Now, this is a collegiate athlete, a scholarship athlete, and he's running in the early mornings sprints, and he dies of a heat stroke by the time he's taken to the hospital. His core body temperature is at 106. Even after he's taken and put in an ambulance and in an air-conditioned building, he's still really, really hot, and eventually dies from that heat stroke. Now, at the time in 2018, to set the stage of why this is so important to me and so personal to me, this is even way more personal than nicotine. I mean, I'm not joking. I'm called the nicotine guy worldwide, and people recognize me on planes and everywhere, and they talk about their life transformed from nicotine. Nothing is more like passionate to me than this Hydrate, and I'll tell you why. So 2018, this kid dies. He's 19, and at the time, I have 4 teenagers who were all in sports in high school. And I remember thinking I would never want to go drop my kid off at practice. And I had kids that were playing football at the time, junior and senior year. I would never want to find out that my kid collapsed at a football practice and then later died at a hospital. I do not want to hear that.
No.
So I wanted to know at this time, how common is this for a young collegiate athlete to die? So listen to me, everybody. You're all told, flyover conservative audiences, you're all told that exercise is good for the heart. This kid is exercising and his heart, for some reason, he develops a heat stroke and he dies and his heart stops. Okay. This is not normal to me. And I don't like this. It reminded me of something I saw of my hero who I idolized in 1990. I was 14 years old and I idolized one basketball player in college who was the #1 rebounder, defender, scorer. His name was Hank Gathers at Loyola. I'm watching him playing a live game and he collapses at half court and dies of a heart attack.
Remember that?
And I was pissed and scared and anxious and trying to summarize for this young 14-year-old mind, why would the most fit, chiseled gladiator African-American athlete collapse and die? He's young. Why would his heart stop? This doesn't make sense to me. I thought exercise was good for the heart. Then fast forward all of my life and learning about health and going through schools and getting licenses and certifications, opening practices, helping people heal around the world, learning what causes heart disease, which I already knew. By the time Jordan McNair dies, or Jordan Nash dies at the University of Maryland, I was just devastated. I didn't want this to happen to anybody else. I've seen 2 stories now of this, and I wasn't okay with it. So I wanted to know, how big of a problem is this? Heat strokes and heart attacks in collegiate age or high school age kids in America. And I found an article in 2018 published in Philly Voice out of Philadelphia. You can look it up right now. 1 high school or collegiate athlete dies every 3 days in America while playing their favorite sport, football or basketball, from a heart attack or heat stroke.
Wow.
I had no idea.
And 2/3 of those kids are black.
Wow.
So as Mike Singletary, an African-American himself and a very significant, successful athlete, as he's learned about what I'm doing in my own personal life to try to help people around the world with their health and prevent unnecessary early heat strokes that lead to death, heart attacks that lead to death in young people. He's learning how passionate this is for me as I'm telling him in my home what I'm working on, and it's coming out very soon. And he wants to be involved with my company, knowing this is here it is. Yeah, here's the story. And right below the picture, you'll see the caption. Right underneath the picture. Look, just highlight that statement right underneath there. Yeah, read it out loud, one of you. A competitive athlete dies every 3 days, often of sudden cardiac arrest.
Wow.
And when you dive into this article, you'll realize, oh my God, this is ridiculous. So if exercise is good for you, why would athletes die young? And you learn in this article, 2/3 of them are African-American, 2/3 of them die while playing basketball and football. Okay, if exercise is good for you, why is the heart stopping? This is ridiculous. Now, just so you guys know, since the COVID-19 vaccines, these numbers have gotten worse. How often kids are dying.
Wow.
So I shared with Mike Singletary 8 months ago a USA Today article from last year, 2025, where on the article you can click a cause of death in an athlete. And all I did was highlight cardiac arrest. Do you know, either one of you, David, Stacy, if you watched the interview with Mike Singletary, you'll know. What was the youngest aged kid, male or female, to die last year in America while playing their favorite sport from a heart attack? 2025.
20 in 2025?
2025. What's the youngest kid who died of a heart attack while playing their favorite sport last year in America?
15? I don't know.
7.
7 years old.
Could you imagine your kid running around
as a parent? That'd be there's nothing worse that could happen for a parent.
No.
There's nothing that would be close.
So a young girl while playing basketball dropped dead of a heart attack, 7 years old. Do you know what the youngest male was? 8 years old last year, died of a heart attack. So I'm sharing these articles with Mike, and Mike's just like, we have got to do something. I said, I am doing something. I'm just telling you, this is as real as I can be with you. This is such a big problem. We need to address it. So this Hydrate product is a compilation of 8 years of research. And you guys know how much research I do all day long, even during COVID. Within 24 hours, I have to read all these new research articles, dissect it, go on these platforms, educate you, and warn you. I mean, this is 8 years of work. So I want to explain to you all something. What I learned since 2018. Medical science, athletic science has already confirmed that every drop of sweat, for 50 years they've known this, every drop of sweat you lose has inside that drop of sweat, any singular drop of sweat, 11 minerals, 11 vitamins, 17 amino acids, and a nutrient called betaine anhydrous. And as you lose these within 24 hours, they state, all the medical research experts, authors of these studies, if the person does not replace within 24 hours these 40 essential nutrients at these specific doses they're losing, they will begin to develop every chronic illness known to man, including heart disease, heat strokes, and heart attacks. Wow. Okay, well, so this is what I created. So let me just give you a hint here. At the time in 2018, I'm like, okay, I'm finding all this evidence of what's being lost in sweat. Exercise research has already been done to figure out what athletes are losing and what needs to be put back in. And what I'm about to tell you applies to way more people than just athletes. I'm just telling you, this is why I was passionate to create this formula 8 years ago. Is because some young kids were dying, I believe, is unnecessary. And I want, if I could do anything about it, I want to make sure my kids don't die while they're going to their events.
Sure.
I don't want this to happen to them. So I'm learning something here. What I learned was within 8 hours, 1 hour intense workout and the amount of sweat you lose. Within 30 minutes of completing that workout, the average person's blood pressure will go up by 10 points. The top number and the bottom number up 10 points. Within 30 minutes of putting back into the body what you lost in that sweat, within 30 minutes, your blood pressure will go back into the normal range. Within 30 minutes.
Wow.
So that's amazing because high blood pressure is a risk factor for heart attacks, strokes, and heat strokes. So what I wanted to know next was what part of the human body, in Jordan McNair's case, I called his name Nash earlier. It's actually Jordan McNair at the University of Maryland. When he died at 19 years old, I wanted to know what are the minerals. Okay, let me just tell you how this goes. The kid died from overheating. So the question I had was, what part of the human body, as God designed it, keeps the human body from overheating? And there's only one part of the human body that does that. It's in your brain. It's called the hypothalamus. So you can go Google it right now. Yeah, you can look at it right now. What part of the human body controls core body temperature and hit enter, and Google's Gemini will populate. The hypothalamus does it. Then your next question in Google, which I did in 2018, was, okay, what nutrients, like bones need calcium, which is a nutrient, what nutrients does the hypothalamus need to regulate the core body temperature of the person adequately? And when you type that in, what nutrients does the hypothalamus need to maintain core body temperature? Do you know which one it is?
I don't have any idea.
It's magnesium. So then my next question was this. All right, well, if it's magnesium, if Jordan McNair at the University of Maryland collapsed because his body overheated because his hypothalamus didn't have enough magnesium, then I wanted to know this. At the University of Maryland, what drink company is sponsoring athletics?
I'm guessing Gatorade.
Gatorade.
It is absolutely Gatorade.
That's what took Michael Jordan all the way to the top.
Yep. And guess what I discovered in 2018 is not even in Gatorade?
Magnesium.
Magnesium. All right, so
wow,
that's not the only product. Liquid IV right now, which is the #1 selling hydration product in the whole world, did $1.3 billion last year in sales. Has 0 magnesium in it.
Wow.
And magnesium is the only thing that will prevent the heart attacks in athletes. It's the only thing that will prevent the heat strokes in these athletes. And so what they are being given is not adequate. So when I learned this in 2018, it was, well, what else are they not getting? So what you see now is what's called Hydrate Complete. It is the complete list of 50 years of research conducted on any sweat, any diarrhea, any excess urination that is created by drugs. Okay, just so y'all know, dehydration is not created just by sweating if you're an athlete. It's created if you live with a diarrhea condition like ulcerative colitis, Crohn's, celiac. You're going to be chronically dehydrated. If you're a flight attendant or a pilot and you're flying all the time, you're definitely chronically dehydrated because the change in the air, radiation, and oxygen dehydrate you. That's what it does. If you ever wanted to know why you can't poop for the first 3 days after you're flying anywhere in the world, that's because you're dehydrated. It's very simple. And this is why when you drink alcohol, you get tipsy even faster on a plane. It's because you are dehydrating you faster. Okay, enough of that. Now, prescription drugs called diuretics and high blood pressure drugs, many drugs also cause dehydration. All right, so stay with me here. For anybody out there going, well, this is just for athletes. I'm going to make sure my nephews, my nieces who are young and athletic, I'm going to make sure they're drinking Hydrate Complete. No, listen to me. What I've learned since COVID started is just how big chronic dehydration is. So I'd like to tell you a few statistics. It has been reported by the medical profession that 90%, U2, of all hospital admissions daily, yearly in America. Picture 100% every day of people being admitted into every hospital in America. 9 out of 10 of them, they say their symptoms for going to the hospital or calling 911. 90% of everybody's reasons for going to a hospital are #1 correlated directly to the effects and symptoms of chronic dehydration.
Wow.
Wow, 90%?
90%. then they go further and say 75% of all adults in America live with symptoms due to chronic dehydration. Okay, listen to me. All right. Wow. 75% of all adults in America, 90% of all hospital admissions are directly caused by being chronically dehydrated. This is why 100% of you, if you call 911 or have a loved one take you to the ER, what are 100% of you going to be given when you go there? Without question.
Immediately,
before they
they're gonna
even figure out what's
IV you.
wrong with you, they hook you up to an IV bag in the ambulance on the way.
Before they do a CT scan, MRI, blood draw, path lab, doesn't matter. Before they do any diagnostics, they're going to just insert a needle and start giving you fluids right away. What's in the fluids? Distilled water, salt, and chloride, which are only 2 of the 11 minerals that you lose in every drop of sweat, or because of prescription drugs that cause dehydration, or that lead to symptoms of chronic dehydration at all. So if you don't think this applies to you, if you are sick ever and you go to the hospital, it's because 9 out of 10 of you are solely dehydrated. So what is the definition of being dehydrated? So dehydration is not just the loss of water that's in your sweat or in your diarrhea or in your urine. What goes with water and follows the water out of your body because it has a specific charge, positive and negative, metals bind to it, which are your minerals, vitamins go out with it too, and so do amino acids, and so does betaine. And if you don't replace them all, you will start developing every symptom that will later on in the future be called some medical diagnosis. You'll be diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, liver failure, hepatitis, chronic ulcerative colitis. You have diabetes, you have migraine headaches, whatever, fibromyalgia, lupus. And the majority of your symptoms are solely caused by being chronically dehydrated. Well, for the first time ever, there is now a therapeutic dose of the 40 essential nutrients they've already confirmed in medical research for 50 years, all packaged in a sugar-free, plant-based, sweetened product called Hydrate Complete in 3 great flavors. So for me, this is, if I could reduce the amount of people needing to go to the hospital, do you not think I'm going to be happy? I'm the remdesivir guy. I tried to keep everybody out of hospitals during COVID-19. If I can reduce the need for you going to the hospital solely by keeping you hydrated, by putting in the nutrients your body needs with water to maintain the water levels in your body at normal, holy cow, my life, I sleep better at night, fly over a conservative family, then my life is more fulfilled just knowing that you guys are at less risk for developing unnecessary heat strokes, heart attacks, you name it. So
no doubt
anyway,
about
that's why
it.
Hydrate Complete was born.
Okay, what are the symptoms of dehydration?
Yeah, so thirst is obviously one. Headaches are a huge one if you have chronic migraines, tension headaches, and then body aches. Chronic fatigue is number 1. Brain fog. If you are chronically tired, you're dehydrated. In fact, most people that start drinking our all-natural and organic Hydrate Complete say they stop drinking coffee every morning because they have so much energy just from this. Because it's got B vitamins in it too that supplies energy. It also has copper you lose in every drop of sweat and for every diarrhea episode. And did you know that copper is required to make ATP in every cell of the body, which is your fuel's energy? So if you don't have copper going in, and if you're sweating out copper, let's just say you love hot yoga. But oh my goodness, the amount of sweat, weight loss, the flexibility you've maintained, but you are chronically tired. Just like every other athlete, if you're not putting the copper back in, there's only one product on the earth that you can drink as a hydrate product that even has copper in it. And that's this one.
Wow. And a lot of people are probably, dehydrated. They work in an office, they're doing their thing, and then they're like kind of a weekend warrior. They're going out, they're going to landscape this weekend or, whatever. Yeah. They'll probably go into dehydrated and then go out and it's summer just hit. Now it's 98 degrees and bam, I could see that really, flaring up because they're going into it hydrated and dehydrated. We had a really fascinating weekend. I got like the world's greatest brother-in-law. He's just amazing. He can do anything. He can make soap, make cutting boards, do everything. He's genius.
Leather projects.
He's this unbelievable guy. He and his wife both in the medical field professionally, but then like to keep his mind straight, he's always building and making stuff. So we went this weekend and Stacey and I made 2 awesome cutting boards. We're mostly carnivore, so we eat our lunch on a cutting board every day with a great big knife. It's kind of fun. And so we're making these cutting boards made them out of maple and walnut. And as we kind of started researching all that, it's like, man, they're kind of bacterial, wood in nature. And I was just thinking like, how amazing God is because he made man, out of dirt. Everything you touch and see comes from the periodic table somehow. This microphone and everything can be traced. There's not like some new, they're not going to come up with a new product, that, hey, we imported these from Saturn or something, next month. It's like everything comes from the dirt. I'm eventually going to die and become part of the dirt. Everyone who's ever lived is dead and become part of the dirt. And God didn't just make trees. Like, okay, boom, there you go, there's trees, whatever. There's like maple trees, there's balsa wood, there's pine wood, and there's elm, and there's, wormwood. There's like all these, different things. And the beauty of it, we can take the wood and make a structure and keep ourselves safe from the elements. We can take the wood and make, things out of it. Like everything just kind of recirculates and is out there. But I'm made of this. But, you can do lab work and like, oh, you're deficient in iron or, magnesium or, all these things. We're made of that stuff. And we all know everything I'm saying. Everybody's like, duh. But most people going day in, day out, like, well, I'm deficient. I must need, ibuprofen, or some unnatural thing, as instead of replacing the things into my body that the original manufacturer of. Like, we give Elon Musk all this credit, like, wow, you built a Tesla, that's amazing. But Elon Musk didn't make the lithium the battery came from, or whatever. He could tell me how to run it. Like, God made everything and put it on the earth that I need to be putting back into my body. If I just treat it like it's designed to work, all those things are in there. And nobody's deficient in Coke or Capri Suns. Kids do an activity after soccer, everybody gets a Capri Sun. There's no magnesium probably in Capri Sun. We do all these things that are not replenishing the stuff, the actual building blocks that I'm made of.
Yeah, a couple great points there. So even just imagining like being Advil deficient, ibuprofen deficient, Tylenol deficient, what I just showed you and what Colton pulled up on the screen, that the hypothalamus controls core body temperature and regulating it. If you get too hot or too cold, if you have a heat stroke or go hypothermic, the only one part of your body controls it. It's the hypothalamus. What's the one mineral it needs more than any other? Magnesium. Do that. Okay. If you have a child at home, just start thinking about the scenario here, what you just learned. If you have a child and they have a fever and that fever is going up and up and up and up and up, and you think it's getting to a range that's dangerous. Oh my gosh, we're at 103. We're at 104. Oh my God, it's at 105. Do I need to call 911? What do you know the kid is deficient in?
Magnesium.
Magnesium. Oh my God, anytime my kids have a fever, anytime in their life, which maybe was 4 times for 5 kids total, I would actually just give them magnesium while that fever was going on. Here's another tablet of magnesium. Here's another capsule of magnesium. And it would break the fever in about an hour. I would just give them 500 milligrams every like 15, 20 minutes until it would break when the body had enough to manage the fever. And then it would spike and then it was over. So this is the big, big difference behind understanding how the human body works and then understanding what isn't true. Fevers and excessive fevers are not a Motrin deficiency. They are not an ibuprofen deficiency. They are not an Advil deficiency or Tylenol deficiency. They are evidence of a magnesium deficiency, period. So if you're not putting that back in, I mean, there is nothing you're going to read that the hypothalamus requires Motrin to regulate your core body temperature. You won't see it unless you turn on your television and watch commercials. Then you'll see it on Nickelodeon that your kids, if they get sick or get the cold or flu, they're going to need Tylenol, Motrin, and Advil. Now, that's the only place you're going to see it. But in real life, that's not for real. That's just marketing. That is branding.
If Colton could pull this stuff up on Google off the cuff like that, why? And these I mean, Gatorade's been famous since, Hank Stram, former Kansas City Chiefs coach, I think when he was coaching at Florida, came up with it. Why has nobody done this before? Why are you so uniquely gifted that you would create a product out of something that anybody could have figured out by spending 30 seconds Googling? Why is that not just why was there a vacuum there for you to even fill?
I really think there's a couple things. I like putting myself in other people's shoes, like most of the time when I'll stand at events and just sit there and answer everybody's questions. It's because I know they don't have anybody they've trusted yet that they could find to give them an answer. So I want to answer all of their questions. I feel bad. I want them to have it. When Jordan McNair's parents were in the news talking about their 19-year-old dying of a heat stroke, I put myself in their shoes. And then it was, wait, I have 4 of these. And I cannot imagine, with all the information and knowledge I have around health and nutrition, how could I not, in that moment, take what felt like a spark from God once again, like with the remdesivir narrative, snake venom, nicotine stuff, as I've tried to project this to all of you, look at what's in the research. You can trust this information. Remdesivir is dangerous. Stay at home. Zinc is better for you. Magnesium, selenium, go do this stuff. It's better and safer, less toxic, and proven. You're going to be okay. It's all right. as we educate you on all this stuff, I don't know how not to take this personal, to try to help provide value to your life, either in the form of warning, informed decision making. You got to have enough information to make an informed decision. And if something can be done that hasn't been done already and you think you can do it better, why would you not try? So for me, it was, there's nothing on the market right now that's even close to providing a complete formula to prevent unnecessary heart attacks in a 7-year-old last year in America.
That's
a 7-year-old died of a heart attack.
Heartbreaking.
An 8-year-old boy dies of a heart attack while playing his favorite sport, football. Are you not disgusted by that?
Yep.
Okay, I'm disgusted by that. I have 5 grandchildren. Why in the world would I ever want to hear this? So guess what all the grandkids are drinking, starting at age 2?
Mm-hmm.
They're getting this every day. So anybody out there, I just want you to know something. There's a lot of people in your audience, I am sure, because they're probably similar to the age of my demographic of my audiences worldwide. Many of you struggle and suffer from the effects of prescription drug-induced urinary tract infections. If you want to know why that happens to you over and over and over, it's because the drugs you're on are dehydrating you, particularly high blood pressure drugs. And when you dehydrate the body, your ability to fight infections go down.
Interesting.
We use this to correct UTI symptoms in 48 hours or less. Even in 2-year-olds, seniors, you drink this every day, you're not going to get UTIs anymore. You can't. There's enough vitamin C you're replacing into the body, selenium to produce white blood cells, and all the nutrients you need, the salt and potassium to increase your kidneys' ability to excrete water. Your kidneys only function to release water, which is why you're on these drugs to lower your blood pressure. Did you know in your kidneys, what we all learned in med school, chiropractic school, which is where I went, in the textbooks, your kidneys cells, in order to pump water out of your body, have these named pumps. Sodium, potassium pumps. Okay, that's what they're called. So guess what your kidneys need in order to push water out of the body normally in the form of urine? Sodium is salt, potassium is number 2. Well, guess what? The first and third most lost minerals in every drop of sweat from prescription drugs and from diarrhea episodes or conditions. It is salt's number 1, chloride's number 2, potassium's number 3, magnesium's number 4, calcium's number 5, selenium's number 6, copper, zinc, you name it. You just go down the list. And if you're not putting these back in, you are going to start to develop every symptom of immune deficiency with infections, urinary tract symptoms, chronic fatigue, brain fog, memory loss. These are all tied to the effects of chronic dehydration. And then you get to heart attacks, high blood pressure, strokes. All of those are evidence of dehydration. Why do you think when you have a stroke or you have a heart attack, the first thing they inject inside of you at the scene is salt and chloride, which, by the way, you're all told salt increases your risk for strokes and heart attacks. Why do you think they give that to you first? Because they know heart attacks and strokes are caused by a salt deficiency.
Wow.
So you keep the narrative going. Well, I'm not about the narrative. I'd rather you all stay at home and not be stuck in a hospital and having family members come, losing time at work to be able to take care of your families. It's real simple. Drink the delicious Hydrate Complete, or go get the minerals somewhere else. I don't care. In all combination, go get them somewhere else. It doesn't matter. I just put it into a very convenient, therapeutically backed dosage for every ingredient for 50 years worth of research over 8 years. It is the most complete effort I could ever come up with. Nothing I'm more proud of right now than having this Hydrate Complete out for all athletes and people in America. Very excited. And around the world.
Thank you for giving our audience a discount, too.
Yeah,
we
that's
really
huge.
appreciate it. I know that everyone does. So, Flavor Family, when you go to the drartistshow.com and use the promo code FLYOVER, he's giving you a discount on that. So, thank you for doing that.
It gets better. If you don't like it, it's a 60-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. So, if you just want to try something.
That's how much you believe in the product.
Does that be returned in its original packaging? Or?
Amen. No, you don't have to return it. We're just going to give you your money back.
Wow.
Man,
that's incredible.
That's a pretty confident flex.
Yep.
Right there. Love your site. It's so full of great things. I love your YouTube channel. Every time your mouth is moving, pretty much, I'm like saying wow.
Yeah.
Because there's just something really really cool. I don't want to move past the Mike Singletary thing though too fast. Is he ever in all these conversations? You guys are kind of somewhat neighbors now. You're all chummy and friendly and hanging out. Has he ever looked at you with those eyes, been like intense about something and it kind of made you nervous for a second?
Nope, not once.
No.
No, but he does have those eyes, and people everywhere we go, everybody wants to talk to him about his eyes.
I bet.
It's a laser intent. The only thing I've seen similar, Stacy's got a pretty good fire with it, but her dad, he was my coach when I was in school. He has these, it's like staring at an eagle. Stacy's dad's eyes are just
he
like,
is, man. He's
they make you
intense.
nervous. They
Yeah.
make you nervous. I mean,
He
you're
was a
kind
good
of like,
coach.
oh, very good coach.
Yeah.
Nobody squirreled around.
No.
For sure. He has that Mike Singletary face. So Mike's never been talking about something, got mad and hit the table and, get that
Mike,
speech like when he was coaching for the Niners.
Not with me. No, I haven't pushed those buttons. He just gets really excited, and he is literally just an astounding student. He just
Wow.
wants to learn. So he literally walks around with a notebook and is writing notes the whole time I'm talking to him, anywhere, on a plane, in my house, at an event. He's always taking notes. He's always writing things down. He's always showing me scriptures out of the Bible. And
That's
as
awesome.
he knows what my mission is and my passion is. He's very much a leader. He's very much a husband, a father. And he's got his priorities in order. It's pretty.
Man, that's
impressive.
good
I
to
love
hear.
that.
You love when you hear about kind of your heroes, because those 85 Bears, that was just, whenever, Colt and I were playing Madden, when he was growing up, and you could be different, teams and stuff like that. Like they're the best. When you hear about these guys and they're actually awesome, behind the scenes, that's always really encouraging.
Okay, so we only have a few more minutes, but I wanted to play something else for the Flyover family. I wanted to play him something that we actually saw, a short that you did about a new product that you have, but we love the name of it. So Flyover family, check this out.
Yes.
I want to hear what Dr. Artis has to say.
If you're putting food in this hole every day, there should be food coming out of the other hole every single day. Doc's Poop Assist is a combination for the first time in history of 10 constipation relieving natural organic plant extracts. And I want to tell you what those 10 plants are. So it includes organic rhubarb powder, Cape aloe powder, organic garlic powder, organic Cascara sagrada powder. It includes organic fennel, organic ginger, organic black cumin seed oil powder, organic senna, organic barberry, and organic cayenne powder. The plants I selected to put in our Doc's Poop Assist was to ensure it increases contraction of your intestines to make sure every 24 hours it's fully emptying, which helps everybody stay healthier by detoxing things out of your body that don't belong there. I cannot wait to hear your testimonials, how this has transformed your life, improved your health, and helped to prevent worsening diseases or symptoms related to chronic constipation, which affects millions.
Okay, so
I love it.
outside
It's
of dehydration,
it's just right there, right in your face. What is it? What does this do?
I know. Outside dehydration, this has got to be a major issue for
It's got to be the most universal product you've ever made,
Yeah.
as far as, because I'm sure most everybody watching this show goes number 2, and if there's somebody that doesn't, I don't know if I want them as a listener
Well, I know that that'd be a major problem and a concern for them if
Yeah.
they're not.
ever.
Yeah.
Even if it's a regular stuff.
You asked me earlier, what are the symptoms of being chronically dehydrated? Number 1 is being constipated, just so you know. That is the number 1 cause of constipation. Now, why constipation is such a big deal? It's the number 1 way in which your body detoxes all the food you've eaten. It removes all the toxins, infections, pesticides, glyphosate, poisons, venoms, you name it, out of your body. Is through your stools from the things you ingest. So it should be emptying every day. If it's not emptying every day, the intestines act like sponges and they draw in whatever's sitting in them. So if you've got the poisons your body knows it wants to release and it's just sitting there, your body is absorbing all those poisons into the intestinal wall, eventually into your bloodstream. Constipation is the number 1 cause of colon cancer. And do you know that colon cancer, just 2 months ago, CNN reported is the number 1 killing cancer of young adults in America? Do you want to know why? It's because they're chronically dehydrated. So if you need your bowels to move, the movement and contraction of your intestine is called peristalsis. These plants increase peristalsis to get your body to empty fully within a 24-hour period. It's not like X-Lax. It's not like a laxative that you're just going to be running and worried you have to wear a diaper everywhere you go. It is nothing like that. It is a natural improvement to the flow of fecal matter out of the body. So the Doc's Poop Assist name, I just love. Everybody's got to poop. Ask your doctor. I love this phrase. Ask your doctor if going number 2 is right for you.
Yes. Okay,
If you ain't
two
going
questions
every day,
for you.
it's Doc's Poop Assist. Yep,
Do you take it regularly to keep things working well, or do you take it just if you're in a bad spot? And number 2, what are the age groups for this? Can children do this, or is there something else for children?
Oh, yeah. So for children, anytime I recommend any products or formulations, it's usually based on individuals 12 years old and older. So every recommended dose you'll see on any of my packaging, just imagine if you're 12 years old and older, that's for you.
Okay.
Anything including Doc's Poop Assist, if it's 12 years old and younger, I would recommend half the dose, which would be open the capsule and pour out half of the ingredients in pudding, applesauce, a smoothie, and give it to your little kid. So yes, it could work for them as well. But
Okay.
yes, you can use this for any moment. If you're just flying and you want to take Doc's Poop Assist with you on traveling, if you're like a lot of people I know, they can't go to the bathroom for like 2 or 3 days every time they fly. It just takes a while for their body to get rehydrated. And I'll tell them, yeah, take the Doc's Poop Assist with you and take it right before you go on the plane. Take it the next day. It's just 1 capsule a day is enough. And then if you're living with chronic constipation or have a chronic constipation issue, you should do this once a day.
That's good.
Eventually, I think you'll find out, you'll start asking yourself, do I really need to do this every day? And after a month, you might go, let's try every other day and see if just the amount is enough to keep normalized bowel movements. And then it might be. And then maybe it's 1 every 3 days. You can do this by yourself and you can find out how your body functions the best with these plants. And no toxic effects, no worries. It's amazing. And it's non-addictive. There are no plant ingredients in there that you're not going to be able to have a bowel movement unless you take this product. You don't have to worry about anything like that. That's why I'm
You don't
really
become
excited to have
dependent on it, and the only way you actually can work off of and less of.
That is huge. That
Wow.
I know for a lot of people that will be truly a relief because I mean, if you can't go to the bathroom, that is just a terrible feeling, to not be able to go. And then also understanding that this dehydration is actually tied to that. So if somebody's suffering from that, something I've heard or kind of, I've heard people talk about is when somebody gets older, a lot of times constipation is an issue. Why when they get older?
Yeah, they usually like to blame a lot of things on normal effects of aging, right? This is just a normal part of aging. Dementia is a normal part of aging. Constipation is a normal part of aging. Chronic infections and not being able to beat the flu, pneumonia is normal. No, that is not normal whatsoever.
Right.
Constipation is not normal. The number one cause for constipation is dehydration. As Americans get older, they are put on more and more and more prescription drugs
Yeah.
that cause dehydration, particularly Lasix, hydrochlorothiazide, which are diuretics for lowering blood pressure. So the more millions of seniors that are put on high blood pressure medications, you are becoming more chronically dehydrated every day you take those products, and you will become more constipated. Your MD will look at you most likely and say, this has nothing to do with the medications we're prescribing you. This is the normal effects of aging. No, tremors of Parkinson's are not normal aging and inherited symptoms. Alzheimer's, dementia is not normal aging symptoms. No, that's not true. These are actually toxic side effects of what's in your vaccines. You've been told at age 60, you need to get every single year for the rest of your life. Most chronic illnesses, rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, heart disease, diabetes is diagnosed, if you haven't ever looked this up, the average age of all diseases in America, lifelong diseases, the age in which they are diagnosed with it is age 65 years old for like the majority of them. Do you want to know why I think it's 65 years old? This is Dr. Artis' opinion. I think it's because it's age 60. All of you are told you have to get the pneumonia shot every year, the flu shot every year for the rest of your life, the shingles shot every year, and now the COVID-19 vaccine every single year. And as they inject you with unknown poisons unknown to you that are in those shots, you are going to develop more inflammatory conditions, more issues, more poisonous toxic side effects, and by age 65, you will start developing aphasia like Bruce Willis and have to retire from Hollywood. You're going to be told that's a part of normal aging too. No, it isn't. These are the toxic effects of medications. Vaccines are included in that list of medications. And I believe it is obvious, the most drugged group of people in America are the elderly.
Yep.
In fact, I don't know if you know this, in assisted living homes, independent homes, nursing homes. If you're in an assisted living home, you know this for your loved one who's living there and paying monthly. Do you actually know that the fees associated with living in an assisted living home, independent home, I'm not joking, are the actual amount per month to live there is dedicated to the amount of drugs you're given every single day by someone there at that facility. The number of prescriptions dictates the fee you pay per month to live there. And that's across the board throughout the United States. The amount of drugs the elderly are on, they can charge you more to live in their facilities. There is no more drugged group of people than the elderly in this country.
Right.
It is not normal aging. You all are the number one most common side effect of every prescription drug is constipation.
Man.
Inflammation is another. So When you look at this, this is not normal aging. So, and if you're not on a medication, that's okay. You need to start eating or taking our doc's poop assist and watch your body just start emptying itself. And maybe you're just backed up for years and you just need to clean it out once or twice and watch it excel. It's going to be amazing. So.
And you were talking about vaccination, so talk about, because we're really excited. We're going to have you back on next month to talk about this. But you have something really cool coming out.
Can you do a little sneak on this?
Yeah, with Dr. Tenpenny. Tell our audience a little sneak peek about what's coming.
Yeah, so I don't know. Click there. It says the Vax app right here. So for a year and a half, 2 years ago, I got the impression, you two, that it was time to create a tool that would help every parent and every individual sitting in a medical doctor's office, that they would have a tool that would help them navigate the vaccine discussion within seconds. The hard part of vaccine and true informed consent with all vaccines, and there's a lot of worry and upset about vaccines right now, is where you have to go get all the information to make an informed decision about the vaccine. So you have books, pamphlets, websites that show the package inserts. Did you know the average package insert for every vaccine known to man is 15 to 20 pages long?
And tiny print.
And tiny print. Are you going to read all that? Well, I just
No.
want you to know, I approached Dr. Sherry Tenpenny 2 years ago, and I said, I'm going to be launching with my team what's called the Vax app. We've already acquired the trademark. This is our logo. This is what we're going to be doing. We've already contacted and have two development teams called dev teams to help develop this app over the last year and a half. They are on retainer to continue helping us make monthly updates to the Vax app. But next month, this is now officially going to be launched next month for you to be able to download. You'll have free access to the app for the first several weeks. Then there is a fee if you find the value in this app. But this is really amazing. You can join up for the wait list now to put in your email, and we'll notify you when it's ready to be launched. It should be around June 20th. I plan on launching it from the stage live to download at the Reawaken Tour.
Yeah!
Oh, it'll be fun. June 20th when I get up on stage to speak. Sherry Tenpenny will be at a different event, and she's going to be launching and announcing it then too. But there is now, you can put in your name for a wait list to be notified. What's in the Vax app? We created a template out of every package insert, and you have every ingredient and the dose of every ingredient on a tab in that specific vaccine product page. You can pick a flu vaccine, click flu Cellvax, one of the 9. And you click it, and it'll tell you what every ingredient is there by amount. It will tell you exactly what side effects and what percentage of people got those side effects in the trials with that specific vaccine. So even if you're pro-vaccine, this Vax app's for you. If you vaccinate your children and on Saturday and Sunday they've got fever, runny nose, or a rash all over their body just a couple days later, wouldn't you like to know if this is normal or not? It's in the app.
Wow.
So even if you're pro-vaccine, it's all the package insert from the FDA provided by the manufacturer. We just summarized it for you in these little drop-down windows. And then we have what questions to ask your doctor about every one of those vaccines. We have every ingredient. You can click them and you'll get the definition of what it is, what that chemical is, where it's from.
Probably a lot of doctors getting the
derived.
app because I'm not sure that they read the inserts.
No kidding.
Yeah, so it's going to be amazing. And then we have natural solutions that are alternatives to the said vaccines for those conditions. If people learn from the package insert info in the Vax app that I don't want to do this anymore. I don't like the idea of injecting my kid for the flu shot, which has MRC-5 as a first ingredient. That's abortal fetal tissue of a 14-year-old boy murdered in 1966. That's the first ingredient in this shot. You want to give my 6-month-old? I don't think I want to do that. Well, in the app, for every vaccine or every condition, there's literally linked medical research studies confirming a therapeutic dose of vitamin C, zinc, selenium, whatever it is that they have found actually addresses those conditions if you want to have a consideration other than the vaccines. Because if you learn enough about vaccines, most people like me, when I was younger as a parent, 25 years ago with my first one, I was like, well, if I don't vaccinate my kids, which we've all been told is the only way to keep your kids healthy, well, what else do I do to keep them healthy, to make sure they stay alive without having to worry about the measles, polio, the flu, whatever?
Yeah.
All that's built into the app. And let me just tell you one other thing that I told Sherry 2 years ago. And Sherry to this day goes, I think more people will buy this app, purchase this app, maintain this app for this one thing than anything else. Built into the app are all of the schedules for all the vaccines. CDC, kids, adults, teenagers, you name it. It's all built in there, okay? That's one thing. Then you have the vaccines, and then we have all the information about each of those vaccines for all these humans. Do you know what I told Sherry 2 years ago I was going to do in this app? And she goes, what's that? And I said, I'm going to put all the pet vaccine schedules into it also. So if you have a pet at home and you're like, my veterinarian says it needs this, it's time for my dog or cat to get
that's so important.
You're going to open your Vax app and it's going to give you what's in the vaccine, what's the problem with those vaccines, the risk with giving this to your dog. And then there's going to be natural alternatives to keep your pets healthy without the need of vaccines. And I'm not joking, we just got 2 weeks ago confirmation that the president of one of the largest holistic vet associations in America is going to be collaborating with us to bring updates to how to keep your pets healthy without vaccines into the app. Every single month there will be updates as the FDA is presented with new research on new vaccines, taking vaccines off the market, new introduced ingredients in those vaccines. All of this gets updated into the app once a month, first Monday of every month. Dr. Sherry Timpany and I are overseeing the updates and making sure that you're up to date on everything related to vaccines. And then we also have the military vaccine schedule in the app at launch, but we will see how many people buy into the app, love the app, make sure everything is working the way that it is working right now in our beta testing and our third phase right now. It's amazing. Can't wait to show you next month. It's going to be awesome. But then each month we're going to be updating information about the individual vaccines on the pet schedule and the military vaccines. And it's going to continue to roll forward every day, every month, every year. And we expect every pediatrician, every medical doctor, nurse should have this app. One person in every home should have this app. If you're being presented with your children being told to participate in sports or scouts, you need a vaccine. If they can go to school, they need a vaccine. Okay, you keep your job in a hospital, you have to have a vaccine, or in a nursing home. Okay, great. Look at your employer and go, great. Which vaccines do you think I need to keep my job or my kid to go to school? Okay, great. Which vaccine is it? Great. All right, here's the questions to ask your doctor, and all the information is in the app to make an informed decision.
That is so good. So Flyover Family, go to the drartistshow.com. When you see the Vax app there, click on Learn More. And then when you do that, you scroll down and there's a place that says join the Vax app wait list. So you can fill out your information and it will, obviously let you know when that's happening. Reserve your spot. It looks like it's coming in 17 days, 21 hours, 47 minutes, and 14 seconds. So it's just around the corner.
We cannot wait to be with you in Tulsa, that event. Clay used to do these almost once a month there for a long time. And I always tell people, like, people would pay a big fee to go see Del Bigtree. They pay a big fee to go see you. They pay a big fee to buy a ticket to go see David Harris Jr. They buy, any one person. It's such a unique situation that Clay creates where you got so many people in one spot. And for you to launch his app there, that day's going to be fire.
The reawakened crowds around the world were very influential in helping me get my messages to the rest of the world, which the warning was about remdesivir originally. And Flyover Conservatives, you were there to help get more information about health principles that could help you for other issues related during that period. And this is one of the reasons why when I knew Clay had called and said, hey, we're doing this one more time, do you want to come? I was like, oh, sweet. This is about the time I'm going to launch this Vax app. Let's do it at the Reawaken Tour. It's going to be very fun. I'm excited.
I love it.
What a great list of lineups. Yep, looks great.
It's going to be amazing.
And we're right there on the flyer with you. Clay kind of passively aggressively made us even more pale than him on the photo, which is an amazing accomplishment. But we have a lot of fun, a lot of laughs, a lot of great things. General Flynn will be there. It'll be an incredible day. Look forward to seeing you there. We'll put a link down below if you don't know anything about the Reawaken America event. Then just go to the notes below. We'll have a link directly to it if you want to find out about it. Clay has a price on there. You can also name your own price and just go. He wants you in the room and he wants you to get this information and launched out, because we know you can go back to your own community and make a difference.
Before I let you go,
speakers, just so y'all know, I'm the first speaker Saturday morning. If any of you guys want to come hang out, it's going to be real exciting. So
I love that.
Speaker on Saturday morning. Yeah, let's do it.
I love that. Before we let you go, one more thing that I have seen on your site before, I don't think we've ever talked to you about it, but is I know that Wave Watch has been a sponsor for you. Jane, I think, really likes the Wave Watch. They're a sponsor of our show as well. But and I think they ended up giving you a Wave Watch one time. You guys tried it, and Jane was like, this is amazing. Why did you decide? Because we have had huge success. Dave was talking about, in our show earlier, being with my brother, over the weekend. My sister-in-law, she's in the medical field. She got the Wave Watch. It's helped her back. She's had huge success with it. But what made you decide to do the Wave Watch?
Yeah, very few things do people nonstop bring stuff to me, wanting me to promote
I can't imagine.
Oh yeah,
see it. People mail stuff to our house all the time, which I love. People are passionate about something, they've created something, they want somebody else to help them get it to the rest of the world, right? So the Wave Watch, I was at an event actually at a church speaking in Kansas City, and Dr. Carla Dean Graves had asked me to come there and present. And some people came to just my speaking spot, and somebody from Wave Watch was there and had brought 2 Wave Watches to give me and Jane one each. I didn't know what they were, but as I'm walking to the Uber to go back to the airport, because right from the stage, I was walking out the door, they're like fighting through the crowd trying to get me these 2 watches. And I was like, I don't know what these are, but I will put Jane's phone number in your phone, and let's go learn about this when we get home. So once we got home, we started wearing them, actually. And one of the things we first noticed was Jane's sleep patterns improved. She could see if there's any restless leg issues she had at all, that would calm down. She felt better waking up, more energetic. These Wave Watches use frequencies, and I'm a huge fan of frequencies. Every food, plant puts off energy, and our body absorbs that energy, which is a frequency. So Nikola Tesla said, if you want to understand the universe, you have to think in the forms of energy, vibrations, and frequencies. This is literally putting out sound frequencies. You barely hear them, but it influences every cell in the human body. Every part of the cell of the human body vibrates at different frequencies. And you can, on that Wave Watch, just go through and pick any frequency: inflammation, pain, insomnia, headaches, fibromyalgia, whatever. And they've got these built-in frequencies that have seen massive improvements in a lot of people around the world. And as I experienced it in the home, Jane was wearing it every single day for like a year. And I had the founder, creator of the Wave Watch come on, do a show, and just talk to me about why you made this. Tell your own story. I then shared that with our audiences. And it's pretty amazing to watch. I think literally every day for the last 3 years, there are multiple emails saying that people are buying Wave Watches from Wave Watch because of our interviews and our promotions of the Wave Watch. But I love frequencies. I love devices that work. And we have found that the Wave Watch has provided a value to us in our own home and in our own lives. I wear the Wave Watch. I don't wear it as often as Jane does. I'm very sensitive to EMF, so putting watches on, I actually absorb the energy of batteries. So I'll put it on, but it's usually while I'm awake, and I won't sleep with it. But a lot of people do, and they find their sleep patterns improve, just like Jane does. Her energy, her Peloton use, which I don't know, y'all know this about Jane. Jane rides 10 to 14 miles every day on the Peloton.
Wow.
What a beast.
So every day for 10 years. And she finds her heart rate, her energy, and all of that has improved as she sets those specific frequencies on her Wave Watch.
I love anything that has high upsides with no downsides. There's no
totally agree.
oh, you can use the Wave Watch, but now you got to take this thing to counteract what, it's just wins, like the hydration, like all things, just taking care of your body.
Dr. Artis, as always.
If you could only eat the Wave Watch.
I know.
Any nutritional value. So drink your hydrate, wear your Wave Watch, and then your cells can absorb the nutrients even better. Really, truly, that's how it works.
I love it. Dr. Artis, as always, we love
You're going to be
having you on
number
the show.
one and the number 2 business by the time we're done here. Appreciate it.
I love it. Thank you so much for your time. Flavor family, go to the drartisshow.com, the drartisshow.com. Thanks again for your time, Dr. Artis.
Share your successes with Dr. Chris with the flyover conservative host. Email them your photos of your success.
This is Secret America.
Episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacey Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell,
Welcome,
and leave
everybody.
us a comment below.
Am Jack
Lastly,
Danger,
if you enjoyed
along with
today's
Jay
podcast,
Gatling,
share with those who
and
came to mind.
We've got
Be
a
blessed
lot,
and make it a great day.
to show you today. Some videos and a few other things that you may not be aware of. One of the things happens, actually, I'm going to go ahead and show you a little bit with our thumbnail made by Eli from the Live from America TV network. I told him that, there's a report that just came out that white men since COVID have literally gotten 0% of net jobs post-COVID. White males, 0%. 0. If people don't know what that number means, it means none. Okay? They have got no jobs, no new net jobs post-COVID. That's 5 years. 5 without a white man getting a job, a new job. By the way, 90% of those jobs went to foreign workers. 90% of net new jobs. That means jobs above what are lost. Okay? You got the jobs gained, the jobs lost, whatever that evens out to, whatever's above that is 90% of foreign workers got those jobs, 0% of white males. So here is our thumbnail. Okay? White men get 0% of new jobs. You can see me over there. Will identify as black for work. That's how we roll. And then Jay says will work for work because he doesn't speak English very well. So he says will work for work. I'm kidding.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
I like my
Yeah.
hair. Wait a minute,
Yeah.
isn't that Coca-Cola looks good there at my feet. I might have that.
Yeah, it's laced with fentanyl. But the beard, you see, I can grow a nice beard. Yours, I don't think it grows. I think it's weird. You got mud on your face. I don't know what that is.
No, I have a permanent 5 o'clock shadow.
Well, one thing I can tell you is even with these signs, we still didn't get a job.
Oh,
So
man.
there we are. There's also a new trend going around, and I am going to say the name of the trend for everybody. I don't care what you think. What I'm going to do is say the name of the trend, and I'm going to tell you why also that I have said the name of said trend. But first, Jay, you want to watch that Rupert Lowe thing? You want me to show everybody about that?
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't see it. I didn't watch it on purpose. This will be me watching it for the first time. So
You didn't watch the Rupert Lowe thing?
No, wait, is the Rupert Lowe thing the guy with the English guy?
Yeah.
Oh, that guy I did watch.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about the trend.
No. The trend, we'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
But I want to show everybody what's going on in England. Rupert Lowe is part of Parliament in England, and he will show you exactly what is going on in England. He has testimonial from the victims of the Pakistani rape gangs. None of the police, none of the members of government, nobody did anything to help these women. Thousands of women. By the way, almost exclusively white women. So let's take a listen. You guys want to hear something horrific? Let's listen to something horrific. If we have to hear it, you have to hear it. And that's exactly, by the way, what Rupert Lowe said too. He's like, you're going to hear what we have all heard. And honestly, the only way for these things to not happen again is to get them out in the open. And, you're going to hear some graphic shit here, but it's something that needs to be heard. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, this is tough to listen. This is tough to listen to.
Oh, it's very tough. It's extremely, where the hell is it? It's extremely sick shit. What they did to these women is beyond comprehension for the average person. When you hear what the hell they did to these women, if I can find the shit, it was in my bookmarks and now suddenly it's not. Jay, did you unbookmark it? I'm kidding.
I no, you just sent it to me.
I was joking. All right, here we go. Everybody, take a listen.
The 260,974 British men and women who signed the petition to make this debate possible. And I want to welcome these brave survivors who are sitting behind us in the hall. This debate is about them. As you quite rightly say, it's not about politics. I want the world to hear what we heard during the 2 weeks of our independent rape gang inquiry hearings. An inquiry that should never have needed to happen.
By the way, did you hear what he said? The 2-week inquiry.
2 week.
The 2-week rape gang inquiry for a rape gang that went on raping white women for 5-10 years. 2 weeks.
It's been ignored.
I sincerely urge this Parliament to listen to the testimonies from these brave survivors and to act, to finally act. So the first testimony: he took his pants down, penetrated me, had sex with me. He then stopped before ejaculation. He picked up the bottle of Jack Daniels, which was now empty, and he forced it up inside me. He broke the glass while he was there. At that point, I was about 12, nearly 13.
Okay, so that I'm after each one, I'm gonna stop it just for a second to emphasize something. This girl was 12 years old. The Pakistani men were raping her. They took a bottle of Jack Daniels, shoved it up into her vagina, and broke the glass off inside her.
Another testimony. I was held down by the men as they each took turns to orally and vaginally rape me, taking it in turns to pin down my arms and my legs. When the assault ended, the men hit me repeatedly, threatened to find me, kill me, and harmed my loved ones if I ever told anybody what had happened. Another. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls, the Christian girls, were viewed as having fewer morals, or lower values, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. These comparisons were used to justify the way I was treated and to further humiliate and control me.
By the way, these testimonials are all from many different people. This is not the same person. Every time he says another, that's a new testimonial.
Another. She was a white woman herself, who I imagine may have been groomed, and has obviously now married into the family, shouting obscenities at us. Throughout the whole sentencing, she was constantly saying, "Fucking liars, lying white bitches." She said to me that God will be the witness for what happens to me. Another. Race did play a part and motivated the selection or demographic of the victims. Throughout my exploitation, the other girls I encountered or who were abused alongside me were almost exclusively white.
Exclusively white.
Another. She had a baby by him, and his dad was an imam. His dad knew, and he got his son married and said that he wasn't allowed to see the child. They look after their own community. Another. Over the course of the abuse, I was raped by multiple police officers.
Multiple police officers.
In different parts of the country. Another. He put a cigarette out on the baby's face.
He put a cigarette out on their rape baby's face.
Another. It started when I was 13. I was raped by probably about 600 or 700 different men over 3 years.
She was 13. Over 3 years, she was raped by 600 or 700 different men.
Another. They would toot the horn of the car, and then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home.
Listen to that. The children's home. So what happens here is it's not just the white, they're not just kidnapping white women. It's also women that are in children's homes, There's also, anything to do with child protective services, these foster families, they would pay money to have them brought there.
Another. I was bleeding from both my vagina and my back passage and was so swollen I could not sit down. I told hospital staff my drink had been spiked and I did not know what had happened because I was too afraid to tell the truth. They did not ask any questions. They gave me tablets and discharged me. I was 15 years old. Another. Things would escalate around Eid and holidays. Parties got bigger, got worse, got more violent. More people involved, more girls involved. The parties were just bigger. Another. The main clash that I kind of had with the religion side of it was I grew up as a Christian. I would wear my cross because it was something really special to me. It was just used as a way to break me down. They said, "Where is your God now? Has your God forsaken you?" Another. It was all of the white girls in every home that I went to. I remember a man opening the back of a van and I saw 15, 20 girls locked in dog cages.
Locked in dog cages in the back of a van.
Another. Dogs were brought in and I couldn't move at all. I had nowhere to move. I think that was the scariest thing, was not having any concept of it. There were men around me, not horrified, not disgusted, not helping, but filming and laughing, making bets on whether the dog could actually rape me or not. And yes, I was raped by a dog.
She was held down by men and forced to be raped by a dog.
The man just held my face, stared me down straight in the eyes, and he wanted to see me break, and he did. Another. I just want it to stop and not happen to any other children, and for people to actually act, to do something and stop being so scared.
For people to actually act and do something and not be so scared. Well, we know that's not the case. That not only did they not act and do something, they still do not act and do anything.
Where are the parents?
Most of these women are foster women. They're group home people. They don't have parents.
They have no parents. They have nobody looking after them.
Nope.
I mean, and the one that really, I mean, it's all horrible. The one that really stood out to me is the one when the girl went to the hospital, and the hospital just gives her a couple of pills instead of a 15-year-old, and
but it's the
doesn't call
same
the police,
reason.
doesn't
Yeah, it's the
investigate
same
it
reason
for
the
rape.
Pakistanis were allowed to rape them for so long. Everybody in the UK, especially now that you're being arrested for it, everybody in the UK is afraid to be seen as racist. I don't want to accuse the Pakistani. I don't want to go over to the Islamic person's house. I don't want to accuse them and be wrong, because if I accuse them and be wrong, I will go to jail. That is the UK perpetuating rape. The UK.
Well, listen, we've seen what's happening in the UK with social media posts.
Mm-hmm.
This UK and I think Europe is where a lot of the no-go zones stuff started, right?
And it's important, real quick, it's important for me to say that it's the government and the police, not the actual people of the UK. I mean, don't get me wrong, some of the people in the UK are obviously participating in the rapes, but it's not the majority of people. It's the police, especially, and the government.
I don't listen. I don't even know what to say to that. It's just, it is what I'll say. It can't happen here, but things, if we don't watch out, will progress here to that point. That's why so many of us are so, gung ho on all this Sharia law crap. No, we're not going to tolerate it. We're not going to tolerate Islam taking over our country. End of story. But you know what, Jack? In a way, we are. I just read today, and whatever you think about Laura Loomer, she's been on top of a guy who lied for the sheikh in court, I believe, about the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center. That guy's about to get elected, Jack. That guy's about to get elected to political
guy
office.
that did the bombing?
No, he ended up lying for the sheikh who was involved in the bombing. And
I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah. Well, he actually has pictures and stuff with the sheikh.
So yeah, I mean, so we say we don't want it here, but in a way, it's like we're kind of letting it slowly infiltrate here too. This type of mentality.
It will, Jay. Once there's enough of them to change laws, it will happen.
Well, right. The saying is, right, it's peaceful until they're not the majority. Once they're the majority, then the real thing happens. Then everything that we said, then that's when it'll take place. Till then, it's a lot of what do you call it? Kind of
It's
just
peaceful minority, violent majority.
Yeah, laying low, like kind of staying under the radar until the time to pounce is there. And again, it's not all people who are Muslim, but my problem,
it's all people who are Islamic.
It's that radical Islam. But my problem with the Muslim people is if you don't want this to be a quote unquote stigma, you have to speak out against this stuff. You have to. I'm sorry, not sorry, but you have to. It's just like telling certain groups, hey, this is going on in your group. Why don't you stop it? Just like telling me when I was a cop, the blue wall of silence. Hey, if you guys want to stop police corruption, you guys got to speak out. Well, it applies to everybody. If you want to stop this from happening, you got to speak out. You have to condemn it from within inside your own community. You have to do your own police work. You have to do your own, clean up your own house. I don't know, man. That whole thing you just heard. And how long ago was that, Jack?
This inquiry was not. It was actually recent. The rape gangs actually were about a year ago, but they had been going on for a good 10 years.
Do we have any outcome of that guy that just spoke? Has anything progressed since then? Do we have any
knowledge? Nothing has happened. They were just hearings and they ignored every word.
I mean, how do you sit there? I don't care. That's not political. You hear something like that horrific, you should want to do something about it. And the Epstein thing, apples and oranges here as far as
they just don't care, man. It's the same thing as the police. They just don't care.
But what? How did it get to the point where you have a police department that is that corrupted? And it's the top. It's always at the top. It's always at the top, and then it trickles down. It's never the majority to rank and file. It's always at the top. Because if somebody from the rank and file wants to do the right thing, the report's either going to get lost or they're going to be, reassigned somewhere where they're never going to do it again. That's the way it works, man.
Well, let me tell you, the reason that the police department got to the way they are is human nature. See, the thing is, when you strip laws, when you allow people the freedom to do what they want, most of the time their real human nature shows. Their real human nature comes out. If there's no consequences for what they do, in fact, if they are rewarded for doing a certain behavior, they will perpetuate that behavior. They will make it stronger, and others will join in. It's pack mentality, but it's also human nature. If there were no laws suddenly in society, in America, civilization would erode overnight.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. If there was no, we're built on law and order. Without law and order, you don't have a country. You don't have civilization. Like I said, civilization, civil, right? That's what
if
it means.
people were really civil, they wouldn't need laws. But you need laws because human nature is not civil.
Yes, you do. You need people to to enforce laws. Absolutely.
Exactly.
But that's the other thing we've talked about in the United States, where they've kind of figured out we don't have to abolish laws. We just have to put people in place in the upper echelons like DAs or police chiefs or get sheriffs elected that aren't going to enforce them. A lot easier than trying to get something abolished through legislation. We're just not going to enforce laws. We see it going on in New Jersey right now with Delaney Hall, where you have people breaking the law, unlawfully assembling, being violent, and, the governor of that state, Mikey Sherrill, I'm just not going to do anything about it. Oh, and then when I actually finally do something about it and I send to my state police because it's become that bad and it looks that bad for my state that this is going on, you know what I'll do? They'll get arrested, and then I'm going to release them all the next day. That's the other thing.
Let me tell you that police, and especially the military, but also the police, people don't realize that they will do what they are told. They justify it as saying, I am just following orders. These are my orders. I was given these orders. They will do what they are told, no matter how uncivil, no matter how denigrating.
Well,
it is human nature that the person above you gives you orders. You justify what you do by repeating those orders to yourself. I am just following orders. This is not who I am. I am just following orders.
I'm glad that I was never given an order that was so egregious that I really never was. I just wasn't. And I got to be honest, it doesn't happen very often. It does happen, but maybe it's happening more now.
Every day.
Well, not, what's that?
In the UK, every day.
I'm saying here, we're not at that point. Thank God.
Not yet.
But it has probably gotten worse even since I left just a few years ago. But even during COVID had kind of started here.
COVID was really bad. They followed every order to break every civil liberty there was.
Yeah,
they'd arrest you for leaving your house.
Well, at that time, I was still on the job. But at that point, I wasn't involved with the public. I had a nice little hideaway where I didn't have to be subjected to it. If I was, I don't know, I would have had a hard time staying. I got to be honest, because there were things going on where, you got to put a mask on. That's not a law. It's not even an ordinance. It wasn't even passed to let us know, oh, it's an emergency. You got to put a mask on. Well, where's the law? Where's the ordinance that says that I have to do that? There isn't.
Technically under the public health, if the main public health official of your county declares an emergency, it's an emergency ordinance, if you will.
Yeah, but nonsense. Then put it through. No, it's still, that'll work for a couple of days. But if it's that important, put it through legislation to get it done and codified, where you have the authority to do that in a quote emergency. Or Jack, they were making stuff up as they went, though. You know what I mean? Oh, you can't you have to wear a mask. Oh, you can't have this many people be in a church.
The 6-foot social distancing thing, Fauci said, not based on any science.
No, that crap. The arrows in the supermarkets, all that crap. You can't go on the beach. You can't go on a playground. All of that stuff was being made up along the way. That's my point.
Now, you can protest with 1,000 people, but you cannot have a party with 5.
Right. You could have George Floyd protests and riots because the virus isn't contagious then. But don't go to church. You can't be in church because then you're a super spreader and you're going to kill grandma. I mean,
and everybody complied, Jay. Let's be real. Everybody complied.
Too many people complied. It worked way better than they thought it would. It worked way better than they thought it would. People they folded like cheap suits. It was amazing. But my point is, as far as the law enforcement goes, I'm glad I wasn't subjected, even have to make that decision, because I swear to God, I would have been like, what am I enforcing here? There's no law. I can't. Yeah. If I can't write a summons for what I'm telling you, then there's no law. Do you understand what I'm saying? If I can't arrest you, or if I can't at the very least write a summons for the violation of the law that you are committing, then what am I enforcing here?
You know, it's funny. I was lucky enough to have an essential job during COVID, so I was able to come and go as I pleased. I was a stripper at the time, and and they called that essential. I was a stripper and I owned a liquor store.
That's
Both
why
of
you
those
have
were
all
essential.
those. That's why you have all those singles.
Well, both of those were essential. That's why I was allowed to stay open and work. I did stripping during the day and liquor store at night.
Right.
So, you know, that's why I was able, actually reversed. I did liquor store today, stripping at night. But that's why I was able to work. You know, but when I drove around, there was not a person within 1,000 miles. I am on the main street of the city. There is not a person, a single car within 20 miles. It's incredible how many people complied with that shit. I didn't even see a cop, if you want the truth.
I, of course, was going to work during COVID, and I loved it. Like you said, there was no traffic. I was flying in and out of work, and if traffic,
I robbed several businesses. There was nobody there.
Well, listen, if the traffic stayed like that, I probably would have stuck around for a couple more years. But it went back to normal and actually got worse after COVID was finally over. But nobody was on the road. Nobody.
It was for somebody that had an essential job like myself and was allowed to be out. It was very easy for me to rob 5-10 businesses. There was nobody there. Nobody ever responded to the calls. All I had to do is break the window, go in, grab the shit, and come out. That's all I had to do.
It was very, very strange times because a lot of it, and it was, again,
a lot of good jewelry.
There was no science behind any of it. It was all a bunch of crap. It really was.
Absolutely. It was all a bunch of crap. I even robbed a pharmacy. I sold all the contents of that, though.
No, listen, stop talking about things that the statute of limitations have not run out on yet. I mean, come on now.
Oh, they've run out. They've run out. It was a simple burglary. There was no weapons involved, and there was nobody there.
Okay, so 2020, because now the statute is gone. It's 5 years. Is that right?
Exactly. The statute of limitations has gone. It has been over with, so I can no longer be arrested for robbing the pharmacy or the other 27 businesses that I robbed.
Crazy. I mean, crazy though. It really is. Real seriousness. It's just getting back to this. It was just worked way too well. It was way too easy, and that's why you have to be careful. You can't let this stuff happen under your nose. And a lot of times we just are. We're letting it happen right under our noses. I just don't understand it.
But see, that's the thing, Jay. We let everything happen, just like the UK, just like other countries. We let everything happen. Every country lets things happen until it gets so bad to the point where you have nothing to lose. You're willing, everybody, Jay, everybody, especially in America, are willing to trade freedom for comfortability. If you're comfortable, you're not going to go out there and fight. You'll let them have your freedoms. I want to stay comfortable. I don't want to be harassed by the police. I don't want to go out there and protest. I'm going to stay comfortable and let them take my freedom. Next day, stay comfortable, let them take my freedom. And it's going to continue to happen until you're no longer comfortable, which will happen after they've taken all your freedoms.
That's why you got to pay attention to what's going on around you. And we talk about local politics. That's why you have to pay attention to what's going on in your local area. Because if you don't watch out, all of a sudden, yes, people get into office and you say, wait, what are you doing? You just took that away? Well, yeah, that's what happened. And you didn't vote for the other guy. So this is the person that got in, and they're going to take that stuff away from you. And then all of a sudden, like I said, it becomes very difficult to put that toothpaste back in the tube, right?
Exactly.
Very difficult to do. This is why you got to pay attention to what's going on around you first, and then look what's going on in the country as a whole. You have to.
We real quick, I'm going to talk about the sponsor for a second, and then we got to go quicker because we only got 35 minutes and I got a lot to get through. Okay, guys, so make sure you check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You got Father's Day coming up, the 250th anniversary of the United States, the 2026 midterms. This is a massive year for the U.S. Okay, you do not want to be left behind. Make sure you get something from Max Associates that shows your pride for the United States and shows where you stand. Anything that you can get on any other website, you can also get on Max Associates, and you can get even more specific and better things, but you cannot get the deal anywhere else. Max Associates, 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot beat that deal. maxassociates.etsy.com. Make sure you check it out. All right. We got to go a little quicker. We got a lot to get through. So The first thing I want to show you guys is the Henry Nowak body cam footage. Okay, Henry Nowak is the young kid that was stabbed by the Islam, is stabbed by the Islamic guy, ran to the police. The police handcuffed him, threw him on the ground, and basically were accessories to murder, if you want the truth. They handcuffed him, threw him on the ground, he said, I'm stabbed, I can't breathe. They said, don't look like it to me. And that's what happened. He died on the ground. So I'm going to show the body cam footage so you can be more outraged than you are now. Why not?
Why not?
Let's outrage a few people. That's the only way to get change.
Well,
that is the only way you're going to affect change is through outrage. All right.
Get people to pay attention.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, take a listen.
What's happened to you, all right? You've been stabbed. You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate.
I don't think you have, mate. They don't actually lift his shirt or anything. They just handcuff him. I've been stabbed. I can't breathe. Please handcuff me.
Whoa.
I can't breathe. Put the hand in the cuff, mate.
I can't breathe. Put your hand in the cuff.
Usually when hold on, Jack, stop it for a second. Usually when a suspect says they can't breathe, that really gets the left upset, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. Not
Usually.
a word for Henry Nowak though. He's
No.
white.
Right.
He says again, I cannot breathe.
He's saying he's been stabbed, so
Where
let's
is it
just
you
check
think
him.
you've been stabbed? In the face? Oh no, but we have to check, don't we?
Yeah, you do.
In the
She said we have to check, don't we?
Yeah,
do
yeah.
we have to?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. He's white, so do we have to check?
face.
Just get these back off, get their details on that. And I'll keep
By the
ordering.
way, he was stabbed 9 times, and they can't find a single stab wound.
Where was he hit?
The chest and face.
Okay.
Should we
Right, keep you on your side, mate. You better retrieve then.
All right, there's no point in watching the rest of it. They let him die. That's the ending, okay?
I want to see that's how it ended.
Yep.
I would love to see the rest of that body cam footage.
Well, I'll show you. I'll show you the
Same to
ending.
him.
Right there.
Right, let's get you out of there, shall
Stabbed.
we?
Many
Whereabouts?
times. They handcuff him.
Oh no, but we have to check, don't we?
He
We were sat
eventually
up on
becomes
there, maybe, you know,
unconscious.
What's your name, mate?
At
At
this
the moment,
point,
you are under
he's-
arrest. That's
at
for
this
assault.
point,
So you
he's
do not have to
dead.
say anything, may harm and defence. If you do not mention your own questions, it's up to which you
He's reading the rights to a
take for
dead
line of
man.
court. Anything you do say may be given evidence, all right?
Read the rights to
It's
a
gonna
dead
be
man.
sick, I think.
They actually finally realize he's unconscious about 20 minutes later and roll him over.
Let's see.
They keep checking his pulse, but no medical intervention.
Just want you to
Notice he's not moving at all, but they don't seem to notice that.
call it.
Yeah, we've got this male. He's
just-
been beat up. Are we
Beat
able
up?
to get an ambulance, please?
Well, they're not talking about him. They're talking about the Muslim.
Oh, I was gonna say.
His pupils aren't even reacting.
His pupils are not reacting.
He's dead.
His pupils are not reacting, but he's racist. I think he might have said something racist. The person that stabbed him said that he said something racist. So we'll let him die.
Okay.
That's their thought process.
Yeah,
Now,
that. How many zeros do you want on that check? Oh my God.
let me show you the phone call that they made to the police. This is the phone call that the stabber made about the victim. Take a listen.
In light of all of that, is the 999 call
And it's not 911 in the UK. It's 999.
made to police by the murderer's brother.
Police emergency.
Yeah, we just been attacked by someone racially. Yeah, this.
He said we've been attacked racially. This fucking white guy.
He just attacked it, took his stuff. Okay. Huh? Sorry, we just got attacked racially by some white person.
Right, okay. Whereabouts are you?
We're on Belmont Road.
We were attacked racially by some white person. Where are you? We will send help immediately.
Just out in the street, are you?
Sorry?
You're just in the street?
Yeah, literally. I just parked up my car to come home, and he's attacked my brother.
We just got attacked racially. We just got attacked by this beep. So,
yeah, we just got attacked racially. We got attacked by this fucking white person.
Where? Is there any video camera of this, of this interaction between them and?
No, but I do have footage of, yes, earlier in the day, that same guy had a road rage incident where he pulled out the knife that he stabbed Henry Nowak with. Same day.
Oh,
Let's
really?
take a look. Let's watch.
Yeah.
Same fucking day. Same knife. He apparently threatened another person with it earlier that day. So, why not show it? If I can get this damn thing out of the way. Here we go. Take a look.
Come on! Come, recording him. Come on, man. Please.
Look what's in his hand. Look at that. Look what's in his left hand.
Sword.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna show you the weapon in a minute.
No knife, no.
He says no knife. Let's look at that again. Look right here. Look at the guy in the blue skirt.
Come on!
Look his right hand.
Yeah.
Come, recording him. Come on, man.
Now it's in his left hand.
A sword.
You want to take a look? That's what stabbed Henry Nowak 9 times. You want to see what it really looks like?
Yeah, it looks like Ira's sword in Game of Thrones.
Oh,
Needle.
it's a sword, all right. Let's take a look. This is what it looks like. That is what stabbed Henry Nowak 9 times. There's his blood.
That'll do it.
Yeah. And he pulled the knife out on somebody earlier that day.
Yeah. Seems to enjoy doing that.
But of course, in the UK, they don't have the death penalty and they don't give life in prison. They give you a life sentence, a maximum of 20 years. Maximum of 20 years.
All right. So this guy is, max 20 years is all he could get.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that whole interaction with the cops is just so bizarre to me. Like, I've been involved in plenty of that. I was stabbed. Okay, well, let's see if you're stabbed. Let's check you out. Even if I'm going to put you in handcuffs, I'm checking out to see if you tell me I was stabbed. Okay, where were you stabbed? In the chest, in the face. I'm turning you over and I'm checking to see if you're stabbed to make sure that you get medical attention, regardless whether I think you're a suspect or a victim. Right? In this case, they thought he was a suspect and they had him handcuffed. But you still got to check to see if the guy's stabbed. You can't just say no, you weren't. What are you kidding me?
Nobody has done anything about this. None of the police, none of the superintendents, none of the parliament people, none of the government has done anything about the police or what happened. But let me show you. There are some pro Henry Nowak protesters, and they apparently they said the UK police were being aggressively chased and ran out by pro-Henry Nowak demonstrators, picking up trash bins and throwing them at them. Tons of objects flying through the air toward the police, and the police ran. Only in the UK do the riot police run from people. So let's take a look.
We've seen that before.
Yeah, let's take a look. They're running him out. They deserve every bit of it, by the way.
This is what
They're chasing him with bins. They've got him. They're running him out. People have had enough.
Yeah, this is what happens when you don't enforce the law. You get out of it.
They're literally, the entire crowd is chasing him and hitting him with shit. And I got to say, I don't blame him.
No, that's what happens. Like I said, this is what happens. when you don't enforce
they
the
deserve
law.
every bit of it.
Yeah.
Even if these weren't the cops that let it happen, these cops would also let it happen.
Well, I don't want to assume that, but
I
point
do.
is, I don't want to assume that, but you can assume it if you want.
UK police as a whole will do this.
Well, again, I don't want to broad brush everybody. My point is this. This is what happens when you don't enforce the law equally. This is what happens.
Yep. And it's all white people, which I love. All the white people are the demonstrators.
That's the thing.
The police run. They actually run. That's the best part.
I would run too. What are you going to do against that? You can't shoot everyone.
Pull out your guns. Start firing.
Yeah, good luck. Too many. That would just incite it more.
Oh, if you hit one, I can promise you they'll run.
I don't know.
He drilled that cop in the head.
Yeah, this is an angry mob mentality, what you have right here. Because
I gotta say, it's overdue.
Let's see what comes from it. Well, I guarantee you they're going to look through this with a fine-tooth comb and try to arrest everybody.
It's going to be January 6th, baby.
Yeah, exactly. That's what this will turn into.
But I can at least enjoy it while it's lasting.
Yeah. I mean, have they called for backup yet at this point? I mean, my God.
No, they're too busy running.
I mean, you start talking while you're running.
Only in the UK would you see riot police getting pushed back like this.
There's like 4 of them. How many riot police are there? 4 or 5?
No, there's about 15. You can see them all right there.
Oh, now together. I see more of them. But those first 4 with those green vests, it looked like there was 4 of them.
Yeah, there's about 15, and they're still running. There's actually about 15 or 20.
Yeah, they're going to go through this tape with a fine-tooth comb. Watch.
Well, I can tell you one thing. It was awesome. It was awesome. Let me show you what else happens, Jay, when you do something like this. Take a look at this. That's for the UK riot police. That was before they chased them out.
You see, okay, now see, hold on. Here's the thing. Mm-hmm. That guy, here's how this escalates, though. And I'm not saying these people don't have a right to be upset. The point is this. The point is this. That guy should be arrested. This is so they are just wrong on every level, it looks like. In every situation, it doesn't look like they're doing the right thing. Like in this case, that guy
trained for one.
Well, that guy should be arrested for what he's doing. Whether he's right or he's not, what he's doing is illegal. It's public nudity, whatever you want to call it. He could be arrested.
Did you know that in a lot of places, including Oregon in the United States, a man can be fully nude from head to toe, walk past kids, and it's okay. It's legal.
Well,
so it might be legal here.
Oh, that's Utah, and Utah's a very strange place.
No, it's Oregon too. Or I'll show you. I will show you, Jay.
Well, ask about this location because I want to know.
I don't know what location that is.
Well, in England, whatever. In England, anywhere is it legal for a man to pull his pants down in public? I mean,
all right, let me see.
Yeah.
Well, in England, I'm going to put in England. Is it legal for a Muslim to do?
No, just in general.
Is it legal for someone to moon the police
or pull their pants down, expose themselves?
Well, mooning. That's what he did. He mooned them. That's what exposing your ass to the police.
He's exposing himself.
In England, is it legal for someone to moon the police? They said it's not specifically illegal. So
I don't know what does that mean? Not specific.
It means it's not illegal. There's no dedicated mooning offense. Indecent exposure only covers your genitals with intent to cause alarm or distress. Buttocks don't usually qualify.
Well, guess what? In that case, I could articulate it, and I'm arresting him, and then you could throw it out in court. But anyway, my point is...
you could get sued for that.
No, I could articulate that guy was causing public alarm, and he was causing problems. So that
but it has
guy...
to be your genitals. Your genitals.
Whatever. As I said, I could articulate it. My point is you can't let stuff like this get out of control to the point where people think they could do whatever they want. So you've allowed the Muslims to think they could do whatever they want, right? So that's out of control. That's out of control. So now you have this protest, whatever's going on, where it obviously got out of control because you guys got chased out. I mean,
I love that.
They don't seem to be doing anything right. Let me put it that way.
Suck.
That's my point.
They suck. Not only do they suck, but they suck. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Let me just say one more time that they suck, and let's move on. Jay, they suck.
They suck.
All right.
All right.
So, guys, how would you like to see the latest trend? All right. Let me pull it up here and see if we can check it out. Where is it? This is going to be very interesting to all involved. If I can find it. You know, it's funny when you do for some reason when you do bookmarks, even if you put them in the spot they're supposed to be in, they're not there when sometimes they're not there when you go to find them. It's weird. Oh, by the way, Jay, I want to show you something. There's this kid. Do you know how hard it is to put together a Rubik's Cube?
Yeah.
Well, there's a 4 square Rubik's Cube. Instead of the traditional 9 square, there's a 4 square one, or a 6 square, excuse me. It's very hard to put together too. This kid, 0.39 seconds.
I can't even imagine.
That's how the hell, not even a second, 0.39 seconds he puts this Rubik's Cube together.
The best I ever did with a Rubik's Cube, and they were really famous or really out there when I was younger. I think I got 2 sides. I could never get more than 2 sides.
No, it's very difficult. But this is a 4 square Rubik's Cube. It's not as difficult, but it's still very hard because you still got to get it all together and match. But check this out. Let's take a look. I want you to see this shit. All right, this is a 4 square Rubik's Cube, and we're going to see how long it takes him to do it.
Wait, hold on. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have it set up a certain way, or was he handed that in random, or is that
random? And you can see that the different colors, the green, white, blue, and red, they're all in different, they're all mixed up in different spots.
I get it.
Again.
No, I know. Hold on. Before you do it again, my question is this. Because when you set up a Rubik's Cube, it could be set up a certain way where you got to make a couple of moves and then that finishes it.
Yeah, but see, this one was 0.39 seconds.
Oh, I get it. I mean, it's still fast no matter what. But I would want to take the cube myself, Jack, mix it up all the way I want to do it, and then here you go, kid, knock it out.
Oh, no, that's what they did. They mixed up the cube. They made sure that all the colors were on one square. All the different colors were on different squares, and then they gave it to him. He's not allowed to touch it until the alarm starts.
Okay.
He does it in 1/3 of a second.
Stop it. Stop.
0.39. Look at the guy's face right there. Let's watch it again.
There's no way.
That's unbelievable.
No,
even if he knew, even if the cube and he knew where it was going to, even if he practiced where it was going to be and then set it down. 0.39 seconds.
All right. Listen, I'm not the conspiracy guy. I'm sorry. There's a conspiracy here. That's fake. There's no way. There's no freaking way that he took that cube and not having it set up in any particular way and did this and it was done. It's not possible.
Let's say he set it up the way he wanted to. 0.39 seconds.
It is not possible.
Even if he set it up the way he wanted to, it would still take a couple of seconds minimum. Watch this shit again.
Give me a break. No, give me a break.
Look at this. Now, just so you know, you can see that every side of the cube ends up being a solid color. But look at that. There are 4 colors on that one side. That means it's very difficult to get all the sides to be one color, each side to be a solid color, when one side has all 4 colors. But watch again.
I want to see it in slow motion.
There you go. Holy shit!
Slow motion again. Slow motion again.
He does 3 moves, Jay, in 0.39 seconds. Watch again. 3 moves. Watch this. 1, 2, 3.
I don't know. That looked like 6 moves. I don't know what he did. All right. No. I'm still saying no. Come on.
That's unbelievable. Wow.
Right. If that's real,
it is.
then you know what? Then I have more faith in the fact that AI is not going to take every job because AI couldn't do it that fast.
No, hell no. Hell no. I mean, hell, you'd have to turn on the AI first. That's unbelievable.
No.
Wow.
That U.S. citizen, I think, agrees with me for like the first time. He says, I think that's fake. There you go. Thank you, U.S. citizen.
It's honestly not fake. It is
All right.
not fake. You can look it up. It is not fake.
All
In
right.
fact, let's look it up together.
Go ahead. All I'm saying is this. All right, we're going to rely on AI here to tell us that was real.
Well,
Come
how
on.
else are we going to look it up?
I don't know. I don't know. That to me was absurd. What I
See,
just
the
saw.
AI can at least search everything. Oh, look, Guinness World Records. What does it say? Fastest to solve a Rubik's Cube. The problem is this is a 4 square, and a traditional Rubik's Cube is a 9 square.
He did that in triple the time. So he did that in a little under 1 second.
He would have, yeah, it would have been under 1 second for the whole thing. Is this an authentic?
Oh man.
Oh, look at this. It says right here. I didn't even have to type it in. Look, the record beat Poland's Theodor Zager's previous mark of 0.43 seconds from 2023. The 2x2 singles rely on spotting and executing optimal 4-move scrambles with elite finger speed and timing precision. This man just broke the world record.
That's a kid.
Yeah. Incredible. Incredible.
Again, I don't see how it's possible what he just did.
Let's watch it one more time, end in slow motion. I got to see
Yeah.
this one more time.
I need to slow it down even more.
In fact, it's funny because even in slow motion, it's too fast for us.
That's what I'm saying. It's done. It's over. It's done. He did it.
Look at that. I just started the video. It's already done. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4.
How though?
Wow.
But how is it possible to do that in 4 moves?
And let 4 moves and 0.39 seconds.
I mean, the kid's less than a point second per move.
Yeah, that's wow. And he even did a move while it was falling. Did you see that? He twisted it and dropped it. And while it was falling, the move was going on. Watch that. Check this out. As it's falling, a move happens. It's really cool. This guy is good. He's really good. I'm only gonna play the replay. Watch this.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You see, as it's falling, watch. As it's falling, he commits another move.
All right.
Wow.
Well, I've seen enough.
That's
seen enough.
incredible.
I've seen enough to know I've seen too much. That's all I can say.
That's incredible. It started with 4 different colors on 4 squares. Okay, Jay. We have to run through things quickly because we got a bunch more.
Well,
and
Jack,
the first thing, though, I want to show is the trend.
all right, do the trend, but you got to get Spencer Pratt in before we get done tonight. We have to.
About what?
Let's see what happens tonight. This is it. It's him.
Oh, tonight's the primary?
Is he going to make it against Karen Bass? No.
That's the primary. That's over with, man. I mean.
Oh, you think it'll be him versus Karen Bass?
Yeah. Who the hell's he running with? Who the hell's he running
other
against?
lunatic communist Nathia Raman. Remember her? We talked about her.
Oh yeah. No. She does not have a chance to be in the top 2. Fortunately, she doesn't have a chance to be. Yeah, it's going to be Spencer and Karen, and it's going to be a close race by the time it comes, but it's going to be Spencer and Karen.
I say Spencer Pratt, Jack. He's going to win.
I hope so, and I hope Steve Hilton wins. Steve Hilton is actually leading the the governor's race right now. He is leading.
Best case scenario, we get Steve Hilton versus Chad Bianco, and no Democrats. That would be nice.
That would be very nice. Okay, guys. I'm going to pull up this trend that I want to show you. I couldn't, for some reason, it wasn't in my bookmarks, so I'm going to, I searched for it, and I'm going to pull it up right now. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Excuse me. All right. So there's a new trend out there. I don't know how it started. It's called the nigga jar trend. Okay? And the reason I say the word nigga is because that's what it's called. They named it the nigga jar trend. And quite honestly, for one race to be able to say a certain word and call themselves that millions of times, but me not be able to say it because I am a certain race, that to me is racist.
Yeah.
So,
I've said before, Jack, if the word's a horrible word, it shouldn't be used by anybody.
No. If it's either going to be used by me and everybody else or nobody at all. Yeah. So it is the nigga jar trend. All right. Who wants to watch?
I was just thinking you should be dressed like Eminem when you say that.
I should. I'll be suck. All right. Check this out. Let me tell you what it's about, actually. It's insane. Okay. What it is, and this is the truth. I'm going to read this out loud. Multiple people have been hospitalized with diabetic comas after participating in the new deadly nigga jar trend. The nigga jar trend involves soaking pineapple slices in Kool-Aid and Jolly Ranchers. The nigga jar contains as much sugar as 1,000 bottles of Coke.
Oh, God.
1,000
That can't be
bottles
good.
of Coke.
That can't be good for you in one dose.
There are many people in diabetic comas as we speak, Jay, right now. Let's take a look.
Eat some Tide Pods while you're at it.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a look. Here we go. Do you see all that sugar? That Jolly
Whoa.
Rancher sugar.
Whoa.
That's the Jolly Rancher. The other stuff you saw, that large amount, that was sugar.
Regular sugar.
Watch again.
That's regular sugar.
Yes. Look how much regular sugar that is. Look at that.
That's like a half a cup or a pint. What is that?
That's about 3 cups. That's a regular. That's about 3 cups of sugar, which is probably, a few hundred grams or more.
It's a little less than a pint, correct? 4 cups is a pint?
Oh, yeah. Check it out.
I think I have that right. Nothing looks appetizing about this at all.
No, but then they even add in the Jolly Rancher, crushed up Jolly Ranchers with sugar. Ladies and gentlemen, is the nigga jar trend. Take from it what you will. There are many people in a diabetic coma because of this trend right now.
Do not recommend. Do not recommend. Like I said, eat
Not
some
at
Tide
all.
Pods too while you're at it. Who thinks of this crap?
I have no idea. No idea. But I want to emphasize that because I say something doesn't make me a racist. Saying a word does not make you a racist. Okay? Racism is a concept. I don't hate people because of the color of their skin. That would be pointless. Hating someone because of a hue, the hue of their skin, because of melatonin or melanin, whatever the hell it is, it's pointless. So, but if somebody is going to say a word, but I am not allowed to say the word because I am of a certain race, that's racist. So it's either going to be I can say the word, or I can't say the word and nobody else can. But if they're going to call themselves that and they're going to call me that, I should be allowed to say it if I want to. So there you are.
Here you are all equally worthless.
There you go. Exactly. All equally worthless. And right now on Secret America, Jack Danger is destroying the stigma of the nigga word right now. We are destroying the stigma of the word. If black people can say it, hell, even Mexicans and Indians can say it. Not white people. No more.
That's fine. I have no desire to say the word anyway. But you're right. Why should anybody be allowed? It's such a terrible word. It ends careers, right?
That's the thing. Either ban it or don't.
That's it. No,
either nobody can say it or everybody can say it. Because this word, only white people can't say. Every other race can say it.
It ends people's careers and livelihoods.
And you know the funny thing is, Jay? White people are who ended slavery.
Well, I know that.
The white people ended slavery.
Yes. And I
But
highly
yet we're
recommend
the bad guy.
highly recommend people, if you haven't, watch the movie Glory. Great movie.
I also highly recommend The People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn. Incredible book. I actually learned about it from Good Will Hunting. Excellent movie. And that's what the book is about. So just by the way, just so you know, we have destroyed the stigma of that word. From now on, you either say it, everybody can say it, or nobody can say it. And since you can't ban words, everybody can now say it. Feel free. And it's not a racial thing. It's not a racial thing. So I really don't care.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah. Why is it that the white man can't have freedom of speech, but every other race can? You can call me Cracker. By the way, that doesn't hurt my feelings. It actually sounds pretty stupid. But you can call me Cracker. But I can't say nigga. You can call me Cracker, though.
I never cared. People will call me based on my Italian ethnicity, sir. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I really don't care. It's a word. The old saying was
a word.
Sticks and stones, right? That was the old saying. Now it's all of a sudden it's my feelings. It hurt my feelings. Okay, it hurt your feelings, but you're not really hurt.
No, and I'm not directing it at you. I'm not using it in a hateful way towards you. That would be racism, okay? But just saying the word, just like me saying the word black. Now, if I say, what if I said the word boy? What if I said the word boy? Is that racist? But what if I say, stop what you're doing, boy? Is that racist?
Oh, yes. In that context, they're going to say it's racist. Absolutely.
Yes. But if I just say the word boy, is that racist?
No.
So words are not racist unless there's an intent behind it. Okay?
Yeah, listen. Again, people have just become way too sensitive about everything.
You got that right.
As I said, I don't like the word regardless. I don't want to use it, even if you tell me, oh, you could use it. I don't want to use the word. But at the same time, if I did want to, since it seems okay for certain people to use it, it shouldn't be a problem.
No. In fact, if you wanted to say the word and somebody tried to fight you, I would tackle them. I will protect any white person that wants to say the word, as long as it's not directed at somebody in a hateful manner. If you're just saying the word just to say it, that's your right.
All right. Jack will tackle you. You heard it here first.
That's right. If somebody, tries to fight you because you're a white guy that said nigga, I will help you out. I will fight them with you. All right. Guys, Jay, I said Jack. I'm talking to my damn self.
Not
Jay.
You. Yes.
Let's talk about sponsor. We only got a minute left. Let's talk about sponsor real quick. Yep. It is maxassociates.etsy.com, the number one place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Father's Day. You've got the 250th anniversary of the United States, and you've got the 2026 midterms. Go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Get your patriotic apparel and pride gifts and get 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States in every single order. All right, be sure to follow us at Secret America TV on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It is all Secret America TV, the same screen name. Jay is on TikTok at APinionsVary with an A. I am on Instagram at Jack Danger Live. And then we're both on X, YouTube, and blah, blah, blah. But Secret America TV is the same screen name for every single one of them. Watch live. 7 p.m. every single weekday. If you enjoyed what you saw today, if you're white and you want to say nigga and you enjoy it, you follow and subscribe to us.
Oh God, that's the pitch. All right, oh my God. All right, that's the pitch tonight only. So enjoy that while it lasted.
Tonight only. If you want to say that word and you're white, I want you to follow me.
Oh man. All right. So yeah, on all seriousness, guys, give us a follow on Instagram too. We really would love that. Instagram and Rumble and YouTube, all of it. We really appreciate it. All right, Jack, it is 8:00. We got to get out of here.
Yes. And yes, please definitely follow us. That definitely helps a lot. Okay. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.